leather folder and said, "Our sentence does not sound severe. The law which a condemned man has violated is inscribed on his body with the harrow. This condemned man, for example," and the officer pointed to the man, "will have inscribed on his body, 'Honor your superiors.'" The traveler had a quick look at the man. When the officer was pointing at him, the man kept his head down and appeared to be directing all his energy into listening in order to learn something, but the movements of his pouting lips, which were pressed close together, showed clearly that he was incapable of understanding anything. The traveler wanted to raise various questions, but after looking at the condemned man, he merely asked, "Does he know his sentence?" "No," said the officer. He wished to get on with his explanation right away, but the traveler interrupted him. "He doesn't know his own sentence?" "No," said the officer once more. He then paused for a moment as if he was requesting from the traveler a more detailed reason for his question, and said, "It would be useless to give him that information. He experiences it on his own body." The traveler really wanted to keep quiet at this point, but he felt how the condemned man was gazing at him. He seemed to be asking whether he could approve of the process the officer had described. So the traveler, who had up to this point been leaning back, bent forward again and kept up his questions. "But does he nonetheless have some general idea that he's been condemned?" "Not that either," said the officer, and he smiled at the traveler as if he was still waiting for some strange revelations from him. "No?" said the traveler, wiping his forehead. "So the man does not yet know, even at this point, how his defense was received?" "He has had no opportunity to defend himself," said the officer, and looked away, as if he was talking to himself and did not wish to embarrass the traveler with an explanation of matters so self-evident to him. "But he must have had a chance to defend himself," said the traveler, and stood up from his chair. The officer recognized that he was in danger of having his explanation of the apparatus held up for a long time, so he went to the traveler, took him by the arm, pointed with his hand at the condemned man, who stood there stiffly now that the attention was so clearly directed at him. The soldier was also pulling on his chain, and said, "The matter stands like this. Here in the penal colony I have been appointed judge, in spite of my youth, for I stood at the side of our previous commandant in all matters of punishment, and I also know the most about the apparatus. The basic principle I use for my decisions is this: guilt is always beyond a doubt. Other courts could not follow this principle, for they are made up of many heads, and, in addition, have even higher courts above them. But that is not the case here, or at least it was not that way with the previous commandant. It's true the new commandant has already shown a desire to get mixed up in my court, but I've succeeded so far in fending him off, and I'll continue to be successful. You wanted this case explained. It's so simple, just like all of them. This morning a captain laid a charge that this man, who is assigned to him as a servant and who sleeps before his door, had been sleeping on duty. For his duty is to stand up every time the clock strikes the hour and salute in front of the captain's door. That's certainly not a difficult duty, and it's necessary, since he is supposed to remain fresh both for guarding and for service. Yesterday night the captain wanted to check whether his servant was fulfilling his duty. He opened the door on the stroke of 2 and found him curled up asleep. He got his horsewhip and hit him across the face. Now, instead of standing up and begging for forgiveness, the man grabbed his master by the legs, shook him, and cried out, "Throw away that whip or I'll eat you up." Those are the facts. The captain came to me an hour ago. I wrote up his statement, and right after that the sentence. Then I had the man chained up. It was all very simple. If I had first summoned the man and interrogated him, the result would have been confusion. He would have lied, and if I had been successful in refuting his lies, he would have replaced them with new lies, and so forth. But now I have him, and I won't release him again. Now, does that clarify everything? But time is passing. We should be starting the execution already, and I haven't finished explaining the apparatus yet." He urged the traveler to sit down in his chair, moved to the apparatus again, and started. "As you see, the shape of the harrow corresponds to the shape of a man. This is the harrow for the upper body, and here are the harrows for the legs. This small cutter is the only one designated for the head. Is that clear to you?" He leaned forward to the traveler in a friendly way, ready to give the most comprehensive explanation. The traveler looked at the harrow with a wrinkled frown. The information about the judicial procedures had not satisfied him. However, he had to tell himself that Here it was a matter of a penal colony, that in this place special regulations were necessary, and that one had to give precedence to military measures right down to the last detail. Beyond that, however, he had some hopes in the new commandant, who obviously, although slowly, was intending to introduce a new procedure which the limited understanding of this officer could not accept. Following this train of thought, the traveler asked, "Will the commandant be present at the execution?" "That is not certain," said the officer, embarrassingly affected by the sudden question, and his friendly expression made a grimace. "That is why we need to hurry up. As much as I regret the fact, I'll have to make my explanation even shorter. But tomorrow, once the apparatus is clean again, the fact that it gets so very dirty is its only fault, I could add a more detailed explanation. So now, only the most essential things. When the man is lying on the bed and it starts quivering, the harrow sinks onto the body. It positions itself automatically in such a way that it touches the body only lightly with the needle tips. Once the machine is set in position, this steel cable tightens up immediately into a rod. And now the performance begins. Someone who is not an initiate sees no external difference among the punishments. The harrow seems to do its work uniformly. As it quivers, it sticks the tips of its needles into the body, which is also vibrating from the movement of the bed. Now, to enable someone to check on how the sentence is being carried out, the harrow is made of glass. That gave rise to certain technical difficulties with fastening the needles in it securely, but after several attempts we were successful. We didn't spare any efforts. And now, as the inscription is made on the body, everyone can see through the glass. Don't you want to come closer and see the needles for yourself?" The traveler stood slowly, moved up, and bent over the harrow. "You see," the officer said, "two sorts of needles in a multiple arrangement. Each long needle has a short one next to it. The long one inscribes, and the short one squirts water out to wash away the blood and keep the inscription always clear. The bloody water is then channeled here into small grooves, and finally flows into these main gutters, and their outlet pipe takes it to the pit." The officer indicated with his finger the exact path which the bloody water had to take. As he began formally to demonstrate with both hands at the mouth of the outlet pipe, in order to make his account as clear as possible, the traveler raised his head, and, feeling behind him with his hand, wanted to return to his chair. Then he saw to his horror that the condemned man had also, like him, accepted the officer's invitation to inspect the arrangement of the harrow up close. He had pulled the sleeping soldier holding the chain a little forward, and was also bending over the glass. One could see how, with a confused gaze, he also was looking for what the two gentlemen had just observed, but how he didn't succeed because he lacked the explanation. He leaned forward this way and that. He kept running his eyes over the glass again and again. The traveler wanted to push him back, for what he was doing was probably punishable. But the officer held the traveler firmly with one hand, and with the other he took a lump of earth from the wall and threw it at the soldier. The latter opened his eyes with a start, saw what the condemned man had dared to do, let his weapon fall, braced his heels in the earth, and jerked the condemned man back, so that he immediately collapsed. The soldier looked down at him as he writhed around, making his chain clink. "Stand him up," cried the officer, for he noticed that the condemned man was distracting the traveler too much. The latter was even leaning out away from the harrow, without paying any attention to it, and wanted merely to find out what was happening to the condemned man. "Handle him carefully," the officer yelled again. He ran around the apparatus, personally grabbed the condemned man under the armpits, and with the help of the soldier straightened up the man, whose feet kept slipping. "Now I know all about it," said the traveler, as the officer turned back to him again. "Except the most important thing," said the latter. He grabbed the traveler by the arm and pointed up high. "There, in the inscriber, is the mechanism which determines the movement of the harrow, and this mechanism is arranged according to the diagram on which the sentence is set down. I still use the diagrams of the previous commandant. Here they are." He pulled some pages out of the leather folder. "Unfortunately, I can't hand them to you. They are the most cherished thing I possess. Sit down, and I'll show you them from this distance. Then you'll be able to see it all well." He showed the first sheet. The traveler would have been happy to say something appreciative, but all he saw was a labyrinthine series of lines, crisscrossing each other in all sort of ways. These covered the paper so thickly that only with difficulty could one make out the white spaces in between. "Read it," said the officer. "I can't," said the traveler. "But it's clear," said the officer. "It's very elaborate," said the traveler evasively, "but I can't decipher it." "Yes," said the officer, smiling and putting the folder back again. "It's not calligraphy for schoolchildren. One has to read it a long time. You, too, would finally understand it clearly. Of course, it has to be a script that isn't simple. You see, it's not supposed to kill right away, but on average over a period of 12 hours. The turning point is set for the 6th hour. There must also be many, many embellishments surrounding the basic script. The essential script moves around the body only in a narrow belt. The rest of the body is reserved for decoration. Can you now appreciate the work of the harrow and of the whole apparatus? Just look at it." He jumped up the ladder, turned a wheel, and called down, "Watch out! Move to the side." Everything started moving. If the wheel had not squeaked, it would have been marvelous. The officer threatened the wheel with his fist as if he was surprised by the disturbance it created. Then he spread his arms out to the traveler, apologized, and quickly clambered down in order to observe the operation of the apparatus from below. Something was still not working properly, something only he noticed. He clambered up again and reached with both hands into the inside of the inscriber. Then, in order to descend more quickly, instead of using the ladder, he slid down on one of the poles and, to make himself understandable through the noise, strained his voice to the limit as he yelled in the traveler's ear, "Do you understand the process? The harrow is starting to write. When it's finished with the first part of the script on the man's back, the layer of cotton wool rolls and turns the body slowly onto its side to give the harrow a new area. Meanwhile, those parts lacerated by the inscription are lying on the cotton wool, which, because it has been specially treated, immediately stops the bleeding and prepares the script for a further deepening. Here, as the body continues to rotate, prongs on the edge of the harrow then pull the cotton wool from the wounds, throw it into the pit, and the harrow goes to work again. In this way it keeps making the inscription deeper for 12 hours. For the first 6 hours the condemned man goes on living almost as before. He suffers nothing but pain. After 2 hours the felt is removed, for at that point the man has no more energy for screaming. Here at the head of the bed, warm rice pudding is put in this electrically heated bowl. From this the man, if he feels like it, can help himself to what he can lap up with his tongue. No one passes up this opportunity. I don't know of a single one, and I have had a lot of experience. He first loses his pleasure in eating around the 6th hour. I usually kneel down at this point and observe the phenomenon. The man rarely swallows the last bit. He merely turns it around in his mouth and spits it into the pit. When he does that, I have to lean aside, or else he'll get me in the face. But how quiet the man becomes around the 6th hour! The most stupid of them begins to understand. It starts around the eyes and spreads out from there, a look that could tempt one to lie down with him under the harrow. Nothing else happens. The man simply begins to decipher the inscription. He purses his lips as if he is listening. You've seen that it is not easy to figure out the inscription with your eyes, but our man deciphers it with his wounds. True, it takes a lot of work. It requires 6 hours to complete, but then the harrow spits all of him out and throws him into the pit, where he splashes down into the bloody water and cotton wool. Then the judgment is over, and we, the soldier and I, quickly bury him." The traveler had leaned his ear towards the officer, and with his hands in his coat pockets was observing the machine at work. The condemned man was also watching, but without understanding. He bent forward a little and followed the moving needles, as the soldier, after a signal from the officer, cut through the back of his shirt and trousers with a knife so that they fell off the condemned man. He wanted to grab the falling garments to cover his bare flesh, but the soldier held him up high and shook the last rags from him. The officer turned the machine off, and in the silence which then ensued, the condemned man was laid out under the harrow. The chains were taken off and the straps fastened in their place. For the condemned man it seemed at first glance to signify almost a relief. And now the harrow sunk down a stage lower still, for he was a thin man. As the needle-tips touched him, a shudder went over his skin. While the soldier was busy with the right hand, the condemned man stretched out his left, with no sense of its direction. but it was pointing to where the traveler was standing. The officer kept looking at the traveler from the side, without taking his eyes off him, as if he was trying to read from his face the impression he was getting of the execution, which he had now explained to him, at least superficially. The strap meant to hold the wrist ripped off. The soldier probably had pulled on it too hard. The soldier showed the officer the torn-off piece of strap, wanting him to help. So the officer went over to him and said, with his face turned towards the traveler, "The machine is very complicated. Now and then something has to tear or break. One shouldn't let that detract from one's overall opinion. Anyway, we have an immediate replacement for the strap. I'll use a chain, even though that will affect the sensitivity of the oscillations for the right arm." And while he put the chain in place, he still kept talking. "Our resources for maintaining the machine are very limited at the moment. Under the previous commandant, I had free access to a cash box specially set aside exclusively for this purpose. There was a storeroom here in which all possible replacement parts were kept. I admit I made almost extravagant use of it. I mean earlier, not now, as the new commandant claims. For him, everything serves only as a pretext to fight against the old arrangements. Now he keeps the cash box for machinery under his own control, and if I ask him for a new strap, he demands the torn one as a piece of evidence. The new one doesn't arrive for 10 days, and then it's an inferior brand, of not much use to me. But how I am supposed to get the machine to work in the meantime without a strap? No one's concerned about that." The traveler thought about the situation. It is always questionable to intervene decisively in strange circumstances. He was neither a citizen of the penal colony nor a citizen of the state to which it belonged. If he wanted to condemn this execution or even hinder it, people could say to him, "You are a foreigner, keep quiet." He would have nothing in response to that, but could only add that he did not understand what he was doing on this occasion, for the purpose of his traveling was merely to observe and not to alter other people's judicial systems in any way. True, at this point, the way things were turning out, it was very tempting. The injustice of the process and the inhumanity of the execution were beyond doubt. No one could assume that the traveler was acting out of any sense of his own self-interest, for the condemned man was a stranger to him, not a countryman, and not someone who invited sympathy in any way. The traveler himself had letters of reference from high officials, and had been welcomed here with great courtesy. The fact that he had been invited to this execution even seemed to indicate that people were asking for his judgment of this court. This was all the more likely since the commandant, as he now had heard only too clearly, was no supporter of this process, and maintained an almost hostile relationship with the officer. Then the traveler heard a cry of rage from the officer. He had just shoved the stub of felt in the condemned man's mouth, not without difficulty, when the condemned man, overcome by an irresistible nausea, shut his eyes and threw up. The officer quickly yanked him up off the stump and wanted to turn his head aside toward the pit. But it was too late. The vomit was already flowing down onto the machine. "This is all the commandant's fault," cried the officer, and mindlessly rattled the brass rods at the front. "My machine's as filthy as a pigsty." With trembling hands he indicated to the traveler what had happened. "Haven't I spent hours trying to make the commandant understand that a day before the execution there should be no more food served? But the new lenient administration has a different opinion. Before the man is led away, the commandant's women cram sugary things down his throat. His whole life he's fed himself on stinking fish, and now he has to eat sweets. But that would be all right. I'd have no objections. But why don't they get a new felt, the way I've been asking him for 3 months now? How can anyone take this felt into his mouth without feeling disgusted, something that more than 100 men have sucked and bitten on it as they were dying?" The condemned man had laid his head down and appeared peaceful. The soldier was busy cleaning up the machine with the condemned man's shirt. The officer went up to the traveler, who, feeling some premonition, took a step backwards, but the officer grasped him by the hand and pulled him aside. "I want to speak a few words to you in confidence," he said. "May I do that?" "Of course," said the traveler, and listened with his eyes lowered. "This process and this execution, which you now have an opportunity to admire, have at present no more open supporters in our colony. I am its single defender, and at the same time the single advocate for the legacy of the old commandant. I can no longer think about a more extensive organization of the process. I'm using all my powers to maintain what there is at present. When the old commandant was alive, the colony was full of his supporters. I have something of the old commandant's persuasiveness, but I completely lack his power, and as a result the supporters have gone into hiding. There are still a lot of them, but no one admits to it. If you go into a tea-house today, that is to say on a day of execution, and keep your ears open, perhaps you will hear nothing but ambiguous remarks. They are all supporters, but under the present commandant, considering his present views, they are totally useless to me. And now I'm asking you, should such a life's work," he pointed to the machine, "come to nothing because of this commandant and the women influencing him? Should people let that happen, even if one is only a foreigner on our island for a couple of days? But there is no time to lose. People are already preparing something against my judicial proceedings. Discussions are already taking place in the commandant's headquarters, to which I am not invited. Even your visit today seems to me typical of the whole situation. People are cowards and send you out, a foreigner. You should have seen the executions in earlier days. The entire valley was overflowing with people, even a day before the execution. They all came merely to watch. Early in the morning the commandant appeared with his women. Fanfares woke up the entire campsite. I delivered the news that everything was ready. The whole society, and every high official had to attend, arranged itself around the machine. This pile of cane chairs is a sorry leftover from that time. The machine was freshly cleaned and glowed. For almost every execution I had new replacement parts. In front of hundreds of eyes, all the spectators stood on tiptoe right up to the hills there. The condemned man was laid down under the harrow by the commandant himself. What nowadays has to be done by a common soldier was then my work as the senior judge, and it was an honor for me. And then the execution began. No discordant note disturbed the work of the machine. Many people did not look any more at all, but lay down with closed eyes in the sand. They all knew. Now justice was being carried out. In the silence people heard nothing but the groans of the condemned man, muffled by the felt. These days the machine no longer manages to squeeze out of the condemned man a groan stronger than the felt is capable of smothering. But back then the needles which made the inscription dripped a caustic liquid which today we are not permitted to use any more. Well, then came the 6th hour. It was impossible to grant all the requests people made to be allowed to watch from up close. The commandant, in his wisdom, arranged that the children should be taken care of before all the rest. Naturally, I was always allowed to stand close by because of my official position. Often I crouched down there with 2 small children in my arms, on my right and left. How we all took in the expression of transfiguration on the martyred face. How we held our cheeks in the glow of this justice, finally attained and already passing away. What times we had, my friend! The officer had obviously forgotten who was standing in front of him. He had put his arm around the traveler and laid his head on his shoulder. The traveler was extremely embarrassed. Impatiently he looked away over the officer's head. The soldier had ended his task of cleaning and had just shaken some rice pudding into the bowl from a tin. No sooner had the condemned man, who seemed to have fully recovered already, noticed this, than his tongue began to lick at the pudding. The soldier kept pushing him away, for the pudding was probably meant for a later time. But in any case it was not proper for the soldier to reach in and grab some food with his dirty hands and eat it in front of the famished condemned man. The officer quickly collected himself. "I didn't want to upset you in any way," he said. "I know it is impossible to make someone understand those days now. Besides, the machine still works and operates on its own. It operates on its own even when it is standing alone in this valley. And at the end, the body still keeps falling in that incredibly soft flight into the pit, even if hundreds of people are not gathered like flies around the hole the way they used to be. Back then we had to erect a strong railing around the pit. It was pulled out long ago." The traveler wanted to turn his face away from the officer and looked aimlessly around him. The officer thought he was looking at the wasteland of the valley, so he grabbed his hands, turned him around in order to catch his gaze, and asked, "Do you see the shame of it?" But the traveler said nothing. The officer left him alone for a while. With his legs apart and his hands on his hips, the officer stood still and looked at the ground. Then he smiled at the traveler cheerfully and said, Yesterday I was nearby when the Commandant invited you. I heard the invitation. I know the Commandant. I understood right away what he intended with his invitation. Although his power might be sufficiently great to take action against me, he doesn't yet dare to. But my guess is that with you he is exposing me to the judgment of a respected foreigner. He calculates things with care. You are now in your second day on the island. You didn't know the old Commandant and his way of thinking. You are biased in your European way of seeing things. Perhaps you are fundamentally opposed to the death penalty in general and to this kind of mechanical style of execution in particular. Moreover, you see how the execution is a sad procedure, without any public participation, using a machine which is already somewhat damaged. Now, if we take all this together, so the Commandant thinks, surely one could easily imagine that you would not consider my procedure appropriate? And if you didn't consider it right, you wouldn't keep quiet about it. I'm still speaking the mind of the Commandant, for you no doubt have faith that your tried and true convictions are correct. It's true that you have seen many peculiar things among many peoples, and have learned to respect them. Thus you will probably not speak out against the procedure with your full power, as you would perhaps in your own homeland. But the Commandant doesn't really need that. A casual word, merely a careless remark, is enough. It doesn't have to match your convictions at all, so long as it apparently corresponds to his wishes. I'm certain he will use all his shrewdness to interrogate you, and his women will sit around in a circle and perk up their ears. You will say something like, "Among us the judicial procedures are different," or, "With us the accused is questioned before the verdict," or, "With us the accused hears the judgment," or, "With us there are punishments other than the death penalty," or, "With us there was torture only in the Middle Ages." For you all these observations appear as correct as they are self-evident, innocent remarks which do not impugn my procedure. But how will the Commandant take them? I see him, our excellent Commandant, the way he immediately pushes his stool aside and hurries out onto the balcony. I see his women, how they stream after him. I hear his voice. The women call it a thunder voice. And now he's speaking. A great Western explorer who has been commissioned to inspect judicial procedures in all countries has just said that our process, based on old customs, is inhuman. After this verdict of such a personality, it is, of course, no longer possible for me to tolerate this procedure. So from this day on I am ordering, and so forth. You want to intervene. You didn't say what he is reporting. You didn't call my procedure inhuman. By contrast, in keeping with your deep insight, you consider it the most humane and most worthy of human beings. You also admire this machinery, but it is too late. You don't even go onto the balcony, which is already filled with women. You want to attract attention. You want to cry out, but a lady's hand is covering your mouth, and I and the old Commandant's work are lost. The traveler had to suppress a smile, so the work which he had considered so difficult was easy. He said evasively, "You're exaggerating my influence. The Commandant has read my letters of recommendation. He knows that I am no expert in judicial processes. If I were to express an opinion, it would be that of a lay person, no more significant than the opinion of anyone else, and in any case far less significant than the opinion of the Commandant, who, as I understand it, has very extensive powers in this penal colony. If his views of this procedure are as definite as you think they are, then I'm afraid the time has surely come for this procedure to end, without any need for my humble assistance." Did the officer understand by now? No, he did not yet grasp it. He shook his head vigorously, briefly looked back at the condemned man and the soldier, who both flinched and stopped eating the rice, went up really close to the traveler, without looking into his face, but gazing at parts of his jacket, and said more gently than before, "You don't know the Commandant. Where he and all of us are concerned, you are, forgive the expression, to a certain extent innocent. Your influence, believe me, cannot be overestimated. In fact, I was blissfully happy when I heard that you were to be present at the execution by yourself. This arrangement of the Commandant was aimed at me, but now I am turning it to my advantage, without being distracted by false insinuations and disparaging looks, which could not have been avoided with a greater number of participants at the execution. You have listened to my explanation, looked at the machine, and are now about to view the execution. Your verdict is no doubt already fixed. If some small uncertainties still remain, witnessing the execution will remove them. And now I'm asking you, help me against the commandant." The traveler did not let him go on talking. "How can I do that?" he cried. "It's totally impossible. I can help you as little as I can harm you." "You could do it," said the officer. With some apprehension, the traveler observed that the officer was clenching his fists. "You could do it," repeated the officer, even more emphatically. "I have a plan which must succeed. You think your influence is insufficient. I know it will be enough. But assuming you're right, doesn't saving this procedure require one to try everything, even those methods which may possibly be inadequate? So listen to my plan. To carry it out, it's necessary, above all, for you to keep as quiet as possible today in the colony about your verdict on this procedure. Unless someone asks you directly, you should not express any view whatsoever. But what you do say must be short and vague. People should notice that it has become difficult for you to speak about the subject, that you feel bitter, that, if you were to speak openly, you'd have to burst out cursing on the spot. I'm not asking you to lie, not at all. You should give only brief answers, something like, 'Yes, I've seen the execution,' or 'Yes, I've heard the full explanation.' That's all, nothing further, for that will be enough of an indication for people to observe in you a certain bitterness, even if that's not what the commandant will think. Naturally, he will completely misunderstand the issue and interpret it in his own way. My plan is based on that. Tomorrow, a large meeting of all the higher administrative officials takes place at headquarters under the chairmanship of the commandant. He, of course, understands how to turn such meetings into a spectacle. A gallery has been built which is always full of spectators. I'm compelled to take part in the discussions, though they make me shiver with disgust. In any case, you will certainly be invited to the meeting. If you follow my plan today and behave accordingly, the invitation will become an emphatic request. But should you, for some inexplicable reason, still not be invited, you must make sure you request an invitation. Then you receive one without question. Now, tomorrow, you are sitting with the women in the commandant's box. With frequent upward glances, he reassures himself that you are there. After various trivial and ridiculous agenda items, designed only for the spectators, mostly harbor construction, always harbor construction, the judicial process also comes up for discussion. If it's not raised by the commandant himself, or does not occur soon enough, I'll make sure that it comes up. I'll stand up and report the news of today's execution. Really, briefly, just this announcement. True, such a report is not customary there. However, I'll do it nonetheless. The commandant thanks me, as always, with a friendly smile. And now he cannot restrain himself. He seizes this excellent opportunity. The report of the execution, he'll say, or something like that, has just been given. I would like to add to this report only the fact that this particular execution was attended by the great explorer whose visit confers such extraordinary honor on our colony, as you all know. Even the significance of our meeting today has been increased by his presence. Do we not now wish to ask this great explorer for his appraisal of the execution, based on old customs, and of the process which preceded it? Of course, there is the noise of applause everywhere, universal agreement, and I'm louder than anyone. The commandant bows before you and says, "Then in everyone's name I'm putting the question to you." And now you step up to the railing. Place your hands where everyone can see them, otherwise the ladies will grab them and play with your fingers. And now, finally, come your remarks. I don't know how I'll bear the tense moments up to that point. In your speech, you mustn't hold back. Let truth resound. Lean over the railing and shout it out. Yes, roar your opinion at the commandant, your unshakable opinion. But perhaps you don't want to do that. It doesn't suit your character. Perhaps in your homeland people behave differently in such situations. That's all right. That's perfectly satisfactory. Don't stand up at all. Just say a couple of words. Whisper them so that only the officials underneath you can hear them. That's enough. You don't even have to say anything at all about the lack of attendance at the execution, or about the squeaky wheel, the torn strap, the disgusting felt. No, I'll take over all further details, and believe me, if my speech doesn't chase him out of the room, it will force him to his knees so he'll have to admit it. Old Commandant, I bow down before you. That's my plan. Do you want to help me carry it out? But of course you want to. More than that, you have to. And the officer gripped the traveler by both arms and looked at him, breathing heavily into his face. He had yelled the last sentences so loudly that even the soldier and the condemned man were paying attention. Although they couldn't understand a thing, they stopped eating and looked over at the traveler, still chewing. From the very start, the traveler had had no doubts about the answer he must give. He had experienced too much in his life to be able to waver here. Basically, he was honest and unafraid. Still, with the soldier and the condemned man looking at him, he hesitated a moment. But finally he said, as he had to, "No." The officer's eyes blinked several times, but he did not take his eyes off the traveler. "Would you like an explanation?" asked the traveler. The officer nodded dumbly. "I am opposed to this procedure," said the traveler. "Even before you took me into your confidence, and of course I will never abuse your confidence under any circumstances, I was already thinking about whether I was entitled to intervene against this procedure, and whether my intervention could have even a small chance of success. And if that was the case, it was clear to me whom I had to turn to first of all, naturally to the Commandant. You have clarified the issue for me even more, but without reinforcing my decision in any way. Quite the reverse. I find your conviction genuinely moving, even if it cannot deter me." The officer remained silent, turned towards the machine, grabbed one of the brass rods, and then, leaning back a little, looked up at the inscriber, as if he was checking that everything was in order. The soldier and the condemned man seemed to have made friends with each other. The condemned man was making signs to the soldier, although given the tight straps on him this was difficult for him to do. The soldier was leaning into him. The condemned man whispered something to him, and the soldier nodded. The traveler went over to the officer and said, "You don't yet know what I'll do. Yes, I will tell the Commandant my opinion of the procedure, not in a meeting, but in private. In addition, I won't stay here long enough to be able to get called into some meeting or other. Early tomorrow morning I leave, or at least I go on board ship." It did not look as if the officer had been listening. "So the process has not convinced you," he said to himself, and smiled the way an old man smiles over the silliness of a child, concealing his own true thoughts behind that smile. "Well, then, it's time," he said finally, and suddenly looked at the traveler with bright eyes which contained some sort of demand, some appeal for participation. "Time for what?" asked the traveler uneasily, but there was no answer. "You are free," the officer told the condemned man in his own language. At first the man did not believe him. "You are free now," said the officer. For the first time the face of the condemned man showed signs of real life. Was it the truth? Was it only the officer's mood which could change? Had the foreign traveler brought him a reprieve? What was it? That is what the man's face seemed to be asking. But not for long. Whatever the case might be, if he could, he wanted to be truly free, and he began to shake back and forth, as much as the harrow permitted. "You're tearing my straps," cried the officer. "Be still. We'll undo them right away." And giving a signal to the soldier, he set to work with him. The condemned man said nothing and smiled slightly to himself. At times he turned his face to the officer on the left, and at times to the soldier on the right, without ignoring the traveler. "Pull him out," the officer ordered the soldier. This process required a certain amount of care because of the harrow. The condemned man already had a few small wounds on his back, thanks to his own impatience. From this point on, however, the officer paid no more attention to him. He went up to the traveler, pulled out the small leather folder once more, leafed through it, finally found the sheet he was looking for, and showed it to the traveler. "Read that," he said. "I can't," said the traveler. "I've already told you I can't read these pages." "But take a close look at the page," said the officer, and moved up right next to the traveler in order to read with him. When that didn't help, he raised his little finger high up over the paper, as if the page must not be touched under any circumstances, so that using this he might make the task of reading easier for the traveler. The traveler also made an effort so that at least he could satisfy the officer, but it was impossible for him. At that point the officer began to spell out the inscription, and then he read out once again the joined-up letters. "Be just, it states," he said. "Now you can read it?" The traveler bent so low over the paper that the officer, afraid that he might touch it, moved it further away. The traveler didn't say anything more, but it was clear that he was still unable to read anything. "Be just, it says," the officer remarked once again. "That could be," said the traveler. "I do believe that's written there." "Good," said the officer, at least partially satisfied. He climbed up the ladder, holding the paper. With great care he set the page in the inscriber, and appeared to rotate the gear mechanism completely around. This was very tiring work. It must have required him to deal with extremely small wheels. He had to inspect the gears so closely that sometimes the officer's head disappeared completely into the inscriber. The traveler followed this work from below without looking away. His neck grew stiff, and his eyes found the sunlight pouring down from the sky painful. The soldier and the condemned man were keeping each other busy. With the tip of his bayonet, the soldier pulled out the condemned man's shirt and trousers, which were lying in the hole. The shirt was horribly dirty, and the condemned man washed it in the bucket of water. When he was putting on his shirt and trousers, the soldier and the condemned man had to laugh out loud, for the pieces of clothing were cut in two up the back. Perhaps the condemned man thought that it was his duty to amuse the soldier. In his ripped-up clothes he circled in front of the soldier, who crouched down on the ground, laughed, and slapped his knees. But they still restrained themselves out of consideration for the two gentlemen present. When the officer was finally finished up on the machine, with a smile he looked over the whole thing and all its parts once more, and this time closed the cover of the inscriber, which had been open up to this point. He climbed down, looked into the hole, and then at the condemned man, observed with satisfaction that his clothes had been hauled out, then went to the bucket of water to wash his hands, recognized too late that it was disgustingly dirty, and was upset that now he could not wash his hands. Finally he pushed them into the sand. This option did not satisfy him, but he had to do what he could in the circumstances. Then he stood up and began to unbutton the coat of his uniform. As he did this, the two ladies' handkerchiefs, which he had pushed into the back of his collar, fell into his hands. "Here you have your handkerchiefs," he said, and threw them over to the condemned man. And to the traveler he said by way of an explanation, "Presents from the ladies." In spite of the obvious speed with which he took off the coat of his uniform and then undressed himself completely, he handled each piece of clothing very carefully, even running his fingers over the silver braids on his tunic with special care and shaking a tassel into place. But in great contrast to this care, as soon as he was finished handling an article of clothing, he immediately flung it angrily into the hole. The last items he had left were his short sword and its harness. He pulled the sword out of its scabbard, broke it in pieces, then gathered up everything, the pieces of the sword, the scabbard, and the harness, and threw them away so forcefully that they rattled against each other down in the pit. Now he stood there naked. The traveler bit his lip and said nothing, for he was aware what would happen, but he had no right to hinder the officer in any way. If the judicial process to which the officer clung was really so close to the point of being cancelled, possibly as a result of the intervention of the traveler, something to which he, for his part, felt duty-bound, then the officer was now acting in a completely correct manner. In his place, the traveler would not have acted any differently. The soldier and the condemned man at first did not understand a thing. To begin with, they did not look, not even once. The condemned man was extremely happy to get the handkerchiefs back, but he was not permitted to enjoy them very long, because the soldier snatched them from him with a quick grab, which he had not anticipated. The condemned man then tried to pull the handkerchiefs out from the soldier's belt, where he had put them for safekeeping, but the soldier was watching carefully. So they were fighting, half in jest. Only when the officer was fully naked did they start to pay attention. The condemned man especially seemed to be struck by a premonition of some sort of significant transformation. What had happened to him was now taking place with the officer. Perhaps this time the procedure would play itself out to its conclusion. The foreign traveler had probably given the order for it. So that was revenge. Without having suffered all the way to the end himself, nonetheless he would be completely avenged. A wide, silent laugh now appeared on his face and never went away. The officer, however, had turned towards the machine. If earlier on it had already become clear that he understood the machine thoroughly, one could well get alarmed now at the way he handled it and how it obeyed. He only had to bring his hand near the harrow for it to rise and sink several times, until it had reached the correct position to make room for him. He only had to grasp the bed by the edges, and it already began to quiver. The stump of felt moved up to his mouth. One could see how the officer really did not want to accept it, but his hesitation was only momentary. He immediately submitted and took it in. Everything was ready, except that the straps still hung down on the sides. But they were clearly unnecessary. The officer did not have to be strapped down. When the condemned man saw the loose straps, he thought the execution would be incomplete unless they were fastened. He waved eagerly to the soldier, and they ran over to strap in the officer. The latter had already stuck out his foot to kick the crank designed to set the inscriber in motion. Then he saw the two men coming, so he pulled his foot back and let himself be strapped in. But now he could no longer reach the crank. Neither the soldier nor the condemned man would find it, and the traveler was determined not to touch it. But that was unnecessary. Hardly were the straps attached when the machine already started working. The bed quivered, the needles danced on his skin, and the harrow swung up and down. The traveler had already been staring for some time before he remembered that a wheel in the inscriber was supposed to squeak, but everything was quiet, without the slightest audible hum. Because of its silent working, the machine did not really attract attention. The traveler looked over at the soldier and the condemned man. The condemned man was the livelier of the two. Everything in the machine interested him. At times he bent down. At other times he stretched up, always pointing with his forefinger in order to show something to the soldier. For the traveler it was embarrassing. He was determined to remain here until the end, but he could no longer endure the sight of the two men. "Go home," he said. The soldier might perhaps have been ready to do that, but the condemned man took the order as a direct punishment. With his hands folded, he pleaded to be allowed to stay there, and when the traveler shook his head and was unwilling to give in, he even knelt down. Seeing that orders were of no help here, the traveler wanted to go over and chase the two away. Then he heard a noise from up in the inscriber. He looked up. So it was the gear wheel going out of alignment? But it was something else. The lid on the inscriber was lifting up slowly. Then it fell completely open. The teeth of a cogwheel were exposed and lifted up. Soon the entire wheel appeared. It was as if some huge force was compressing the inscriber, so that there was no longer sufficient room left for this wheel. The wheel rolled all the way to the edge of the inscriber, fell down, rolled upright a bit in the sand, and then fell over and lay still. But already up on the inscriber another gear wheel was moving upwards. Several others followed, large ones, smaller ones hard to distinguish. With each of them the same thing happened. One kept thinking that now the inscriber must surely be already empty. But then a new cluster with lots of parts would move up, fall down, roll in the sand, and lie still. With all this going on, the condemned man totally forgot the traveler's order. The gear wheels completely delighted him. He kept wanting to grab one, and at the same time he was urging the soldier to help him. But he kept pulling his hand back, startled, for immediately another wheel followed, which, at least in its initial rolling, surprised him. The traveler, by contrast, was very upset. Obviously the machine was breaking up. Its quiet operation had been an illusion. He felt as if he had to look after the officer, now that the latter could no longer look after himself. But while the falling gear wheels were claiming all his attention, he had neglected to look at the rest of the machine. However, when he now bent over the harrow, once the last gear wheel had left the inscriber, he had a new, even more unpleasant surprise. The harrow was not riding, but only stabbing, and the bed was not rolling the body, but lifting it, quivering up into the needles. The traveler wanted to reach in to stop the whole thing, if possible. This was not the torture the officer wished to attain. It was murder, pure and simple. He stretched out his hands, but at that point the harrow was already moving upwards and to the side, with the skewered body, just as it did in other cases, but only in the 12th hour. Blood flowed out in hundreds of streams, not mixed with water. The water tubes had failed to work this time as well. Then one last thing went wrong. The body would not come loose from the long needles. Its blood streamed out, but it hung over the pit without falling. The harrow wanted to move back to its original position, but as if realizing that it could not free itself of its load, it remained over the hole. "Help!" the traveler yelled out to the soldier and the condemned man, and he himself grabbed the officer's feet. He wanted to push against the feet himself and have the two others grab the officer's head from the other side so he could be slowly lifted off the needles. But now the two men could not make up their mind whether to come or not. The condemned man turned away at once. The traveler had to go over to him and drag him to the officer's head by force. At this point, almost against his will, he looked at the face of the corpse. It was as it had been in life. He could discover no sign of the promised transfiguration. What all the others had found in the machine, the officer had not. His lips were pressed firmly together, his eyes were open, and looked as they had when he was alive. His gaze was calm and convinced. The tip of a large iron needle had gone through his forehead. As the traveler, with the soldier and the condemned man behind him, came to the first houses in the colony, the soldier pointed to one and said, "That's the tea-house." On the ground floor of the house was a deep, low room, like a cave, with smoke-covered walls and ceiling. On the street side it was open along its full width. Although there was little difference between the tea-house and the rest of the houses in the colony, which were all very dilapidated, except for the commandant's palatial structure, the traveler was none the less struck by the impression of historical memory, and he felt the power of earlier times. Followed by his companions, he walked closer inside, going between the unoccupied tables which stood in the street in front of the tea-house, and took a breath of the cool, musty air which came from inside. "The old man is buried here," said the soldier. "A place in the cemetery was denied him by the chaplain. For a while people were undecided where they should bury him. Finally they buried him here. Of course, the officer explained none of that to you, for naturally he was the one most ashamed about it. A few times he even tried to dig up the old man at night, but he was always chased off." "Where is the grave?" asked the traveler, who could not believe the soldier. Instantly both men, the soldier and the condemned man, ran in front of him and, with hands outstretched, pointed to the place where the grave was located. They led the traveler to the back wall, where guests were sitting at a few tables. They were presumably dock workers, strong men with short, shiny black beards. None of them wore coats, and their shirts were torn. They were poor, humiliated people. As the traveler came closer, a few got up, leaned against the wall, and looked at him. A whisper went up around the traveler. "It's a foreigner. He wants to look at the grave." They pushed one of the tables aside, under which there was a real gravestone. It was a simple stone, low enough for it to remain hidden under a table. It bore an inscription in very small letters. In order to read it, the traveler had to kneel down. It read, "Here rests the old commandant. His followers, who are now not permitted to have a name, buried him in this grave and erected this stone. There exists a prophecy that the commandant will rise again after a certain number of years, and from this house will lead his followers to a reconquest of the colony. Have faith and wait." When the traveler had read it and got up, he saw the men standing around him and smiling, as if they had read the inscription with him, found it ridiculous, and were asking him to share their opinion. The traveler acted as if he had not noticed, distributed some coins among them, waited until the table was pushed back over the grave, left the tea-house, and went to the harbor. In the tea-house, the soldier and the condemned man had come across some people they knew who detained them. However, they must have broken free of them soon, because by the time the traveler found himself in the middle of a long staircase which led to the boats, they were already running after him. They probably wanted to force the traveler at the last minute to take them with him. While the traveler was haggling at the bottom of the stairs with a sailor about his passage out to the steamer, the two men were racing down the steps in silence, for they did not dare cry out. But as they reached the bottom, the traveler was already in the boat, and the sailor at once cast off from shore. They could still have jumped into the boat, but the traveler picked up a heavy knotted rope from the boat bottom, threatened them with it, and thus prevented them from jumping in. The White Virok, Stefan Grabinski, translated into English by Miroslav Lipinski. Stefan Grabinski, 1887 to 1936, was a Polish writer of horror fiction who considered himself an expert on demonology and magic. Some critics have called him the Polish Poe or the Polish Lovecraft, and suggested he believed in the supernatural forces in his stories. Known primarily as a novelist, he wrote many short stories, including those under the name Stefan Jalny. Grabinski was popular in his day until a trend toward more realistic fiction doomed him to obscurity. The importance of translations by writer Miroslav Lipinski to bring Grabinski to an English-language readership for the collection The Dark Domain, 1993, cannot be understated. The tale included here, The White Virok, 1921, exemplifies the writer's talent for atmosphere and strangeness. I was a young journeyman at that time, like you, my dear boys, and I worked like a house on fire. Master Kalina, may the Lord shine on his worthy soul, frequently said I would be first in attaining mastership following him, and he spoke of me as the pride of our profession. I don't want to brag, but I had strong legs and could dig my elbows into a chimney like no one else. In the 3rd year of my service I received the assistance of 2 apprentices, and became an instructor to my younger comrades. In all, there were 7 of us. We got along splendidly with one another. Even on holidays and Sundays our brotherhood would gather at the master's house for a chat by a beer, or, when it was winter, by warm tea near the chimney, and we talked our fill, so that the evenings we spent together passed nicely, like a brush lowered into the mouth of a furnace. Kalina, what can I say about him? The man was literate and intelligent. He had seen a lot of the world. As the saying goes, he cleaned out not just one chimney. He was a bit of a philosopher, and books he really liked. He apparently even wanted to put out a gazette for chimney sweepers. But in matters of faith he didn't play the philosopher. On the contrary, he had a particular devotion to St. Florian, our patron. I felt closest to the master, and after him, to the young journeyman Józek Biedron, a boy as pure as gold, whom I liked for his good heart and gentle soul. Unfortunately, I wouldn't enjoy his friendship for long. After Biedron, I most liked Antarek, a melancholic lad who usually kept to himself. He was a born worker, however, conscientious and strangely relentless in his job. Kalina valued him a lot and tried to get him to socialize with people, though without success. Nevertheless, Antarek gladly spent his evenings at the master's house, listening with interest from his dark corner to the master's stories, which he completely believed. And no one could tell a story like our old man. He drew them out as if from a bag, one more interesting than the other. When he finished one, he would start a new one, then throw in a third one, and so on. And in each story one could detect some deeper thought hidden behind all those words. But one was still young and foolish then, and took from these stories only what amused one for a laugh. Only Antarek looked at the master's tales in a different light, and managed to get to their core. The rest of us, however, called Kalina's stories balderdash. They were engrossing, sometimes horrible, until one's flesh crept and one's hair stood on end. But despite it all, only tales and balderdash. Yet life soon taught us a little differently. One day in the middle of summer, a comrade of ours was absent at our evening get-together. Antarek was not present at his usual dark corner beyond the cupboard. He must have gotten sidetracked with some girls, joked Biedron, though he knew that his friend was ill at ease with women and avoided their company. "Stop talking nonsense," Kalina said. "He's probably very depressed and is sitting at home like a bear in the backwoods." The evening passed sadly and slowly, as it was without the presence of our most fervent listener. There was no joking around the following morning, for Antarek did not show up for work at 10 o'clock. The master thought he was sick and went to his home. He found only his mother there, an old woman much distressed by her son's absence. She reported that her son had left for the city at dawn of the previous day and had not yet returned. Kalina decided to undertake the search himself. "Antarek is a gloomy fellow. God knows what he's done. Maybe he's hiding out somewhere." But he searched in vain. Finally, remembering that Antarek had to clean out a chimney in an old brewery beyond the city, he directed his investigation there. At the brewery he was told that indeed yesterday morning a journeyman had reported to them to clean the chimney. At what time did he finish the job? asked Kalina of some old man, grey like a pigeon, whom he met at the threshold of one of the brewery's annexes. "I don't know, master. He left so imperceptibly that we even didn't know when. He must have been in a great hurry, because he didn't even look into us for payment." Muttered Kalina, lost in thought. "A strange bird, that fellow. But did he clean out the chimney well? How is it working now? Is it drawing properly?" "Not too well. This morning my daughter-in-law complained once again that it's smoking terribly. If it doesn't get better by tomorrow, we'll ask for another cleaning." "It will be done," the master quickly retorted, angry that here they were not satisfied with his worker, and very worried about the lack of more specific information concerning him. That evening we gathered together in sorrow at our supper and parted early. The following day, the same thing. Neither sight nor sound of Antarek. He had disappeared like a stone in water. In the early afternoon the brewery sent a boy with a request to clean the chimney because it was smoking for all it's worth. Biedron went around 4 and didn't return. I wasn't there when Kalina sent him out, so I knew nothing about it, but I got a bad feeling when later that evening I saw the downcast faces of the master and the other sweeps. "Where's Yuzek?" I asked, looking for him about the room. "He hasn't returned from the brewery," answered Kalina gloomily. I jumped up from my seat, but the master forcibly stopped me. "I won't let you go alone. I've had enough of this. Tomorrow morning both of us will go. An evil spirit, not a brewery. I'll clean out their chimney for them." That night I didn't sleep a wink. At daybreak I put on my climbing gear, and throwing over my shoulder my brushes with their attachments, I went out, and in a short while presented myself at the master's door. Kalina was already waiting for me. "Take this," he said, handing me a hatchet that appeared to be newly whetted. "This could be of more use to you than a broom or a scraper." Without a word I took the hatchet, and we started at a quick pace toward the brewery. The August morning was beautiful and tranquil. The city still slept. In silence we passed through the marketplace, went over the bridge, and turned left along the river embankment onto a road that wound its way through poplar trees. It was a long walk to the brewery. After a strenuous pace of 15 minutes, we got off the road and took a short-cut through a hayfield. In the distance, beyond an alder forest, the coppery slices of the brewery roofs were visible. Kalina removed the cap from his head, crossed himself, and began silently to move his lips. I walked next to him, not interrupting his prayers. After a while the master covered his head again, gripped his hatchet tighter, and started talking in a soft voice. "An evil spirit, not a brewery. There's beer there, and for at least 10 years it hasn't been brewed. An old ruin and nothing more. The last brewer, someone named Rosban, went bankrupt and hanged himself out of despair. His family sold the buildings and the entire inventory dirt cheap to the city and moved away somewhere. No one has lived there since. The boilers and machines are supposed to be evil. They're of an old system. No one wants to take the financial risk of replacing it with a new one." "Then who exactly wanted the chimney cleaned?" I asked, glad that the conversation had interrupted the morose silence. "Some gardener who, a month ago, for practically nothing, moved into the empty brewery with his wife and his father. They have many rooms and enough space for several families. For sure they moved into the center rooms, which are in the best state, and they are living there for very little money. Now their chimneys are smoking because they are old and heavily packed with soot. They haven't been cleaned for ages." He added with a thoughtful pause, "I don't like these old chimneys." "Why? Because there's more work with them?" "Don't be silly, my dear boy. I'm afraid of them, do you understand? I'm afraid of old flues that haven't been touched for years by a brush or scraper. It's better to demolish such chimney and put up a new one than to have someone clean it." I glanced at Kalina's face at that moment. It was strangely altered by fear and aversion. "What's the matter, master?" And he, as if he hadn't heard, continued on, staring somewhere ahead. "Soot is dangerous, particularly when it accumulates in narrow, dark spaces unreachable by the rays of the sun, and not just because it can easily catch fire. No, not just because of that. Consider this. We chimney sweeps battle our entire lives with soot. We prevent its excessive accumulation, and so prevent an explosion. But soot is treacherous, my boy. Soot lays dormant inside dark smoke chambers and stuffy furnaces, and it lies in wait for an opportunity. Something vindictive resides in soot, something evil lurks there. You never know what will emerge from it, or when." He became silent and glanced at me. Even though I didn't understand what he had said, his words, uttered with such strong conviction, had their effect on me. But he smiled his good, kind-hearted smile, and added soothingly, "Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe something completely different has happened here. Cheer up. We'll find out everything in a moment. We've arrived at our destination." Indeed, we had reached the brewery. Through the open entrance gate I followed the master to the wide courtyard, from which a multitude of doors led to the various buildings of the brewery. At the threshold of one door sat the gardener's wife, a child at her breast, while beyond her, leaning against the door-sill, stood her husband. Seeing us, the man became confused, and with visible uneasiness came out to greet us. "You've come to see us about the chimney?" "Of course, the master answered coldly, "but not because of the chimney, but because of the 2 people I sent to clean it." The gardener's uneasiness increased. His eyes shifted continually. "My men haven't yet returned from this brewery," cried out Kalina passionately, glaring at him. "What happened to them? You're responsible for them." "But, sir," the gardener mumbled, "I really don't know what happened to them. We thought that the first one had already turned up, and as for the second one, I just don't know. Yesterday afternoon, in my presence, he entered the chimney through the door in the kitchen wall. For some time I clearly heard him scraping the soot away. I would have remained to the end of the operation if I hadn't been called out to the courtyard. Afterward I left my home for a couple of hours, and when I returned, nothing was said about the chimney or your man. I thought that he had done his job and returned to the city, so we closed the ventilation door for the night. Only now, when I saw the both of you entering our courtyard, did I become troubled. It suddenly occurred to me that something terrible has been happening here for the last 2 days. I see that I am right. But what is going on, Master Kalina? What can be done?" He spread out his hands in a sign of innocence. "I'm not to blame." "At least you shouldn't have closed the door to the chimney, fool," Kalina cried out angrily. "After me, Peter," he shouted, pulling me by the arm. "We don't have a second to lose." And to the gardener, "Take us to the chimney." The terrified gardener led us inside. We soon found ourselves in the kitchen. "Here, in the corner," said the gardener, pointing to the rectangular chimney door. Kalina took a step toward it, but, anticipating him, I moved quickly and opened the small door. A smell of smoke blew over us, and a little soot fell to the floor. Before the master could interfere, I was already kneeling at the inlet, my arms stretched upward in preparation for a climb. "Are you crazy?" Kalina's angry voice responded. "Let me go up. This is my affair. You set up the ladder to the roof and get on top to guard the outlet." For the first time in my life I did not listen to him. A mad stubbornness and a desire to uncover the truth possessed me completely. "Why don't you go to the roof yourself, master?" I responded. "I promise to wait here until you give me the signal." Kalina uttered an ugly curse, and whether he liked it or not, he had to surrender to my command. Soon I heard his distancing steps. Then I tied a silk mask tightly over my mouth and nose, adjusted the straps at my belt, and gripped the hatchet. Before you could say 2 Hail Marys, I heard the knocking of the ball that had been lowered down the chimney. Kalina was already on the roof, and was giving me the agreed-upon signal. I crawled on all 4s into the throat of the chimney, and, groping about, found the ball. I pulled on it 3 times, in a sign that I had received the signal, and was commencing my journey. After passing the turn in the chimney, I straightened up, instinctively protecting my head with the hatchet. The chimney was wide, navigable with ridges, and thickly packed with soot. Here at the bottom, right beside the door, layers of easily flammable enamel glowed with a cold metallic luster in the faint light coming from the top of the chimney. I threw a glance upward, and shuddered. Above me, several feet beyond the blade of my hatchet, I saw in the half-light of the flue a snow-white being staring at me with a pair of huge, owlish yellow eyes. The creature, part monkey, part large frog, was holding in his front claws what seemed like a human arm, which hung limply from a corpse, vaguely outlined in a twisted shape next to the neighboring wall. Drenched in cold sweat, I propped myself against the sides of the chimney with my legs and raised myself up slightly. Then, from the creature's long mouth, came a savage, predatory sound, and he ground his teeth menacingly. My movement seemed to have alarmed him, and he apparently changed position, for at that moment a wider shaft of light rushed into the depths of the chimney and lit up the horrible picture more clearly. Attached through some miracle, as if stuck to the wall with the bottom of his toes, the creature held Viedron tightly with his arms, his rear limbs covered with white downy fur, wrapped in a crosswise grip the legs of his victim, while the greedy proboscis of his elongated snout now adhered to the temple of the unfortunate man. A rage enveloped me, and overcoming my fear, I climbed up a couple more feet. The white creature, apparently upset, turned to me again and started to prick his spoon-like ears and grind his teeth ever more loudly, but he didn't move from his place. I saw his vain endeavors as he wanted to spring down on me or escape up the chimney, but his movements were unusually awkward and ponderous. It seemed that he had grown torpid, as a snake does after swallowing a victim, or that he had become drunk on an overabundance of sucked blood. Only his bulging eyes, round like plates, buried themselves into me with increasing severity, and he threatened me with his look and sound. But my anger predominated over my terror. I drew back the hatchet swiftly, and with all my might let it go on the horrible white skull. The blow was strong and accurate. In one moment the light in his large eyes died out. Something brushed by me, and I heard a dull groan below. The strange being had fallen to the bottom of the chimney, pulling down his victim in the process. A shudder of disgust shook me to the core. I didn't have courage to go down and check the result of my blow. The only thing left for me to do was to go up to the roof. Besides, I was already at the halfway point in the chimney, from whose outlet I heard Kalina's voice. I began a quick climb to the top, using all my strength to dig into the sides of the chimney with my elbows and legs. But who can relate my horror when a couple of feet higher I saw hanging on a hook, sticking out of the wall, the carcass of Antarek. The body of the poor man was in a terrible state, incredibly gaunt and shriveled up to a sliver, almost skin and bones. It seemed half cured by exposure to smoke, and was stretched out like a string, and dry and hard like a piece of wood. With trembling hands I unhooked the carcass, and winding its middle a few times with the rope from the ball, I pulled twice on the cord as a signal to Kalina. A couple of minutes later I found myself on the roof, where the master was waiting for me, Antarek's body by his side. He greeted me sullenly with knitted brows. "Where's Viedron?" he asked tersely. In a few words I told him everything. After we had carefully lowered Antarek to the ground along the ladder, he said calmly, "The white Virak. That was him. I had a feeling it would be him." In silence we went through the hall and 2 rooms and returned to the kitchen. There wasn't a living soul here. The gardener and his family had slunk away to some wing of the building. Placing Antarek's body by the wall, we advanced to the opening of the chimney. Sticking out of it were a pair of stiff, naked legs. We pulled out Viedron and placed him on the floor by his comrade. "See those 2 small wounds they have on their temples?" asked Kalina in a subdued voice. "That is his sign. He cuts into his victims there and consumes them." And he repeated a couple of times, "The white Virak, the white Virak." "I have to finish him off," I replied stubbornly. "Maybe he isn't dead yet." "I doubt it. Apparently he can't stand light. Let's take a look, though." And we gazed into the depths of the opening. Deep inside we vaguely saw something white. Kalina glanced about the kitchen and spotted a long pole with an iron hook at its end. He picked up the pole and shoved it into the chimney opening. Then he started to draw it out. Slowly a white mass began to emerge from the darkness, a sort of snowy, downy fleece that came closer and closer to the ventilator. But along the way, the Virak's corpse seemed to melt and contract. When Kalina finally drew out the entire pole, there hung from its iron tip only a small milk-white substance. It was flaky and disarranged, and resembled a soft hide or fluff. Suddenly this substance slid off the hook and fell to the ground. And then a strange change occurred in it. In the twinkling of an eye, the white material turned a coal-like color, and at our feet lay a large mass of soot, glittering and black like tar. "That's all that remains of him," whispered Kalina, plunged in thought. And after a moment he added, as if to himself, From soot you came, and to soot you shall return. And placing our unfortunate comrades on a stretcher, we carried off their bodies to the city. Shortly afterward, the master and I got a peculiar outbreak on our skins. Over our entire bodies appeared large white pimples, resembling pearly grits. After several weeks, these pimples disappeared as quickly and as unexpectedly as they had arrived, leaving not a trace of their repulsive presence. The Night Wire, H. F. Arnold. H. F. Arnold, 1902 to 1963, was an American pulp-era writer who wrote only 3 published stories. Despite this low output, The Night Wire, 1926, first published in Weird Tales, is considered the most popular story from the first golden age of that magazine. Lovecraft is said to have loved this story. The Night Wire is perhaps remarkable in still being able to chill the reader today, despite using elements that could have made the story feel dated. It is a perfect example of how the weird creates not just unease, but dislocation. Details about the writer's life are scarce, without even confirmation that H. F. Arnold was his real name. Some have speculated that he must have been a journalist. New York, September 30th, C.P., Flash. Ambassador Hollowell died here today. The end came suddenly as the ambassador was alone in his study. There's something ungodly about these night wire jobs. You sit up here on the top floor of a skyscraper and listen in to the whispers of a civilization. New York, London, Calcutta, Bombay, Singapore. They're your next-door neighbors after the streetlights go dim and the world has gone to sleep. Alone in the quiet hours between 2 and 4, the receiving operators doze over their sounders, and the news comes in. Fires and disasters and suicides. Murders, crowds, catastrophes. Sometimes an earthquake with a casualty list as long as your arm. The night wire man takes it down almost in his sleep, picking it off on his typewriter with one finger. Once in a long time you prick up your ears and listen. You've heard of someone you knew in Singapore, Halifax, or Paris long ago. Maybe they've been promoted, but more probably they've been murdered or drowned. Perhaps they just decided to quit and took some bizarre way out, made it interesting enough to get in the news. But that doesn't happen often. Most of the time you sit and doze and tap on your typewriter and wish you were home in bed. Sometimes, though, queer things happen. One did the other night, and I haven't got over it yet. I wish I could. You see, I handle the night manager's desk in a western seaport town. What the name is doesn't matter. There is, or rather was, only one night operator on my staff, a fellow named John Morgan, about 40 years of age, I should say, and a sober, hard-working sort. He was one of the best operators I ever knew, what is known as a double man. That means he could handle 2 instruments at once and type the stories on different typewriters at the same time. He was one of the 3 men I ever knew who could do it consistently, hour after hour, and never make a mistake. Generally, we used only 1 wire at night, but sometimes, when it was late and the news was coming fast, the Chicago and Denver stations would open a 2nd wire, and then Morgan would do his stuff. He was a wizard, a mechanical automatic wizard, which functioned marvelously but was without imagination. On the night of the 16th, he complained of feeling tired. It was the first and last time I had ever heard him say a word about himself, and I had known him for 3 years. It was just 3 o'clock, and we were running only 1 wire. I was nodding over reports at my desk and not paying much attention to him when he spoke. "Jim," he said, "does it feel close in here to you?" "Why, no, John," I answered, "but I'll open the window if you like." "Never mind," he said. "I reckon I'm just a little tired." That was all that was said, and I went on working. Every 10 minutes or so I would walk over and take a pile of copy that had stacked up neatly beside the typewriter as the messages were printed out in triplicate. It must have been 20 minutes after he spoke that I noticed he had opened up the other wire and was using both typewriters. I thought it was a little unusual, as there was nothing very hot coming in. On my next trip I picked up the copy from both machines and took it back to my desk to sort out the duplicates. The first wire was running out the usual sort of stuff, and I just looked over it hurriedly. Then I turned to the second pile of copy. I remembered it particularly because the story was from a town I had never heard of. Zebico. Here is the dispatch. I saved a duplicate of it from our files. Zebico, September 16th, CP. Bulletin. The heaviest mist in the history of the city settled over the town at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. All traffic has stopped, and the mist hangs like a pall over everything. Lights of ordinary intensity fail to pierce the fog, which is constantly growing heavier. Scientists here are unable to agree as to the cause, and the local weather bureau states that the like has never occurred before in the history of the city. At 7 p.m. last night, municipal authorities... More. That was all there was. Nothing out of the ordinary at a bureau headquarters, but as I say, I noticed the story because of the name of the town. It must have been 15 minutes later that I went over for another batch of copy. Morgan was slumped down in his chair and had switched his green electric light shade so that the gleam missed his eyes and hit only the top of the two typewriters. Only the usual stuff was in the right-hand pile, but the left-hand batch carried another story from Zebico. All press dispatches come in takes, meaning that parts of many different stories are strung along together, perhaps with but a few paragraphs of each coming through at a time. This second story was marked Add Fog. Here is the copy. At 7 p.m. the fog had increased noticeably. All lights were now invisible, and the town was shrouded in pitch darkness. As a peculiarity of the phenomenon, the fog is accompanied by a sickly odor, comparable to nothing yet experienced here. Below that, in customary press fashion, was the hour, 3:27, and the initials of the operator, J.M. There was only one other story in the pile from the second wire. Here it is. Second, add Zebico fog. Accounts as to the origin of the mist differ greatly. Among the most unusual is that of the sexton of the local church, who groped his way to headquarters in a hysterical condition, and declared that the fog originated in the village churchyard. It was first visible as a soft gray blanket clinging to the earth above the graves, he stated. Then it began to rise higher and higher. A subterranean breeze seemed to blow it in billows, which split up and then joined together again. Fog phantoms, writhing in anguish, twisted the mist into queer forms and figures. And then, in the very thick midst of the mass, something moved. I turned and ran from the accursed spot. Behind me I heard screams coming from the houses bordering on the graveyard. Although the sexton's story is generally discredited, a party is left to investigate. Immediately after telling his story, the sexton collapsed and is now in a local hospital, unconscious. Queer story, wasn't it? Not that we aren't used to it, for a lot of unusual stories come in over the wire. But for some reason or other, perhaps because it was so quiet that night, the report of the fog made a great impression on me. It was almost with dread that I went over to the waiting piles of copy. Morgan did not move, and the only sound in the room was the tap-tap of the sounders. It was ominous, nerve-wracking. There was another story from Zebico in the pile of copy. I seized on it anxiously. New lead, Zebico, fog, CP. The rescue party, which went out at 11 p.m. to investigate a weird story of the origin of a fog which, since late yesterday, has shrouded the city in darkness, has failed to return. Another and larger party has been dispatched. Meanwhile, the fog has, if possible, grown heavier. It seeps through the cracks in the doors and fills the atmosphere with a depressing odor of decay. It is oppressive, terrifying, bearing with it a subtle impression of things long dead. Residents of the city have left their homes and gathered in the local church, where the priests are holding services of prayer. The scene is beyond description. Grown folk and children are alike terrified, and many are almost beside themselves with fear. Amid the wisps of vapor which partly veil the church auditorium, an old priest is praying for the welfare of his flock. They alternately wail and cross themselves. From the outskirts of the city may be heard cries of unknown voices. They echo through the fog in queer, uncadenced minor keys. The sounds resemble nothing so much as wind whistling through a gigantic tunnel, but the night is calm and there is no wind. The second rescue party, more. I am a calm man, and never in a dozen years spent with the wires have been known to become excited. But despite myself, I rose from my chair and walked to the window. Could I be mistaken, or far down in the canyons of the city beneath me did I see a faint trace of fog? Pshaw! It was all imagination. In the press room, the click of the sounders seemed to have raised the tempo of their tune. Morgan alone had not stirred from his chair. His head sunk between his shoulders, he tapped the dispatches out on the typewriters with one finger of each hand. He looked asleep, but no. Endlessly, efficiently, the two machines rattled off line after line, as relentlessly and effortlessly as death itself. There was something about the monotonous movement of the typewriter keys that fascinated me. I walked over and stood behind his chair, reading over his shoulder the type as it came into being, word by word. Ah, here was another. Flash, Zebico, CP. There will be no more bulletins from this office. The impossible has happened. No messages have come into this room for 20 minutes. We are cut off from the outside and even the streets below us. I will stay with the wire until the end. It is the end indeed. Since 4 p.m. yesterday, the fog has hung over the city. Following reports from the sexton of the local church, 2 rescue parties were sent out to investigate conditions on the outskirts of the city. Neither party has ever returned, nor was any word received from them. It is quite certain now that they will never return. From my instrument I can gaze down on the city beneath me. From the position of this room on the 13th floor, nearly the entire city can be seen. Now I can see only a thick blanket of blackness, where customarily are lights and life. I fear greatly that the wailing cries heard constantly from the outskirts of the city are the death cries of the inhabitants. They are constantly increasing in volume and are approaching the center of the city. The fog yet hangs over everything. If possible, it is even heavier than before. But the conditions have changed. Instead of an opaque, impenetrable wall of odorous vapor, there now swirls and writhes a shapeless mass in contortions of almost human agony. Now and again the mass parts, and I catch a brief glimpse of the streets below. People are running to and fro, screaming in despair. A vast bedlam of sound flies up to my window. And above all is the immense whistling of unseen and unfelt winds. The fog has again swept over the city, and the whistling is coming closer and closer. It is now directly beneath me. God! An instant ago, the mist opened, and I caught a glimpse of the streets below. The fog is not simply vapor. It lives. By the side of each moaning and weeping human is a companion figure, an aura of strange and vari-colored hues. How the shapes cling, each to a living thing. The men and women are down, flat on their faces. The fog figures caress them lovingly. They are kneeling beside them. They are, but I dare not tell it. The prone and writhing bodies have been stripped of their clothing. They are being consumed, piecemeal. A merciful wall of hot, steamy vapor has swept over the whole scene. I can see no more. Beneath me the wall of vapor is changing colors. It seems to be lighted by internal fires. No, it isn't. I have made a mistake. The colors are from above, reflections from the sky. Look up. Look up. The whole sky is in flames, colors as yet unseen by man or demon. The flames are moving. They have started to intermix. The colors are rearranging themselves. They are so brilliant that my eyes burn, yet they are a long way off. Now they have begun to swirl, to circle in and out, twisting in intricate designs and patterns. The lights are racing each with each, a kaleidoscope of unearthly brilliance. I've made a discovery. There is nothing harmful in the lights. They radiate force and friendliness, almost cheeriness, but by their very strength they hurt. As I look, they are swinging closer and closer, 1,000,000 miles at each jump, millions of miles with the speed of light. Aye, it is light, the quintessence of all light. Beneath it the fog melts into a jeweled mist, radiant, rainbow-colored, of 1,000 varied spectra. I can see the streets. Why, they are filled with people. The lights are coming closer. They are all around me. I'm enveloped. The message stopped abruptly. The wire to Zebico was dead. Beneath my eyes, in the narrow circle of light from under the green lampshade, the black printing no longer spun itself, letter by letter, across the page. The room seemed filled with a solemn quiet, a silence vaguely impressive, powerful. I looked down at Morgan. His hands had dropped nervously at his sides, while his body had hunched over peculiarly. I turned the lampshade back, throwing the light squarely in his face. His eyes were staring, fixed. Filled with a sudden foreboding, I stepped beside him and called Chicago on the wire. After a second, the sounder clicked its answer. Why? But there was something wrong. Chicago was reporting that Wire 2 had not been used throughout the evening. "Morgan," I shouted. "Morgan, wake up! It isn't true! Someone has been hoaxing us! Why—" In my eagerness, I grasped him by the shoulder. His body was quite cold. Morgan had been dead for hours. Could it be that his sensitized brain and automatic fingers had continued to record impressions even after the end? I shall never know, for I shall never again handle the night shift. Search in a world atlas discloses no town of Zebico. Whatever it was that killed John Morgan will forever remain a mystery. The Dunwich Horror, H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft, 1890 to 1937, was perhaps the most influential 20th-century American author of weird fiction. Lovecraft's fiction did not become popular overnight. He had a cult readership during his lifetime, and readers could be put off by a world view that reflected the idea of cosmic horror. Lovecraft believed that life is ultimately incomprehensible to human beings, and the universe is a cold, hostile place. Despite this, he became increasingly popular, to the point that creations like the Cthulhu mythos have entered our common lexicon. Much about Lovecraft's life and beliefs are problematic to modern readers, but the stories have been enduring because, as in the best weird fiction, the images and situations have a visionary and timeless quality. The Dunwich Horror, 1929, showcases many of his strengths. Gorgons and hydras and chimeras, dire stories of Celino and the Harpies, may reproduce themselves in the brain of superstition, but they were there before. They are transcripts, types. The archetypes are in us and eternal. How else should the recital of that which we know in a waking sense to be false come to affect us all? Is it that we naturally conceive terror from such objects, considered in their capacity of being able to inflict upon us bodily injury? Oh, least of all. These terrors are of older standing. They date beyond body, or without the body they would have been the same. That the kind of fear here treated is purely spiritual, that it is strong in proportion as it is objectless on earth, that it predominates in the period of our sinless infancy, our difficulties, the solution of which might afford some probable insight into our anti-mundane condition, and a peep at least into the shadowland of pre-existence. Charles Lamb, Witches and Other Night Fears. When a traveler in north-central Massachusetts takes the wrong fork at the junction of Aylesbury Pike, just beyond Dean's Corners, he comes upon a lonely and curious country. The ground gets higher, and the briar-bordered stone walls press closer and closer against the ruts of the dusty, curving road. The trees of the frequent forest belts seem too large, and the wild weeds, brambles, and grasses attain a luxuriance not often found in settled regions. At the same time, the planted fields appear singularly few and barren, while the sparsely scattered houses wear a surprisingly uniform aspect of age, squalor, and dilapidation. Without knowing why, one hesitates to ask directions from the gnarled, solitary figures spied now and then on crumbling doorsteps or on the sloping, rock-strewn meadows. Those figures are so silent and furtive that one feels somehow confronted by forbidden things, with which it would be better to have nothing to do. When a rise in the road brings the mountains in view above the deep woods, the feeling of strange uneasiness is increased. The summits are too rounded and symmetrical to give a sense of comfort and naturalness. and sometimes the sky silhouettes with especial clearness the queer circles of tall stone pillars with which most of them are crowned. Gorges and ravines of problematical depth intersect the way, and the crude wooden bridges always seem of dubious safety. When the road dips again, there are stretches of marshland that one instinctively dislikes, and indeed almost fears at evening when unseen whippoorwills chatter and the fireflies come out in abnormal profusion to dance to the raucous, creepily insistent rhythms of stridently piping bullfrogs. The thin, shining line of the Miskatonic's upper reaches has an oddly serpent-like suggestion as it winds close to the feet of the domed hills among which it rises. As the hills draw nearer, one heeds their wooded sides more than their stone-crowned tops. Those sides loom up so darkly and precipitously that one wishes they would keep their distance, but there is no road by which to escape them. Across a covered bridge one sees a small village huddled between the stream and the vertical slope of Round Mountain, and wonders at the cluster of rotting gambrel roofs, bespeaking an earlier architectural period than that of the neighboring region. It is not reassuring to see, on a closer glance, that most of the houses are deserted and falling to ruin, and that the broken-steepled church now harbors the one slovenly mercantile establishment of the hamlet. One dreads to trust the tenebrous tunnel of the bridge, yet there is no way to avoid it. Once across, it is hard to prevent the impression of a faint, malign odor about the village street, as of the massed mold and decay of centuries. It is always a relief to get clear of the place, and to follow the narrow road around the base of the hills and across the level country beyond, till it rejoins the Aylesbury Pike. Afterwards one sometimes learns that one has been through Dunwich. Outsiders visit Dunwich as seldom as possible, and since a certain season of horror all the signboards pointing towards it have been taken down. The scenery, judged by an ordinary aesthetic canon, is more than commonly beautiful, yet there is no influx of artists or summer tourists. 2 centuries ago, when talk of witch-blood, Satan-worship, and strange forest presences was not laughed at, it was the custom to give reasons for avoiding the locality. In our sensible age, since the Dunwich horror of 1928 was hushed up by those who had the town's and the world's welfare at heart, people shun it without knowing exactly why. Perhaps one reason, though it cannot apply to uninformed strangers, is that the natives are now repellently decadent, having gone far along that path of retrogression so common in many New England backwaters. They have come to form a race by themselves, with the well-defined mental and physical stigmata of degeneracy and inbreeding. The average of their intelligence is woefully low, whilst their annals reek of overt viciousness and of half-hidden murders, incests, and deeds of almost unnameable violence and perversity. The old gentry, representing the 2 or 3 armigerous families which came from Salem in 1692, have kept somewhat above the general level of decay, though many branches are sunk into the sordid populace so deeply that only their names remain as a key to the origin they disgrace. Some of the Whateleys and Bishops still send their eldest sons to Harvard and Miskatonic, though those sons seldom return to the mouldering gambrel roofs under which they and their ancestors were born. No one, even those who have the facts concerning the recent horror, can say just what is the matter with Dunwich, though old legends speak of unhallowed rites and conclaves of the Indians, amidst which they called forbidden shapes of shadow out of the great rounded hills, and made wild orgiastic prayers that were answered by loud crackings and rumblings from the ground below. In 1747 the Reverend Abijah Hoadley, newly come to the Congregational Church at Dunwich village, preached a memorable sermon on the close presence of Satan and his imps, in which he said, "It must be allowed that these blasphemies of an infernal train of demons are matters of too common knowledge to be denied. The cursed voices of Azazel and Buzrael, of Beelzebub and Belial, being heard now from underground by above a score of credible witnesses now living. I myself did not more than a fortnight ago catch a very plain discourse of evil powers in the hill behind my house, wherein there were a rattling and rolling, groaning, screeching, and hissing, such as no things of this earth could raise up, and which must needs have come from those caves that only black magic can discover, and only the divil unlock." Mr. Hoadley disappeared soon after delivering this sermon, but the text, printed in Springfield, is still extant. Noises in the hills continued to be reported from year to year, and still form a puzzle to geologists and physiographers. Other traditions tell of foul odors near the hill-crowning circles of stone pillars, and of rushing, airy presences to be heard faintly at certain hours from stated points at the bottom of the great ravines, while still others try to explain the Devil's Hop Yard, a bleak, blasted hillside where no tree, shrub, or grass blade will grow. Then, too, the natives are mortally afraid of the numerous whippoorwills, which grow vocal on warm nights. It is vowed that the birds are psychopomps, lying in wait for the souls of the dying, and that they time their eerie cries in unison with the sufferer's struggling breath. If they can catch the fleeing soul when it leaves the body, they instantly flutter away, chittering in demoniac laughter. But if they fail, they subside gradually into a disappointed silence. These tales, of course, are obsolete and ridiculous, because they come down from very old times. Dunwich is indeed ridiculously old, older by far than any of the communities within 30 miles of it. South of the village one may still spy the cellar walls and chimney of the ancient Bishop House, which was built before 1700, whilst the ruins of the mill at the falls, built in 1806, form the most modern piece of architecture to be seen. Industry did not flourish here, and the 19th-century factory movement proved short-lived. Oldest of all are the great rings of rough-hewn stone columns on the hilltops, but these are more generally attributed to the Indians than to the settlers. Deposits of skulls and bones found within these circles and around the sizable table-like rock on Sentinel Hill sustain the popular belief that such spots were once the burial places of the Pocumtucks, even though many ethnologists, disregarding the absurd improbability of such a theory, persist in believing the remains Caucasian. 2. It was in the township of Dunwich, in a large and partly inhabited farmhouse set against a hillside 4 miles from the village and 1.5 miles from any other dwelling, that Wilbur Whately was born at 5 a.m. on Sunday, the 2nd of February, 1913. This date was recalled because it was Candlemas, which people in Dunwich curiously observe under another name, and because the noises in the hills had sounded, and all the dogs of the countryside had barked persistently throughout the night before. Less worthy of notice was the fact that the mother was one of the decadent Whateleys, a somewhat deformed, unattractive albino woman of 35, living with an aged and half-insane father about whom the most frightful tales of wizardry had been whispered in his youth. Lavinia Whately had no known husband, but according to the custom of the region made no attempt to disavow the child, concerning the other side of whose ancestry the country folk might, and did, speculate as widely as they chose. On the contrary, she seemed strangely proud of the dark, goatish-looking infant, who formed such a contrast to her own sickly and pink-eyed albinism, and was heard to mutter many curious prophecies about its unusual powers and tremendous future. Lavinia was one who would be apt to mutter such things, for she was a lone creature given to wandering amidst thunderstorms in the hills, and trying to read the great odorous books which her father had inherited through 2 centuries of Whateleys, and which were fast falling to pieces with age and wormholes. She had never been to school, but was filled with disjointed scraps of ancient lore that old Whately had taught her. The remote farmhouse had always been feared because of old Whately's reputation for black magic, and the unexplained death by violence of Mrs. Whately, when Lavinia was 12 years old, had not helped to make the place popular. Isolated among strange influences, Lavinia was fond of wild and grandiose daydreams and singular occupations, nor was her leisure much taken up by household cares in a home from which all standards of order and cleanliness had long since disappeared. There was a hideous screaming which echoed above even the hill noises and the dogs barking on the night Wilbur was born, but no known doctor or midwife presided at his coming. Neighbors knew nothing of him till a week afterward, when old Whately drove his sleigh through the snow into Dunwich village and discoursed incoherently to the group of loungers at Osborne's general store. There seemed to be a change in the old man, an added element of furtiveness in the clouded brain which subtly transformed him from an object to a subject of fear, though he was not one to be perturbed by any common family event. Amidst it all, he showed some trace of the pride later noticed in his daughter, and what he said of the child's paternity was remembered by many of his hearers years afterward. "I don't care what folks think. If Lavinia's boy looked like his pa, he wouldn't look like nothing you expect. You needn't think the only folks is the folks hereabouts. Lavinia's read some and has seed some things the most of you only tell about. I calculate her man is as good a husband as you can find this side of Aylesbury, and if you knowed as much about the hills as I do, you wouldn't ask no better church wedding nor hern. Let me tell you something. Some day you folks'll hear a child of Lavinia's a-calling its father's name on the top of Sentinel Hill." The only persons who saw Wilbur during the first month of his life were old Zechariah Whately, of the undecayed Whateleys, and Earl Sawyer's common-law wife, Mamie Bishop. Mamie's visit was frankly one of curiosity, and her subsequent tales did justice to her observations. But Zechariah came to lead a pair of Alderney cows which old Whately had bought off his son Curtis. This marked the beginning of a course of cattle buying on the part of small Wilbur's family, which ended only in 1928, when the Dunwich horror came and went. Yet at no time did the ramshackle Whately barn seem overcrowded with livestock. There came a period when people were curious enough to steal up and count the herd that grazed precariously on the steep hillside above the old farmhouse, and they could never find more than 10 or 12 anemic, bloodless-looking specimens. Evidently some blight or distemper, perhaps sprung from the unwholesome pasturage or the diseased fungi and timbers of the filthy barn, caused a heavy mortality amongst the Whately animals. Odd wounds or sores, having something of the aspect of incisions, seemed to afflict the visible cattle, and once or twice during the earlier months certain callers fancied they could discern similar sores about the throats of the gray, unshaven old man and his slatternly, crinkly-haired albino daughter. In the spring after Wilbur's birth, Lavinia resumed her customary rambles in the hills, bearing in her misproportioned arms the swarthy child. Public interest in the Whateleys subsided after most of the country folk had seen the baby, and no one bothered to comment on the swift development which that newcomer seemed every day to exhibit. Wilbur's growth was indeed phenomenal, for within 3 months of his birth he had attained a size and muscular power not usually found in infants under a full year of age. His motions, and even his vocal sounds, showed a restraint and deliberateness highly peculiar in an infant, and no one was really unprepared when, at 7 months, he began to walk unassisted, with falterings which another month was sufficient to remove. It was somewhat after this time, on Halloween, that a great blaze was seen at midnight on the top of Sentinel Hill, where the old table-like stone stands amidst its tumulus of ancient bones. Considerable talk was started when Silas Bishop, of the undecayed bishops, mentioned having seen the boy running sturdily up that hill ahead of his mother about an hour before the blaze was remarked. Silas was rounding up a stray heifer, but he nearly forgot his mission when he fleetingly spied the 2 figures in the dim light of his lantern. They darted almost noiselessly through the underbrush, and the astonished watcher seemed to think they were entirely unclothed. Afterwards he could not be sure about the boy, who may have had some kind of a fringed belt and a pair of dark trunks or trousers on. Wilbur was never subsequently seen alive and conscious without complete and tightly buttoned attire, the disarrangement or threatened disarrangement of which always seemed to fill him with anger and alarm. His contrast with his squalid mother and grandfather in this respect was thought very notable, until the horror of 1928 suggested the most valid of reasons. The next January, gossips were mildly interested in the fact that Lavinia's black brat had commenced to talk, and at the age of only 11 months. His speech was somewhat remarkable, both because of its difference from the ordinary accents of the region, and because it displayed a freedom from infantile lisping of which many children of 3 or 4 might well be proud. The boy was not talkative, yet when he spoke he seemed to reflect some elusive element wholly unpossessed by Dunwich and its denizens. The strangeness did not reside in what he said, or even in the simple idioms he used, but seemed vaguely linked with his intonation, or with the internal organs that produced the spoken sounds. His facial aspect, too, was remarkable for its maturity, for though he shared his mother's and grandfather's chinlessness, his firm and precociously shaped nose united with the expression of his large, dark, almost Latin eyes to give him an air of quasi-adulthood and well-nigh preternatural intelligence. He was, however, exceedingly ugly despite his appearance of brilliancy, there being something almost goatish or animalistic about his thick lips, large, pored, yellowish skin, coarse, crinkly hair, and oddly elongated ears. He was soon disliked even more decidedly than his mother and grandsire, and all conjectures about him were spiced with references to the bygone magic of old Whately, and how the hills once shook when he shrieked the dreadful name of Yog Sothoth in the midst of a circle of stones with a great book open in his arms before him. Dogs abhorred the boy, and he was always obliged to take various defensive measures against their barking menace. 3. Meanwhile, old Whately continued to buy cattle without measurably increasing the size of his herd. He also cut timber and began to repair the unused parts of his house, a spacious peak-roofed affair whose rear end was buried entirely on the rocky hillside, and whose 3 least-ruined ground-floor rooms had always been sufficient for himself and his daughter. There must have been prodigious reserves of strength in the old man to enable him to accomplish so much hard labor, and though he still babbled dementedly at times, his carpentry seemed to show the effects of sound calculation. It had already begun as soon as Wilbur was born, when one of the many tool sheds had been put suddenly in order, clapboarded and fitted with a stout fresh lock. Now, in restoring the abandoned upper story of the house, he was a no less thorough craftsman. His mania showed itself only in his tight boarding up of all the windows in the reclaimed section, though many declared that it was a crazy thing to bother with the reclamation at all. Less inexplicable was his fitting up of another downstairs room for his new grandson, a room which several callers saw, though no one was ever admitted to the closely boarded upper story. This chamber he lined with tall, firm shelving, along which he began gradually to arrange, in apparently careful order, all the rotting ancient books and parts of books which, during his own day, had been heaped promiscuously in odd corners of the various rooms. "I made some use of 'em," he would say, as he tried to mend a torn black-letter page with paste prepared on the rusty kitchen stove, "but the boy's fitting to make better use of 'em. He'd oughter have 'em as well so as he can, for they're going to be all of his learning." When Wilbur was a year and 7 months old, in September of 1914, his size and accomplishments were almost alarming. He had grown as large as a child of 4, and was a fluent and incredibly intelligent talker. He ran freely about the fields and hills, and accompanied his mother on all her wanderings. At home he would pore diligently over the queer pictures and charts in his grandfather's books, while old Whately would instruct and catechize him through long, hushed afternoons. By this time the restoration of the house was finished, and those who watched it wondered why one of the upper windows had been made into a solid plank door. It was a window in the rear of the east gable end, close against the hill, and no one could imagine why a cleated wooden runway was built up to it from the ground. About the period of this work's completion, people noticed that the old tool-house, tightly locked and windowlessly clapboarded since Wilbur's birth, had been abandoned again. The door swung listlessly open, and when Earl Sawyer once stepped within after a cattle-selling call on old Whately, he was quite discomposed by the singular odor he encountered. Such a stench, he averred, as he had never before smelt in all his life, except near the Indian circles on the hills, and which could not come from anything sane or of this earth. But then the homes and sheds of Dunwich folk had never been remarkable for olfactory immaculateness. The following months were void of visible events, save that everyone swore to a slow but steady increase in the mysterious hill noises. On May Eve of 1915 there were tremors which even the Aylesbury people felt, whilst the following Halloween produced an underground rumbling queerly synchronized with bursts of flame, them which Whately's doings, from the summit of Sentinel Hill. Wilbur was growing up uncannily, so that he looked like a boy of 10 as he entered his 4th year. He read avidly by himself now, but talked much less than formerly. A settled taciturnity was absorbing him, and for the first time people began to speak specifically of the dawning look of evil in his goatee's face. He would sometimes mutter an unfamiliar jargon and chant in bizarre rhythms which chilled the listener with a sense of unexplainable terror. The aversion displayed towards him by dogs had now become a matter of wide remark, and he was obliged to carry a pistol in order to traverse the countryside in safety. His occasional use of the weapon did not enhance his popularity amongst the owners of canine guardians. The few callers at the house would often find Lavinia alone on the ground floor, while odd cries and footsteps resounded in the boarded-up second story. She would never tell what her father and the boy were doing up there, though once she turned pale and displayed an abnormal degree of fear when a jocose fish peddler tried the locked door leading to the stairway. That peddler told the store loungers at Dunwich Village that he thought he heard a horse stamping on that floor above. The loungers reflected, thinking of the door and runway and of the cattle that so swiftly disappeared. Then they shuddered as they recalled tales of old Whately's youth, and of the strange things that are called out of the earth when a bullock is sacrificed at the proper time to certain heathen gods. It had for some time been noticed that dogs had begun to hate and fear the whole Whately place as violently as they hated and feared young Wilbur personally. In 1917 the war came, and Squire Sawyer Whately, as chairman of the local draft board, had hard work finding a quota of young Dunwich men, fit even to be sent to development camp. The government, alarmed at such signs of wholesale regional decadence, sent several officers and medical experts to investigate, conducting a survey which New England newspaper readers may still recall. It was the publicity attending this investigation which set reporters on the track of the Whateleys, and caused the Boston Globe and Arkham Advertiser to print flamboyant Sunday stories of young Wilbur's precociousness, old Whately's black magic, and the shelves of strange books, the sealed second story of the ancient farmhouse, and the weirdness of the whole region and its hill noises. Wilbur was 4.5 then, and looked like a lad of 15. His lips and cheeks were fuzzy with a coarse dark brown, and his voice had begun to break. Earl Sawyer went out to the Whately place with both sets of reporters and cameramen, and called their attention to the queer stench which now seemed to trickle down from the sealed upper spaces. It was, he said, exactly like a smell he had found in the tool shed abandoned when the house was finally repaired, and like the faint odors which he sometimes thought he caught near the stone circle on the mountains. Dunwich folk read the stories when they appeared and grinned over the obvious mistakes. They wondered, too, why the writers made so much of the fact that old Whately always paid for his cattle in gold pieces of extremely ancient date. The Whateleys had received their visitors with ill-concealed distaste, though they did not dare court further publicity by a violent resistance or refusal to talk. 4. For a decade, the annals of the Whateleys sink indistinguishably into the general life of a morbid community used to their queer ways and hardened to their May Eve and All Hallows orgies. Twice a year they would light fires on the top of Sentinel Hill, at which times the mountain rumblings would recur with greater and greater violence, while at all seasons there were strange and portentous doings at the lonely farmhouse. In the course of time, callers professed to hear sounds in the sealed upper story even when all the family were downstairs, and they wondered how swiftly or how lingeringly a cow or bullock was usually sacrificed. There was talk of a complaint to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, but nothing ever came of it, since Dunwich folk are never anxious to call the outside world's attention to themselves. About 1923, when Wilbur was a boy of 10, whose mind, voice, stature, and bearded face gave all the impressions of maturity, a second great siege of carpentry went on at the old house. It was all inside the sealed upper part, and from bits of discarded lumber people concluded that the youth and his grandfather had knocked out all the partitions and even removed the attic floor, leaving only one vast open void between the ground story and the peaked roof. They had torn down the great central chimney, too, and fitted the rusty range with a flimsy outside tin stovepipe. In the spring after this event, old Whately noticed the growing number of whippoorwills that would come out of Cold Spring Glen to chirp under his window at night. He seemed to regard the circumstance as one of great significance, and told the loungers at Osborne's that he thought his time had almost come. "They whistle just in tune with my breathing now," he said, "and I guess they're getting ready to catch my soul. They know it's a-going out, and don't calculate to miss it. You'll know, boys, arter I'm gone, whether they get me or not. If they do, they'll keep up a-singing and laughing till break o' day. If they don't, they'll kinder quiet down like. I expect them and the souls they hunts for have some pretty tough tussles sometimes." On Lammas night, 1924, Dr. Houghton of Aylesbury was hastily summoned by Wilbur Whately, who had lashed his one remaining horse through the darkness and telephoned from Osborne's in the village. He found old Whately in a very grave state, with a cardiac action and stentorous breathing that told of an end not far off. The shapeless albino daughter and oddly bearded grandson stood by the bedside, whilst from the vacant abyss overhead there came a disquieting suggestion of rhythmical surging or lapping, as of the waves on some level beach. The doctor, though, was chiefly disturbed by the chattering night birds outside, a seemingly limitless legion of whippoorwills that cried their endless message in repetitions timed diabolically to the wheezing gasps of the dying man. It was uncanny and unnatural, too much, thought Dr. Houghton, like the whole of the region he had entered so reluctantly in response to the urgent call. Towards 1 o'clock old Whately gained consciousness and interrupted his wheezing to choke out a few words to his grandson. "More space, Willie, more space soon. You grows, and that grows faster. It'll be ready to serve you soon, boy. Open up the gates to Yog Sothoth, with the long chant that you'll find on page 751 of the complete edition, and then put a match to the prison. Fire from earth can't burn it nohow." He was obviously quite mad. After a pause, during which the flock of whippoorwills outside adjusted their cries to the altered tempo, while some indications of the strange hill noises came from afar off, he added another sentence or two. "Feed it reg'lar, Willie, and mind the quantity, but don't let it grow too fast for the place, for if it busts quarters or gets out afore you opens to Yog Sothoth, it's all over and no use. Only them from beyond can make it multiply and work. Only them, the old uns, as wants to come back." But speech gave place to gasps again, and Lavinia screamed at the way the whippoorwills followed the change. It was the same for more than an hour, when the final throaty rattle came. Dr. Houghton drew shrunken lids over the glazing gray eyes as the tumult of birds faded imperceptibly to silence. Lavinia sobbed, but Wilbur only chuckled, whilst the hill noises rumbled faintly. "They didn't get him," he muttered in his heavy bass voice. Wilbur was by this time a scholar of really tremendous erudition in his one-sided way, and was quietly known by correspondence to many librarians in distant places where rare and forbidden books of old days are kept. He was more and more hated and dreaded around Dunwich because of certain youthful disappearances which suspicion laid vaguely at his door, but was always able to silence inquiry through fear or through use of that fund of old-time gold which still, as in his grandfather's time, went forth regularly and increasingly for cattle-buying. He was now tremendously mature of aspect, and his height, having reached the normal adult limit, seemed inclined to wax beyond that figure. In 1925, when a scholarly correspondent from Miskatonic University called upon him one day and departed pale and puzzled, he was fully 6 3/4 feet tall. Through all the years Wilbur had treated his half-deformed albino mother with a growing contempt, finally forbidding her to go to the hills with him on May Eve and Hallowmass, and in 1926 the poor creature complained to Mamie Bishop of being afraid of him. "There's more about him as I knows than I can tell you, Mamie," she said, "and nowadays there's more nor what I know myself. I vow afore God I don't know what he wants nor what he's a-trying to do." That Halloween the hill noises sounded louder than ever, and fire burned on Sentinel Hill as usual, but people paid more attention to the rhythmical screaming of vast flocks of unnaturally belated whippoorwills, which seemed to be assembled near the unlighted Whately farmhouse. After midnight their shrill notes burst into a kind of pandemoniac cachinnation which filled all the countryside, and not until dawn did they finally quiet down. Then they vanished, hurrying southward, where they were fully a month overdue. What this meant, no one could quite be certain till later. None of the country folk seemed to have died, but poor Lavinia Whately, the twisted albino, was never seen again. In the summer of 1927, Wilbur repaired 2 sheds in the farmyard and began moving his books and effects out to them. Soon afterwards, Earl Sawyer told the loungers at Osborne's that more carpentry was going on in the Whately farmhouse. Wilbur was closing all the doors and windows on the ground floor, and seemed to be taking out partitions, as he and his grandfather had done upstairs 4 years before. He was living in one of the sheds, and Sawyer thought he seemed unusually worried and tremulous. People generally suspected him of knowing something about his mother's disappearance, and very few ever approached his neighborhood now. His height had increased to more than 7 feet, and showed no signs of ceasing its development. 5. The following winter brought an event no less strange than Wilbur's first trip outside the Dunwich region. Correspondence with the Widener Library at Harvard, the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, the British Museum, the University of Buenos Aires, and the Library of Miskatonic University at Arkham had failed to get him the loan of a book he desperately wanted. So at length he set out in person, shabby, dirty, bearded, and uncouth of dialect, to consult the copy at Miskatonic, which was the nearest to him geographically. Almost 8 feet tall and carrying a cheap new valise from Osborne's general store, this dark and goatish gargoyle appeared one day in Arkham in quest of the dreaded volume kept under lock and key at the college library, the hideous Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred in Olaus Vormius' Latin version, as printed in Spain in the 17th century. He had never seen a city before, but had no thought save to find his way to the university grounds, where indeed he passed heedlessly by the great white-fanged watchdog that barked with unnatural fury and enmity, and tugged frantically at its stout chain. Wilbur had with him the priceless but imperfect copy of Dr. Dee's English version which his grandfather had bequeathed him, and upon receiving access to the Latin copy, he at once began to collate the 2 texts with the aim of discovering a certain passage which would have come on the 751st page of his own defective volume. This much he could not civilly refrain from telling the librarian, the same erudite Henry Armitage, A.M. Miskatonic, Ph.D. Princeton, Doctor of Letters Johns Hopkins, who had once called at the farm, and who now politely plied him with questions. He was looking, he had to admit, for a kind of formula or incantation containing the frightful name Yog-Sothoth, and it puzzled him to find discrepancies, duplications, and ambiguities, which made the matter of determination far from easy. As he copied the formula he finally chose, Dr. Armitage looked involuntarily over his shoulder at the open pages, the left-hand one of which, in the Latin version, contained such monstrous threats to the peace and sanity of the world. "Nor is it to be thought," ran the text as Armitage mentally translated it, "that man is either the oldest or the last of earth's masters, or that the common bulk of life and substance walks alone. The old ones were, the old ones are, and the old ones shall be. Not in the spaces we know, but between them they walk serene and primal, undimensioned, and to us unseen. Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and guardian of the gate. Past, present, future, all are one in Yog-Sothoth. He knows where the old ones broke through of old, and where they shall break through again. He knows where they had trod earth's fields, and where they still tread them, and why no one can behold them as they tread. By their smell can men sometimes know them near, but of their semblance can no man know, saving only in the features of those they have begotten on mankind. And of those are there many sorts, differing in likeness from man's truest eidolon to that shape without sight or substance which is them. They walk unseen and foul in lonely places where the words have been spoken and the rites howled through at their seasons. The wind gibbers with their voices, and the earth mutters with their consciousness. They bend the forest and crush the city, yet may not forest or city behold the hand that smites. Cotteth in the cold waste hath known them, and what man knows Cotteth? The ice desert of the south, and the sunken isles of ocean, hold stones whereon their seal is engraver. But who hath seen the deep frozen city, or the sealed tower long garlanded with seaweed and barnacles? Great Cthulhu is their cousin, yet can he spy them only dimly. Yah, Shub, Niggerot, as a foulness shall you know them. Their hand is at your throat, yet ye see them not, and their habitation is even one with your guarded threshold. Yog Sothoth is the key to the gate whereby the spheres meet. Man rules now where they ruled once. They shall soon rule where man rules now. After summer is winter, after winter, summer. They wait, patient and potent, for here shall they reign again. Dr. Armitage, associating what he was reading with what he had heard of Dunwich and its brooding presences, and of Wilbur Whately and his dim, hideous aura that stretched from a dubious birth to a cloud of probable matricide, felt a wave of fright as tangible as a draught of the tomb's cold clamminess. The bent, goatish giant before him seemed like the spawn of another planet or dimension, like something only partly of mankind, and linked to black gulfs of essence and entity that stretched like Titan phantasms beyond all spheres of force and matter, space and time. Presently Wilbur raised his head and began speaking in that strange, resonant fashion which hinted at sound-producing organs unlike the run of mankind's. "Mr. Armitage," he said, "I calculate I've got to take that book home. They's things in it I've got to try under certain conditions that I can't get here, and it'd be a mortal sin to let a red-tape rule hold me up. Let me take it along, sir, and I'll swar they won't nobody know the difference. I don't need to tell you. I'll take good care of it. It wasn't me that put this D-copy in the shape it is." He stopped as he saw firm denial on the librarian's face, and his own goatee's features grew crafty. Armitage, half ready to tell him he might make a copy of what parts he needed, thought suddenly of the possible consequences and checked himself. There was too much responsibility in giving such a being the key to such blasphemous outer spheres. Whately saw how things stood and tried to answer lightly. "Well, all right, if you feel that way about it. Maybe Harvard won't be so fussy as you be." And without saying more, he rose and strode out of the building, stooping at each doorway. Armitage heard the savage yelping of the great watchdog and studied Whately's gorilla-like lope as he crossed the bit of campus visible from the window. He thought of the wild tales he had heard, and recalled the old Sunday stories in the Advertiser. These things and the lore he had picked up from Dunwich rustics and villagers during his one visit there. Unseen things, not of earth, or at least not of tri-dimensional earth, rushed fetid and horrible through New England's glens, and brooded obscenely on the mountain-tops. Of this he had long felt certain. Now he seemed to sense the close presence of some terrible part of the intruding horror, and to glimpse a hellish advance in the black dominion of the ancient and once passive nightmare. He locked away the Necronomicon with a shudder of disgust, but the room still reeked with an unholy and unidentifiable stench. "As a foulness shall ye know them," he quoted. Yes, the odor was the same as that which had sickened him at the Whately farmhouse less than 3 years before. He thought of Wilbur, goatish and ominous, once again, and laughed mockingly at the village rumors of his parentage. "Inbreeding?" Armitage muttered half aloud to himself. "Great God, what simpletons! Show them Arthur Machen's Great God Pan, and they'll think it a common Dunwich scandal. But what thing, what cursed, shapeless influence, on or off this three-dimensional earth, was Wilbur Whately's father? Born on Candlemas, 9 months after May Eve of 1912, when the talk about the queer earth noises reached clear to Arkham. What walked on the mountains that May night? What rudemus horror fastened itself on the world in half-human flesh and blood? During the ensuing weeks, Dr. Armitage set about to collect all possible data on Wilbur Whately and the formless presences around Dunwich. He got in communication with Dr. Houghton of Aylesbury, who had attended old Whately in his last illness, and found much to ponder over in the grandfather's last words, as quoted by the physician. A visit to Dunwich village failed to bring out much that was new, but a close survey of the Necronomicon, in those parts which Wilbur had sought so avidly, seemed to supply new and terrible clues to the nature, methods, and desires of the strange evil so vaguely threatening this planet. Talks with several students of archaic lore in Boston, and letters to many others elsewhere, gave him a growing amazement which passed slowly through varied degrees of alarm to a state of really acute spiritual fear. As the summer drew on, he felt dimly that something ought to be done about the lurking terrors of the upper Miskatonic Valley, and about the monstrous being known to the human world as Wilbur Whately. 6. The Dunwich horror itself came between Lammas and the equinox in 1928, and Dr. Armitage was among those who witnessed its monstrous prologue. He had heard, meanwhile, of Whately's grotesque trip to Cambridge, and of his frantic efforts to borrow or copy from the Necronomicon at the Widener Library. Those efforts had been in vain, since Armitage had issued warnings of the keenest intensity to all librarians having charge of the dreaded volume. Wilbur had been shockingly nervous at Cambridge, anxious for the book, yet almost equally anxious to get home again, as if he feared the results of being away long. Early in August, the half-expected outcome developed, and in the small hours of the 3rd, Dr. Armitage was awakened suddenly by the wild, fierce cries of the savage watchdog on the college campus. Deep and terrible, the snarling, half-mad growls and barks continued, always in mounting volume, but with hideously significant pauses. Then there rang out a scream from a wholly different throat. Such a scream as roused half the sleepers of Arkham and haunted their dreams ever afterwards. Such a scream as could come from no being born of earth, or wholly of earth. Armitage, hastening into some clothing and rushing across the street and lawn to the college buildings, saw that others were ahead of him, and heard the echoes of a burglar alarm still shrilling from the library. An open window showed black and gaping in the moonlight. What had come had indeed completed its entrance, for the barking and the screaming, now fast fading into a mixed, low growling and moaning, proceeded unmistakably from within. Some instinct warned Armitage that what was taking place was not a thing for unfortified eyes to see, so he brushed back the crowd with authority as he unlocked the vestibule door. Among the others he saw Professor Warren Rice and Dr. Francis Morgan, men to whom he had told some of his conjectures and misgivings, and these two he motioned to accompany him inside. The inward sounds, except for a watchful droning whine from the dog, had by this time quite subsided, but Armitage now perceived with a sudden start that a loud chorus of whippoorwills among the shrubbery had commenced a damnably rhythmical piping, as if in unison with the last breaths of a dying man. The building was full of a frightful stench, which Dr. Armitage knew too well, and the three men rushed across the hall to the small genealogical reading-room whence the low whining came. For a second nobody dared to turn on the light. Then Armitage summoned up his courage and snapped the switch. One of the three, it is not certain which, shrieked aloud at what sprawled before them among disordered tables and overturned chairs. Professor Rice declares that he wholly lost consciousness for an instant, though he did not stumble or fall. The thing that lay half-bent on its side in a fetid pool of greenish-yellow ichor and tarry stickiness was almost 9 feet tall, and the dog had torn off all the clothing and some of the skin. It was not quite dead, but twitched silently and spasmodically, while its chest heaved in monstrous unison with the mad piping of the expectant whippoorwills outside. Bits of shoe-leather and fragments of apparel were scattered about the room, and just inside the window an empty canvas sack lay where it had evidently been thrown. Near the central desk a revolver had fallen, a dented but undischarged cartridge later explaining why it had not been fired. The thing itself, however, crowded out all other images at the time. It would be trite and not wholly accurate to say that no human pen could describe it, but one may properly say that it could not be vividly visualized by anyone whose ideas of aspect and contour are too closely bound up with the common life forms of this planet and of the 3 known dimensions. It was partly human beyond a doubt, with very man-like hands and head, and the goatish, chinless face had the stamp of the Whateleys upon it, but the torso and lower parts of the body were teratologically fabulous, so that only generous clothing could ever have enabled it to walk on earth unchallenged or uneradicated. Above the waist it was semi-anthropomorphic. though its chest, where the dog's rending paw still rested watchfully, had the leathery, reticulated hide of a crocodile or alligator. The back was piebald with yellow and black, and dimly suggested the squamous covering of certain snakes. Below the waist, though, it was the worst, for here all human resemblance left off, and sheer fantasy began. The skin was thickly covered with coarse black fur, and from the abdomen a score of long greenish-gray tentacles with red sucking mouths protruded limply. Their arrangement was odd, and seemed to follow the symmetries of some cosmic geometry unknown to Earth or the solar system. On each of the hips, deep set in a kind of pinkish, ciliated orbit, was what seemed to be a rudimentary eye, whilst in lieu of a tail there depended a kind of trunk or feeler with purple annular markings, and with many evidences of being an undeveloped mouth or throat. The limbs, save for their black fur, roughly resembled the hind legs of prehistoric Earth's giant saurians, and terminated in ridgy veined pads that were neither hooves nor claws. When the thing breathed, its tail and tentacles rhythmically changed color, as if from some circulatory cause normal to the non-human greenish tinge, whilst in the tail it was manifest as a yellowish appearance, which alternated with a sickly grayish-white in the spaces between the purple rings. Of genuine blood there was none, only the fetid greenish-yellow ichor, which trickled along the painted floor beyond the radius of the stickiness, and left a curious discoloration behind it. As the presence of the three men seemed to rouse the dying thing, it began to mumble without turning or raising its head. Dr. Armitage made no written record of its mouthings, but asserts confidently that nothing in English was uttered. At first the syllables defied all correlation with any speech of Earth, but towards the last there came some disjointed fragments, evidently taken from the Necronomicon, that monstrous blasphemy in quest of which the thing had perished. These fragments, as Armitage recalls them, ran something like Ngai, Ngaga, Bug, Shogog, Yaha, Yag, Sothoth, Yag, Sothoth. They trailed off into nothingness as the whippoorwills shrieked in rhythmical crescendos of unholy anticipation. Then came a halt in the gasping, and the dog raised its head in a long, lugubrious howl. A change came over the yellow goatish face of the prostrate thing, and the great black eyes fell in appallingly. Outside the window the shrilling of the whippoorwills had suddenly ceased, and above the murmurs of the gathering crowd there came the sound of a panic-struck whirring and fluttering. Against the moon vast clouds of feathery watchers rose and raced from sight, frantic at that which they had sought for prey. All at once the dog started up abruptly, gave a frightened bark, and leaped nervously out of the window by which it had entered. A cry rose from the crowd, and Dr. Armitage shouted to the men outside that no one must be admitted till the police or medical examiner came. He was thankful that the windows were just too high to permit of peering in, and drew the dark curtains carefully down over each one. By this time 2 policemen had arrived, and Dr. Morgan, meeting them in the vestibule, was urging them for their own sakes to postpone entrance to the stench-filled reading-room till the examiner came and the prostrate thing could be covered up. Meanwhile, frightful changes were taking place on the floor. One need not describe the kind and rate of shrinkage and disintegration that occurred before the eyes of Dr. Armitage and Professor Rice, but it is permissible to say that, aside from the external appearance of face and hands, the really human element in Wilbur Whately must have been very small. When the medical examiner came, there was only a sticky, whitish mass on the painted boards, and the monstrous odor had nearly disappeared. Apparently, Whately had had no skull or bony skeleton, at least in any true or stable sense. He had taken somewhat after his unknown father. 7. Yet all this was only the prologue of the actual Dunwich horror. Formalities were gone through by bewildered officials, abnormal details were duly kept from press and public, and men were sent to Dunwich and Aylesbury to look up property and notify any who might be heirs of the late Wilbur Whately. They found the countryside in great agitation, both because of the growing rumblings beneath the domed hills, and because of the unwonted stench and the surging lapping sounds which came increasingly from the great empty shell formed by Whately's boarded-up farmhouse. Earl Sawyer, who tended the horse and cattle during Wilbur's absence, had developed a woefully acute case of nerves. The officials devised excuses not to enter the noisome boarded place, and were glad to confine their survey of the deceased's living quarters, the newly amended sheds, to a single visit. They filed a ponderous report at the courthouse in Aylesbury, and litigations concerning heirship are said to be still in progress amongst the innumerable Whateleys, decayed and undecayed, of the upper Miskatonic Valley. An almost interminable manuscript in strange characters, written in a huge ledger and adjudged a sort of diary because of the spacing and the variations in ink and penmanship, presented a baffling puzzle to those who found it on the old bureau which served as its owner's desk. After a week of debate, it was sent to Miskatonic University, together with the deceased's collection of strange books for study and possible translation. But even the best linguists soon saw that it was not likely to be unriddled with ease. No trace of the ancient gold with which Wilbur and old Whately had always paid their debts has yet been discovered. It was in the dark of September 9th that the horror broke loose. The hill noises had been very pronounced during the evening, and dogs barked frantically all night. Early risers on the 10th noticed a peculiar stench in the air. About 7 o'clock, Luther Brown, the hired boy at George Corey's, between Cold Spring Glen and the village, rushed frenziedly back from his morning trip to 10-Acre Meadow with the cows. He was almost convulsed with fright as he stumbled into the kitchen, and in the yard outside the no less frightened herd were pawing and lowing pitifully, having followed the boy back in the panic they shared with him. Between gasps, Luther tried to stammer out his tale to Mrs. Corey. "Up thar in the rud beyond the glen, Miss Corey. They's suthin' been thar. It smells like thunder, and all the bushes and little trees is pushed back from the rud like they'd a house been moved along of it. And that ain't the wust, nother. They's prints in the rud, Miss Corey, great round prints as big as barrel-heads, all sunk down deep like a elephant had been along, only they's a sight more nor 4 feet could make. I looked at 1 or 2 afore I run, and I see every one was covered with lines spreadin' out from one place, like as if big palm-leaf fans, twice or 3 times as big as any they is, had have been pounded down into the rud, and the smell was awful, like what it is around Wizard Whately's old house." Here he faltered and seemed to shiver afresh with the fright that had sent him flying home. Mrs. Corey, unable to extract more information, began telephoning the neighbors, thus starting on its rounds the overture of panic that heralded the major terrors. When she got Sally Sawyer, housekeeper at Seth Bishop's, the nearest place to Whately's, it became her turn to listen instead of transmit. For Sally's boy Chauncey, who slept poorly, had been up on the hill towards Whately's, and had dashed back in terror after one look at the place and at the pasturage where Mr. Bishop's cows had been left out all night. "Yes, Miss Corey," came Sally's tremulous voice over the party wire. "Chansey, he just come back a-postin', and couldn't half talk for being scared. He says old Whately's house is all bowed up, with timbers scattered round like they'd been dynamite inside, only the bottom floor ain't through, but is all covered with a kind of tar-like stuff that smells awful and drips down offen the edges onto the ground where the side timbers is blowed away. And they's awful kinder marks in the yard, too, great round marks, bigger round than a hogshead, and all sticky with stuff like is on the brewed-up house. Chauncey, he says, they leads off into the medders, or a great swath wider'n a barn is matted down, and all the stun walls tumbled every which way, wherever it goes. And he says he, Miss Corey, as how he sought to look for Seth's cows, frightened as he was, and found 'em in the upper pasture nigh the Devil's Hop Yard, in an awful shape. Half on 'em's clean gone, and nigh half of them that's left is sucked most dry of blood, with sores on 'em like they's been on Whately's cattle ever since Laviny's black brat was born. Seth, he's gone out now to look at 'em, though I'll vow he won't keer to get very nigh Wizard Whately's. Chancey didn't look keerful to see whar the big matted-down swath led arter it left the pasturage, but he says he thinks it pinted towards the glen rud to the village. I tell you, Miss Corey, they's suthin' abroad as hadn't orter be abroad, and I, for one, think that Black Wilbur Whately has come to the bad end he deserved, is at the bottom of the breeding of it. He wa'n't all human hisself, I allus says to everybody, and I think he and old Whately must have raised suthin' in that there nailed-up house as ain't even so human as he was. They's always been unseen things around Dunwich, livin' things, as ain't human and ain't good for human folks. The ground was a-talkin' last night, and towards morning, Chauncey, he heard the whippoorwills so loud in Cold Spring Glen he couldn't sleep none. Then he thought he heard another faint-like sound over towards Wizard Whately's, a kind of rippin' or tearin' of wood, like some big box or crate was being opened fur off. What with this and that, he didn't get to sleep at all till sun-up, and no sooner was he up this morning, but he's got to go over to Whately's and see what's the matter. He see enough, I tell you, Miss Corey. This don't mean no good, and I think as all the men folks ought to get up a party and do suthin'. I know suthin' awful's about, and feel my time is nigh, though only God knows just what it is. Did your Luther take account of where them big tracks led to? No? Well, Miss Corey, if they was on the Glen Rud this side of the Glen, and ain't got to your house yet, I calculate they must go into the Glen itself. They would do that. I always says, Cold Spring Glen ain't no healthy nor decent place. The whippoorwills and fireflies there never did act like they was creeturs o' God, and they's them as says you can hear strange things a-rushin' and a-talkin' in the air down there if you stand in the right place, atween the rock falls and Bear's Den. By that noon fully 3/4 of the men and boys of Dunwich were trooping over the roads and meadows between the new-made Whately ruins and Cold Spring Glen, examining in horror the vast, monstrous prints, the maimed bishop cattle, the strange noisome wreck of the farmhouse, and the bruised, matted vegetation of the fields and roadside. Whatever had burst loose upon the world had assuredly gone down into the great sinister ravine, for all the trees on the banks were bent and broken, and a great avenue had been gouged in the precipice-hanging underbrush. It was as though a house, launched by an avalanche, had slid down through the tangled growths of the almost vertical slope. From below no sound came, but only a distant, undefinable fetor, and it is not to be wondered at that the men preferred to stay on the edge and argue, rather than descend and beard the unknown cyclopean horror in its lair. 3 dogs that were with the party had barked furiously at first, but seemed cowed and reluctant when near the glen. Someone telephoned the news to the Aylesbury Transcript, but the editor, accustomed to wild tales from Dunwich, did no more than concoct a humorous paragraph about it, an item soon afterwards reproduced by the Associated Press. That night everyone went home, and every house and barn was barricaded as stoutly as possible. Needless to say, no cattle were allowed to remain in open pasturage. About 2 a.m, a frightful stench and the savage barking of the dogs awakened the household at Elmer Fry's on the eastern edge of Cold Spring Glen, and all agreed that they could hear a sort of muffled swishing or lapping sound from somewhere outside. Mrs. Fry proposed telephoning the neighbors, and Elmer was about to agree when the noise of splintering wood burst in upon their deliberations. It came apparently from the barn, and was quickly followed by a hideous screaming and stamping amongst the cattle. The dogs slavered and crouched close to the feet of the fear-numbed family. Fry lit a lantern through force of habit, but knew it would be death to go out into that black farmyard. The children and the womenfolk whimpered, kept from screaming by some obscure vestigial instinct of defense which told them their lives depended on silence. At last the noise of the cattle subsided to a pitiful moaning, and a great snapping, crashing, and crackling ensued. The Frys, huddled together in the sitting-room, did not dare to move until the last echoes died away far down in Cold Spring Glen. Then, amidst the dismal moans from the stable and the demoniac piping of the late whippoorwills in the glen, Selina Fry tottered to the telephone and spread what news she could of the second phase of the horror. The next day all the countryside was in a panic, and cowed, uncommunicative groups came and went where the fiendish thing had occurred. 2 titan swaths of destruction stretched from the glen to the Fry farmyard. Monstrous prints covered the bare patches of ground, and one side of the old red barn had completely caved in. Of the cattle, only a quarter could be found and identified. Some of these were in curious fragments, and all that survived had to be shot. Earl Sawyer suggested that help be asked from Aylesbury or Arkham, but others maintained it would be of no use. Old Zebulon Whately, of a branch that hovered about halfway between soundness and decadence, made darkly wild suggestions about rites that ought to be practiced on the hilltops. He came of a line where tradition ran strong, and his memories of chantings in the great stone circles were not altogether connected with Wilbur and his grandfather. Darkness fell upon a stricken countryside, too passive to organize for real defense. In a few cases, closely related families would band together and watch in the gloom under one roof, but in general there was only a repetition of the barricading of the night before, and a futile, ineffective gesture of loading muskets and setting pitchforks handily about. Nothing, however, occurred except some hill noises, and when the day came there were many who hoped that the new horror had gone as swiftly as it had come. There were even bold souls who proposed an offensive expedition down in the glen, though they did not venture to set an actual example to the still reluctant majority. When night came again, the barricading was repeated, though there was less huddling together of families. In the morning both the Fry and the Seth Bishop households reported excitement among the dogs and vague sounds and stenches from afar, while early explorers noted with horror a fresh set of the monstrous tracks in the road skirting Sentinel Hill. As before, the sides of the road showed a bruising indicative of the blasphemously stupendous bulk of the horror, whilst the conformation of the tracks seemed to argue a passage in two directions, as if the moving mountain had come from Cold Spring Glen and returned to it along the same path. At the base of the hill a 30-foot swath of crushed shrubbery saplings led steeply upwards, and the seekers gasped when they saw that even the most perpendicular places did not deflect the inexorable trail. Whatever the horror was, it could scale a sheer stony cliff of almost complete verticality, and as the investigators climbed round to the hill summit by safer routes, they saw that the trail ended, or rather reversed, there. It was here that the Whateleys used to build their hellish fires and chant their hellish rituals by the table-like stone on May Eve and Hallowmass. Now that very stone formed the center of a vast space, thrashed around by the mountainous horror, whilst upon its slightly concave surface was a thick and fetid deposit of the same tarry stickiness observed on the floor of the ruined Whately farmhouse when the horror escaped. Men looked at one another and muttered. Then they looked down the hill. Apparently the horror had descended by a route much the same as that of its ascent. To speculate was futile. Reason, logic, and normal ideas of motivation stood confounded. Only old Zebulon, who was not with the group, could have done justice to the situation or suggested a plausible explanation. Thursday night began much like the others, but it ended less happily. The whippoorwills in the glen had screamed with such unusual persistence that many could not sleep, and about 3 a.m. all the party telephones rang tremulously. Those who took down their receivers heard a fright-mad voice shriek out, "Help! Oh, my God!" and some thought a crashing sound followed the breaking off of the exclamation. There was nothing more. No one dared do anything, and no one knew till morning whence the call came. Then those who had heard it called everyone on the line, and found that only the Frys did not reply. The truth appeared an hour later, when a hastily assembled group of armed men trudged out to the Fry place at the head of the glen. It was horrible, yet hardly a surprise. There were more swaths and monstrous prints, but there was no longer any house. It had caved in like an eggshell, and amongst the ruins nothing living or dead could be discovered, only a stench and a tarry stickiness. The Elmer Frys had been erased from Dunwich. 8. In the meantime, a quieter, yet even more spiritually poignant phase of the horror had been blackly unwinding itself behind the closed door of a shelf-lined room in Arkham. The curious manuscript record or diary of Wilbur Whately, delivered to Miskatonic University for translation, had caused much worry and bafflement among the experts in language both ancient and modern. Its very alphabet, notwithstanding a general resemblance to the heavily shaded Arabic used in Mesopotamia, being absolutely unknown to any available authority. The final conclusion of the linguists was that the text represented an artificial alphabet, giving the effect of a cipher, though none of the usual methods of cryptographic solution seemed to furnish any clue, even when applied on the basis of every tongue the writer might conceivably have used. The ancient books taken from Whately's quarters, while absorbingly interesting and in several cases promising to open up new and terrible lines of research among philosophers and men of science, were of no assistance whatever in this matter. One of them, a heavy tome with an iron clasp, was in another unknown alphabet, this one of a very different cast, and resembling Sanskrit more than anything else. The old ledger was at length given wholly into the charge of Dr. Armitage, both because of his peculiar interest in the Whately matter, and because of his wide linguistic learning and skill in the mystical formulae of antiquity and the Middle Ages. Armitage had an idea that the alphabet might be something esoterically used by certain forbidden cults which have come down from old times, and which have inherited many forms and traditions from the wizards of the Saracenic world. That question, however, he did not deem vital, since it would be unnecessary to know the origin of the symbols if, as he suspected, they were used as a cipher in a modern language. It was his belief that, considering the great amount of text involved, the writer would scarcely have wished the trouble of using another speech than his own, save perhaps in certain special formulae and incantations. Accordingly, he attacked the manuscript with the preliminary assumption that the bulk of it was in English. Dr. Armitage knew from the repeated failures of his colleagues that the riddle was a deep and complex one, and that no simple mode of solution could merit even a trial. All through late August he fortified himself with the mass lore of cryptography, drawing upon the fullest resources of his own library, and waiting night after night amidst the arcana of Tritemius Polygraphia, Giambattista Porta's De Furtius Literarum Notis, De Visionaires Trait de Chiffres, Falconer's Cryptomancis Patefacta, Davis and Thickness's 18th-century treatises, and such fairly modern authorities as Blair, Van Martin, and Kluber's script itself, and in time became convinced that he had to deal with one of those subtlest and most ingenious of cryptograms, in which many separate lists of corresponding letters are arranged like the multiplication table, and the message built up with arbitrary key words known only to the initiated. The older authorities seemed rather more helpful than the newer ones, and Armitage concluded that the code of the manuscript was one of great antiquity, no doubt handed down through a long line of mystical experimenters. Several times he seemed near daylight, only to be set back by some unforeseen obstacle. Then, as September approached, the clouds began to clear. Certain letters, as used in certain parts of the manuscript, emerged definitely and unmistakably, and it became obvious that the text was indeed in English. On the evening of September 2nd, the last major barrier gave way, and Dr. Armitage read for the first time a continuous passage of Wilbur Whately's annals. It was in truth a diary, as all had thought, and it was couched in a style clearly showing the mixed occult erudition and general illiteracy of the strange being who wrote it. Almost the first long passage that Armitage deciphered, an entry dated November 26, 1916, proved highly startling and disquieting. It was written, he remembered, by a child of 3½ who looked like a lad of 12 or 13. Today learned the Aklo for the Sabaoth, it ran, which did not like, it being answerable from the hill and not from the air. That upstairs more ahead of me than I had thought it would be, and is not like to have much earth-brain. Shot Elam Hutchins's collie Jack when he went to bite me, and Elam says he would kill me if he dashed. I guess he won't. Grandfather kept me saying the DO formula last night, and I think I saw the inner city at the 2 magnetic poles. I shall go to those poles when the earth is cleared off, if I can't break through with the Do-Na formula when I commit it. They from the air told me at Sabbath that it will be years before I can clear off the earth, and I guess Grandfather will be dead then, so I shall have to learn all the angles of the planes and all the formulas between the ear and the nunger. They from outside will help, but they cannot take body without human blood. That upstairs looks it will have the right cast. I can see it a little when I make the Voorish sign, or blow the powder of Ibn Ghazi at it, and it is near like them at May Eve on the hill. The other face may wear off some. I wonder how I shall look when the earth is cleared, and there are no earth beings on it. He that came with the Aklo Sabaoth said I may be transfigured, there being much of outside to work on. Morning found Dr. Armitage in a cold sweat of terror and a frenzy of wakeful concentration. He had not left the manuscript all night, but sat at his table under the electric light, turning page after page with shaking hands as fast as he could decipher the cryptic text. He had nervously telephoned his wife he would not be home, and when she brought him a breakfast from the house he could scarcely dispose of a mouthful. All that day he read on, now and then halted maddeningly as a reapplication of the complex key became necessary. Lunch and dinner were brought him, but he ate only the smallest fraction of either. Toward the middle of the next night he drowsed off in his chair, but soon woke out of a tangle of nightmares almost as hideous as the truths and menaces to man's existence that he had uncovered. On the morning of September 4th, Professor Rice and Dr. Morgan insisted on seeing him for a while, and departed trembling and ashen-gray. That evening he went to bed, but slept only fitfully. Wednesday, the next day, he was back at the manuscript, and began to take copious notes both from the current sections and from those he had already deciphered. In the small hours of that night he slept a little in an easy-chair in his office, but was at the manuscript again before dawn. Some time before noon his physician, Dr. Hartwell, called to see him, and insisted that he cease work. He refused, intimating that it was of the most vital importance for him to complete the reading of the diary, and promising an explanation in due course of time. That evening, just as twilight fell, he finished his terrible perusal and sank back exhausted. His wife, bringing his dinner, found him in a half-comatose state, but he was conscious enough to warn her off with a sharp cry when he saw her eyes wander toward the notes he had taken. Weakly rising, he gathered up the scribbled papers and sealed them all in a great envelope, which he immediately placed in his inside coat pocket. He had sufficient strength to get home, but was so clearly in need of medical aid that Dr. Hartwell was summoned at once. As the doctor put him to bed, he could only mutter over and over again, "But what in God's name can we do?" Dr. Armitage slept, but was partly delirious the next day. He made no explanations to Hartwell, but in his calmer moments spoke of the imperative need of a long conference with Rice and Morgan. His wilder wanderings were very startling indeed, including frantic appeals that something in a boarded-up farmhouse be destroyed, and fantastic references to some plan for the extirpation of the entire human race and all animal and vegetable life from the earth by some terrible elder race of beings from another dimension. He would shout that the world was in danger, since the elder things wished to strip it and drag it away from the solar system and cosmos of matter into some other plane or phase of entity from which it had once fallen, vigintillions of eons ago. At other times he would call for the dreaded Necronomicon and the Demonolatreia of Remigius, in which he seemed hopeful of finding some formula to check the peril he conjured up. "Stop them! Stop them!" he would shout. "Those Whateleys meant to let them in, and the worst of all is left. Tell Rice and Morgan we must do something. It's a blind business, but I know how to make the powder. It hasn't been fed since the 2nd of August, when Wilbur came here to his death, and at that rate—" But Armitage had a sound physique despite his 73 years, and slept off his disorder that night without developing any real fever. He woke late Friday, clear of head, though sober with a gnawing fear and tremendous sense of responsibility. Saturday afternoon he felt able to go over to the library and summon Rice and Morgan for a conference, and the rest of that day and evening the three men tortured their brains in the wildest speculation and the most desperate debate. Strange and terrible books were drawn voluminously from the stacked shelves and from secure places of storage, and diagrams and formulae were copied with feverish haste and in bewildering abundance. Of skepticism there was none. All three had seen the body of Wilbur Whately as it lay on the floor in a room of that very building, and after that not one of them could feel even slightly inclined to treat the diary as a madman's raving. Opinions were divided as to notifying the Massachusetts State Police, and the negative finally won. There were things involved which simply could not be believed by those who had not seen a sample, as indeed was made clear during certain subsequent investigations. Late at night the conference disbanded without having developed a definite plan. But all day Sunday Armitage was busy comparing formulae and mixing chemicals obtained from the college laboratory. The more he reflected on the hellish diary, the more he was inclined to doubt the efficacy of any material agent in stamping out the entity which Wilbur Whately had left behind him, the earth-threatening entity which, unknown to him, was to burst forth in a few hours and become the memorable Dunwich Horror. Monday was a repetition of Sunday with Dr. Armitage, for the task in hand required an infinity of research and experiment. Further consultations of the monstrous diary brought about various changes of plan, and he knew that even in the end a large amount of uncertainty must remain. By Tuesday he had a definite line of action mapped out, and believed he would try a trip to Dunwich within a week. Then on Wednesday the great shock came. Tucked obscurely away in a corner of the Arkham Advertiser was a facetious little item from the Associated Press, telling what a record-breaking monster the bootleg whiskey of Dunwich had raised up. Armitage, half-stunned, could only telephone for Rice and Morgan. Far into the night they discussed, and the next day was a whirlwind of preparation on the part of them all. Armitage knew he would be meddling with terrible powers, yet saw that there was no other way to annul the deeper and more malign meddling which others had done before him. 9. Friday morning Armitage, Rice, and Morgan set out by motor for Dunwich, arriving at the village about 1 in the afternoon. The day was pleasant, but even in the brightest sunlight a kind of quiet dread and portent seemed to hover about the strangely domed hills and the deep, shadowy ravines of the stricken region. Now and then on some mountain top a gaunt circle of stones could be glimpsed against the sky. From the air of hushed fright at Osborne's store they knew something hideous had happened, and soon learned of the annihilation of the Elmer Fry house and family. Throughout that afternoon they rode around Dunwich, questioning the natives concerning all that had occurred, and seeing for themselves with rising pangs of horror the drear Fry ruins, with their lingering traces of the tarry stickiness, the blasphemous tracks in the Fry yard, the wounded Seth Bishop cattle, and the enormous swaths of disturbed vegetation in various places. The trail up and down Sentinel Hill seemed to Armitage of almost cataclysmic significance, and he looked long at the sinister altar-like stone on the summit. At length the visitors, apprised of a party of state police which had come from Aylesbury that morning in response to the first telephone reports of the Fry tragedy, decided to seek out the officers and compare notes as far as practicable. This, however, they found more easily planned than performed, since no sign of the party could be found in any direction. There had been 5 of them in a car, but now the car stood empty near the ruins in the Fry yard. The natives, all of whom had talked with the policeman, seemed at first as perplexed as Armitage and his companions. Then old Sam Hutchins thought of something and turned pale, nudging Fred Farr and pointing to the dank, deep hollow that yawned close by. "God," he gasped, "I telled 'em not ter go down into the glen, and I never thought nobody'd do it with them tracks and that smell and the whippoorwills a-screechin' down thar in the dark o' noonday." A cold shudder ran through natives and visitors alike, and every ear seemed strained in a kind of instinctive, unconscious listening. Armitage, now that he had actually come upon the horror and its monstrous work, trembled with the responsibility he felt to be his. Night would soon fall, and it was then that the mountainous blasphemy lumbered upon its eldritch course. Negotium perambuliens in tenebris. The old librarian rehearsed the formula he had memorized, and clutched the paper containing the alternative one he had not memorized. He saw that his electric flashlight was in working order. Rice, beside him, took from a valise a metal sprayer of the sort used in combating insects, whilst Morgan uncased the big-game rifle on which he relied, despite his colleagues' warnings that no material weapon would be of help. Armitage, having read the hideous diary, knew painfully well what kind of a manifestation to expect, but he did not add to the fright of the Dunwich people by giving any hints or clues. He hoped that it might be conquered without any revelation to the world of the monstrous thing it had escaped. As the shadows gathered, the natives commenced to disperse homeward, anxious to bar themselves indoors, despite the present evidence that all human locks and bolts were useless before a force that could bend trees and crush houses when it chose. They shook their heads at the visitors' plan to stand guard at the Fry ruins near the glen, and as they left, had little expectancy of ever seeing the watchers again. There were rumblings under the hills that night, and the whippoorwills piped threateningly. Once in a while a wind, sweeping up out of Cold Spring Glen, would bring a touch of ineffable fetor to the heavy night air, such a fetor as all 3 of the watchers had smelled once before, when they stood above a dying thing that had passed for 15 years and a half as a human being. But the looked-for terror did not appear. Whatever was down there in the glen was biding its time, and Armitage told his colleagues it would be suicidal to try to attack it in the dark. Morning came wanly, and the night sounds ceased. It was a gray, bleak day, with now and then a drizzle of rain, and heavier clouds seemed to be piling themselves up beyond the hills to the northwest. The men from Arkham were undecided what to do. Seeking shelter from the increasing rainfall beneath one of the few undestroyed Fry outbuildings, they debated the wisdom of waiting, or of taking the aggressive and going down into the glen in quest of their nameless, monstrous quarry. The downpour waxed in heaviness, and distant peals of thunder sounded from far horizons. Sheet lightning shimmered, and then a forky bolt flashed near at hand, as if descending into the accursed glen itself. The sky grew very dark, and the watchers hoped that the storm would prove a short, sharp one, followed by clear weather. It was still gruesomely dark when, not much over an hour later, a confused babble of voices sounded down the road. Another moment brought to view a frightened group of more than a dozen men, running, shouting, and even whimpering hysterically. Someone in the lead began sobbing out words, and the Arkham men started violently when those words developed a coherent form. "Oh, my God, my God!" the voice choked out. "It's a-goin' again, and this time by day. It's out and a-movin' this very minute, and only the Lord knows when it'll be on us all." The speaker panted into silence, but another took up his message. "Nigh on an hour ago, Zeb Whately here heard the phone a-ringin', and it was Miss Corey, George's wife, that lives down by the junction. She says the hired boy Luther was out drivin' in the cows from the storm arter the big bolt, when he see all the trees a-bendin' at the mouth of the glen, opposite side to this, and smelt the same awful smell like he smelt when he found the big tracks last Monday mornin'. And he says they was a swishin', lappin' sound, more nor what the bendin' trees and bushes could make, and all on a sudden the trees along the rud began to get pushed one side, and they was a awful stompin' and splashin' in the mud. But mind ye, Luther, he didn't see nothin' at all, only just the bendin' trees and underbrush. Then fur ahead where Bishop's Brook goes under the rud, he heard a awful creakin' and strainin' on the bridge, and says he could tell the sound of wood startin' to crack and split, and all the whiles he never see a thing, only them trees and bushes a-bendin'. And when the swishin' sound got very far off, on the rud towards Wizard Whately's and Sentinel Hill, Luther he had the guts to step up where he'd heard it fust and look at the ground. It was all mud and water, and the sky was dark, and the rain was wipin' out all tracks about as fast as could be. But beginnin' at the glen mouth, where the trees had moved, they was still some of them awful prints, big as barrels, like he seen Monday." At this point the first excited speaker interrupted. "But that ain't the trouble now. That was only the start. Zeb here was callin' folks up, and everybody was a-listenin' in, when a call from Seth Bishop's cut in. His housekeeper Sally was carryin' on fit to kill. She just seed the trees a-bendin' beside the rud, and says they was a kind of mushy sound, like a elephant puffin' and treadin', a-headin' for the house. Then she up and spoke suddent of a fearful smell, and says her boy Chancey was a-screamin' as how it was just like what he smelt up to the Whately ruins Monday mornin', and the dogs was barkin' and whinin' awful. And then she let out a turrible yell, and says the shed down the road had just caved in like the storm bed bloated over, only the wind wa'n't strong enough to do that. Everybody was a-listenin', and we could hear lots of folks on the wire a-gaspin'. All to onct, Sally, she yelled again, and says the front yard picket fence had just crumbled up, though they want no sign of what done it. Then everybody on the line could hear Chancey and old Seth Bishop a-yellin' too, and Sally was shriekin' out that suthin' heavy had struck the house, not lightnin' nor nothin', but suthin' heavy again the front, that kep' launchin' itself again and again, though you couldn't see nothin' out the front winders. And then... Lines of fright deepened on every face, and Armitage, shaken as he was, had barely poise enough to prompt the speaker. And then Sally, she yelled out, "Oh, help! The house is a-cavin' in!" And on the wire we could hear a terrible crashin' and a whole flock of screaming, just like when Elmer Fry's place was took, only wuss. The man paused, and another of the crowd spoke. That's all. Not a sound nor a squeak over the phone arter that. Just still like. We that heerd it got out Fords and wagons and rounded up as many able-bodied menfolks as we could get at Corey's place, and come up here to see what you thought best to do. Not but what I think it's the Lord's judgment for our iniquities, that no mortal can ever set aside. Armitage saw that the time for positive action had come, and spoke decisively to the faltering group of frightened rustics. "We must follow it, boys." He made his voice as reassuring as possible. "I believe there's a chance of putting it out of business. You men know that those Whateleys were wizards. Well, this thing is a thing of wizardry and must be put down by the same means. I've seen Wilbur Whately's diary and read some of the strange old books he used to read, and I think I know the right kind of spell to recite to make the thing fade away. Of course, one can't be sure, but we can always take a chance. It's invisible. I knew it would be. But there's powder in this long-distance sprayer that might make it show up for a second. Later on we'll try it. It's a frightful thing to have alive, but it isn't as bad as what Wilbur would have let in if he'd lived longer. You'll never know what the world escaped. Now we've only this one thing to fight, and it can't multiply. It can, though, do a lot of harm, so we mustn't hesitate to rid the community of it. We must follow it, and the way to begin is to go to the place that has just been wrecked. Let somebody lead the way. I don't know your roads very well, but I've an idea there might be a shorter cut across lots. How about it?" The men shuffled about a moment, and then Earl Sawyer spoke softly, pointing with a grimy finger through the steadily lessening rain. "I guess you can get to Seth Bishop's quickest by cutting across the lower medder here, wading the brook at the low place, and climbing through Carrier's mowing and the timber lot beyond. That comes out on the upper rud, mighty nigh Seth's, a leetle t'other side." Armitage, with Rice and Morgan, started to walk in the direction indicated, and most of the natives followed slowly. The sky was growing lighter, and there were signs that the storm had worn itself away. When Armitage inadvertently took a wrong direction, Joe Osborne warned him and walked ahead to show the right one. Courage and confidence were mounting, though the twilight of the almost perpendicular wooded hill which lay towards the end of their shortcut, and among whose fantastic ancient trees they had to scramble as if up a ladder, put these qualities to a severe test. At length they emerged on a muddy road to find the sun coming out. They were a little beyond the Seth Bishop place, but bent trees and hideously unmistakable tracks showed what had passed by. Only a few moments were consumed in surveying the ruins just round the bend. It was the Fry incident all over again, and nothing dead or living was found in either of the collapsed shells which had been the Bishop house and barn. No one cared to remain there amidst the stench and tarry stickiness, but all turned instinctively to the line of horrible prints leading on towards the wrecked Whately farmhouse and the altar-crowned slopes of Sentinel Hill. As the men passed the site of Wilbur Whately's abode, they shuddered visibly, and seemed again to mix hesitancy with their zeal. It was no joke tracking down something as big as a house that one could not see, but that had all the vicious malevolence of a demon. Opposite the base of Sentinel Hill the tracks left the road, and there was a fresh bending and matting visible along the broad swath, marking the monster's former route to and from the summit. Armitage produced a pocket telescope of considerable power and scanned the steep green side of the hill. Then he handed the instrument to Morgan, whose sight was keener. After a moment of gazing, Morgan cried out sharply, passing the glass to Earl Sawyer and indicating a certain spot on the slope with his finger. Sawyer, as clumsy as most non-users of optical devices are, fumbled a while, but eventually focused the lenses with Armitage's aid. When he did so, his cry was less restrained than Morgan's had been. "God almighty! The grass and bushes is a-movin'. It's a-goin' up, slow-like, creepin', up to the top this minute. Heaven only knows what fer." Then the germ of panic seemed to spread among the seekers. It was one thing to chase the nameless entity, but quite another to find it. Spells might be all right, but suppose they weren't? Voices began questioning Armitage about what he knew of the thing, and no reply seemed quite to satisfy. Everyone seemed to feel himself in close proximity to phases of nature and of being utterly forbidden and wholly outside the sane experience of mankind. 10. In the end, the three men from Arkham, old white-bearded Dr. Armitage, stocky iron-gray Professor Rice and lean, youngish Dr. Morgan ascended the mountain alone. After much patient instruction regarding its focusing and use, they left the telescope with the frightened group that remained in the road, and as they climbed they were watched closely by those among whom the glass was passed round. It was hard going, and Armitage had to be helped more than once. High above the toiling group the great swath trembled as its hellish maker repassed with snail-like deliberateness. Then it was obvious that the pursuers were gaining. Curtis Whately, of the undecayed branch, was holding the telescope when the Arkham party detoured radically from the swath. He told the crowd that the men were evidently trying to get to a subordinate peak which overlooked the swath at a point considerably ahead of where the shrubbery was now bending. This indeed proved to be true, and the party were seen to gain the minor elevation only a short time after the invisible blasphemy had passed it. Then Wesley Corey, who had taken the glass, cried out that Armitage was adjusting the sprayer which Rice held, and that something must be about to happen. The crowd stirred uneasily, recalling that his sprayer was expected to give the unseen horror a moment of visibility. 2 or 3 men shut their eyes, but Curtis Whately snatched back the telescope and strained his vision to the utmost. He saw that Rice, from the party's point of advantage above and behind the entity, had an excellent chance of spreading the potent powder with marvelous effect. Those without the telescope saw only an instant's flash of gray cloud, a cloud about the size of a moderately large building, near the top of the mountain. Curtis, who held the instrument, dropped it with a piercing shriek into the ankle-deep mud of the road. He reeled and would have crumbled to the ground had not 2 or 3 others seized and steadied him. All he could do was moan, half inaudibly, "Oh, great God, that—" There was a pandemonium of questioning, and only Henry Wheeler thought to rescue the fallen telescope and wipe it clean of mud. Curtis was past all coherence, and even isolated replies were almost too much for him. "Bigger'n a barn, all made of squirmin' ropes, whole thing sort of shaped like a hen's egg, bigger'n anything, with dozens of legs like hogsheads that half shut up when they step. Nothing solid about it, all like jelly, and made of separate wrigglin' ropes pushed close together. Great bulgin' eyes all over it, 10 or 20 mouths or trunks a-stickin' out all along the sides, big as stovepipes, and all a-tossin' and openin' and shuttin', all gray, with kinder blue or purple rings, and God in heaven, that half-face on top." This final memory, whatever it was, proved too much for poor Curtis, and he collapsed completely before he could say more. Fred Farr and Will Hutchins carried him to the roadside and laid him on the damp grass. Henry Wheeler, trembling, turned the rescued telescope on the mountain to see what he might. Through the lenses were discernible 3 tiny figures, apparently running towards the summit as fast as the steep incline allowed. Only these, nothing more. Then everyone noticed a strangely unseasonable noise in the deep valley behind, and even in the underbrush of Sentinel Hill itself. It was the piping of unnumbered whippoorwills, and in their shrill chorus there seemed to lurk a note of tense and evil expectancy. Earl Sawyer now took the telescope and reported the 3 figures as standing on the topmost ridge, virtually level with the altar stone, but at a considerable distance from it. One figure, he said, seemed to be raising its hands above its head at rhythmic intervals, and as Sawyer mentioned the circumstance, the crowd seemed to hear a faint, half-musical sound from the distance, as if a loud chant were accompanying the gestures. The weird silhouette on that remote peak must have been a spectacle of infinite grotesqueness and impressiveness, but no observer was in a mood for aesthetic appreciation. "I guess he's saying the spell," whispered Wheeler as he snatched back the telescope. The whippoorwills were piping wildly, and in a singularly curious, irregular rhythm quite unlike that of the visible ritual. Suddenly the sunshine seemed to lessen without the intervention of any discernible cloud. It was a very peculiar phenomenon, and was plainly marked by all. A rumbling sound seemed brewing beneath the hills, mixed strangely with a concordant rumbling which clearly came from the sky. Lightning flashed aloft, and the wondering crowd looked in vain for the portents of storm. The chanting of the men from Arkham now became unmistakable, and Wheeler saw through the glass that they were all raising their arms in the rhythmic incantation. From some farmhouse far away came the frantic barking of dogs. The change in the quality of the daylight increased, and the crowd gazed about the horizon in wonder. A purplish darkness, born of nothing more than a spectral deepening of the sky's blue, pressed down upon the rumbling hills. Then the lightning flashed again, somewhat brighter than before, and the crowd fancied that it had showed a certain mistiness around the altar stone on the distant height. No one, however, had been using the telescope at that instant. The whippoorwills continued their irregular pulsation, and the men of Dunwich braced themselves tensely against some imponderable menace with which the atmosphere seemed surcharged. Without warning came those deep, cracked, raucous vocal sounds which will never leave the memory of the stricken group who heard them. Not from any human throat were they born, for the organs of man can yield no such acoustic perversions. Rather would one have said they came from the pit itself, had not their source been so unmistakably the altar stone on the peak. It is almost erroneous to call them sounds at all, since so much of their ghastly infra-bass timbre spoke to dim seats of consciousness and terror far subtler than the ear. Yet one must do so, since their form was indisputably, though vaguely, that of half-articulate words. They were loud as the rumblings and the thunder above which they echoed, yet did they come from no visible being, and because imagination might suggest a conjectural source in the world of non-visible beings, the huddled crowd at the mountain's base huddled still closer, and winced as if in expectation of a blow. "Ignail, Thith Enga, Yag Sothoth," rang the hideous croaking out of space. "Ibthink, Heye, Engrektal." The speaking impulse seemed to falter here, as if some frightful psychic struggle were going on. Henry Wheeler strained his eye at the telescope, but saw only the three grotesquely silhouetted human figures on the peak, all moving their arms furiously in strange gestures as their incantation drew near its culmination. From what black wells of acherontic fear or feeling, from what unplumbed gulfs of extra-cosmic consciousness or obscure, long-latent heredity were those half-articulate thunder-croakings drawn? Presently they began to gather renewed force and coherence as they grew in stark, utter, ultimate frenzy. "Hey-ya-ya, ya-ha! Hey-ya-ya-ya! Henga! Henga! Hey-ya! Hey-ya! Help! Help! Father! Yag Sothoth!" But that was all. The pallid group in the road, still reeling at the indisputably English syllables that had poured thickly and thunderously down from the frantic vacancy beside that shocking altar stone, were never to hear such syllables again. Instead, they jumped violently at the terrific report which seemed to rend the hills, the deafening cataclysmic peal whose source, be it inner earth or sky, no hearer was ever able to place. A single lightning bolt shot from the purple zenith to the altar stone, and a great tidal wave of viewless force and indescribable stench swept down from the hill to all the countryside. Trees, grass, and underbrush were whipped into a fury, and the frightened crowd at the mountain's base, weakened by the lethal fetter that seemed about to asphyxiate them, were almost hurled off their feet. Dogs howled from the distance. Green grass and foliage wilted to a curious sickly yellow-gray, and over field and forest were scattered the bodies of dead whippoorwills. The stench left quickly, but the vegetation never came right again. To this day there is something queer and unholy about the growths on and around that fearsome hill. Curtis Whately was only just regaining consciousness when the Arkham men came slowly down the mountain in the beams of a sunlight once more brilliant and untainted. They were grave and quiet, and seemed shaken by memories and reflections even more terrible than those which had reduced the group of natives to a state of cowed quivering. In reply to a jumble of questions, they only shook their heads and reaffirmed one vital fact. "The thing has gone forever," Armitage said. "It has been split up into what it was originally made of, and can never exist again. It was an impossibility in a normal world. Only the least fraction was really matter in any sense we know. It was like its father, and most of it has gone back to him in some vague realm or dimension outside our material universe, some vague abyss out of which only the most accursed rites of human blasphemy could ever have called him for a moment on the hills." There was a brief silence, and in that pause The scattered senses of poor Curtis Whately began to knit back into a sense of continuity, so that he put his hands to his head with a moan. Memory seemed to pick itself up where it had left off, and the horror of the sight that had prostrated him burst in upon him again. Oh, my God, that half-face on top of it, that face with the red eyes and crinkly albino hair, and no chin, like the Whateleys. It was a octopus, centipede, spider kind of thing, but they was a half-shaped man's face on top of it, and it looked like Wizard Whately's, only it was yards and yards across. He paused exhausted, as the whole group of natives stared in a bewilderment not quite crystallized into fresh terror. Only old Zebulon Whately, who wanderingly remembered ancient things but who had been silent heretofore, spoke aloud. 15 year gone, he rambled. I heard old Whately say as how some day we'd hear a child o' Laviny's a-calling its father's name on the top o' Sentinel Hill. But Joe Osborne interrupted him to question the Arkham men anew. What was it, anyhow? And however did young Wizard Whately call it out o' the air it come from? Armitage chose his words very carefully. It was mostly a kind of force that doesn't belong in our part of space, a kind of force that acts and grows and shapes itself by other laws than those of our sort of nature. We have no business calling in such things from outside, and only very wicked people and very wicked cults ever try to. There was some of it in Wilbur Whately himself, enough to make a devil and a precocious monster of him, and to make his passing out a pretty terrible sight. I'm going to burn his accursed diary, and if you men are wise, you'll dynamite that altar stone up there and pull down all the rings of standing stones on the other hills. Things like that brought down the beings those Whateleys were so fond of, the beings they were going to let in tangibly to wipe out the human race and drag the earth off to some nameless place for some nameless purpose. But as to this thing we've just sent back, the Whateleys raised it for a terrible part in the doings that were to come. It grew fast and big from the same reason that Wilbur grew fast and big, but it beat him because it had a greater share of the outsideness in it. You needn't ask how Wilbur called it out of the air. He didn't call it out. It was his twin brother, but it looked more like the father than he did. The Book, Margaret Irwin. Margaret Irwin, 1889 to 1969, was an English writer of a long series of critically acclaimed historical novels, as well as the supernatural classic Still She Wished for Company, 1924. She wrote her first ghost story at age 5, and continued to write them for much of her life, the best collected in Madame Fears the Dark, 1935, and Bloodstock, 1953. The Book, 1930, is one of only a handful of ghost stories weird enough to appear in this anthology. The writer Joanna Russ, appearing herein with another unusual ghost story, described the book as one of the most interesting stories of the supernatural I ever read, a sentiment also expressed by contributor and new weird writer China Mieville. On a foggy night in November, Mr. Corbett, having guessed the murder by the 3rd chapter of his detective story, arose in disappointment from his bed and went downstairs in search of something more satisfactory to send him to sleep. The fog had crept through the closed and curtained windows of the dining-room and hung thick on the air in a silence that seemed as heavy and breathless as the fog. The atmosphere was more choking than in his room, and very chill, although the remains of a large fire still burned in the grate. The dining-room bookcase was the only considerable one in the house, and held a careless, unselected collection to suit all the tastes of the household, together with a few dull and obscure old theological books that had been left over from the sale of a learned uncle's library. Cheap red novels, bought on railway stalls by Mrs. Corbett, who thought a journey the only time to read, were thrust in like pert, undersized intruders among the respectable 19th-century works of culture, chastely bound in dark blue or green, which Mr. Corbett had considered the right thing to buy during his Oxford days. Beside these, there swaggered the children's large, gaily bound story-books and collections of fairy tales in every color. From among this neat, new cloth-bound crowd, there towered here and there a musty sepulchre of learning, brown with the color of dust rather than leather, with no trace of gilded letters, however faded, on its crumbling back to tell what lay inside. A few of these moribund survivors from the dean's library were inhospitably fastened with rusty clasps. All remained closed and appeared impenetrable, their blank, forbidding backs uplifted above their frivolous surroundings, with the air of scorn that belongs to a private and concealed knowledge. For only the worm of corruption now bored his way through their evil-smelling pages. It was an unusual flight of fancy for Mr. Corbett to imagine that the vaporous and fog-ridden air that seemed to hang more thickly about the bookcase was like a dank and poisonous breath exhaled by one or other of those slowly rotting volumes. Discomfort in this pervasive and impalpable presence came on him more acutely than at any time that day. In an attempt to clear his throat of it, he choked most unpleasantly. He hurriedly chose a Dickens from the second shelf as appropriate to a London fog, and had returned to the foot of the stairs when he decided that his reading tonight should by contrast be of blue Italian skies and white statues, in beautiful rhythmic sentences. He went back for Walter Pater. He found Marius the Epicurean tipped sideways across the gap left by his withdrawal of the old curiosity shop. It was a very wide gap to have been left by a single volume, for the books on that shelf had been closely wedged together. He put the Dickens back into it, and saw that there was still space for a large book. He said to himself in careful and precise words, "This is nonsense. No one can possibly have gone into the dining-room and removed a book while I was crossing the hall. There must have been a gap before in the second shelf." But another part of his mind kept saying in a hurried, tumbled torrent, "There was no gap in the second shelf. There was no gap in the second shelf." He snatched at both the Marius and the old curiosity shop, and went to his room in a haste that was unnecessary and absurd, since, even if he believed in ghosts, which he did not, no one had the smallest reason for suspecting any in the modern Kensington house, wherein he and his family had lived for the last 15 years. Reading was the best thing to calm the nerves, and Dickens a pleasant, wholesome, and robust author. Tonight, however, Dickens struck him in a different light. Beneath the author's sentimental pity for the weak and helpless, he could discern a revolting pleasure in cruelty and suffering, while the grotesque figures of the people in Cruikshank's illustrations revealed too clearly the hideous distortions of their souls. What had seemed humorous now appeared diabolic, and in disgust at these two favorites he turned to Walter Pater for the repose and dignity of a classic spirit. But presently he wondered if this spirit were not in itself of a marble quality, frigid and lifeless, contrary to the purpose of nature. "I've often thought," he said to himself, "that there is something evil in the austere worship of beauty for its own sake." He had never thought so before, but he liked to think that this impulse of fancy was the result of mature consideration, and with this satisfaction he composed himself for sleep. He woke 2 or 3 times in the night, an unusual occurrence, but he was glad of it, for each time he had been dreaming horribly of these blameless Victorian works. Sprightly devils in whiskers and peg-top trousers tortured a lovely maiden and leered in delight at her anguish. The gods and heroes of classic fable acted deeds whose naked crime and shame Mr. Corbett had never appreciated in Latin and Greek unseens. When he had woken in a cold sweat from the spectacle of the ravished Philomel's torn and bleeding tongue, he decided there was nothing for it but to go down and get another book that would turn his thoughts in some more pleasant direction. But his increasing reluctance to do this found 100 excuses. The recollection of the gap in the shelf now occurred to him with a sense of unnatural importance. In the troubled dozes that followed, this gap between 2 books seemed the most hideous deformity, like a gap between the front teeth of some grinning monster. But in the clear daylight of the morning Mr. Corbett came down to the pleasant dining-room, its sunny windows and smell of coffee and toast, and ate an undiminished breakfast with a mind chiefly occupied in self-congratulation that the wind had blown the fog away in time for his Saturday game of golf. Whistling happily, he was pouring out his final cup of coffee, when his hand remained arrested in the act as his glance, roving across the bookcase, noticed that there was now no gap at all in the second shelf. He asked who had been at the bookcase already, but neither of the girls had, nor Dickie, and Mrs. Corbett was not yet down. The maid never touched the books. They wanted to know what book he missed in it, which made him look foolish, as he could not say. The things that disturb us at midnight are negligible at 9 a.m. "I thought there was a gap in the second shelf," he said, "but it doesn't matter." "There never is a gap in the second shelf," said little Jean brightly. "You can take out lots of books from it, and when you go back the gap's always filled up. Haven't you noticed that? I have." Nora, the middle one in age, said Jean was always being silly. She had been found crying over the funny pictures in The Rose and the Ring because she said all the people in them had such wicked faces, and the picture of a black cat had upset her because she thought it was a witch. Mr. Corbett did not like to think of such fancies for his Jeanie. She retaliated briskly by saying Dickie was just as bad, and he was a big boy. He had kicked a book across the room and said, "Filthy stuff," just like that. Jean was a good mimic. Her tone expressed a venom of disgust, and she made the gesture of dropping a book as though the very touch of it were loathsome. Dickie, who had been making violent signs at her, now told her she was a beastly little sneak, and he would never again take her for rides on the step of his bicycle. Mr. Corbett was disturbed. Unpleasant housemaids and bad school friends passed through his head as he gravely asked his son how he had got hold of this book. "Took it out of that bookcase, of course," said Dickie furiously. It turned out to be the boy's Gulliver's Travels that Granny had given him, and Dickie had at last to explain his rage with the devil who wrote it to show that men were worse than beasts and the human race a washout. A boy who never had good school reports had no right to be so morbidly sensitive as to penetrate to the underlying cynicism of Swift's delightful fable, and that, moreover, in the bright and carefully expurgated edition they bring out nowadays. Mr. Corbett could not say he had ever noticed the cynicism himself, though he knew from the critical books it must be there, and with some annoyance he advised his son to take out a nice, bright, modern boy's adventure story that could not depress anybody. It appeared, however, that Dickie was off reading just now, and the girls echoed this. Mr. Corbett soon found that he too was off reading. Every new book seemed to him weak, tasteless, and insipid, while his old and familiar books were depressing, or even in some obscure way disgusting. Authors must all be filthy-minded. They probably wrote what they dared not express in their lives. Stevenson had said that literature was a morbid secretion. He read Stevenson again to discover his peculiar morbidity, and detected in his essays a self-pity masquerading as courage, and in Treasure Island an invalid's sickly attraction to brutality. This gave him a zest to find out what he disliked so much, and his taste for reading revived as he explored with relish the hidden infirmities of minds that had been valued by fools as great and noble. He saw Jane Austen and Charlotte Bronte as two unpleasant examples of spinsterhood, the one as a prying, sub-acid busybody in everyone else's flirtations, the other as a raving, craving maenad seeking self-immolation on the altar of her frustrated passions. He compared Wordsworth's love of nature to the monstrous egoism of an ancient bellwether, isolated from the flock. These powers of penetration astonished him. With a mind so acute and original, he should have achieved greatness, yet he was a mere solicitor, and not prosperous at that. If he had but the money, he might do something with those ivory shares, but it would be a pure gamble, and he had no luck. His natural envy of his wealthier acquaintances now mingled with a contempt for their stupidity that approached loathing. The digestion of his lunch in the city was ruined by meeting sentimental yet successful dotards whom he had once regarded as pleasant fellows. The very sight of them spoiled his game of golf, so that he came to prefer reading alone in the dining-room, even on sunny afternoons. He discovered also, and with a slight shock, that Mrs. Corbett had always bored him. Dickie he began actively to dislike as an impudent blockhead, and the two girls were as insipidly alike as white mice. It was a relief when he abolished their tiresome habit of coming in to say good night. In the now unbroken silence and seclusion of the dining-room, he read with feverish haste, as though he were seeking for some clue to knowledge, some secret key to existence which would quicken and inflame it, transform it from its present dull torpor to a life worthy of him and his powers. He even explored the few decaying remains of his uncle's theological library. Bored and baffled, he yet persisted, and had the occasional relief of an ugly woodcut of Adam and Eve, with figures like bolsters and hair like dahlias, or a map of the cosmos with Hellmouth in the corner, belching forth demons. One of these books had diagrams and symbols in the margin, which he took to be mathematical formulae of a kind he did not know. He presently discovered that they were drawn, not printed, and that the book was in manuscript, in a very neat, crabbed black writing that resembled black-letter printing. It was moreover in Latin, a fact that gave Mr. Corbett a shock of unreasoning disappointment. For while examining the signs in the margin, he had been filled with an extraordinary exultation, as though he knew himself to be on the edge of a discovery that should alter his whole life. But he had forgotten his Latin. With a secret and guilty air which would have looked absurd to anyone who knew his harmless purpose, he stole to the schoolroom for Dicky's Latin dictionary and grammar, and hurried back to the dining-room, where he tried to discover what the book was about with an anxious industry that surprised himself. There was no name to it, nor of the author. Several blank pages had been left at the end, and the writing ended at the bottom of a page, with no flourish or superscription, as though the book had been left unfinished. From what sentences he could translate, it seemed to be a work on theology rather than mathematics. There were constant references to the Master, to his wishes and injunctions, which appeared to be of a complicated kind. Mr. Corbett began by skipping these as mere accounts of ceremonial, but a word caught his eye as one unlikely to occur in such an account. He read this passage attentively, looking up each word in the dictionary, and could hardly believe the result of his translation. Clearly, he decided, this book must be by some early missionary, and the passage I have just read the account of some horrible rite practiced by a savage tribe of devil-worshippers. Though he called it horrible, he reflected on it, committing each detail to memory. He then amused himself by copying the signs in the margin near it, and trying to discover their significance. But a sensation of sickly cold came over him. His head swam, and he could hardly see the figures before his eyes. He suspected a sudden attack of influenza, and went to ask his wife for medicine. They were all in the drawing-room, Mrs. Corbett helping Nora and Jean with a new game, Dicky playing the pianola, and Mike, the Irish terrier, who had lately deserted his accustomed place on the dining-room hearthrug, stretched by the fire. Mr. Corbett had an instant's impression of this peaceful and cheerful scene before his family turned towards him and asked in scared tones what was the matter. He thought how like sheep they looked and sounded. Nothing in his appearance in the mirror struck him as odd. It was their gaping faces that were unfamiliar. He then noticed the extraordinary behavior of Mike, who had sprung from the hearthrug and was crouched in the furthest corner, uttering no sound, but with his eyes distended and foam round his bared teeth. Under Mr. Corbett's glance he slunk towards the door, whimpering in a faint and abject manner, and then as his master called him he snarled horribly, and the hair bristled on the scruff of his neck. Dicky let him out, and they heard him scuffling at a frantic rate down the stairs to the kitchen, and then, again and again, a long-drawn howl. "What can be the matter with Mike?" asked Mrs. Corbett. Her question broke a silence that seemed to have lasted a long time. Jean began to cry. Mr. Corbett said irritably that he did not know what was the matter with any of them. Then Nora asked, "What is that red mark on your face?" He looked again in the glass and could see nothing. "It's quite clear from here," said Dicky. "I can see the lines in the fingerprint." "Yes, that's what it is," said Mrs. Corbett in her brisk, staccato voice. "The print of a finger on your forehead. Have you been writing in red ink?" Mr. Corbett precipitately left the room for his own, where he sent down a message that he was suffering from headache and would have his dinner in bed. He wanted no unfussing round him. By next morning he was amazed at his fancies of influenza, for he had never felt so well in his life. No one commented on his looks at breakfast, so he concluded that the mark had disappeared. The old Latin book he had been translating on the previous night had been moved from the writing bureau, although Dicky's grammar and dictionary were still there. The second shelf was, as always in the daytime, closely packed. The book had, he remembered, been in the second shelf, but this time he did not ask who had put it back. That day he had an unexpected stroke of luck in a new client of the name of Crabbe, who entrusted him with large sums of money. Nor was he irritated by the sight of his more prosperous acquaintances, but with difficulty refrained from grinning in their faces, so confident was he that his remarkable ability must soon place him higher than any of them. At dinner he chaffed his family with what he felt to be the gaiety of a schoolboy, but on them it had a contrary effect, for they stared, either at him in stupid astonishment, or at their plates, depressed and nervous. Did they think him drunk, he wondered, and a fury came on him at their low and bestial suspicions and heavy dullness of mind. Why, he was younger than any of them. But in spite of this new alertness, he could not attend to the letters he should have written that evening, and drifted to the bookcase for a little light distraction, but found that for the first time there was nothing he wished to read. He pulled out a book from above his head at random, and saw that it was the old Latin book in manuscript. As he turned over its stiff and yellow pages, he noticed with pleasure the smell of corruption that had first repelled him in these decaying volumes, a smell he now thought of ancient and secret knowledge. This idea of secrecy seemed to affect him personally, for on hearing a step in the hall he hastily closed the book and put it back in its place. He went to the schoolroom where Dickie was doing his homework, and told him he required his Latin grammar and dictionary again for an old law report. To his annoyance he stammered and put his words awkwardly. He thought that the boy looked oddly at him, and he cursed him in his heart for a suspicious young devil, though of what he should be suspicious he could not say. Nevertheless, when back in the dining-room, he listened at the door and then softly turned the lock before he opened the books on the writing bureau. The script and Latin seemed much clearer than on the previous evening, and he was able to read at random a passage relating to a trial of a German midwife in 1620 for the murder and dissection of 783 children. Even allowing for the opportunities afforded by her profession, the number appeared excessive, nor could he discover any motive for the slaughter. He decided to translate the book from the beginning. It appeared to be an account of some secret society whose activities and ritual were of a nature so obscure, and when not so vile and terrible, that Mr. Corbett would not at first believe that this could be a record of any human mind, although his deep interest in it should have convinced him that, from his humanity at least, it was not altogether alien. He read until far later than his usual hour for bed, and when at last he rose it was with the book in his hands. To defer his parting with it, he stood turning over the pages until he reached the end of the writing, and was struck by a new peculiarity. The ink was much fresher and of a far poorer quality than the thick rusted ink in the bulk of the book. On close inspection he would have said that it was of modern manufacture, and written quite recently, were it not for the fact that it was in the same crabbed late 17th century handwriting. This, however, did not explain the perplexity, even dismay and fear he now felt, as he stared at the last sentence. It ran, "Contine te in perinibus studiis," and he had at once recognized it as a Ciceronian tag that had been dinned into him at school. He could not understand how he had failed to notice it yesterday. Then he remembered that the book had ended at the bottom of a page, but now the last two sentences were written at the very top of a page. However long he looked at them, he could come to no other conclusion than that they had been added since the previous evening. He now read the sentence before the last, "Re imperfecta mortuus sum," and translated the whole as, "I died with my purpose unachieved. Continue thou the never-ending studies." With his eye still fixed upon it, Mr. Corbett replaced the book on the writing-bureau and stepped back from it to the door, his hand outstretched behind him, groping and then tugging at the door-handle. As the door failed to open, his breath came in a faint, hardly articulate scream. Then he remembered that he had himself locked it, and he fumbled with the key in frantic, ineffectual movements, until at last he opened it and banged it after him as he plunged backwards into the hall. For a moment he stood there, looking at the door-handle. Then, with a stealthy, sneaking movement, his hand crept out towards it, touched it, began to turn it, when suddenly he pulled his hand away and went up to his bedroom, 3 steps at a time. There he behaved in a manner only comparable with the way he had lost his head after losing his innocence when a schoolboy of 16. He hid his face in the pillow. He cried. He raved in meaningless words, repeating, "Never, never, never! I will never do it again! Help me never to do it again!" With the words, "help me," he noticed what he was saying. They reminded him of other words, and he began to pray aloud. But the words sounded jumbled. They persisted in coming into his head in a reverse order, so that he found he was saying his prayers backwards, and at this final absurdity he suddenly began to laugh very loud. He sat up on the bed, delighted at his return to sanity, common sense, and humor, when the door leading into Mrs. Corbett's room opened, and he saw his wife staring at him with a strange, gray, drawn face that made her seem like the terror-stricken ghost of her usually smug and placid self. "It's not burglars," he said irritably. "I've come to bed late, that is all, and must have waked you." "Henry," said Mrs. Corbett, and he noticed that she had not heard him. "Henry, didn't you hear it?" "What?" "That laugh." He was silent, an instinctive caution warning him to wait until she spoke again. And this she did, imploring him with her eyes to reassure her. It was not a human laugh. It was like the laugh of a devil. He checked his violent inclination to laugh again. It was wiser not to let her know that it was only his laughter she had heard. He told her to stop being fanciful, and Mrs. Corbett, gradually recovering her docility, returned to obey an impossible command, since she could not stop being what she had never been. The next morning Mr. Corbett rose before any of the servants and crept down to the dining-room. As before, the dictionary and grammar alone remained on the writing-bureau. The book was back in the second shelf. He opened it at the end. 2 more lines had been added, carrying the writing down to the middle of the page. They ran, "Ex oro cancerus, indentem elephantis," which he translated as, "Out of the money of the crab, into the tooth of the elephant." From this time on, his acquaintances in the city noticed a change in the mediocre, rather flabby and unenterprising old Corbett. His recent sour depression dropped from him. He seemed to have grown 20 years younger, strong, brisk, and cheerful, and with a self-confidence in business that struck them as lunacy. They waited with a not unpleasant excitement for the inevitable crash, but his every speculation, however wild and harebrained, turned out successful. He no longer avoided them, but went out of his way to display his consciousness of luck, daring, and vigor, and to chaff them in a manner that began to make him actively disliked. This he welcomed with delight, as a sign of others' envy in his superiority. He never stayed in town for dinners or theaters, for he was always now in a hurry to get home, where, as soon as he was sure of being undisturbed, he would take down the manuscript book from the second shelf of the dining-room and turn to the last pages. Every morning he found that a few words had been added since the evening before, and always they formed, as he considered, injunctions to himself. These were at first only with regard to his money transactions, giving assurance to his boldest fancies, and since the brilliant and unforeseen success that had attended his gamble with Mr. Crabbe's money in African ivory, he followed all such advice unhesitatingly. But presently, interspersed with these commands, were others of a meaningless, childish, yet revolting character, such as might be invented by a decadent imbecile, or, it must be admitted, by the idle fancies of any ordinary man who permits his imagination to wander unbridled. Mr. Corbett was startled to recognize 1 or 2 such fancies of his own, which had occurred to him during his frequent boredom in church, and which he had not thought any other mind could conceive. He at first paid no attention to these directions, but found that his new speculations declined so rapidly that he became terrified, not merely for his fortune, but for his reputation and even safety, since the money of various of his clients was involved. It was made clear to him that he must follow the commands in the book altogether, or not at all, and he began to carry out their puerile and grotesque blasphemies with a contemptuous amusement, which, however, gradually changed to a sense of their monstrous significance. They became more capricious and difficult of execution, but he now never hesitated to obey blindly, urged by a fear that he could not understand, but knew only that it was not of mere financial failure. By now he understood the effect of this book on the others near it, and the reason that had impelled its mysterious agent to move the books into the second shelf, so that all in turn should come under the influence of that ancient and secret knowledge. In respect to it he encouraged his children, with jeers at their stupidity, to read more, but he could not observe that they ever now took a book from the dining-room bookcase. He himself no longer needed to read, but went to bed early and slept sound. The things that all his life he had longed to do when he should have enough money now seemed to him insipid. His most exciting pleasure was the smell and touch of these mouldering pages as he turned them to find the last message inscribed to him. One evening it was in 2 words only, "Canem oxide." He laughed at this simple and pleasant request to kill the dog, for he bore Mike a grudge for his change from devotion to slinking aversion. Moreover, it could not have come more opportunely, since in turning out an old desk he had just discovered some packets of rat poison bought years ago and forgotten. No one, therefore, knew of its existence, and it would be easy to poison Mike without any further suspicion than that of a neighbor's carelessness. He whistled light-heartedly as he ran upstairs to rummage for the packets, and returned to empty one in the dog's dish of water in the hall. That night the household was awakened by terrified screams proceeding from the stairs. Mr. Corbett was the first to hasten there, prompted by the instinctive caution that was always with him these days. He saw Jean in her nightdress, scrambling up onto the landing on her hands and knees, clutching at anything that afforded support, and screaming in a choking, tearless, unnatural manner. He carried her to the room she shared with Nora, where they were quickly followed by Mrs. Corbett. Nothing coherent could be got from Jean. Nora said that she must have been having her old dream again. When her father demanded what this was, she said that Jean sometimes woke in the night, crying, because she had dreamed of a hand passing backwards and forwards over the dining-room bookcase until it found a certain book and took it out of the shelf. At this point she was always so frightened that she woke up. On hearing this, Jean broke into fresh screams, and Mrs. Corbett would have no more explanations. Mr. Corbett went out onto the stairs to find what had brought the child there from her bed. On looking down into the lighted hall, he saw Mike's dish overturned. He went down to examine it, and saw that the water he had poisoned must have been upset and absorbed by the rough doormat, which was quite wet. He went back to the little girl's room, told his wife that she was tired and must go to bed, and he would take his turn at comforting Jean. She was now much quieter. He took her on his knee, where at first she shrank from him. Mr. Corbett remembered with an angry sense of injury that she never now sat on his knee, and would have liked to pay her out for it by mocking and frightening her. But he had to coax her into telling him what he wanted, and with this object he soothed her, calling her by pet names that he thought he had forgotten, telling her that nothing could hurt her now he was with her. At first his cleverness amused him. He chuckled softly when Jean buried her head in his dressing-gown. But presently an uncomfortable sensation came over him. He gripped at Jean as though for her protection, while he was so smoothly assuring her of his. With difficulty he listened to what he had at last induced her to tell him. She and Nora had kept Mike with them all the evening and taken him to sleep in their room for a treat. He had lain at the foot of Jean's bed, and they had all gone to sleep. Then Jean began her old dream of the hand moving over the books in the dining-room bookcase. But instead of taking out a book, it came across the dining-room and out onto the stairs. It came up over the banisters and to the door of their room, and turned their door-handle very softly and opened it. At this point she jumped up wide awake and turned on the light, calling to Nora. The door, which had been shut when they went to sleep, was wide open, and Mike was gone. She told Nora that she was sure something dreadful would happen to him if she did not go and bring him back, and ran down into the hall, where she saw him just about to drink from his dish. She called to him, and he looked up, but did not come, so she ran to him and began to pull him along with her, when her nightdress was clutched from behind, and then she felt a hand seize her arm. She fell down, and then clambered upstairs as fast as she could, screaming all the way. It was now clear to Mr. Corbett that Mike's dish must have been upset in the scuffle. She was again crying, but this time he felt himself unable to comfort her. He retired to his room, where he walked up and down in an agitation he could not understand, for he found his thoughts perpetually arguing on a point that had never troubled him before. "I'm not a bad man," he kept saying to himself. "I have never done anything actually wrong. My clients are none the worse for my speculations, only the better. Nor have I spent my new wealth on gross and sensual pleasures. These now have even no attraction for me." Presently he added, "It is not wrong to try and kill a dog, an ill-tempered brute. It turned against me. It might have bitten Jeanie." He noticed that he had thought of her as Jeanie, which he had not done for some time. It must have been because he had called her that tonight. He must forbid her ever to leave her room at night. He could not have her meddling. It would be safer for him if she were not there at all. Again that sick and cold sensation of fear swept over him. He seized the bedpost as though he were falling and held on to it for some minutes. I was thinking of a boarding school, he told himself, and then, I must go down and find out. He would not think what it was. He must find out. He opened his door and listened. The house was quiet. He crept on to the landing and along to Nora's and Jean's door, where again he stood listening. There was no sound, and at that he was again overcome with unreasonable terror. He imagined Jean lying very still in her bed, too still. He hastened away from the door, shuffling in his bedroom slippers along the passage and down the stairs. A bright fire still burned in the dining-room grate. A glance at the clock told him it was not yet 12. He stared at the bookcase. In the second shelf was a gap which had not been there when he had left. On the writing bureau lay a large open book. He knew that he must cross the room and see what was written in it. Then, as before, words that he did not intend came sobbing and crying to his lips, muttering, "No, no, not that! Never, never, never!" But he crossed the room and looked down at the book. As last time, the message was in only 2 words, "Infantem accide." He slipped and fell forward against the bureau. His hands clutched at the book, lifted it as he recovered himself, and with his finger he traced out the words that had been written. The smell of corruption crept into his nostrils. He told himself that he was not a sniveling dotard, but a man stronger and wiser than his fellows, superior to the common emotions of humanity, who held in his hands the sources of ancient and secret power. He had known what the message would be. It was, after all, the only safe and logical thing to do. Jean had acquired dangerous knowledge. She was a spy, an antagonist. That she was so unconsciously, that she was 8 years old, his youngest and favorite child, were sentimental appeals that could make no difference to a man of sane reasoning power such as his own. Jean had sided with Mike against him. "All that are not with me are against me," he repeated softly. He would kill both dog and child with the white powder that no one knew to be in his possession. It would be quite safe. He laid down the book and went to the door. What he had to do he would do quickly, for again that sensation of deadly cold was sweeping over him. He wished he had not to do it tonight. Last night it would have been easier, but tonight she had sat on his knee and made him afraid. He imagined her lying very still in her bed, too still. But it would be she who would lie there, not he, so why should he be afraid? He was protected by ancient and secret powers. He held on to the door-handle, but his fingers seemed to have grown numb, for he could not turn it. He clung to it, crouched and shivering, bending over it until he knelt on the ground, his head beneath the handle which he still clutched with upraised hands. Suddenly the hands were loosened and flung outwards with the frantic gesture of a man falling from a great height, and he stumbled to his feet. He seized the book and threw it on the fire. A violent sensation of choking overcame him. He felt he was being strangled. As in a nightmare, he tried again and again to shriek aloud, but his breath would make no sound. His breath would not come at all. He fell backwards heavily, down on the floor, where he lay very still. In the morning, the maid who came to open the dining-room windows found her master dead. The sensation caused by this was scarcely so great in the city as that given by the simultaneous collapse of all Mr. Corbett's recent speculations. It was instantly assumed that he must have had previous knowledge of this, and so committed suicide. The stumbling block to this theory was that the medical report defined the cause of Mr. Corbett's death as strangulation of the windpipe by the pressure of a hand which had left the marks of its fingers on his throat. The Mainz Psalter, Jean Ray, translated into English by Lowell Blair. Jean Ray, 1887 to 1964, was a prolific Flemish writer, considered one of the preeminent members of what is sometimes called the Belgian school of the weird. Ray's real name was Raymundus Johannes de Kramer, and he used many other pseudonyms for his comic strips and detective stories. The Mainz Psalter falls into the Weird Voyages category. The author purportedly read William Hope Hodgson's ghost pirate stories only after writing the story. The original 1965 Jean Ray collection, Ghouls in My Grave, a mass-market paperback, remains the best English-language translation of his work. The famed and hard-to-find Midnight House collection, My Own Private Spectres, 1999, provides the valuable service of bringing more stories into English. A man who is about to die is not likely to be very elegant in his last words. Being in a hurry to sum up his whole life, he tends to make them rigorously concise. But it was different with Ballister as he lay dying in the forecastle of the trawler North Caper from Grimsby. We had tried in vain to stop the flow of blood that was draining his life away. He had no fever. His speech was steady and rapid. He did not seem to see the bandages or the bloody basin. His eyes were following remote and formidable images. Raines, the radio man, was taking notes. Raines spends all his spare time writing stories and essays for short-lived literary magazines. As soon as one of them is born in Paternoster Row, his name is sure to appear on the list of contributors. Do not be surprised, therefore, by the rather special style given to this final monologue of a mortally wounded sailor. The blame must fall on Raines, a literary man without glory, who transcribed it. But I can testify that the facts it contains are the same as those reported before 4 members of the crew of the North Caper: Benjamin Corman, the captain, yours truly, John Copeland, first mate, Ephraim Rose, engineer, and the aforementioned Archibald Raines. Thus spoke Ballister. It was in the Merry Heart Tavern that I first met the schoolmaster, and it was there that we struck our bargain, and he gave me his orders. The Merry Heart is more of a meeting place for bargemen than for sailors. Its dilapidated facade is reflected in the water of one of Liverpool's back docks, where barges from the inland waterways are moored. I looked at the well-drawn plan of a small schooner. "She's almost a yacht," I said. "In heavy weather she must be able to sail close to the wind, and that broad stern will make it possible for us to maneuver well when there's a headwind." "There's an auxiliary engine, too," he said. I frowned, having always loved sailing. "Built by Hallett & Hallett, Glasgow, 1909, I said. "She's very well rigged. With her 60 tons and a crew of 6, she'll take to the sea better than a transatlantic liner." His face took on a look of satisfaction, and he ordered a round of expensive drinks. "Why are you changing her name from the Hen Parrot?" I asked. "It's a nice name. I've always liked parrots." He hesitated slightly. "It's a matter of sentiment, or of gratitude, if you prefer. So the ship will be called the Mines Salter. It's odd, but I suppose it's original." Alcohol had made him a little loquacious. "That's not the reason," he said. "A year ago a grand-uncle of mine died and left me a trunk full of old books." "So?" "Wait." I was looking through them without enthusiasm when one of them caught my attention. It was an incunabulum. "A what?" "An incunabulum," he said, with a slight air of superiority, "is a book published shortly after the invention of the printing press, and I was amazed to recognize the almost heraldic mark of Fust and Schaeffer. Those names probably mean nothing to you. Fust and Schaeffer were partners of Gutenberg, the inventor of the printing press. The book I had in my hands was nothing less than a rare and splendid copy of the famous Mainz Psalter, published toward the end of the 15th century. I gave him a look of polite attention and false understanding. "What will impress you more, Mr. Ballister," he said, "is that a Mainz Psalter is worth a fortune." "Ah," I said, suddenly interested. "Yes, it's worth a fine bundle of banknotes, big enough to buy the former Hen Parrot, and pay ample wages to a crew of 6 men for the cruise I want to make. Now, do you understand why I want to give such an unmaritime name to our little ship?" I understood it perfectly, and I congratulated him on his greatness of soul. "And yet it would seem more logical to me," I said, "to name the ship after that dear uncle who left you the book." He burst into loud, disagreeable laughter. I was disconcerted by such coarseness on the part of an educated man. "You'll leave from Glasgow," he said, "and sail the ship through the North Minch to Cape Wrath." "Those are hellish waters," I said. "I chose you precisely because you know them, Mr. Ballister. No finer praise can be given a sailor than to say that he knows the horrible corridor of water that is the Mensch Channel." My heart swelled with pride. "That's true," I said. "In fact, I was once nearly killed between Chicken and Tumpon Head." "South of Cape Wrath," he went on, "there's a sheltered little bay that's known only to a few bold sailors, by a name that doesn't appear on the map. Big Toe Bay." I looked at him in surprised admiration. "Do you know Big Toe?" I said. "That's something that would make you respected by customs, and would probably get you stabbed by certain men of the coast." He made a gesture of indifference. "I'll rejoin the ship at Big Toe Bay." "And from there?" He indicated a precise westerly direction. That's a nasty place," I said. "A real desert of water strewn with sharp rocks. We won't see many trails of smoke on the horizon." "You're quite right," he said. I winked at him, thinking I understood. "As long as you pay the way you've said," I replied, "I don't care what you do." "I think you're mistaken about my plans, Mr. Ballister. They're of a rather scientific nature, but I don't want to have a discovery stolen from me by some envious rival. In any case, it doesn't matter, because I'll pay as I said." We spent a few minutes drinking. Then, just as we were about to discuss the question of the crew, our conversation veered off strangely. "I'm not a sailor," he said brusquely, "so don't count on me to help with handling the ship. Let me be specific. I'm a schoolmaster." "I respect learning," I said, "and I'm not entirely lacking in it myself." "A schoolmaster? Good, good. Yes, in Yorkshire." "Let's go over the crew now," I said. "First of all, there's Turnip. It's an odd name, but he's a good man and a good sailor. There's a prison term in his recent past. Is that a drawback?" "Not in the least." "Good. You can have him for reasonable wages, especially if you take a little rum on board. It can be cheap rum. He's not particular about quality as long as the quantity is there. And then there's Stavens, a Fleming. He never talks, but he can break a mooring chain as easily as you can bite through the stem of a clay pipe." "And I suppose he also has a prison term in his past?" "It's not unlikely. I'll take him. What did you say his name was again?" "Stavens." "Stavens. Is he expensive?" "Not at all. He makes up for his low pay by eating vast amounts of bacon and biscuits, and currant jam if you buy any." "We'll take 1/2 ton of it on board if you like." "He'll be your slave. I might suggest Walker to you now, but he's very ugly." "Are you joking?" "No. His face lacks half a nose, part of a chin, and a whole ear, so it's not pleasant to look at for someone who's not used to Madame Tussauds Museum of Horrors, especially since the operation was sloppily performed by some Italian sailors who were in a bit of a hurry." "And who else?" "Two excellent men, Jelwyn and Friar Tuck. Friar Tuck, I don't know him by any other name, is a cook, among other things, a sea-going jack of all trades. He and Jelwyn are always together. If you see one, you see the other, and if you hire one, you must hire the other. They're rather mysterious. It's said that Jelwyn has royal blood in his veins, and that Friar Tuck is a devoted servant who has stayed with him in adversity." "And their price is in keeping with their mystery?" "Precisely. The fallen prince must have driven a car in the past, so he'll be the one to take care of your auxiliary engine." It was then that an incident took place that has little bearing on the events of this story, but that I remember with a certain uneasiness. A poor devil had just been blown into the bar by the gusty night wind. He was a kind of emaciated, rain-soaked clown, faded by all the miseries of the sea and the waterfront. He ordered a glass of gin and greedily raised it to his lips. Suddenly I heard the sound of breaking glass and saw the derelict throw up his hands, stare at the schoolmaster with unspeakable terror, then hurry outside into the wind and rain without picking up his change from the bar. I don't think the schoolmaster noticed the incident, or at least he didn't seem to, but I still dare not imagine the formidable reason that drove that poor wretch to drop his gin on the floor, abandon his money, and flee into the icy street when the bar was filled with exquisite warmth. On one of the first days of a very mild spring, the North Minch opened before us as though for a brotherly embrace. A few angry currents were still moving craftily beneath the surface, but we could detect them by their green backs, writhing like segments of mutilated snakes. One of those curious southeastern breezes that blow only in that region brought us the fragrance of the early Irish lilacs from 200 miles away, and helped the auxiliary engine to take us to Big Toe Bay. There things changed radically. Whirlpools dug holes in the water, hissing like steam engines. We avoided them only with great difficulty. The moss-green hull of a sunken ship raised from the depths of the Atlantic shot up almost under the bobstay of our bowsprit, and was hurled against a rock wall, where it exploded in a dark burst of rotten wood. A dozen times the Mainz Salter was in danger of being dismasted as though by a stroke of a giant razor. Fortunately, she was a beautiful sailor, and she lay to with the elegance of a true lady of the sea. A few hours of calm enabled us to run the engine at full speed and pass through the narrow channel of Big Toe Bay, just as another furious tide came thundering after us in a green spray of tormented water. "We're in inhospitable waters," I said to my men. "If the coastal scavengers find us here, we'll have to give them an explanation, and since they'll try to chase us away before hearing what we have to say, we'd better have our guns ready." The scavengers did put in an appearance, but in so doing they met with a disaster that was as disturbing as it was incomprehensible to us. For a week we had been lying at anchor in that little bay, which was as calm as a duck pond. Life was pleasant. Our supplies of food and drink were worthy of a royal yacht. By swimming 12 strokes or rowing 7 times, we could reach a little red sand beach, and further on a stream of icy fresh water. Turnip caught halibut on a line. Stavens went inland to the deserted moors, and sometimes, if the wind was right, we could hear the boom of his shotgun. He brought back partridges, grouse, occasionally a big-pawed hare, and always some of those delicious heath rabbits with fragrant flesh. The schoolmaster had not appeared. We did not worry. We had been paid in cash for 6 weeks in advance, and Turnip had said he would not leave until the last drop of rum was gone. One morning this serenity was shattered. Stavens had just filled a keg with fresh water when a shrill sound vibrated above him, and a foot away from his face a rock exploded into dust. He was a phlegmatic man. Without haste, he waded into the bay, spotted a puff of blue smoke rising from a cleft in a rock, ignored the angry little slaps that struck the surface of the water beside him, and calmly swam back to the ship. He went into the forecastle where the crew was waking up and said, "Someone's shooting at us." His words were punctuated by 3 sharp blows against the hull. I took a rifle from the rack and went up on deck. I instinctively ducked at the sound of a whining bullet. An instant later a handful of wooden splinters leapt into the air, and the bronze rolling gear of the boom clanged beneath the impact of a lead slug. I raised my rifle toward the cleft that Stavens pointed out to me. I saw billows of black powder smoke coming from it, but suddenly the shooting stopped, and was replaced by vociferations and shouts of fear. Something struck the dark red beach with a heavy thud. I started in horror. A man had just fallen 300 feet from the top of the cliff. His broken body was almost entirely buried in the sand, but I was able to recognize the coarse leather clothing of the wreckers of Cape Wrath. I had scarcely turned my eyes away from that lifeless mass when Stavens touched me on the shoulder. "Here comes another one," he said. An awkward, ridiculous shape was hurtling toward the ground. It was like the loose, ungainly fall of a big bird that has been hit by shotgun pellets at a great height, and, conquered by gravity and betrayed by the air, comes tumbling down without dignity. For the second time there was a soft, ghastly thud on the sand. This time a villainous face quivered for a few seconds, spewing crimson froth. Stavens slowly pointed to the top of the cliff. "One more," he said in a slightly faltering voice. Wild screams rang out from above. Suddenly we saw the bust of a man against the sky, struggling with something invisible. He made a desperate gesture, then flew from the cliff as though propelled by a catapult. His cry was still floating down to us in a slow tailspin of despair when his body was smashed beside the 2 others. We stood still. "It's true they were trying to kill us," said Jelwyn, "but I'd still like to avenge those poor devils. Please give me your rifle, Mr. Ballister. Friar Tuck, come here." Friar Tuck's shaved head emerged from the depths of the ship. "Friar Tuck is as good as a hunting dog," Jelwyn explained with a touch of condescension. "Or rather, he's as good as a whole pack of them. He smells the quarry from very far off. He's phenomenal. And what do you think of this quarry, old boy?" Friar Tuck hoisted his round, massive body onto the deck and waddled over to the rail. He scrutinized the mangled corpses and showed deep surprise. Then an ashen pallor came over his face. "Friar," said Jelwyn with a nervous laugh, "you've seen some strong sights in your day, yet you're turning pale like a young chambermaid." No, it's not that," Friar Tuck replied dully. "There's something ugly behind this. There's—" "Shoot, Your Grace," he suddenly shouted. "Up there, hurry!" Jelwyn turned on him furiously. "I've warned you about calling me by that damned name." Friar Tuck made no reply. He shook his head, then murmured, "Too late. It's gone." "What's gone?" I asked. "Why, the thing that was watching us from the cliff," he said foolishly. "What was it?" He gave me a crafty look. "I don't know. Anyway, it's gone." I did not pursue my questioning. 2 loud whistles came from the top of the cliff. Then a shadow moved against the patch of sky behind it. Jelwyn raised his rifle. I pushed it aside. "Pay attention to what you're doing." The schoolmaster was coming down toward the beach from the cliff, following a path we had not noticed before. A beautiful cabin in the stern had been reserved for the schoolmaster, and the adjoining room had been made into a bedroom for me with 2 bunks. As soon as he arrived on board, the schoolmaster shut himself up in his cabin and spent his time going through a pile of books. Once or twice a day he went topside, had the sextant brought to him, and carefully took the sun. We were sailing northwest. "We're headed for Iceland," I said to Jelwyn. He attentively looked at a map and wrote down a figure. "No," he said, "we're headed for Greenland." "Well, what's the difference?" We had left Big Toe Bay on a clear morning, leaving the Ross Mountains to warm their humps in the rising sun behind us. That day we passed a ship from the Hebrides manned by a flat-faced crew whom we insulted lavishly. Toward evening we saw a ketch in full sail just above the horizon. Next day the sea was rising. To starboard we saw a Danish steamer fighting against the waves. She was surrounded by so much smoke that we could not read her name. That was the last ship we saw, although on the 3rd day there were 2 trails of smoke to the south that Walker said were from a dispatch boat of the British Navy. Every evening the schoolmaster invited me to have a drink in his cabin. He himself did not drink. He was no longer the loquacious companion of the Merry Heart Tavern, but he was still a well-bred man, for he never left my glass empty, and while I drank he kept his eyes on his books. I must admit that I have few memories of those days. Life was monotonous, and yet the crew seemed apprehensive to me, perhaps because of an incident that occurred one evening. We were all seized with violent nausea at almost the same time, and Turnip shouted that we had been poisoned. I sternly ordered him to be silent. The nausea passed quickly, and a sudden shift of wind forced us to perform a strenuous maneuver that made us forget everything else. The sun had risen on the 8th day of our voyage. I found the crew with anxious, sullen faces. I was familiar with such faces. At sea they are not a good sign. They indicate an uneasy, gregarious, and hostile feeling that groups men and makes them merge in a single fear or hatred. An evil force surrounds them and poisons the atmosphere of the ship. It was Jelwyn who spoke first. "Mr. Ballister, we want to talk to you, and we want to talk to you as our friend and shipmate, rather than as our captain." "That's a fine preamble," I said, laughing. "We're being nice about it because you're our friend," said Walker, and his horrible, shapeless face twisted. "Tell me what's on your mind," I said. "Something's wrong," said Jelwyn, "and the worst of it is that none of us can explain it." I cast a dark glance around me, then held out my hand to him. "It's true, Jelwyn. I feel it the same as you do." The faces brightened. The men had found an ally in their captain. "Look at the sea, Mr. Ballister." "I've seen it too," I said, looking down. Yes, I had seen it. The water had taken on a strange appearance that I had never seen before in all my 20 years at sea. It had oddly colored streaks, and it sometimes bubbled suddenly and loudly. Unknown sounds, something like laughter, would burst from a rapidly approaching wave and make the men look around in alarm. "Not one bird is following us any more," said Friar Tuck. It was true. "Last night," he said in his deep, slow voice, "a little herd of rats that had been living in the storeroom ran topside and all jumped overboard at once. I never saw anything like it." "Never," said the other sailors in a somber echo. "I've sailed in these waters before," said Walker, "and at about this same time of year, too. The air ought to be full of scoter ducks, and schools of porpoises ought to be following us from morning till night. Do you see any?" "Did you look at the sky last night, Mr. Ballister?" Jelwyn asked me softly. "No," I admitted, and I must have blushed a little. I had drunk a great deal in the schoolmaster's silent company, and I had not come up on deck, for I had been in the grip of a powerful intoxication that was still pressing my temples with a lingering headache. "Where is that devil of a man taking us?" asked Turnip. "Devil, yes," said the taciturn Stavens. Everyone had had his say. I made a sudden decision. "Gentlemen," I said, "listen to me. I'm the captain, it's true, but I'm not ashamed to admit in front of everyone that you're the most intelligent man on board, and I also know that you're not an ordinary sailor." He smiled sorrowfully. "You know more about this than the rest of us, don't you?" I asked. "No," he replied, "but Friar Tuck is a rather curious phenomenon. As I've already told you, he senses certain things without being able to explain them. It's as though he had one more sense than the rest of us, a sense of danger. Speak, Friar Tuck." "I know very little, almost nothing," said the low voice. "I know only that something is around us, something worse than anything else, worse than death." We looked at each other in alarm. "The schoolmaster," continued Friar Tuck, seeming to choose his words with difficulty, "is not alien to it." "Gentlemen," I said, "I don't have the courage myself, but I want you to go and tell him." "Very well," he replied. He went below. We heard him knock on the door of the schoolmaster's cabin, knock again and again, then finally open the door. Moments of silence went by. Jelwyn came back up on deck. He was pale. "He's not there," he said. "Search the whole ship. There's no place where a man can hide for long." We searched the ship, then went topside one by one, looking at each other uneasily. The schoolmaster had vanished. At nightfall, Jelwyn motioned to me to come up on deck. When I was beside him, he pointed upward. I think I fell to my knees. A strange sky was arched above the roaring sea. The familiar constellations were no longer there. Unknown stars in new geometrical groupings were shining dimly in a frighteningly black sidereal abyss. "Good God!" I exclaimed. "Where are we?" Heavy clouds were rolling across the sky. "That's better," Jelwyn said calmly. "The others might have seen it and gone mad. You want to know where we are? How should I know? Let's turn back, Mr. Ballister, even though it's useless, in my opinion." I took my head between my hands. "The compass has been inert for 2 days," I murmured. "I know," said Jelwyn. "But where are we? Where are we?" "Be calm, Mr. Ballister," he said, rather ironically. "You're the captain, don't forget that. I don't know where we are. I might make a hypothesis, to use an erudite word that sometimes covers an imagination that's too daring." "Even so," I replied, "I'd rather hear stories of witches and demons than that demoralizing 'I don't know.'" "We're probably on another plane of existence. You have some mathematical knowledge. It will help you to understand. Our three-dimensional world is probably lost to us, and I'll define this one as the world of the nth dimension, which is very vague. If by some inconceivable magic or some monstrous science we were transported to Mars or Jupiter, or even to Aldebaran, it wouldn't prevent us from seeing the same constellations we see from Earth." "But the sun—" "A similarity, a coincidence of the infinite, a kind of equivalent star, perhaps. Anyway, these are only suppositions, words, and since I believe we'll be permitted to die in this strange world, the same as in our own, I feel that we can remain calm." "Die?" I said. "I'll defend myself." "Against whom?" he asked sarcastically. It's true that Friar Tuck talked about things worse than death. If there's anyone's opinion that shouldn't be ignored in time of danger, it's his. I returned to what he called his hypothesis. "What do you mean by the nth dimension?" "For the love of heaven," he said nervously, "don't give my idea such real importance. There's no proof that existence is possible outside of our 3 ordinary dimensions. Just as we've never discovered any 2-dimensional beings from the world of surfaces, or 1-dimensional beings from the linear world, we must be indiscernible to beings, if there are any, who live in worlds having more dimensions than ours. I'm in no mood to give you a lesson in hypergeometry, Mr. Ballister, but I'm sure of one thing. There are spaces different from ours. The space we're aware of in our dreams, for example, which presents the past, the present, and perhaps the future on a single plane. And then there's the world of atoms and electrons, and relative and immense spaces with mysterious kinds of life. He made a gesture of lassitude. What was that enigmatic schoolmaster's purpose in bringing us to this devilish region? How, and especially why, did he disappear? I suddenly clapped my hand to my forehead. I had just remembered Friar Tuck's expression of fear, and that of the poor derelict in the Merry Heart Tavern. I related the incident to Jelwyn. He slowly nodded. I mustn't exaggerate Friar Tuck's clairvoyant powers, he said. When he first saw the schoolmaster, he said to me, "That man makes me think of an unscalable wall, behind which something immense and terrible is taking place." I didn't question him because it would have been useless. That was all he knew. His occult perceptions take the form of images, and he's incapable of analyzing them. In this case, his apprehension goes back even further. As soon as he heard the name of our schooner, he seemed upset, and said there was great malice behind it. "How shall we sail?" I asked, abandoning nearly all authority. "We're on the starboard tack," he said. "The wind seems very steady." "Shall we heave to?" "Why? Let's go on making headway. I don't see any sign of a storm, but I think we'd better reef our sails a little just the same." "Walker will take the helm to begin with," I said. "All he'll have to do is watch for patches of white water. If we hit a submerged rock—" "It might be the best solution for all of us," said Jelwyn. I could not have agreed with him more. While a known danger strengthens a leader's authority, the unknown brings him closer to the level of his men. That evening the forecastle was deserted, and everyone crowded into the narrow room that served as my cabin. Jelwyn gave us 2 demijohns of excellent rum from his personal provisions, and we used it to make a gigantic bowl of punch. Turnip was soon in an amiable mood. He began an endless story about 2 cats, a young lady, and a house in Ipswich, a story in which he had played a favorable part. Stavens had made some fantastic sandwiches of hardtack and corned beef. Heavy tobacco smoke made a dense fog around the kerosene lamp hanging motionlessly from its gimbals. The atmosphere was pleasant and friendly. With the help of the punch, I was on the verge of smiling at the fairy tales Jelwyn had told me earlier. Walker took his share of warm punch in a thermos bottle, picked up a lighted lantern, bade us good night, and went up to take the helm. My clock slowly struck 9. An accentuated movement of the ship told us that the sea was growing rougher. "We don't have much sail set," said Jelwyn. I silently nodded. Turnip's voice droned on, addressed to Stavens, who listened as he ground hardtack between the admirable millstones of his teeth. I emptied my glass and handed it to Friar Tuck to fill. Then I saw the wild expression on his face. His hand was squeezing Jelwyn's, and they both seemed to be listening to something. "What?" I began. Just then we heard loud imprecations overhead, followed by the sound of bare feet running rapidly toward the deck-house, and then a terrible cry. We looked at each other, horrified. A high-pitched call, a kind of yodel, came from far away. We all rushed up on deck at once, jostling each other in the darkness. Everything was calm. The sails were purring happily. Near the helm the lantern was burning brightly, illuminating the squat shape of the abandoned thermos bottle. But there was no one at the helm. "Walker! Walker!" we shouted frantically. Far away from the horizon, blurred by the night mists, the mysterious yodel answered us. The great silent night had swallowed up our poor Walker forever. A sinister dawn, purple like the swift twilight of tropical savannas, followed that funereal night. The men, dulled by anguished insomnia, watched the choppy waves. The bowsprit frenziedly pecked at the foam of the crests. A big hole had appeared in our crogic. Stavens opened the sail locker to replace it. Friar Tuck took out his metal palm and prepared to do a conscientious repair job. Everyone's movements were instinctive, mechanical, and morose. Now and then I turned the helm and murmured to myself, "What's the use? What's the use?" Without having been ordered to, Turnip began climbing up the mainmast. I watched him distractedly until he reached the mainyard. Then the sails hid him from sight. Suddenly we heard his frenzied shout, "Hurry! Come up! There's someone on the mast!" There was a fantastic sound of aerial struggle, then a howl of agony, and at the same time a whirling shape shot upward and then fell into the waves a great distance away from the ship. Jelwyn swore vehemently and began climbing up the mast, followed by Friar Tuck. Stavens and I leapt toward the only lifeboat on board. The Fleming's formidable arms were sliding it toward the water when we were rooted to the deck by astonishment and terror. Something gray, shiny, and indistinct, like glass, suddenly surrounded the lifeboat. The chains snapped. An unknown force tilted the schooner to port, and a wave broke over the deck and poured into the open sail locker. An instant later the lifeboat had vanished without a trace. Jelwyn and Friar Tuck came down from the mast. They had seen no one. Jelwyn took a rag and wiped his hands, shuddering. He had found the sail and the rigging splattered with warm blood. In a faltering voice I recited the prayer for the dead, interspersing the holy words with curses against the ocean and its mystery. It was late when Jelwyn and I went topside, having decided to spend the night at the helm together. At one moment I began to weep, and he patted me affectionately on the shoulder. I became a little calmer and lit my pipe. We had nothing to say to each other. He seemed to have fallen asleep at the helm. I stared into the darkness. I leaned over the port rail and was suddenly petrified by an unearthly sight. I straightened up, uttering a muffled exclamation. "Have you seen it, Jelwyn, or are my eyes playing tricks on me?" "You're not mistaken," he said softly. "But for the love of Christ, don't say anything about it to the others. Their minds are already close enough to madness." I had to make a great effort to go back to the rail. Jelwyn stood beside me. The bottom of the sea was aflame with a vast bloody glow that spread beneath the schooner. The light slid under the keel and illuminated the sails and rigging from below. It was as though we were on a boat in the Drury Lane Theatre, lighted by an invisible row of flares. "Phosphorescence?" I ventured. "Look," whispered Jelwyn. The water had become as transparent as glass. At an enormous depth we saw great dark masses with unreal shapes. There were manors with immense towers, gigantic domes, horribly straight streets lined with frenzied houses. We appeared to be flying over a furiously busy city at an incredible height. "There seems to be movement," I said. "Yes." We could see a swarming crowd of amorphous beings engaged in some sort of feverish and infernal activity. "Get back!" Jelwyn shouted, pulling me violently by the belt. One of those beings was rising toward us with astounding speed. In less than a second its immense bulk had hidden the undersea city from us. It was as though a flood of ink had instantaneously spread around us. The keel received a tremendous blow. In the crimson light we saw 3 enormous tentacles, 3 times as high as the mainmast, hideously writhing in the air. A formidable face composed of black shadows and 2 eyes of liquid amber rose above the port side of the ship and gave us a terrifying look. This lasted less than 2 seconds. A heavy swell was headed for us broadside. "Helm hard to starboard!" shouted Jelwyn. The lines holding the boom snapped, and it cut through the air like an axe. The mainmast bent almost to the breaking point. Taut halyards broke with a sound like that of harp strings. The awesome vision became vague. The water was foaming. To starboard the glow ran like a burning fringe across the high galloping crests, then abruptly vanished. "Poor Walker! Poor Turnip," said Jelwyn. The bell rang in the forecastle. The midnight watch was beginning. An uneventful morning followed. The sky was covered with thick, motionless clouds of a dirty yellowish color. The air was chilly. Toward noon, shining feebly through the mist, I saw a spot of light that might have been the sun. I decided to determine its position, despite Jelwyn's opinion that it would be meaningless. The sea was rough. I tried to hold the horizon, but a wave would always invade my field of vision, and the horizon would leap up into the sky. Finally I succeeded. But as I was looking for the reflection of the spot of light in the mirror of the sextant, I saw a kind of white streamer quivering in front of it at a great height. Something indefinable rushed toward me. The sextant flew into the air. I received a jarring blow on the head, and then I heard shouts, sounds of struggle, and more shouts. I was not exactly unconscious. I was sprawled against the deck-house. Bells were ringing endlessly in my ears. I even seemed to hear the solemn booming of Big Ben. Mingled with these pleasant sounds were clamors that were more alarming, but also further away. I was about to make an effort to stand up when I felt myself seized and lifted. I began howling and kicking with all my returning strength. "Thank God," said Jelwyn. "He's not dead." I managed to open my eyelids, which felt as though they were made of lead. A patch of yellow sky was cut by diagonal ropes. I saw Jelwyn staggering as though he were drunk. "For the love of God, what's happened to us?" I asked dolefully, for Jelwyn's face was streaming with tears. Without answering, he led me to my cabin. I saw that one of the 2 bunks was occupied by a motionless mass. At this point I completely regained my senses. I put my hands over my heart. I had just recognized Stephen's hideously swollen face. Jelwyn gave me a drink. "This is the end," I heard him say. "The end," I repeated stupidly, trying to understand. He put cold compresses on Stephen's face. "Where's Friar Tuck?" I asked. Jelwyn sobbed aloud. "Like the others, we'll never see him again." He told me in a tear-choked voice the little he knew. It had happened with incredible swiftness, like all the successive tragedies that now formed our existence. Jelwyn had been below, checking the oil cups, when he heard shouts of distress from above. He hurried topside and saw Stevens furiously struggling inside a kind of silvery bubble. A moment later Stevens collapsed and lay still. Friar Tuck was gone. His metal palms and sail needles were scattered around the mainmast. Fresh blood was dripping from the starboard rail. I was lying unconscious against the deck-house. He knew nothing more. "When Stevens comes to, he'll give us more information," I said weakly. "When he comes to," Jelwyn exclaimed bitterly. "His body is nothing but a horrible bag filled with broken bones and crushed organs. Because of his Herculean constitution he's still breathing, but for all practical purposes he's dead. Dead like the others." We let the Mainz Salter sail as she pleased. She had little canvas spread, and she drifted sideways almost as much as she moved forward. "Everything seems to show that the danger is mainly on deck," said Jelwyn, as though talking to himself. We were still in my cabin when evening came. Stevens' breathing was labored and painful to hear. We had to keep wiping away the bloody froth that ran from his mouth. "I won't sleep," I said. "Neither will I," replied Jelwyn. We had closed the portholes despite the stuffy atmosphere. The ship was rolling a little. Toward 2 in the morning, when an invincible torpor was dulling my thoughts and I was sinking into a half-sleep already packed with nightmares, I suddenly started. Jelwyn was wide awake. He was looking up in terror at the gleaming wooden ceiling. "Someone's walking on deck," he said softly. I seized the rifle. "That's useless. Let's stay where we are. Ah, they're making themselves at home now." We heard rapid footsteps on the deck. It sounded as though a busy crowd were moving around. "I thought so," said Jelwyn. He laughed. "We're gentlemen of leisure now. We have others working for us." The sounds had become more precise. The helm creaked. An arduous maneuver was being carried out in the headwind. "They're unfurling the sails." "Of course." The ship pitched heavily, then listed to starboard. "A starboard tack in this wind," Jelwyn said approvingly. "They're monsters, brutes drunk with blood and murder, but they're sailors. The most skillful yachtsman in England, sailing a racer built last year, wouldn't dare to sail so close to the wind. And what does it prove?" No longer understanding anything, I made a gesture of discouragement. He answered his own question. "It proves that we have a fixed destination, and that they want us to arrive somewhere." After reflecting for a moment, I said, "It also proves that they're neither demons nor ghosts, but beings like us." "Oh, that's saying a lot." "I'm expressing myself badly. What I mean is that they're material beings with only natural forces at their command." "I've never doubted that," Jelwyn said calmly. Toward 5 in the morning, another maneuver was carried out, making the schooner roll heavily. Jelwyn opened a porthole. A dirty dawn was filtering through compact clouds. We cautiously ventured up on deck. It was tidy and deserted. The ship was hove to. 2 calm days went by. The nocturnal maneuvers had not been resumed, but Jelwyn pointed out that a very swift current was taking us in what should have been a northwesterly direction. Stevens was still breathing, but more feebly. Jelwyn had brought a portable medicine chest in his baggage, and from time to time he gave the dying man an injection. We spoke little. I think we had even stopped thinking. For my part, I was stupefied by alcohol, for I was drinking whiskey by the pint. One day, when I was drunkenly cursing the schoolmaster and promising to smash his face into 1,000 pieces, I happened to mention the books he had brought on board. Jelwyn leapt forward and shook me vigorously. "Careful, I'm the captain," I said gently. "To hell with captains like you. What did you say? Books?" "Yes, in his cabin. There's a trunk full of them. I saw them myself. They're written in Latin. I don't know that pharmacist jargon." "Well, I know it. Why didn't you tell me about those books?" "What difference would it have made?" I muttered thickly. "Anyway, I'm the captain. You ought to respect me." "You damned drunk," he said angrily, going off to the schoolmaster's cabin. I heard him step inside and close the door behind him. The inert and pitiful Stevens was my companion during the hours of drinking that followed. "I'm the captain of this ship," I mumbled, "and I'll complain to the authorities." He called me a damned drunk. I'm the master after God on my ship. Isn't that right, Stevens? You're a witness. He insulted me basely. I'll put him in irons. Then I slept a little. When Jelwyn came in to swallow a hasty meal of hardtack and corned beef, his cheeks were flushed and his eyes were glittering. "Mr. Ballister," he said, "did the schoolmaster ever tell you about a crystal object? A box, perhaps?" "He didn't confide in me," I grunted, still remembering his rudeness. "Ah, if only I'd had those books before all these things began happening." "Have you found anything?" I asked. "I'm getting a few glimmers. A path is opening up. It's probably senseless, but in any case it's amazing, more amazing than you can possibly imagine." He was terribly excited. I was unable to get anything more out of him. He hurried back to the schoolmaster's cabin, and I left him alone. I did not see him again until the beginning of evening, and then only for a few minutes. He came in to fill a kerosene lamp and did not say a word. I slept until late the next morning. As soon as I woke up, I went to the schoolmaster's cabin. Jelwyn was not there. Seized with painful anxiety, I called him. There was no answer. I ran all over the ship shouting his name, even forgetting prudence to the point of going up on deck. Finally, I threw myself on the floor, weeping and invoking the name of God. I was alone on board the accursed schooner, alone with the dying Stevens. Alone, horribly alone. It was not until noon that I went back to the schoolmaster's cabin. My attention was immediately caught by a sheet of paper pinned to the wall. I read these words in Jelwyn's handwriting. "Mr. Ballister, I'm going to the top of the mainmast. I must see something. Perhaps I shall never return. If so, forgive me for my death, which will leave you all alone, because Stevens is doomed, as you know. But quickly, do what I tell you. Burn all these books. Do it on the stern, far from the mainmast, and do not go near the edge of the ship. I think an effort will be made to prevent you from burning the books. Everything inclines me to believe it. But burn them. Burn them quickly, even at the risk of setting fire to the ship. Will it save you? I dare not hope so. Perhaps Providence will give you a chance. May God have mercy on you, Mr. Ballister, and on all of us. Duke Blank, known as Jelwyn." Footnote. Here appears a name that we shall not reveal, in order not to rekindle the sorrow of a great and noble reigning family. Jelwyn bore a heavy weight of guilt, but his death brilliantly redeemed him. End of footnote. When I returned to my cabin, shaken by that extraordinary farewell, and cursing the shameful drunkenness that had probably prevented my valiant companion from awakening me, I no longer heard Stevens' irregular breathing. I leaned over his poor contorted face. He, too, was gone. I took 2 cans of gasoline from the little engine room, and, moved by some sort of providential instinct, I started the engine and turned it up to full speed. I went back to the helm, piled the books on the deck, and poured gasoline on them. A high, pale flame arose. At that moment there was a cry from the sea, and I heard someone call my name. Then I, too, cried out in surprise and fear. In the wake of the Mainz Salter, 100 feet back, swam the schoolmaster. The flames crackled. The books were rapidly being transformed into ashes. The infernal swimmer shouted curses and supplications. "Ballister, I'll make you rich, richer than all men on earth put together." I'll make you die, you imbecile, in horrible tortures that are unknown on your accursed planet. I'll make you a king, Ballister, king of a formidable kingdom. Ah, you swine, hell would be sweeter to you than what I have in store for you." He swam desperately, but made little progress in overtaking the ship. Suddenly the schooner made a few strange movements and was shaken by dull blows. I saw the water rising toward me. The ship was being pulled toward the bottom of the sea. "Ballister, listen to me!" howled the schoolmaster. He was quickly drawing closer. His face was horribly impassive, but his eyes were burning with unbearable brightness. Then, in the middle of a mass of hot ashes, I saw a piece of parchment curl up and reveal a sparkling object. I remembered Jelwyn's words. The specially constructed book had been hiding the crystal box he had mentioned to me. "The crystal box!" I exclaimed. The schoolmaster heard me. He shrieked like a madman, and I saw an incredible sight. He stood on the water with his hands outstretched like threatening claws. "It's knowledge, the greatest knowledge of all that you're about to destroy, you damned fool!" he roared. Shrill yodels were now coming toward me from all points of the horizon. The first waves broke over the deck. I leapt into the flames and smashed the crystal box with my heel. I had a feeling of collapse and terrible nausea. Sky and water blended in a flashing chaos. An immense clamor shook the air. I began a frightful fall into darkness. And here I am. I've told you everything now. I woke up on your ship. I'm going to die. Have I been dreaming? I wish I could believe it. But I'm going to die among men, on my own earth. Ah, how happy I am. It was Briggs, the cabin boy of the North Caper, who had first sighted Ballister. The boy had just stolen an apple from the galley and was about to eat it, huddled against some coils of cable, when he saw Ballister swimming sluggishly a few yards from the ship. Briggs began shouting at the top of his lungs, for he saw that the swimmer was about to be drawn into the wash of the propeller. Ballister was pulled out of the water. He was unconscious. His swimming movements had been automatic, as sometimes happens with very strong swimmers. There was no ship in sight and no trace of wreckage on the water, but the cabin boy said that he had seen a ship as transparent as glass, those are his own words, rise up off the port beam, then sink below the surface. This earned him a slap from Captain Corman to teach him not to tell such wild stories. We managed to pour a little whiskey down Ballister's throat. Rose, the engineer, gave him his bunk, and we covered him warmly. He soon passed from unconsciousness into deep, feverish sleep. We were waiting with curiosity for him to awaken when a terrible incident took place. This is now being told by John Copeland, first mate of the North Caper. It was I who, with Seaman Jokes, saw the mystery and terror that came out of the night. The last bearing taken during the day had located the North Caper at longitude 22 degrees west and latitude 60 degrees north. I took the helm myself, having decided to spend the night on deck, because the night before we had seen long ice floes glittering in the moonlight on the northwest horizon. Jokes hung up the running lights, and since he had a violent toothache that was made worse by the warmth of the forecastle, he came to smoke his pipe beside me. I was glad, because a lonely watch can be terribly monotonous when it lasts all night. I must tell you that, while the North Caper is a good sturdy ship, she is not a trawler of the latest model, even though she has been equipped with radio. The spirit of 50 years ago still weighs down on her, leaving her with sails that supplement the limited power of her steam engine. She does not have the tall, enclosed, ungainly cabin that is perched in the middle of the deck on most modern trawlers, like a ludicrous little cottage. Her helm is still on the stern, facing the sea, the wind, and the spray. I am giving you this description so that you will know that we witnessed the incomprehensible scene not from a glassed-in observation post, but from the deck itself. Without this explanation, my story would not seem believable to those familiar with the design of steam trawlers. There was no moonlight because the sky was too overcast. Only the diffused glow of the clouds and the phosphorescence of the wave crests made it possible to see anything. It was somewhere around 10 o'clock. The men were sunk deep in their first sleep. Jokes, absorbed in his toothache, was softly moaning and swearing. The binnacle light made his tense face stand out from the surrounding darkness. Suddenly I saw his grimace of pain change to an expression of astonishment, then of genuine terror. His pipe fell from his open mouth. This struck me as so comical that I made a mocking remark to him. His only reply was to point to the starboard light. My pipe joined his when I saw what he was pointing to. Clutching the shrouds a few inches below the light, 2 wet hands were emerging from the darkness. Suddenly the hands let go, and a dark form leapt onto the deck. Jokes quickly stepped aside, and the binnacle light shone on the intruder's face. To our indescribable amazement, we saw a kind of clergyman, wearing a black tailcoat and streaming with sea-water. He had a small head with eyes like glowing coals that were staring straight at us. Jokes made a move to take out his fishing knife, but he did not have time. The apparition leapt on him and knocked him down. At the same time, the binnacle light was shattered. A few moments later, there was a shrill cry from the forecastle, where the cabin boy had been sitting up with Ballister. "He's killing him! Help!" Ever since I had had to stop some serious brawls among members of the crew, I had made it a habit to carry my revolver at night. It was a powerful weapon, and I shot well with it. I cocked it. The ship was filled with a confused clamor. A short time after this series of events, a gust of wind ripped a gash in the clouds, and a beam of moonlight followed the ship like a spotlight. I could already hear the captain's swearing above Briggs's cries of alarm when, to my right, I heard soft footsteps and saw the clergyman leap over the side and into the water. I saw his small head rise on the crest of a wave. I calmly aimed at it and fired. He uttered a strange howl, and the wave carried him toward the side of the ship. Jokes appeared beside me. Although he was still a little dazed, he was wielding a grappling iron. The body was now floating alongside the ship, bumping against it. The grappling iron bit into the clothes and pulled up its prey with surprising ease. Jokes dropped a shapeless, wet bundle on the deck, saying that it felt as light as a feather. Captain Corman came out of the forecastle holding a lighted lantern. "Someone tried to kill our shipwreck victim," he said. "We've got the bandit," I said. "He came out of the sea." "You're crazy, Copeland." "Look at him, Captain. I shot him, and—" We leaned over the pitiful remains, but we immediately straightened up again, shouting like madmen. The clothes were empty. 2 artificial hands and a wax head were attached to them. My bullet had gone through the wig and broken the nose. You already know Ballister's story. He told it to us when he woke up toward the end of that infernal night. He spoke serenely, with a kind of happiness. We took devoted care of him. There were 2 holes in his left shoulder, as though he had been stabbed twice, but we would have saved him if we had been able to stop his bleeding, because no essential organs had been damaged. After having talked so much, he lapsed into a coma. When he came out of it later, he asked how he had been injured. Briggs was the only one with him at the time. Glad to have a chance to make himself interesting, he replied that in the middle of the night he had seen a dark shape rush into the forecastle and strike Ballister. He then told him about the shot, and showed him the grotesque remains. At this sight, Ballister cried out in terror, "The schoolmaster! The schoolmaster!" He fell into a painful fever and did not regain consciousness until 6 days later in the Maritime Hospital in Galway, where he kissed the image of Christ and died. The tragic mannequin was taken to Reverend Lehman's, a worthy ecclesiastic who has been all over the world and knows many of the secrets of savage lands and the sea. He examined it for a long time. "What can have been inside it?" asked Archie Raines. "There surely was something in it. It was alive." "Yes, it was alive, all right, I can tell you that," grumbled Jokes, rubbing his red, swollen neck. Reverend Lehmans sniffed the thing like a dog, then cast it aside with disgust. "I thought so," he said. We also sniffed it. "It smells of formic acid," I said. "And phosphorus," added Raines. Captain Corman reflected for a moment, then his lips quivered a little when he said, "It smells like an octopus." Lehmans stared at him. "On the last day of creation," he said, "it is from the sea that God will cause the blasphemous beast to appear. Let us not try to anticipate destiny with impious inquiries." "But," began Raines. "Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge?" Before the holy word we bowed our heads and gave up trying to understand. The Shadowy Street, Jean Ray. Translated into English by Lowell Blair. Jean Ray, 1887 to 1964, was a Belgian writer of classic weird tales sadly unknown to most contemporary English-language readers. He also wrote one novel, Malpertuis, 1943, which was subsequently made into a film by Harry Kummel during 1971, starring Orson Welles. In addition to the Mainz Psalter, reprinted earlier in this volume, Jean Ray wrote the chilling The Shadowy Street, 1931, during a stint in prison, just as H.P. Lovecraft was publishing some of his most classic tales. Later in the 1930s, Ray would have 4 stories published in Weird Tales. He is considered by many the Poe, or Lovecraft, of the French language. On a Rotterdam dock, winches were fishing bales of old paper from the hold of a freighter. The wind was fluttering the multicolored streamers that hung from the bales when one of them burst open like a cask in a roaring fire. The longshoremen hastily scooped up some of the rustling mass, but a large part of it was abandoned to the joy of the little children who gleaned in the eternal autumn of the waterfront. There were beautiful Pearson's engravings, cut in half by order of customs, green and pink bundles of stocks and bonds, the last echoes of resounding bankruptcies, pitiful books whose pages were still joined like desperate hands. My cane explored that vast residue of thought in which neither shame nor hope was now alive. Amid all that English and German prose, I found a few pages of France, copies of Le Magasin Pittoresque, solidly bound and somewhat scorched by fire. It was in looking through those magazines, so adorably illustrated and so dismally written, that I found the 2 manuscripts, one in German, the other in French. Their authors had apparently been unaware of each other, and yet the French manuscript seemed to cast a little light on the black anguish that rose from the German one like a noxious vapor, insofar as any light can be shed on that story which appears to be haunted by such sinister and hostile forces. The cover bore the name Alphonse Archipetre, followed by the word Lehrer. I shall translate the German pages. The German manuscript. I am writing this for Hermann when he comes back from sea. If he does not find me here, if I, along with my poor friends, have been swallowed up by the savage mystery that surrounds us, I want him to know our days of horror through this little notebook. It will be the best proof of my affection that I can give him, because it takes real courage for a woman to keep a journal in such hours of madness. I am also writing so that he will pray for me, if he believes my soul to be in peril. After the death of my Aunt Hedwige, I did not want to go on living in our sad Holstam house. The Ruckhardt sisters offered to let me stay with them. They lived in a big apartment on the Deichstrasse, in the spacious house of Councillor Hunebein, an old bachelor who never left the first floor, which was littered with books, paintings, and engravings. Lotte, Eleonora, and Meta Ruckhardt were adorable old maids who used all their ingenuity in trying to make life pleasant for me. Frida, our maid, came with me. She found favor in the eyes of the ancient Frau Pilz, the Ruckhardts' inspired cook, who was said to have turned down ducal offers in order to remain in the humble service of her mistresses. On that evening, which was to bring unspeakable terror into our calm lives, we had decided against going to a celebration in Tempelhof because it was raining in torrents. Frau Pilz, who liked to have us stay home, had made us an outstanding supper, grilled trout and a guinea hen pie. Lotte had searched the cellar and come up with a bottle of Cape brandy that had been aging there for over 20 years. When the table had been cleared, the beautiful dark liquor was poured into glasses of Bohemian crystal. Eleonora served the Lapsang Souchong tea that an old Bremen sailor brought back to us from his voyages. Through the sound of the rain we heard the clock of St. Peter's strike 8. Frida was sitting beside the fire. Her head drooped over her illustrated Bible. She was unable to read it, but she liked to look at the pictures. She asked for permission to go to bed. The 4 of us who remained went on sorting colored silks for Mita's embroidery. Downstairs the councillor noisily locked his bedroom door. Frau Pilz went up to her room, bade us good night through the door, and added that the bad weather would no doubt prevent us from having fresh fish for dinner the next day. A small cascade was splattering loudly on the pavement from a broken rain gutter on the house next door. A strong wind came thundering down the street. The cascade was dispersed into a silvery mist, and a window slammed shut on one of the upper stories. "That's the attic window," said Lotte. "It won't stay closed." She raised the garnet-red curtain and looked down at the street. "I've never seen it so dark before. I'm not sleepy, and I certainly have no desire to go to bed. I feel as though the darkness of the street would follow me, along with the wind and the rain." "You're talking like a fool," said Eleonora, who was not very gentle. "Well, since no one is going to bed, let's do as men do and fill our glasses again." She went off to get 3 of those beautiful Zima candles that burn with a pink flame and give off a delightful smell of flowers and incense. I felt that we all wanted to give a festive tone to that bleak evening, and that for some reason we were unsuccessful. I saw Eleonora's energetic face darken by a sudden shadow of ill humor. Lotta seemed to be having difficulty in breathing. Only Mita was leaning placidly over her embroidery, and yet I sensed that she was attentive, as though she were trying to detect a sound in the depths of the silence. Just then the door opened, and Frida came in. She staggered over to the armchair beside the fire and sank into it, staring wild-eyed at each of us in turn. "Frida," I cried, "what's the matter?" She sighed deeply, then murmured a few indistinct words. "She's still asleep," said Eleonora. Frida shook her head forcefully and made violent efforts to speak. I handed her my glass of brandy, and she emptied it in one gulp, like a coachman or a porter. Under other circumstances we would have been offended by this vulgarity, but she seemed so unhappy, and the atmosphere in the room had been so depressing for the past few minutes that it passed unnoticed. "Fräulein," said Frida, "there's—" Her eyes, which softened for a moment, resumed their wild expression. "I don't know." Eleonora uttered an impatient exclamation. "What have you seen or heard? What's wrong with you, Frida?" "Fräulein." Frida seemed to reflect deeply. "I don't know how to say it. There's a great fear in my room." "Oh," said all 3 of us, reassured and apprehensive at the same time. "You've had a nightmare," said Mita. "I know how it is. You hide your head under the covers when you wake up." "No, that's not it," said Frida. "I hadn't been dreaming. I just woke up, that's all, and then— How can I make you understand? There's a great fear in my room." "Good heavens, that doesn't explain anything," I said. Frida shook her head in despair. "I'd rather sit outside in the rain all night than go back to that room. No, I won't go back." "I'm going to see what's happening up there, you fool," said Eleonora, throwing a shawl over her shoulders. She hesitated for a moment before her father's old rapier, hanging among some university insignia. Then she shrugged, picked up the candlestick with its pink candles, and walked out, leaving a perfumed wake behind her. "Oh, don't let her go there alone!" cried Frida, alarmed. We slowly went to the staircase. The flickering glow of Eleonora's candlestick was already vanishing on the attic landing. We stood in the semi-darkness at the foot of the stairs. We heard Eleonora open a door. There was a minute of oppressive silence. I felt Frida's hand tighten on my waist. "Don't leave her alone," she moaned. Just then there was a loud laugh, so horrible that I would rather die than hear it again. Almost at the same time Mita raised her hand and cried out, "There! There! A face! There!" The house became filled with sounds. The councillor and Frau Pilz appeared in the yellow halos of the candles they were holding. "Fräulein Eleonora," sobbed Frida, "dear God, how are we going to find her?" It was a frightening question, and I can now answer it. We never found her. Frida's room was empty. The candlestick was standing on the floor, and its candles were still burning peacefully with their delicate pink flames. We searched the whole house, and even went out on the roof. We never saw Eleonora again. We could not count on the help of the police, as will soon be seen. When we went to the police station, we found that it had been invaded by a frenzied crowd. Some of the furniture had been overturned, the windows were covered with dust, and the clerks were being pushed around like puppets. 80 people had vanished that night, some from their homes, others while they were on their way home. The world of ordinary conjectures was closed to us. Only supernatural apprehensions remained. Several days went by. We led a bleak life of tears and terror. Councillor Hunebine had the attic sealed off from the rest of the house by a thick oak partition. One day I went in search of Mita. We were beginning to fear another tragedy when we found her squatting in front of the partition with her eyes dry and an expression of anger on her usually gentle face. She was holding her father's rapier in her hand, and seemed annoyed at having been disturbed. We tried to question her about the face she had glimpsed, but she looked at us as though she did not understand. She remained completely silent. She did not answer us, and even seemed unaware of our presence. All sorts of wild stories were being repeated in the town. There was talk of a secret criminal league. The police were accused of negligence, and worse, public officials had been dismissed. All this, of course, was useless. Strange crimes had been committed. Savagely mutilated corpses were found at dawn. Wild animals could not have shown more ardent lust for carnage than the mysterious attackers. Some of the victims had been robbed, but most of them had not, and this surprised everyone. But I do not want to dwell on what was happening in the town. It will be easy to find enough people to tell about it. I will limit myself to the framework of our house and our life, which, though narrow, still enclosed enough fear and despair. The days passed, and April came, colder and windier than the worst month of winter. We remained huddled beside the fire. Sometimes Councillor Hunebine came to keep us company and give us what he called courage. This consisted in trembling in all his limbs, holding his hands out toward the fire, drinking big mugs of punch, starting at every sound and crying out 5 or 6 times an hour, "Did you hear that? Did you hear?" Frida tore some of the pages out of her Bible, and we found them penned or pasted on every door and curtain, in every nook and cranny. She hoped that this would ward off the spirits of evil. We did not interfere, and since we spent several days in peace, we were far from thinking it a bad idea. We soon saw how terribly mistaken we were. The day had been so dark and the clouds so low that evening had come early. I was walking out of the living room to put a lamp on the broad landing, for ever since the terrifying night we had placed lamps all over the house, and even the halls and stairs remained lighted till dawn, when I heard voices murmuring on the top floor. It was not yet completely dark. I bravely climbed the stairs and found myself before the frightened faces of Frida and Frau Pilz, who motioned me to be silent and pointed to the newly built partition. I stood beside them, adopting their silence and attention. It was then that I heard an indefinable sound from behind the wooden wall, something like the faint roar of giant conch shells or the tumult of a faraway crowd. "Fräulein Eleonora," moaned Frida. The answer came immediately, and hurled us screaming down the stairs. A long shriek of terror rang out, not from the partition above us, but from downstairs, from the councillor's apartment. Then he called for help at the top of his lungs. Lotta and Mita had hurried out onto the landing. "We must go there," I said courageously. We had not taken 3 steps when there was another cry of distress, this time from above us. "Help! Help!" We recognized Frau Pilz's voice. We heard her call again, feebly. Mita picked up the lamp I had placed on the landing. Halfway up the stairs we found Frida alone. Frau Pilz had disappeared. At this point I must express my admiration of Mita Ruchart's calm courage. "There's nothing more we can do here," she said, breaking the silence she had stubbornly maintained for several days. "Let's go downstairs." She was holding her father's rapier, and she did not look at all ridiculous, for we sensed that she would use it as effectively as a man. We followed her, subjugated by her cold strength. The councillor's study was as brightly lighted as a travelling carnival. The poor man had given the darkness no chance to get in. 2 enormous lamps with white porcelain globes stood at either end of the mantelpiece, looking like 2 placid moons. A small Louis XV chandelier hung from the ceiling, its prisms flashing like handfuls of precious stones. Copper and stone candlesticks stood on the floor in every corner of the room. On the table, a row of tall candles seemed to be illuminating an invisible catafalque. We stopped, dazzled, and looked around for the councillor. "Oh!" Frida exclaimed suddenly. "Look, there he is! He's hiding behind the window curtain." Lotta abruptly pulled back the heavy curtain. Herr Hunebine was there, leaning out the open window, motionless. Lotta went over to him, then leapt back with a cry of horror. "Don't look! For the love of heaven, don't look! His head is gone!" I saw Frida stagger, ready to faint. Mita's voice called us back to reason. "Be careful! There's danger here!" We pressed up close to her, feeling protected by her presence of mind. Suddenly something blinked on the ceiling, and we saw with alarm that darkness had invaded 2 opposite corners of the room, where the lights had just been extinguished. "Hurry, protect the lights," panted Mita. "Oh, there he is." At that moment the white moons on the mantelpiece burst, spat out streaks of smoky flame, and vanished. Mita stood motionless, but she looked all around the room with a cold rage that I had never seen in her before. The candles on the table were blown out. Only the little chandelier continued to shed its calm light. I saw that Mita was keeping her eyes on it. Suddenly her rapier flashed, and she lunged forward into empty space. "Protect the light!" she cried. "I see him! I've got him! Ah!" We saw the rapier make strange, violent movements in her hand, as though an invisible force were trying to take it away from her. It was Frida who had the odd but fortunate inspiration that saved us that evening. She uttered a fierce cry, picked up one of the heavy copper candlesticks, leapt to Mita's side, and began striking the air with her gleaming club. The rapier stopped moving. Something very light seemed to brush against the floor. Then the door opened by itself, and a heart-rending clamor arose. "That takes care of one of them," said Mita. One might wonder why we stubbornly went on living in that murderously haunted house. At least 100 other houses were in the same situation. People had stopped counting the murders and disappearances and had become almost indifferent to them. The town was gloomy. There were dozens of suicides, for some people preferred to die by their own hands rather than be killed by the phantom executioners. And then, too, Mita wanted to take vengeance. She was now waiting for the invisible beings to return. She had relapsed into her grim silence. She spoke to us only to order us to lock the doors and shutters at nightfall. As soon as darkness fell, the 4 of us went into the living room, which was now dormitory and dining room as well. We did not leave it until morning. I questioned Frida about her strange armed intervention. She was able to give me only a confused answer. "I don't know," she said. "It seemed to me I saw something, a face. I don't know how to say what it was. Yes, it was the great fear that was in my room the first night." That was all I could get out of her. One evening toward the middle of April, Lotta and Frida were lingering in the kitchen. Mita opened the living-room door and told them to hurry. I saw that the shadows of night had already invaded the landings and the hall. "We're coming," they replied in unison. Mita came back into the living room and closed the door. She was horribly pale. No sound came from downstairs. I waited vainly to hear the footsteps of the 2 women. The silence was like a threatening flood rising on the other side of the wall. Mita locked the door. "What are you doing?" I asked. "What about Lotta and Frida?" "It's no use," she said dully. Her eyes, motionless and terrible, stared at the rapier. The sinister darkness arrived. It was thus that Lotta and Frida vanished into mystery. Dear God, what was it? There was a presence in the house, a suffering, wounded presence that was seeking help. I did not know whether Mita was aware of it or not. She was more taciturn than ever, but she barricaded the doors and windows in a way that seemed designed more to prevent an escape than an intrusion. My life had become a fearful solitude. Mita herself was like a sneering spectre. During the day I sometimes came upon her unexpectedly in one of the halls. In one hand she held a rapier, and in the other she held a powerful lantern with a reflector and a lens that she shone into all the dark corners. During one of these encounters she told me rather impolitely that I had better go back to the living-room, and when I obeyed her too slowly she shouted furiously at me that I must never interfere with her plans. Her face no longer had the placid look it had worn as she leaned over her embroidery only a few days before. It was now a savage face, and she sometimes glared at me with a flame of hatred in her eyes. For I had a secret. Was it curiosity, perversity, or pity that made me act as I did? I pray to God that I was moved by nothing more than pity and kindness. I had just drawn some fresh water from the fountain in the wash-house when I heard a muffled moan. "Mo! Mo!" I thought of our vanished friends and looked around me. I saw a well-concealed door that led into a storeroom in which poor Hunabine had kept stacks of books and paintings amid dust and cobwebs. "Mo! Mo!" It was coming from inside the storeroom. I opened the door and looked into the gray semi-darkness. Everything seemed normal. The lamentation had stopped. I stepped inside. Suddenly I felt something seize my dress. I cried out. I immediately heard the moaning very close to me, plaintive, supplicating, and something tapped on my pitcher. I put it down. There was a slight splashing sound like that of a dog lapping, and the level of the water in my pitcher began to sink. The thing, the being, was drinking. Mo, Mo. Something caressed my hair more softly than a breath. Mo, Mo. Then the moaning changed to a sound of human weeping, almost like the sobbing of a child, and I felt pity for the suffering invisible monster. But there were footsteps in the hall. I put my hands over my lips, and the being fell silent. Without a sound, I closed the door of the secret storeroom. Mita was coming toward me in the hall. "Did I hear your voice just now?" she asked. "Yes." My foot slipped, and I was startled. I was an accomplice of the phantoms. I brought milk, wine, and apples. Nothing manifested itself. When I returned, the milk had been drunk to the last drop, but the wine and the apples were intact. Then a kind of breeze surrounded me and passed over my hair for a long time. I went back, bringing more fresh milk. The soft voice was no longer weeping, but the caress of the breeze was longer and seemed to be more ardent. Mita began looking at me suspiciously and prowling around the storeroom. I found a safer refuge for my mysterious protégé. I explained it to him by signs. How strange it was to make gestures to empty space. But he understood me. He was following me along the hall like a breath of air, when I suddenly had to hide in a corner. A pale light slid across the floor. I saw Mita coming down the spiral staircase at the end of the hall. She was walking quietly, partially hiding the glow of her lantern. The rapier glittered. I sensed that the being beside me was afraid. The breeze stirred around me feverishly, abruptly, and I heard that plaintive, "Mo, Mo." Mita's footsteps faded away in the distance. I made a reassuring gesture and went to the new refuge, a large closet that was never opened. The breeze touched my lips and remained there a moment. I felt a strange shame. May came. The 20 square feet of the miniature garden, which poor dear Hunabine had spattered with his blood, were dotted with little white flowers. Under a magnificent blue sky, the town was almost silent. The cries of the swallows were answered only by the peevish sounds of closing doors, sliding bolts, and turning keys. The being had become imprudent. He sought me out. All at once I would feel him around me. I cannot describe the feeling. It was like a great tenderness surrounding me. I would make him understand that I was afraid of Mita, and then I would feel him vanish like a dying wind. I could not bear the look in Mita's fiery eyes. On May 4th, the end came abruptly. We were in the living room, with all the lamps lighted. I was closing the shutters. Suddenly I sensed his presence. I made a desperate gesture, turned around, and met Mita's terrible gaze in a mirror. "Traitress!" she cried. She quickly closed the door. He was imprisoned with us. "I knew it," she said vehemently. "I've seen you carrying pitchers of milk, daughter of the devil. You gave him strength when he was dying from the wound I gave him on the night of Hunabine's death. Yes, your phantom is vulnerable. He's going to die now, and I think that dying is much more horrible for him than it is for us. Then your turn will come, you wretch. Do you hear me?" She had shrieked this in short phrases. She uncovered her lantern. A beam of white light shot across the room, and I saw it strike something like thin gray smoke. She plunged her rapier into it. "Mo! Mo!" cried the heart-rending voice, and then suddenly, awkwardly, but in a loving tone, my name was spoken. I leapt forward and knocked over the lantern with my fist. It went out. "Mita, listen to me," I begged. "Have pity." Her face was contorted into a mask of demoniac fury. "Traitress!" she screamed. The rapier flashed before my eyes. It struck me below the left breast, and I fell to my knees. Someone was weeping violently beside me, strangely beseeching Mita. She raised her rapier again. I tried to find the words of supreme contrition that reconcile us with God forever, but then I saw Mita's face freeze, and the sword fell from her hand. Something murmured near us. I saw a thin flame stretch out like a ribbon and greedily attack the curtains. "We're burning!" cried Mita. "All of us together!" At that moment, when everything was about to sink into death, the door opened. An immensely tall old woman came in. I saw only her terrible green eyes glowing in her unimaginable face. A flame licked my left hand. I stepped back as much as my strength allowed. I saw Mita still standing motionless, with a strange grimace on her face, and I realized that her soul, too, had flown away. Then the monstrous old woman's eyes, without pupils, slowly looked around the flame-filled room and came to rest on me. I'm writing this in a strange little house. Where am I? Alone. And yet all this is full of tumult. An invisible but unrestrained presence is everywhere. He has come back. I have again heard my name spoken in that awkward, gentle way. Here ends the German manuscript, as though cut off with a knife. The French manuscript. The town's oldest coachman was pointed out to me in the smoky inn where he was drinking heady, fragrant October beer. I bought him a drink and gave him some tobacco. He swore I was a prince. I pointed to his droshky outside the inn and said, "And now take me to St. Baragon's Lane." He gave me a bewildered look, then laughed. "Ah, you're very clever." "Why?" "You're testing me. I know every street in this town. I can almost say I know every paving stone. There's no St. What did you say?" "Baragon." "Are you sure? Isn't it near the Mohlenstrasse?" "No," he said decisively. "There's no such street here. No more than Mount Vesuvius is in St. Petersburg." No one knew the town and all its twisting byways better than that splendid beer-drinker. A student sitting at a nearby table looked up from the love letter he had been writing and said to me, "There's no saint by that name either." And the innkeeper's wife added, with a touch of anger, "You can't manufacture saints like sausages." I calmed everyone with wine and beer. There was great joy in my heart. The policeman who paced up and down the Mohlenstrasse from dawn till dark had a face like a bulldog, but he was obviously a man who knew his job. "No," he said slowly, coming back from a long journey among his thoughts and memories. "There's no such street here or anywhere else in town." Over his shoulder I saw the beginning of St. Baragon's Lane, between the Klingbohm distillery and the shop of an anonymous seed merchant. I had to turn away with impolite abruptness in order not to show my elation. St. Baragon's Lane did not exist for the coachman, the student, the policeman, or anyone else. It existed only for me. How did I make that amazing discovery? By an almost scientific observation, as some of my pompous fellow teachers would have said. My colleague Seifert, who taught natural science by bursting balloons filled with strange gases in his pupils' faces, would not have been able to find any fault with my procedure. When I walked along the Mohlenstrasse, it took me 2 or 3 seconds to cover the distance between the distillery and the seed merchant's shop. I noticed, however, that when other people passed by the same place, they went immediately from the distillery to the shop, without visibly crossing the entrance of St. Baragon's Lane. By adroitly questioning various people and by consulting the town's cadastral map, I learned that only a wall separated the distillery from the shop. I concluded that, for everyone in the world except myself, that street existed outside of time and space. I knew that mysterious street for several years without ever venturing into it, and I think that even a more courageous man would have hesitated. What laws governed that unknown space? Once it had drawn me into its mystery, would it ever return me to my own world? I finally invented various reasons to convince myself that that world was inhospitable to human beings, and my curiosity surrendered to my fear. And yet, what I could see of that opening into the incomprehensible was so ordinary, so commonplace. I must admit, however, that the view was cut off after 10 paces by a sharp bend in the street. All I could see was 2 high, badly whitewashed walls, with the name of the street painted on one of them in black letters, and a stretch of worn, greenish pavement with a gap in which a viburnum bush was growing. That sickly bush seemed to live in accordance with our seasons, for I sometimes saw a little tender green and a few lumps of snow among its twigs. I might have made some curious observations concerning the insertion of that slice of an alien cosmos into ours, but to do so I would have had to spend a considerable amount of time standing on the Mohlenstrasse, and Klingbohm, who often saw me staring at some of his windows, became suspicious of his wife and gave me hostile looks. I wondered why, of all the people in the world, I was the only one to whom that strange privilege had been given. This led me to think of my maternal grandmother. She was a tall, somber woman, and her big green eyes seemed to be following the happenings of another life on the wall in front of her. Her background was obscure. My grandfather, a sailor, was supposed to have rescued her from some Algerian pirates. She sometimes stroked my hair with her long white hands and murmured, "Maybe he... Why not? After all..." She repeated it on the night of her death, and while the pale fire of her gaze wandered among the shadows, she added, "Maybe he'll go where I wasn't able to return." A black storm was blowing that night. Just after my grandmother died, while the candles were being lit, a big stormy petrel shattered the window and lay dying, bloody and threatening, on her bed. That was the only odd thing I remembered in my life. But did it have any connection with St. Barragon's Lane? It was a sprig of the viburnum bush that set off the adventure. But am I sincere in looking there for the initial tap that set events in motion? Perhaps I should speak of Anita. Several years ago in the Hanseatic ports, one could see the arrival of little lateen-rigged ships creeping out of the mist like crestfallen animals. Colossal laughter would immediately shake the port down to the deepest beer cellars. "Aha! Here come the dream ships!" I always felt heartbroken at the sight of those heroic dreams dying in formidable Germanic laughter. It was said that the sad crews of those ships lived on the golden shores of the Adriatic and the Tyrrhenian Sea in a mad dream, for they believed in a fantastic land of plenty related to the Thule of the ancients, lying somewhere in our cruel north. Not having much more knowledge than their forefathers of 1,000 years ago, they had carefully nurtured a heritage of legends about islands of diamonds and emeralds, legends that had been born when their forefathers encountered the glittering vanguard of an ice floe. The compass was one of the few items of progress that their minds had seized upon in the course of the centuries. Its enigmatic needle, always pointing in the same direction, was for them a final proof of the mysteries of the North. One day when a dream was walking like a new Messiah on the choppy waters of the Mediterranean, when the nets had brought up only fish poisoned by the coral on the bottom, and when Lombardy had sent neither grain nor flour to the poverty-stricken lands of the south, they had hoisted their sails in the offshore wind. Their flotilla had dotted the sea with its hard wings. Then, one by one, their ships had melted into the storms of the Atlantic. The Bay of Biscay had nibbled the flotilla and passed the remainder on to the granite teeth of Brittany. Some of the hulls were sold to firewood merchants in Germany and Denmark. One of the ships died in its dream, killed by an iceberg blazing in the sun off the Lofoten Islands. But the North adorned the grave of that flotilla with a sweet name, the Dream Ships. Although it made coarse sailors laugh, I was deeply moved by it, and I might well have been willing to set sail with those dreamers. Anita was their daughter. She came from the Mediterranean when she was still a baby in her mother's arms aboard a tartan. The ship was sold. Her mother died, and so did her little sisters. Her father set out for America on a sailing ship that never returned. Anita was left all alone, but the dream that had brought the tartan to those moldering wooden docks never left her. She still believed in the fortune of the North, and she wanted it fiercely, almost with hatred. In Tempelhof, with its clusters of white lights, she sang, danced, and threw red flowers that either fell on her like a rain of blood or were burned in the short flames of the Argand lamps. She would then pass among the crowd, holding out a pink conch shell. Silver was dropped into it, or sometimes gold, and only then did her eyes smile as they rested for a second, like a caress, on the generous man. I gave gold. I, a humble teacher of French grammar in the gymnasium, gave gold for one look from Anita. Brief notes. I sold my Voltaire. I'd sometimes read my pupils extracts from his correspondence with the King of Prussia. It pleased the principal. I owed 2 months' room and board to Frau Holtz, my landlady. She told me she was poor. I asked the bursar of the school for another advance on my salary. He told me with embarrassment that it was difficult, that it was against regulations. I did not listen any longer. My colleague Seifert curtly refused to lend me a few thalers. I dropped a heavy gold coin into the conch shell. Anita's eyes burned my soul. Then I heard someone laughing in the laurel thickets of Tempelhof. I recognized 2 servants of the gymnasium. They ran away into the darkness. It was my last gold coin. I had no more money, none at all. As I was walking past the distillery on the Mohlenstrasse, I was nearly run over by a carriage. I made a frightened leap into St. Baragon's Lane. My hand clutched the viburnum bush and broke off a sprig of it. I took the sprig home with me and laid it on my table. It had opened up an immense new world to me, like a magician's wand. Let us reason, as my stingy colleague Seifert would say. First of all, my leap into St. Baragon's Lane and my subsequent return to the Mohlenstrasse had shown that the mysterious street was as easy to enter and leave as any ordinary thoroughfare. But the viburnum sprig had enormous philosophical significance. It was in excess in our world. If I had taken a branch from any forest in America and brought it here, I would not have changed the number of branches on earth. But in bringing that sprig of viburnum from St. Baragon's Lane, I had made an intrinsic addition that could not have been made by all the tropical growths in the world, because I had taken it from a plane of existence that was real only for me. I was therefore able to take an object from that plane and bring it into the world of men, where no one could contest my ownership of it. Ownership could never be more absolute, in fact, because the object would owe nothing to any industry, and it would augment the normally immutable patrimony of the earth. My reasoning flowed on, wide as a river, carrying fleets of words, encircling islands of appeals to philosophy. It was swollen by a vast system of logical tributaries, until it reached a conclusive demonstration that a theft committed in St. Baragon's Lane was not a theft in the Mohlenstrasse. Fortified by this nonsense, I judged that the matter was settled. My only concern would be to avoid the reprisals of the mysterious inhabitants of the street, or of the world to which it led. When the Spanish conquistadors spent the gold they had brought back from the New India, I think they cared very little about the anger of the faraway peoples they had despoiled. I decided to enter the unknown the following day. Klingbaum made me waste some time. I think he had been waiting for me in the little square vestibule that opened into his shop on one side and his office on the other. As I walked past, clenching my teeth, ready to plunge into my adventure, he grabbed me by my coat. "Ah, Professor," he said, "how I misjudged you. It wasn't you. I must have been blind to suspect you. She's left me, Professor, but not with you. Oh, no, you're a man of honor. She's gone off with a postmaster, a man who's half coachman and half scribe. What a disgrace for the house of Klingbaum." He had dragged me into the shadowy back room of his shop. He poured me a glass of orange-flavored brandy. "And to think that I mistrusted you, Professor. I always saw you looking at my wife's windows, but I know now that it was the seed merchant's wife you had your eye on." I masked my embarrassment by raising my glass. "To tell you the truth," said Klingbaum, pouring me out some more of the reddish liquid, "I'd be glad to see you put one over on that malicious seed merchant. He's delighted by my misfortune." He added with a smile, "I'll do you a favor. The lady of your dreams is in her garden right now. Why don't you go and see her?" He led me up a spiral staircase to a window. I saw the poisonous sheds of the Klingbaum distillery smoking among a tangled array of little courtyards, miniature gardens, and muddy streams, narrow enough to step across. It was through that landscape that the secret street ought to run, but I saw nothing except the smoky activity of the Klingbaum buildings and the seed merchant's nearby garden, where a thin form was leaning over some arid flower beds. One last swallow of brandy gave me a great deal of courage. After leaving Klingbaum, I walked straight into St. Baragon's Lane. 3 little yellow doors in the white wall. Beyond the bend in the street, the viburnum bushes continued to place spots of green and black among the paving stones. Then the 3 little doors appeared, almost touching each other. They gave the aspect of a Flemish Beguine convent to what should have been singular and terrible. My footsteps resounded clearly in the silence. I knocked on the first of the doors. Only the futile life of an echo was stirred behind it. 50 paces away, the street made another bend. I was discovering the unknown parsimoniously. So far I had found only 2 thinly whitewashed walls and those 3 doors. But is not any closed door a powerful mystery in itself? I knocked on all 3 doors, more violently this time. The echoes departed loudly and shattered the silence lurking in the depths of prodigious corridors. Sometimes their dying murmurs seemed to imitate the sound of light footsteps, but that was the only reply from the enclosed world. The doors had locks on them, the same as all the other doors I was used to seeing. 2 nights before I had spent an hour picking the lock on my bedroom door with a piece of bent wire, and it had been as easy as a game. There was a little sweat on my temples, a little shame in my heart. I took the same piece of wire from my pocket and slipped it into the lock of the first little door, and very simply, just like my bedroom door, it opened. Later, when I was back in my bedroom among my books, in front of the table on which lay a red ribbon that had fallen from Anita's dress, I sat clutching 3 silver thalers in my hand. 3 thalers. I had destroyed my finest destiny with my own hand. That new world had opened for me alone. What had it expected of me, that universe more mysterious than those that gravitate toward the bottom of infinity? Mystery had made advances to me, had smiled at me like a pretty girl, and I had entered it as a thief. I had been petty, vile, absurd. 3 thalers. My adventure should have been so prodigious, and it had become so paltry. 3 thalers, reluctantly given to me by Gokul, the antique dealer, for that engraved metal dish. 3 thalers. But they would buy one of Anita's smiles. I abruptly threw them into a drawer. Someone was knocking on my door. It was Gokul. It was difficult for me to believe that this was the same malevolent man who had contemptuously put down the metal dish on his counter, cluttered with barbarous and shabby trinkets. He was smiling now, and he constantly mingled my name, which he mispronounced, with the title of Herr Doktor, or Herr Lehrer. "I think I did you a great injustice, Herr Doktor," he said. "That dish is certainly worth more." He took out a leather purse, and I saw the bright yellow smile of gold. "It may be," he went on, "that you have other objects from the same source, or rather of the same kind." The distinction did not escape me. Beneath the urbanity of the antique dealer was the spirit of a receiver of stolen goods. "The fact is," I said, "that a friend of mine, an erudite collector, is in a difficult situation and needs to pay off certain debts, so he wants to sell part of his collection. He prefers to remain unknown. He's a shy scholar. He's already unhappy enough over having to part with some of the treasures in his showcases. I want to spare him any further sadness, so I'm helping him to sell them." Gokul nodded enthusiastically. He seemed overwhelmed with admiration for me. "That's my idea of true friendship," he said. "Ach, Herr Doktor, I'll reread Cicero's De Amicitia this evening with renewed pleasure. How I wish that I had a friend like your unfortunate scholar has found in you. But I'll contribute a little to your good deed by buying everything your friend is willing to part with, and by paying very good prices." I had a slight stirring of curiosity. "I didn't look at the dish very closely," I said loftily. "It didn't concern me, and besides, I don't know anything about such things. What kind of work is it? Byzantine?" Gokul scratched his chin in embarrassment. I couldn't say for sure. Byzantine, yes, maybe. I'll have to study it more carefully. But," he went on, suddenly recovering his serenity, "in any case, it's sure to find a buyer." Then, in a tone that cut short all further discussion, "That's the most important thing to us, and to your friend, too, of course." Late that night I accompanied Anita in the moonlight to the street where her house stood half hidden in a clump of tall lilacs. But I must go back in my story to the tray I sold for thalers and gold, which gave me for one evening the friendship of the most beautiful girl in the world. The door opened onto a long hall with a blue stone floor. A frosted window-pane cast light into it and broke up the shadows. My first impression of being in a Flemish Beguine convent became stronger, especially when an open door at the end of the hall led me into a broad kitchen with a vaulted ceiling and rustic furniture, gleaming with wax and polish. This innocuous scene was so reassuring that I called aloud, "Hello! Is there anyone upstairs?" A powerful resonance rumbled, but no presence cared to manifest itself. I must admit that at no time did the silence and absence of life surprise me. It was as though I had expected it. In fact, from the time when I first perceived the existence of the enigmatic street, I had not thought for one moment of any possible inhabitants, and yet I had just entered it like a nocturnal thief. I took no precautions when I ransacked the drawers containing silverware and table linen. My footsteps clattered freely in the adjoining rooms, furnished like convent visiting rooms, and on a magnificent oak staircase that— there was something surprising in my visit. That staircase led nowhere. It ran into the drab wall as though it continued on the other side of it. All this was bathed in the whitish glow of the frosted glass that formed the ceiling. I saw, or thought I saw, a vaguely hideous shape on the rough plaster wall, but when I looked at it attentively, I realized that it was composed of thin cracks, and was of the same order as those monsters that we distinguish in clouds in the lace of curtains. Furthermore, it did not trouble me, because when I looked a second time, I no longer saw it in the network of cracks in the plaster. I went back to the kitchen. Through a barred window I saw a shadowy little courtyard that was like a pit surrounded by 4 big mossy walls. On a sideboard there was a heavy tray that looked as though it ought to have some value. I slipped it under my coat. I was deeply disappointed. I felt as though I had just stolen a few coins from a child's piggy bank, or from an old maid aunt's shabby woolen stocking. I went to Gokul, the antique dealer. The 3 little houses were identical. In all of them I found the same clean, tidy kitchen, the same sparse, gleaming furniture, the same dim, unreal light, the same serene quietness, the same senseless wall that ended the staircase. And in all 3 houses I found identical candlesticks and the same heavy tray. I took them away, and the next day I always found them in their places again. I took them to Gokul, who smiled broadly as he paid me for them. It was enough to drive me mad. I felt my soul becoming monotonous, like that of a whirling dervish. Over and over again I stole the same objects from the same house under the same circumstances. I wondered whether this might not be the first vengeance of that unknown without mystery. Might not damnation be the unvarying repetition of sin for all eternity? One day I did not go. I had resolved to space out my wretched incursions. I had a reserve of gold. Anita was happy and was showing wonderful tenderness toward me. That same evening Gokul came to see me, asked me if I had anything to sell, and to my surprise offered to pay me even more than he had been paying. He scowled when I told him of my decision. "You've found a regular buyer, haven't you?" I said to him as he was leaving. He slowly turned around and looked me straight in the eyes. "Yes, Herr Doktor. I won't tell you anything about him, just as you never speak to me of your friend, the seller." His voice became lower. "Bring me objects every day. Tell me how much gold you want for them, and I'll give it to you without bargaining. We're both tied to the same wheel, Herr Doktor. Perhaps we'll have to pay later. In the meantime, let's live the kind of life we like. You with a pretty girl, I with a fortune." We never broached the subject again. But Anita suddenly became very demanding, and Gokul's gold slipped between her little fingers like water. Then the atmosphere of the street changed, if I may express it that way. I heard melodies. At least it seemed to me that it was marvelous far-away music. Summoning up my courage again, I decided to explore the street beyond the bend and go on toward the song that vibrated in the distance. When I passed the 3rd door and entered a part of the street where I had never gone before, I felt a terrible tightening in my heart. I took only 3 or 4 hesitant steps. I turned around. I could still see the first part of the street, but it looked much smaller. It seemed to me that I'd moved dangerously far away from my world. Nevertheless, in a surge of irrational temerity, I ran a short distance, then knelt, and like a boy peering over a hedge, ventured to look down the unknown part of the street. Disappointment struck me like a slap. The street continued its winding way, but again I saw nothing except 3 little doors and a white wall and some viburnum bushes. I would surely have gone back then if the wind of song had not passed by, like a distant tide of billowing sound. I surmounted an inexplicable terror and listened to it, hoping to analyze it if possible. I have called it a tide. It was a sound that came from a considerable distance, but it was enormous, like the sound of the sea. As I listened to it, I no longer heard the harmonies I had thought I discerned in it at first. Instead, I heard a harsh dissonance, a furious clamor of wails and hatred. Have you ever noticed that the first whiffs of a repulsive smell are sometimes soft and even pleasant? I remember that when I left my house one day, I was greeted in the street by an appetizing aroma of roast beef. Someone's doing some good cooking early in the morning, I thought. But when I had walked 100 paces, this aroma changed into the sharp, sickening smell of burning cloth. A draper's shop was on fire, filling the air with sparks and smoky flames. In the same way, I may have been deceived by my first perception of the melodious clamor. "Why don't I go beyond the next bend?" I said to myself. My apprehensive inertia had almost disappeared. Walking calmly now, I covered the space before me in a few seconds, and once again I found exactly the same scene that I had left behind. I was overwhelmed by a kind of bitter fury that engulfed my broken curiosity. 3 identical houses, then 3 more identical houses. I had plumbed the mystery merely by opening the first door. Gloomy courage took possession of me. I walked forward along the street, and my disappointment grew at an incredible rate. A bend, 3 little yellow doors, a clump of viburnum bushes, then another bend, the same 3 little doors in the white wall and the shadow of spindle trees. This repetition continued obsessively while I walked furiously with loud footsteps. Suddenly, when I had turned one more bend in the street, this terrible symmetry was broken. There were again 3 little doors and some viburnum bushes, but there was also a big wooden portal, darkened and worn smooth by time. I was afraid of it. I now heard the clamor from much closer, hostile and threatening. I began walking back toward the Mohlenstrasse. The scenes went by like the quatrains of a ballad. 3 little doors and viburnum bushes, 3 little doors and viburnum bushes. Finally, I saw the first lights of the real world twinkling before me, but the clamor had pursued me to the edge of the Mohlenstrasse. There it stopped abruptly, adapting itself to the joyous evening sounds of the populous streets, so that the mysterious and terrible shouting ended in a chorus of children's voices singing a roundelay. The whole town is in the grip of an unspeakable terror. I would not have spoken of it in these brief memoirs, which concern only myself, if I had not found a link between the shadowy street and the crimes that steep the town in blood every night. Over 100 people have suddenly disappeared. 100 others have been savagely murdered. I recently took a map of the town and drew on it the winding line that must represent St. Baragon's Lane, that incomprehensible street that overlaps our terrestrial world. I was horrified to see that all the crimes have been committed along that line. Thus poor Klingbaum was one of the first to disappear. According to his clerk, he vanished like a puff of smoke just as he was entering the room containing his stills. The seed merchant's wife was next, snatched away while she was in her sad garden. Her husband was found in his drawing room with his skull smashed. As I traced the fateful line on the map, my idea became a certainty. I can explain the victim's disappearance only by their passage into an unknown plane. As for the murders, they are easy for invisible beings. All the inhabitants of a house on Old Perce Street have disappeared. On Church Street, 6 corpses have been found. On Post Street, there have been 5 disappearances and 4 deaths. This goes on, apparently limited by the Dykestrasse, where more murders and disappearances are taking place. I now realize that to talk about what I know would be to place myself in the Kirchhaus insane asylum, a tomb from which no Lazarus ever arises, or else it would give free rein to a superstitious crowd that is exasperated enough to tear me to pieces as a sorcerer. And yet, ever since the beginning of my monotonous daily thefts, anger has been welling up inside me, driving me to vague plans of vengeance. Gokul knows more about this than I do, I thought. I'm going to tell him what I know. That will make him more inclined to confide in me. But that evening, while Gokul was emptying his heavy purse into my hands, I said nothing, and he left as usual with polite words that made no allusion to the strange bargain that had attached us to the same chain. I had a feeling that events were about to leap forward and rush like a torrent through my tranquil life. I was becoming more and more aware that St. Baragon's Lane and its little houses were only a mask, concealing some sort of horrible face. So far, fortunately for me, I had gone there only in broad daylight, because for some reason I dreaded to encounter the shadows of evening there. But one day I lingered later than usual, stubbornly pushing furniture around, turning drawers inside out, determined to discover something new. and the new came of itself in the form of a dull rumble like that of heavy doors moving on rollers. I looked up and saw that the opalescent light had changed into an ashy semi-darkness. The panes of glass above the staircase were livid. The little courtyards were already filled with shadow. My heart tightened, but when the rumbling continued, reinforced by the powerful resonance of the house, my curiosity became stronger than my fear, and I began climbing the stairs to see where the noise was coming from. It was growing darker and darker, but before leaping back down the stairs like a madman and running out of the house, I was able to see there was no more wall. The staircase ended at the edge of an abyss dug out of the night, from which vague monstrosities were rising. I reached the door. Behind me something was furiously knocked over. The Mullenstrasse gleamed before me like a haven. I ran faster. Something suddenly seized me with extreme savagery. "What's the matter with you? Can't you see where you're going?" I found myself sitting on the pavement of the Mullenstrasse, before a sailor who was rubbing his sore skull and looking at me in bewilderment. My coat was torn, my neck was bleeding. I immediately hurried away without wasting any time on apologies, to the supreme indignation of the sailor, who shouted after me that after colliding with him so brutally I should at least buy him a drink. Anita is gone, vanished. My heart is broken. I collapse, sobbing on my useless gold. And yet her house is far from the zone of danger. Good God, I've failed through an excess of prudence and love. One day, without mentioning the street, I showed her the line I had drawn on the map and told her that all the danger seemed to be concentrated along that sinuous trail. Her eyes glowed strangely at that moment. I should have known that the great spirit of adventure that animated her ancestors was not dead in her. Perhaps, in a flash of feminine intuition, she made a connection between that line and my sudden fortune. Oh, how my life is disintegrating. There have been more murders and disappearances, and my Anita has been carried off in the bloody, inexplicable whirlwind. The case of Hans Mendel has given me a mad idea. Those vaporous beings, as he described them, may not be invulnerable. Although Hans Mendel was not a distinguished man, I see no reason not to believe his story. He was a scoundrel who made his living as a mountebank and a cutthroat. When he was found, he had in his pocket the purses and watches of two unfortunate men whose corpses lay bleeding on the ground a few paces away from him. It would have been assumed that he was guilty of murder if he himself had not been found moaning with both arms torn from his body. Being a man with a powerful constitution, he was able to live long enough to answer the feverish questions of the magistrates and priests. He confessed that for several days he had followed a shadow, a kind of black mist, and robbed the bodies of the people it killed. On the night of his misfortune, he saw the black mist waiting in the middle of Post Street in the moonlight. He hid in an empty sentry-box and watched it. He saw other dark, vaporous, awkward forms that bounced like rubber balls, then disappeared. Soon he heard voices and saw two young men coming up the street. The black mist was no longer in sight, but he suddenly saw the two men writhe on their backs, then lie still. Mendel added that he had already observed the same sequence in those nocturnal murders on 7 other occasions. He had always waited for the shadow to leave, then robbed the bodies. This shows that he had remarkable self-control, worthy of being put to a better use. As he was robbing the 2 bodies, he saw with alarm that the shadow had not left, but had only risen off the ground, interposing itself between him and the moon. He then saw that it had a roughly human shape. He tried to go back to the sentry-box, but did not have time. The figure pounced on him. Mendel was an extraordinarily strong man. He struck an enormous blow and encountered a slight resistance, as though he were pushing his hand through a strong current of air. That was all he was able to say. His horrible wound allowed him to live only another hour after telling his story. The idea of avenging Anita has now taken root in my brain. I said to Gokul, "Don't come any more. I need revenge and hatred, and your gold can no longer do anything for me." He looked at me with that profound expression that was familiar to me by now. "Gokul," I said, "I'm going to take vengeance." His face suddenly brightened as though with great joy. "And do you believe, Herr Doctor, that they will disappear?" I harshly ordered him to have a cart filled with faggots and casks of oil, raw alcohol, and gunpowder, and to leave it without a driver early in the morning on the Mohlenstrasse. He bowed low like a servant, and as he was leaving, he said to me, "May the Lord help you. May the Lord come to your aid." I feel that these are the last lines I shall write in this journal. I piled up the faggots, steaming with oil and alcohol, against the big door. I laid down trails of gunpowder connecting the nearby small doors with other oil-soaked faggots. I placed charges of powder in all the cracks in the walls. The mysterious clamor continued all around me. This time I discerned in it abominable lamentations, human wails, echoes of horrible torments of the flesh. But my heart was agitated by tumultuous joy, because I felt around me a wild apprehension that came from them. They saw my terrible preparations and were unable to prevent them, for, as I had come to realize, only night released their frightful power. I calmly struck a light with my tinderbox. A moan passed, and the viburnum bushes quivered as though blown by a sudden stiff breeze. A long blue flame rose into the air. The faggots began crackling. Fire crept along the trails of gunpowder. I ran down the winding street, from bend to bend, feeling a little dizzy, as though I were going too fast down a spiral staircase that descended deep into the earth. The Dykestrasse and the whole surrounding neighborhood were in flames. From my window I could see the sky turning yellow above the rooftops. The weather was dry, and the town's water supply was nearly exhausted. A red band of sparks and flames hovered high above the street. The fire had been burning for a day and a night, but it was still far from the Mohlenstrasse. St. Baragon's Lane was there, calm with its quivering viburnum bushes. Explosions rumbled in the distance. Another cart was there, loaded and left by Gokul. Not a soul was in sight. Everyone had been drawn toward the formidable spectacle of the fire. It was not expected here. I walked from bend to bend to bend, sowing faggots, pools of oil and alcohol, and the dark frost of gunpowder. Suddenly, just as I had turned another bend, I stopped and stared. 3 little houses, the everlasting 3 little houses, were burning calmly with pretty yellow flames in the peaceful air. It was as though even the fire respected their serenity, for it was doing its work without noise or ferocity. I realized that I was at the red edge of the conflagration that was destroying the town. With anguish in my soul, I moved back from that mystery that was about to die. I was near the Mohlenstrasse. I stopped in front of the first of the little doors, the one I had opened, trembling a few weeks earlier. It was there that I would start the new fire. For the last time I saw the kitchen, the austere parlor, and the staircase, which now ended at the wall as before, and I felt that all this had become familiar, almost dear to me. On the big tray, the one I had stolen so many times before, only to find it waiting for me again the next day, I saw some sheets of paper covered with elegant feminine handwriting. I picked them up. This was going to be my last theft on the shadowy street. Vampires, vampires, vampires. So ends the French manuscript. The last words, evoking the impure spirits of the night, are written across the page in sharp letters that cry out terror and despair. Thus must write those who, on a sinking ship, want to convey a last farewell to the families they hope will survive them. It was last year in Hamburg. I was strolling through the old city with its good smell of fresh beer. It was dear to my heart because it reminded me of the cities I had loved in my youth. And there, on an empty, echoing street, I saw a name on the front of an antique shop, Lokman Gokul. I bought an old Bavarian pipe with truculent decorations. The shopkeeper seemed friendly. I asked him if the name of Archipetra meant anything to him. His face had been the color of gray earth. In the twilight it now turned so white that it stood out from the shadows as though illuminated by an inner flame. "Archipetra," he murmured slowly. "Oh, what are you saying? What do you know?" I had no reason to conceal the story I had found on the dock. I told it to him. He lit an archaic gaslight. Its flame danced and hissed foolishly. I saw that his eyes were weary. "He was my grandfather," he said, when I mentioned Gokul, the antique dealer. When I had finished my story, I heard a great sigh from a dark corner. "That's my sister," he said. I nodded to her. She was young and pretty, but very pale. She had been listening to me, motionless among grotesque shadows. "Our grandfather talked to our father about it nearly every evening," he said in a faltering voice, "and our father used to discuss it with us. Now that he's dead, too, we talk about it with each other." "And now," I said nervously, "thanks to you, we're going to be able to do some research on the subject of that mysterious street, aren't we?" He slowly raised his hand. "Alphonse Archipetre taught French in the gymnasium until 1842. "Oh," I said, disappointed, "that's a long time ago." "It was the year of the great fire that nearly destroyed Hamburg. The Molenstrasse and the vast section of the city between it and the Dijkstrasse were a sea of flames." "And Archipetre? He lived rather far from there, toward Bleichen. The fire didn't reach his street. But in the middle of the second night, on May 6th, a terrible night, dry and without water, his house burned down, all alone among the others that were miraculously spared. He died in the flames, or at least he was never found." "The story—" I began. Lokman Gokul did not let me finish. He was so happy to have found an outlet that he seized upon the subject greedily. Fortunately, he told me more or less what I wanted to hear. The story compressed time, just as space was compressed at the fateful occasion of St. Baragon's Lane. In the Hamburg archives there are accounts of atrocities committed during the fire by a band of mysterious evildoers. Fantastic crimes, looting, riots, red hallucinations on the part of whole crowds. All those things are precisely described, and yet they took place before the fire. Do you understand my reference to the contraction of space and time?" His face became a little calmer. "Isn't modern science driven back to Euclidean weakness by the theory of that admirable Einstein, for whom the whole world envies us? And isn't it forced to accept, with horror and despair, that fantastic Fitzgerald-Lawrence law of contraction? Contraction. Ah, there's a word that's heavy with meaning." The conversation seemed to be going off on an insidious tangent. The young woman silently brought tall glasses filled with yellow wine. Gokul raised his toward the flame, and marvelous colors flowed onto his frail hand like a silver river of gems. He abandoned his scientific dissertation and returned to the story of the conflagration. "My grandfather, and other people of the time, reported that enormous green flames shot up from the debris. There were hallucinated people who claimed to see figures of indescribably ferocious women in them." The wine had a soul. I emptied the glass and smiled at Gokul's terrified words. "Those same green flames," he went on, "rose from Archipetre's house and roared so horribly that people were said to have died of fear in the street." "Mr. Gokul," I said, "did your grandfather ever speak of the mysterious purchaser who came every evening to buy the same trays and the same candlesticks?" A weary voice replied for him, in words that were almost identical with those that ended the German manuscript. "A tall old woman, an immense old woman with fishy eyes and an incredible face. She brought bags of gold, so heavy that our grandfather had to divide them into 4 parts to carry them to his coffers." The young woman continued. "When Professor Archipetre came to my grandfather, the Gokul firm was about to go bankrupt. It became rich, and we're still enormously rich from the gold of from the gold of those beings of the night." "They're gone now," murmured her brother, refilling our glasses. "Don't say that. They can't have forgotten us. Remember our nights, our horrible nights. All I can hope for now is that there is, or was, a human presence with them that they cherish, and then may intercede for us." Her lovely eyes opened wide before the black abyss of her thoughts. "Katya!" exclaimed Gokul. "Have you again seen—" "You know the things are here every night," she said in a voice as low as a moan. "They assail our thoughts as soon as sleep comes over us. Ah, to sleep no more." "To sleep no more," repeated her brother in an echo of terror. "They come out of their gold, which we keep, and which we love in spite of everything. They rise from everything we've acquired with that infernal fortune. They'll always come back, as long as we exist, and as long as this wretched earth endures." Genius Loci. Clark Ashton Smith. Clark Ashton Smith, 1893 to 1961, was an important, largely self-taught American writer whose stories frequently appeared in Weird Tales, and who maintained a long-term correspondence with both H.P. Lovecraft and swords and sorcery writer Robert E. Howard. Published in several influential Arkham House editions, Smith's fiction often reflected his interest in poetry and art. He generally wrote in a rich, almost florid style that could seem archaic but also achieve amazing flights of imagination. Out of Space and Time and Lost Worlds are among his best-known collections. In Genius Loci, 1933, Smith employs a somewhat more restrained style to tell a classic weird tale. "It is a very strange place," said Amberville, "but I scarcely know how to convey the impression it made upon me. It will all sound so simple and ordinary. There is nothing but a sedgy meadow, surrounded on three sides by slopes of yellow pine. A dreary little stream flows in from the open end, to lose itself in a cul-de-sac of cattails and boggy ground. The stream, running slowly and more slowly, forms a stagnant pool of some extent, from which several sickly-looking alders seem to fling themselves backward, as if unwilling to approach it. A dead willow leans above the pool, tangling its wan skeleton-like reflection with the green scum that mottles the water. There are no blackbirds, no kildees, no dragonflies even, such as one usually finds in a place of that sort. It is all silent and desolate. The spot is evil. It is unholy in a way that I simply can't describe. I was compelled to make a drawing of it, almost against my will, since anything so outre is hardly in my line. In fact, I made 2 drawings. I'll show them to you, if you like." Since I had a high opinion of Amberville's artistic abilities, and had long considered him one of the foremost landscape painters of his generation, I was naturally eager to see the drawings. He, however, did not even pause to await my avowal of interest, but began at once to open his portfolio. His facial expression, the very movements of his hands, were somehow eloquent of a strange mixture of compulsion and repugnance, as he brought out and displayed the 2 water-color sketches he had mentioned. I could not recognize the scene depicted from either of them. Plainly it was one that I had missed in my desultory rambling about the foothill environs of the tiny hamlet of Bowman, where 2 years before I had purchased an uncultivated ranch and had retired for the privacy so essential to prolonged literary effort. Francis Amberville, in the one fortnight of his visit, through his flair for the pictorial potentialities of landscape, had doubtless grown more familiar with the neighborhood than I. It had been his habit to roam about in the forenoon, armed with sketching materials, and in this way he had already found the theme of more than one lovely painting. The arrangement was mutually convenient, since I, in his absence, was wont to apply myself assiduously to an antique Remington typewriter. I examined the drawings attentively. Both, though of hurried execution, were highly meritorious, and showed the characteristic grace and vigor of Amberville's style. And yet, even at first glance, I found a quality that was more alien to the spirit of his work. The elements of the scene were those he had described. In one picture the pool was half hidden by a fringe of mace reeds, and the dead willow was leaning across it at a prone, despondent angle, as if mysteriously arrested in its fall toward the stagnant waters. Beyond, the alders seemed to strain away from the pool, exposing their knotted roots as if in eternal effort. In the other drawing, the pool formed the main portion of the foreground, with the skeleton tree looming drearily at one side. At the water's farther end, the cattails seemed to wave and whisper among themselves in a dying wind, and the steeply barring slope of pine at the meadow's terminus was indicated as a wall of gloomy green that closed in the picture, leaving only a pale margin of autumnal sky at the top. All this, as the painter had said, was ordinary enough, but I was impressed immediately by a profound horror that lurked in these simple elements, and was expressed by them as if by the balefully contorted features of some demoniac face. In both drawings this sinister character was equally evident, as if the same face had been shown in profile and front view. I could not trace the separate details that composed the impressions, but ever as I looked, the abomination of a strange evil, a spirit of despair, malignity, desolation, leered from the drawing more openly and hatefully. The spot seemed to wear a macabre and satanic grimace. One felt that it might speak aloud, might utter the imprecations of some gigantic devil, or the raucous derision of 1,000 birds of ill omen. The evil conveyed was something wholly outside of humanity, more ancient than man. Somehow, fantastic as this will seem, the meadow had the air of a vampire grown old and hideous with unutterable infamies. Subtly, indefinably, it thirsted for other things than the sluggish trickle of water by which it was fed. "Where is the place?" I asked, after a minute or two of silent inspection. It was incredible that anything of the sort could really exist, and equally incredible that a nature so robust as Amberville should have been sensitive to its quality. "It's in the bottom of that abandoned ranch, a mile or less down the little road toward Bear River," he replied. "You must know it. There's a small orchard about the house, on the upper hillside, but the lower portion, ending in that meadow, is all wild land." I began to visualize the vicinity in question. "Guess it must be the old Chapman place," I decided. "No other ranch along that road would answer your specifications." "Well, whoever it belongs to, that meadow is the most horrible spot I have ever encountered. I've known other landscapes that had something wrong with them, but never anything like this." "Maybe it's haunted," I said, half in jest. "From your description, it must be the very meadow where old Chapman was found dead one morning by his youngest daughter. It happened a few months after I moved here. He was supposed to have died of heart failure. His body was quite cold, and he had probably been lying there all night, since the family had missed him at supper time. I don't remember him very clearly, but I remember that he had a reputation for eccentricity. For some time before his death, people thought he was going mad. I forget the details. Anyway, his wife and children left not long after he died, and no one has occupied the house or cultivated the orchard since. It was a commonplace rural tragedy." "I'm not much of a believer in spooks," observed Amberville, who seemed to have taken my suggestion of haunting in a literal sense. "Whatever the influence is, it's hardly of human origin. Come to think of it, though, I received a very silly impression once or twice. The idea that someone was watching me while I did those drawings. Queer. I had almost forgotten that till you brought up the possibility of haunting. I seemed to see him out of the tail of my eye, just beyond the radius that I was putting into the picture. A dilapidated old scoundrel with dirty gray whiskers and an evil scowl. It's odd, too, that I should have gotten such a definite conception of him without ever seeing him squarely. I thought it was a tramp who had strayed into the meadow bottom. But when I turned to give him a level glance, he simply wasn't there. It was as if he melted into the miry ground, the cattails, the sedges." "That isn't a bad description of Chapman," I said. "I remember his whiskers. They were almost white, except for the tobacco juice. A battered antique if there ever was one, and very unamiable, too. He had a poisonous glare toward the end, which no doubt helped along the legend of his insanity. Some of the tales about him come back to me now. People said that he neglected the care of his orchard more and more. Visitors used to find him in that lower meadow, standing idly about and staring vacantly at the trees and water. Probably that was one reason they thought he was losing his mind. But I'm sure I never heard that there was anything unusual or queer about the meadow, either at the time of Chapman's death or since. It's a lonely spot, and I don't imagine that anyone ever goes there now." "I stumbled on it quite by accident," said Amberville. "The place isn't visible from the road on account of the thick pines. But there's another odd thing. I went out this morning with a very strong and clear intuition that I might find something of uncommon interest. I made a beeline for that meadow, so to speak, and I'll have to admit that the intuition justified itself. The place repels me, but it fascinates me, too. I've simply got to solve the mystery, if it has a solution," he added, with a slightly defensive air. "I'm going back early tomorrow with my oils to start a real painting of it." I was surprised, knowing that predilection of Amberville for scenic brilliance and gaiety, which had caused him to be likened to Surreal. "The painting will be a novelty for you," I commented. "I'll have to come and take a look at the place myself before long. It should really be more in my line than yours. There ought to be a weird story in it somewhere if it lives up to your drawings and description." Several days passed. I was deeply preoccupied at the time with the toilsome and intricate problems offered by the concluding chapters of a new novel, and I put off my proposed visit to the meadow discovered by Amberville. My friend, on his part, was evidently engrossed by his new theme. He sallied forth each morning with his easel and oil colors, and returned later each day. forgetful of the luncheon hour that had formerly brought him back from such expeditions. On the third day he did not reappear till sunset. Contrary to his custom, he did not show me what he had done, and his answers to my queries regarding the progress of the picture were somewhat vague and evasive. For some reason he was unwilling to talk about it. Also, he was apparently loath to discuss the meadow itself, and in answer to direct questions merely reiterated in an absent and perfunctory manner the account he had given me following his discovery of the place. In some mysterious way that I could not define, his attitude seemed to have changed. There were other changes, too. He seemed to have lost his usual blitheness. Often I caught him frowning intently, and surprised the lurking of some equivocal shadow in his frank eyes. There was a moodiness, a morbidity, which, as far as our 5 years' friendship enabled me to observe, was a new aspect of his temperament. Perhaps if I had not been so preoccupied with my own difficulties, I might have wondered more as to the causation of his gloom, which I attributed readily enough at first to some technical dilemma that was baffling him. He was less and less the Amberville that I knew, and on the fourth day, when he came back at twilight, I perceived an actual surliness that was quite foreign to his nature. "What's wrong?" I ventured to inquire. "Have you struck a snag? Or is old Chapman's Meadow getting on your nerves with its ghostly influences?" He seemed for once to make an effort to throw off his gloom, his taciturnity and ill-humor. "It's the infernal mystery of the thing," he declared. "I've simply got to solve it in one way or another. The place has an entity of its own, an indwelling personality. It's there, like the soul in a human body, but I can't pin it down or touch it. You know that I'm not superstitious, but on the other hand I'm not a bigoted materialist either, and I've run across some odd phenomena in my time. That meadow, perhaps, is inhabited by what the ancients called a genius loci. More than once before this I have suspected that such things might exist, might reside inherent in some particular spot. But this is the first time that I've had reason to suspect anything of an actively malignant or inimical nature. The other influences, whose presence I have felt, were benign in some large, vague, impersonal way, or were else wholly indifferent to human welfare, perhaps oblivious of human existence. This thing, however, is hatefully aware and watchful. I feel that the meadow itself, or the force embodied in the meadow, is scrutinizing me all the time. The place has the air of a thirsty vampire waiting to drink me in somehow if it can. It is a cul-de-sac of everything evil, in which an unwary soul might well be caught and absorbed. But I tell you, Murray, I can't keep away from it. It looks as if the place were getting you, I said, thoroughly astonished by his extraordinary declaration, and by the air of fearful and morbid conviction with which he uttered it. Apparently he had not heard me, for he made no reply to my observation. "There's another angle," he went on, with a feverish tensity in his voice. "You remember my impression of an old man lurking in the background and watching me on my first visit? Well, I have seen him again, many times, out of the corner of my eye, and during the last 2 days he has appeared more directly, though in a queer, partial way. Sometimes, when I am studying the dead willow very intently, I see his scowling, filthy, bearded face as a part of the bowl. Then again it will float among the leafless twigs, as if it had been caught there. Sometimes a knotty hand, a tattered coat-sleeve, will emerge through the mantling algae in the pool, as if a drowned body were rising to the surface. Then a moment later, or simultaneously, there will be something of him among the alders or the cattails. These apparitions are always brief, and when I try to scrutinize them closely, they melt like films of vapor into the surrounding scene. But the old scoundrel, whoever or whatever he may be, is a sort of fixture. He is no less vile than everything else about the place, though I feel that he isn't the main element of the vileness." "Good Lord!" I exclaimed. "You certainly have been seeing things. If you don't mind, I'll come down and join you for a while, tomorrow afternoon. The mystery begins to inveigle me." "Of course I don't mind. Come ahead." His manner, all at once, for no tangible reason, had resumed the unnatural taciturnity of the past 4 days. He gave me a furtive look that was sullen and almost unfriendly. It was as if an obscure barrier, temporarily laid aside, had again risen between us. The shadows of his strange mood returned upon him visibly, and my efforts to continue the conversation were rewarded only by half-surly, half-absent monosyllables. Feeling an aroused concern rather than any offense, I began to note for the first time the unwonted pallor of his face and the bright febrile luster of his eyes. He looked vaguely unwell, I thought, as if something of his exuberant vitality had gone out of him, and had left in its place an alien energy of doubtful and less healthy nature. Tacitly I gave up any attempt to bring him back from the secretive twilight into which he had withdrawn. For the rest of the evening I pretended to read a novel, while Amberville maintained his singular abstraction. Somewhat inconclusively I puzzled over the matter till bedtime. I made up my mind, however, that I would visit Chapman's Meadow. I did not believe in the supernatural, but it seemed apparent that the place was exerting a deleterious influence upon Amberville. The next morning, when I arose, my Chinese servant informed me that the painter had already breakfasted and had gone out with his easel and colors. This further proof of his obsession troubled me, but I applied myself vigorously to a forenoon of writing. Immediately after luncheon I drove down the highway, followed the narrow dirt road that branched off toward Bear River, and left my car on the pine-thick hill above the old Chapman place. Though I had never visited the meadow, I had a pretty clear idea of its location. Disregarding the grassy, half-obliterated road into the upper portion of the property, I struck down through the woods into the little blind valley, seeing more than once, on the opposite slope, the dying orchard of pear and apple trees, and the tumble-down shanty that had belonged to the Chapmans. It was a warm October day, and the serene solitude of the forest, the autumnal softness of light and air, made the idea of anything malign or sinister seem impossible. When I came to the meadow bottom, I was ready to laugh at Amberville's notions, and the place itself, at first sight, merely impressed me as being rather dreary and dismal. The features of the scene were those that he had described so clearly, but I could not find the open evil that had leered from the pool, the willow, the alders, and the cattails in his drawings. Amberville, with his back toward me, was seated on a folding stool before his easel, which he had placed among the plots of dark green wire-grass in the open ground above the pool. He did not seem to be working, however, but was staring intently at the scene beyond him, while a loaded brush drooped idly in his fingers. The sedges deadened my footfalls, and he did not hear me as I drew near. With much curiosity I peered over his shoulder at the large canvas on which he had been engaged. As far as I could tell, the picture had already been carried to a consummate degree of technical perfection. It was an almost photographic rendering of the scummy water, the whitish skeleton of the leaning willow, the unhealthy, half-disrooted alders, and the cluster of nodding mace-reeds. But in it I found the macabre and demoniac spirit of the sketches. The meadow seemed to wait and watch like an evilly distorted face. It was a deadfall of malignity and despair, lying apart from the autumn world around it, a plague spot of nature, for ever accursed and alone. Again I looked at the landscape itself, and saw that the spot was indeed as Amberville had depicted it. It wore the grimace of a mad vampire, hateful and alert. At the same time I became disagreeably conscious of the unnatural silence. There were no birds, no insects, as the painter had said, and it seemed that only spent and dying winds could ever enter that depressed valley bottom. The thin stream that lost itself in the boggy ground was like a soul that went down to perdition. It was part of the mystery, too, for I could not remember any stream on the lower side of the barring hill that would indicate a subterranean outlet. Amberville's intentness and the very posture of his head and shoulders were like those of a man who has been mesmerized. I was about to make my presence known to him, but at that instant there came to me the apperception that we were not alone in the meadow. Just beyond the focus of my vision, a figure seemed to stand in a furtive attitude, as if watching us both. I whirled about, and there was no one. Then I heard a startled cry from Amberville, and turned to find him staring at me. His features wore a wild look of terror and surprise, which had not wholly erased a hypnotic absorption. "My God," he said, "I thought you were the old man." I cannot be sure whether anything more was said by either of us. I have, however, the impression of a blank silence. After his single exclamation of surprise, Amberville seemed to retreat into an impenetrable abstraction, as if he were no longer conscious of my presence, as if, having identified me, he had forgotten me at once. On my part, I felt a weird and overpowering constraint. That infamous, eerie scene depressed me beyond measure. It seemed that the boggy bottom was trying to drag me down in some intangible way. The boughs of the sick alders beckoned. The pool, over which the bony willow presided like an arboreal death, was wooing me foully with its stagnant waters. Moreover, apart from the ominous atmosphere of the scene itself, I was painfully aware of a further change in Amberville, a change that was an actual alienation. His recent mood, whatever it was, had strengthened upon him enormously. He had gone deeper into its morbid twilight and was lost to the blithe and sanguine personality I had known. It was as if an incipient madness had seized him, and the possibility of this terrified me. In a slow, somnambulistic manner, without giving me a second glance, he began to work at his painting, and I watched him for a while, hardly knowing what to do or say. For long intervals he would stop and peer with dreamy intentness at some feature of the landscape. I conceived the bizarre idea of a growing kinship, a mysterious rapport between Amberville and the meadow. In some intangible way it seemed as if the place had taken something from his very soul, and had given something of itself in exchange. He wore the air of one who participates in some unholy secret, who has become the acolyte of an unhuman knowledge. In a flash of horrible definitude, I saw the place as an actual vampire, and Amberville as its willing victim. How long I remained there I cannot say. Finally I stepped over to him and shook him roughly by the shoulder. "You're working too hard," I said. "Take my advice and lay off for a day or two." He turned to me with the dazed look of one who is lost in some narcotic dream. This very slowly gave place to a sullen, evil anger. "I'll go to hell," he snarled. "Can't you see that I'm busy?" I left him then, for there seemed nothing else to do under the circumstances. The mad and spectral nature of the whole affair was enough to make me doubt my own reason. My impressions of the meadow and of Amberville were tainted with an insidious horror such as I had never before felt in any moment of waking life and normal consciousness. At the bottom of the slope of Yellow Pine I turned back with repugnant curiosity for a parting glance. The painter had not moved. He was still confronting the malignant scene like a charmed bird that faces a lethal serpent. Whether or not the impression was a double optic image I have never been sure, but at that instant I seemed to discern a faint, unholy aura, neither light nor mist, that flowed and wavered about the meadow, preserving the outlines of the willow, the alders, the reeds, the pool. Stealthily it appeared to lengthen, reaching toward Amberville like ghostly arms. The whole image was extremely tenuous and may well have been an illusion, but it sent me shuddering into the shelter of the tall, benignant pines. The remainder of that day and the evening that followed were tinged with the shadowy horror I had found in Chapman's meadow. I believe that I spent most of the time in arguing vainly with myself, in trying to convince the rational part of my mind that all I had seen and felt was utterly preposterous. I could arrive at no conclusion other than a conviction that Amberville's mental health was endangered by the damnable thing, whatever it was, that inhered in the meadow. The malign personality of the place, the impalpable terror, mystery, and lure were like webs that had been woven upon my brain, and which I could not dissipate by any amount of conscious effort. I made 2 resolves, however. One was that I should write immediately to Amberville's fiancée, Miss Avis Olcott, and invite her to visit me as a fellow guest of the artist during the remainder of his stay at Bowman. Her influence, I thought, might help to counteract whatever was affecting him so perniciously. Since I knew her fairly well, the invitation would not seem out of the way. I decided to say nothing about it to Amberville. The element of surprise, I hoped, would be especially beneficial. My second resolve was that I should not again visit the meadow myself, if I could avoid it. Indirectly, for I knew the folly of trying to combat a mental obsession openly, I should also try to discourage the painter's interest in the place and divert his attention to other themes. Trips and entertainments, too, could be devised, at the minor cost of delaying my own work. The smoky autumn twilight overtook me in such meditations as these, but Amberville did not return. Horrible premonitions, without coherent shape or name, began to torment me as I waited for him. The night darkened, and dinner grew cold on the table. At last, about 9 o'clock, when I was nerving myself to go out and hunt for him, he came in hurriedly. He was pale, disheveled, out of breath, and his eyes held a painful glare, as if something had frightened him beyond endurance. He did not apologize for his lateness, nor did he refer to my own visit to the meadow bottom. Apparently he had forgotten the whole episode, had forgotten his rudeness to me. "I'm through," he cried. "I'll never go back again. Never take another chance. That place is more hellish at night than in the daytime. I can't tell you what I've seen and felt. I must forget it if I can. There's an emanation, something that comes out openly in the absence of the sun, but is latent by day. It lured me, it tempted me to remain this evening, and it nearly got me. God, I didn't believe that such things were possible. That abhorrent compound of—" He broke off and did not finish the sentence. His eyes dilated, as if with the memory of something too awful to be described. At that moment I recalled the poisonously haunted eyes of old Chapman, whom I had sometimes met about the hamlet. He had not interested me particularly, since I had deemed him a common type of rural character with a tendency to some obscure and unpleasant aberration. Now, when I saw the same look in the eyes of a sensitive artist, I began to wonder, with a shivering speculation, whether Chapman too had been aware of the weird evil that dwelt in his meadow. Perhaps, in some way that was beyond human comprehension, he had been its victim. He had died there, and his death had not seemed at all mysterious. But perhaps, in the light of all that Amberville and I had perceived, there was more in the matter than anyone had suspected. "Tell me what you saw," I ventured to suggest. At the question a veil seemed to fall between us, impalpable but tenebrific. He shook his head morosely and made no reply. The human terror, which perhaps had driven him back toward his normal self and had made him almost communicative for the nonce, fell away from Amberville. A shadow that was darker than fear, an impenetrable alien umbrage, again submerged him. I felt a sudden chill, of the spirit rather than the flesh, and once more there came to me the outré thought of his growing kinship with the ghoulish meadow. Beside me in the lamp-lit room, behind the mask of his humanity, a thing that was not wholly human seemed to sit and wait. Of the nightmarish days that followed I shall offer only a summary. It would be impossible to convey the eventless, phantasmal horror in which we dwelt and moved. I wrote immediately to Miss Alcott, pressing her to pay me a visit during Amberville's stay, and in order to ensure acceptance, I hinted obscurely at my concern for his health and my need of her coadjutation. In the meanwhile, waiting her answer, I tried to divert the artist by suggesting trips to sundry points of scenic interest in the neighborhood. These suggestions he declined, with an aloof curtness, an air that was stony and cryptic rather than deliberately rude. Virtually he ignored my existence, and made it more than plain that he wished me to leave him to his own devices. This, in despair, I finally decided to do, pending the arrival of Miss Alcott. He went out early each morning, as usual, with his paints and easel, and returned about sunset or a little later. He did not tell me where he had been, and I refrained from asking. Miss Alcott came on the third day following my letter, in the afternoon. She was young, lissom, ultra-feminine, and was altogether devoted to Amberville. In fact, I think she was a little in awe of him. I told her as much as I dared, and warned her of the morbid change in her fiancé, which I attributed to nervousness and overwork. I simply could not bring myself to mention Chapman's meadow and its baleful influence. The whole thing was too unbelievable, too phantasmagoric, to be offered as an explanation to a modern girl. When I saw the somewhat helpless alarm and bewilderment with which she listened to my story, I began to wish that she were of a more willful and determined type, and were less submissive toward Amberville than I surmised her to be. A stronger woman might have saved him, but even then I began to doubt whether Avis could do anything to combat the imponderable evil that was engulfing him. A heavy crescent moon was hanging like a blood-dipped horn in the twilight when he returned. To my immense relief, the presence of Avis appeared to have a highly salutary effect. The very moment that he saw her, Amberville came out of the singular eclipse that had claimed him, as I feared, beyond redemption, and was almost his former affable self. Perhaps it was all make-believe, for an ulterior purpose, but this at the time I could not suspect. I began to congratulate myself on having applied a sovereign remedy. The girl, on her part, was plainly relieved, though I saw her eyeing him in a slightly hurt and puzzled way, when he sometimes fell for a short interval into moody abstraction, as if he had temporarily forgotten her. On the whole, however, there was a transformation that appeared no less than magical, in view of his recent gloom and remoteness. After a decent interim, I left the pair together and retired. I rose very late the next morning, having overslept. Avis and Amberville, I learned, had gone out together, carrying a lunch which my Chinese cook had provided. Plainly he was taking her along on one of his artistic expeditions, and it augured well for his recovery from this. Somehow it never occurred to me that he had taken her to Chapman's Meadow. The tenuous, malignant shadow of the whole affair had begun to lift from my mind. I rejoiced in a lightened sense of responsibility, and for the first time in a week was able to concentrate clearly on the ending of my novel. The two returned at dusk, and I saw immediately that I had been mistaken on more points than one. Amberville had again retired into a sinister, saturnine reserve. The girl, beside his looming height and massive shoulders, looked very small, forlorn, and pitifully bewildered and frightened. It was as if she had encountered something altogether beyond her comprehension, something with which she was humanly powerless to cope. Very little was said by either of them. They did not tell me where they had been. But for that matter it was unnecessary to inquire. Amberville's taciturnity, as usual, seemed due to an absorption in some dark mood or sullen reverie. But Avis gave me the impression of a dual constraint, as if apart from some enthralling terror she had been forbidden to speak of the day's events and experiences. I knew that they had gone to that accursed meadow, but I was far from sure whether Avis had been personally conscious of the weird and baneful entity of the place, or had merely been frightened by the unwholesome change in her lover beneath its influence. In either case, it was obvious that she was wholly subservient to him. I began to damn myself for a fool in having invited her to Bowman, though the true bitterness of my regret was still to come. A week went by, with the same daily excursions of the painter and his fiancée, the same baffling, sinister estrangement and secrecy in Amberville, the same terror, helplessness, constraint, and submissiveness in the girl. How it would all end I could not imagine, but I feared, from the ominous alteration of his character, that Amberville was heading for some form of mental alienation, if nothing worse. My offers of entertainment and scenic journeys were rejected by the pair, and several blunt efforts to question Avis were met by a wall of almost hostile evasion, which convinced me that Amberville had enjoined her to secrecy, and had perhaps in some slightful manner misrepresented my own attitude toward him. "You don't understand him," she said repeatedly. "He is very temperamental." The whole affair was a maddening mystery, but it seemed more and more that the girl herself was being drawn, either directly or indirectly, into the same phantasmal web that had enmeshed the artist. I surmised that Amberville had done several new pictures of the meadow, but he did not show them to me, nor even mention them. My own impressions of the place, as time went on, assumed an unaccountable vividness that was almost hallucinatory. The incredible idea of some inherent force or personality, malevolent and even vampirish, became an unavowed conviction against my will. The place haunted me like a phantasm, horrible but seductive. I felt an impelling, morbid curiosity, an unwholesome desire to visit it again and fathom, if possible, its enigma. Often I thought of Amberville's notion about a genius loci that dwelt in the meadow, and the hints of a human apparition that was somehow associated with the spot. Also, I wondered what it was that the artist had seen on the one occasion when he had lingered in the meadow after nightfall, and had returned to my house in driven terror. It seemed that he had not ventured to repeat the experiment, in spite of his obvious subjection to the unknown lure. The end came abruptly and without premonition. Business had taken me to the county seat one afternoon, and I did not return till late in the evening. A full moon was high above the pine-dark hills. I expected to find Avis and the painter in my drawing-room, but they were not there. Li Sing, my factotum, told me that they had returned at dinner-time. An hour later, Amberville had gone out quietly, while the girl was in her room. Coming down a few minutes later, Avis had shown excessive perturbation when she found him absent, and had also left the house as if to follow him, without telling Li Sing where she was going or when she might return. All this had occurred 3 hours previously, and neither of the pair had yet reappeared. A black and subtly chilling intuition of evil seized me as I listened to Li Sing's account. All too well I surmised that Amberville had yielded to the temptation of a second nocturnal visit to that unholy meadow. An occult attraction somehow had overcome the horror of his first experience, whatever it had been. Avis, knowing where he was, and perhaps fearful of his sanity or safety, had gone out to find him. More and more I felt an imperative conviction of some peril that threatened them both, some hideous and innominable thing to whose power perhaps they had already yielded. Whatever my previous folly and remissness in the matter, I did not delay now. A few minutes of driving at precipitate speed through the mellow moonlight brought me to the piney edge of the Chapman property. There, as on my former visit, I left the car and plunged headlong through the shadowy forest. Far down, in the hollow as I went, I heard a single scream, shrill with terror, and abruptly terminated. I felt sure that the voice was that of Avis, but I did not hear it again. Running desperately, I emerged in the meadow bottom. Neither Avis nor Amberville was in sight, and it seemed to me in my hasty scrutiny that the place was full of mysteriously coiling and moving vapors that permitted only a partial view of the dead willow and the other vegetation. I ran on toward the scummy pool, and, nearing it, was arrested by a sudden and twofold horror. Avis and Amberville were floating together in the shallow pool, with their bodies half hidden by the mantling masses of algae. The girl was clasped tightly in the painter's arms, as if he had carried her with him, against her will, to that noisome death. Her face was covered by the evil greenish scum, and I could not see the face of Amberville, which was averted against her shoulder. It seemed that there had been a struggle, but both were quiet now, and had yielded supinely to their doom. It was not this spectacle alone, however, that drove me in mad and shuddering flight from the meadow, without making even the most tentative attempt to retrieve the drowned bodies. The true horror lay in the thing which, from a little distance, I had taken for the coils of a slowly moving and rising mist. It was not vapor, nor anything else that could conceivably exist, that malign, luminous, pallid emanation that enfolded the entire scene before me like a restless and hungrily wavering extension of its outlines, a phantom projection of the pale and death-like willow, the dying alders, the reeds, the stagnant pool, and its suicidal victims. The landscape was visible through it as through a film, but it seemed to curdle and thicken gradually in places with some unholy, terrifying activity. Out of these curdlings, as if disgorged by the ambient exhalation, I saw the emergence of 3 human faces that partook of the same nebulous matter, neither mist nor plasm. One of these faces seemed to detach itself from the bowl of the ghostly willow. The second and third swirled upward from the seething of the phantom pool, with their bodies trailing formlessly among the tenuous boughs. The faces were those of old Chapman, of Francis Amberville, and Avis Olcott. Behind this eerie, wraith-like projection of itself, the actual landscape leered with the same infernal and vampirish air which it had worn by day. But it seemed now that the place was no longer still, that it seethed with a malignant secret life, that it reached out toward me with its scummy waters, with the bony fingers of its trees, with the spectral faces it had spewed forth from its lethal deadfall. Even terror was frozen within me for a moment. I stood watching while the pale, unhallowed exhalation rose higher above the meadow. The 3 human faces, through a further agitation of the curdling mass, began to approach each other. Slowly, inexpressibly, they merged in one, becoming an androgynous face, neither young nor old, that melted finally into the lengthening phantom boughs of the willow, the hands of the arboreal death that were reaching out to enfold me. Then, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, I started to run. There is little more that need be told, for nothing that I could add to this narrative would lessen the abominable mystery of it all in any degree. The meadow, or the thing that dwells in the meadow, has already claimed 3 victims, and I sometimes wonder if it will have a 4th. I alone, it would seem, among the living, have guessed the secret of Chapman's death, and the death of Avis in Amberville, and no one else apparently has felt the malign genius of the meadow. I have not returned there since the morning when the bodies of the artist and his fiancée were removed from the pool, nor have I summoned up the resolution to destroy or otherwise dispose of the 4 oil paintings and 2 watercolor drawings of the spot that were made by Amberville. Perhaps, in spite of all that deters me, I shall visit it again. The Town of Cats. Hagiwara Sakutaro. Translated into English by Jeffrey Angles. Hagiwara Sakutaro, 1886 to 1942, was a Japanese writer considered one of the foremost poets of the Taisho and early Showa periods. Sakutaro was interested in exploring madness, hallucinations, obsession, and abnormal psychology in his works. To do so, he largely rejected naturalism and used colloquial language, impressionistic images, a sense of personal intimacy, and modern subject matter. The classic The Town of Cats, 1935, is the poet's only short story and explores themes of disorientation and the illusory nature of reality. It depicts a surreal urban journey that presages the work of Haruki Murakami. Iconic weird writer Thomas Ligotti has cited The Town of Cats as among his favorite stories. The quality that incites the desire for travel has gradually disappeared from my fantasies. Before, however, symbols of travel were all that filled my thoughts. Just to picture a train, steamboat, or town in an unfamiliar foreign land was enough to make my heart dance. But experience has taught me that travel presents nothing more than identical objects moving in identical spaces. No matter where one goes, one finds the same sort of people living in similar villages and repeating the same humdrum lives. One finds merchants in every small country town, spending their days clicking abacuses and watching the dusty white road outside. In every municipal office, government officials smoke and think about what they will have for lunch. They live out insipid, monotonous lives in which each new day is identical to the last, gradually watching themselves grow old as the days go by. Now the thought of travel projects onto my weary heart an infinitely tedious landscape, like that of a Polonia tree growing in a vacant lot, and I feel a dull loathing for human life in which this sameness repeats itself everywhere. Travel no longer holds any interest or romance for me. In the past I often undertook wondrous voyages in my own personal way. Let me explain. I would reach that unique moment in which humankind sometimes finds itself able to soar, that special moment outside of time and space, outside the chain of cause and effect, and I would adroitly navigate the borderline between dreams and reality to play in an uninhibited world of my own making. Having said this much, I doubt I need to explain my secret further. Let me simply add that, in undertaking these hallucinatory trips, I generally preferred to use the likes of morphine and cocaine, which can be ingested in a simple shot or dose, instead of opium, which is hard to obtain in Japan and requires troublesome tools and provisions. There is not enough room here to describe in detail the lands that I traveled in those dreams of narcotic ecstasy, but I will tell you that the trips frequently took me wandering through wetlands where little frogs gathered, through polar coasts where penguins live, and on and on. The landscapes in those dreams were filled with brilliant primary hues. The sea and sky were always as clear and blue as glass. Even after returning to normal, I would cling to those visions and relive them again and again in the world of reality. These drug-induced voyages took a terrible toll on my health. I grew increasingly drawn and pale by the day, and my skin deteriorated as if I had aged terribly. By and by, I began to pay more attention to my health. Following my doctor's advice, I started taking walks through my neighborhood. Every day I would cover the distance of 40 or 50 cho, walking anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. One day, while I was out taking my exercise, I happened upon a new way to satisfy my eccentric wanderlust. I was walking through the usual area around my home. Normally I do not deviate from my established path, but for some reason that day I slipped into an unfamiliar alley, and going the wrong way I lost all sense of direction. All in all, I have no innate sense of direction. My ability to keep track of the points of the compass is terribly deficient. As a result, I'm awful at remembering my way anywhere, and if I go someplace even slightly unfamiliar, in no time I end up completely lost. To make matters worse, I have a habit of getting absorbed in my thoughts as I walk. If an acquaintance happens to greet me along the way, I will pass by in total obliviousness. Because I am so bad at keeping track of directions, I can lose my way even in a place that I know perfectly well, such as my own neighborhood. I can be so close to my destination that people laugh at me when I ask how to get there. Once I walked tens of times around the hedge surrounding the very house in which I have lived for years. Though the gate was right before my eyes, my lack of a sense of direction made it impossible for me to find it. My family insisted a fox must have bewitched me. Psychologists would probably account for this bewitching as a disturbance of the inner ear. I say this because the experts claim that the function of sensing direction belongs to the semicircular canals located in the ear. In any case, I was completely lost and bewildered. I made a random guess and rushed down the street in search of my house. After going in circles several times in a neighborhood of suburban estates surrounded by trees, suddenly I came upon a bustling street. It was a lovely little neighborhood, but I had no idea where I was. The roads had been swept clean, and the flagstones were wet with dew. All of the shops were neat and tidy, all with different types of unusual merchandise lined up in polished show windows. A flowering tree flourished by the eaves of a coffee shop, bringing an artistic play of light and shadow to the borough. The red mailbox at the street crossing was also beautiful, and the young woman in the cigarette shop was as bright and sweet as a plum. I had never seen such an aesthetically charming place. Where in Tokyo could I possibly be? But I was unable to recall the layout of the city. I figured I could not have strayed far from home because so little time had elapsed. It was perfectly clear that I was within the territory where I ordinarily strolled, only a half-hour or so from home, or at least not too far from it. But how could this place be so close without my having known it? I felt as if I was dreaming. I wondered if perhaps what I was seeing was not a real town, but a reflection or silhouette of a town projected on a screen. Then, just as suddenly, my memory and common sense returned. Examining my surroundings again, I realized I was seeing an ordinary, familiar block in my neighborhood. The mailbox was at the intersection, as always, and the young lady with the gastric disorder sat in the cigarette shop. The same outdated, dusty merchandise yawned from the space that it occupied in the store windows. On the street, the eaves of the coffee shop were boorishly decorated with an arch of artificial flowers. This was nowhere new. It was my familiar, boring neighborhood. In the blink of an eye, my reaction to my surroundings had altered completely. The mysterious and magical transformation of this place into a beautiful town had occurred simply because I had mixed up my directions. The mailbox that always stood at the south end of the block seemed to be on the opposite northern approach. The tradesmen's houses on the left side of the street had shifted to the right. The changes sufficed to make the entire neighborhood look new and different. In that brief moment that I spent in the unknown, illusory town, I noticed a sign above a store. I swore to myself that I had seen a picture just like it on a signboard somewhere else. When my memory was back in working order, all of the directions reversed themselves. Until a moment before, the crowds on my left had been on the right, and I discovered that, though I had been walking north, I was now headed south. In that instant, when my memory returned to normal, the needle of my compass spun around, and the cardinal directions switched positions. The whole universe changed, and the mood of the town that manifested itself before me became utterly different. The mysterious neighborhood that I had seen a moment before existed in some universe of opposite space where the compass was reversed. After this accidental discovery, I made it a point to lose my bearings in order to travel again to such mysterious places. The deficiency on my part that I described before was especially helpful in allowing me to undertake these travels. But even people with a normal, sound sense of direction may at times experience the same special places that I have. For instance, imagine yourself returning home on a train late at night. First, the train leaves the station, and then the tracks carry you straight east to west. Some time later, you wake from a dream-filled nap. You realize the train has changed directions at some point and is now moving west to east. You reason this cannot be right. and in the reality you perceive, the train is moving away from your destination. To double-check, you look out the window. The intermediary stations and landscapes to which you are accustomed are all entirely new. The world looks so different that you cannot recognize a single place. But you arrive in the end. When you step down on the familiar train platform, you awaken from the illusion and regain an accurate sense of direction. And once that sense is regained, strange landscapes and sights transform themselves into boring familiarities, as unremarkable and ordinary as ever. In effect, you see the same landscape, first from the reverse, and then from the front, as you are accustomed to seeing it. One can think of a thing as having two separate sides. Just by changing your perspective, the other side will appear. Indeed, there is no metaphysical problem more mysterious than the notion that a given phenomenon can possess a secret, hidden side. When I was a boy a long time ago, and I used to examine a framed picture that hung on the walls of the house, I wondered all the while what worlds lay hidden on the reverse side of the framed landscape. I removed the frame repeatedly to peep at the back side of the painting. Those childhood thoughts have now turned into a riddle that remains impossible for me to solve even as an adult. But the story that I am about to tell may contain a hint for solving the riddle. Should my strange tale lead you, my readers, to imagine a world of the fourth dimension hidden behind things and external manifestations, a universe existing on the reverse side of the landscape, then this tale will seem completely real to you. If, however, you are unable to imagine the existence of such a place, then what follows will seem like the decadent hallucinations of an absurd poet whose nerves have been shattered by a morphine addiction. In any event, I shall gather my courage and write. I am not a novelist, and therefore I do not know the intricacies of drama and plot that will excite readers. All that I can do is give a straightforward account of the realities I experienced. 2. I was staying in the Hokuetsu region at a hot spring resort in a town that I shall call K. September was nearly over, the equinox already past. Being in the mountains, we were well into autumn. All of the guests who had come from the city to escape the summer heat had returned home, leaving only a handful of visitors to quietly nurse their illnesses in the healing waters of the spa. The autumn shade had grown long, and the leaves of the trees were scattered across the lonely courtyard of our inn. I would don a flannel kimono and spend time pursuing my daily ritual of walking alone along the back mountain roads. There were 3 towns a short distance from the hot spring. Perhaps I should not call them towns, they were so small. 2 of them were like a little cluster of country homes, about the size of what would pass as a village elsewhere. The third, however, was a compact country settlement that sold the necessities of daily living. It even had restaurants, like those one finds in the city. I shall call this town, the most prosperous of the 3, U. Each of the 3 towns connected directly to the hot spring via a road, and every day at prescribed times horse-drawn coaches traveled back and forth between them. A small narrow-gauge railway had been laid to U, so I often made the trip to it on the train to shop and have a drink with the ladies. But simply riding the train was enough to bring me tremendous pleasure. The cute, toy-like railway would weave through groves of deciduous trees and gorges that revealed views of entire valleys. One day I got off the train midway, and I began walking toward U. I wanted to take a leisurely walk alone over the mountain crests with their commanding views. The road cut an irregular path through the woods, following the direction of the tracks nearby. Autumn flowers were in bloom here and there. The surface of the red earth glistened, and the trunks of felled trees were scattered across the ground. While watching the clouds float across the sky, I thought of the old folklore that survives there in the mountains. In these backwoods areas, with their primitive taboos and superstitions, one can still hear many legends and folk tales. In fact, many of the local people believe the stories even to this day. The maids and the locals visiting our inn told me several strange stories, in voices tinged with fear and disgust. They said the spirits of dogs possessed the inhabitants of one particular settlement, while cats possessed the inhabitants of another. Those possessed by dog spirits ate only meat. Those possessed by cat spirits lived on nothing but fish. The people in the surrounding areas called these odd settlements the possessed villages, and they were careful to avoid contact with them. Once a year, the people of the allegedly possessed villages would select a black moonless night to hold a festival. It was strictly forbidden for anyone outside the village to observe what ensued during those mysterious rites. If by some rare chance an outsider happened to glimpse the proceedings, he would invariably bite his tongue and say nothing. The rumors about the villages ran rampant. The denizens of the villages were privy to special magic. They were hiding a vast fortune of unknown origin, and so on. After recounting these stories, the locals would add that one of the villages was located quite close to the hot spring, only it wasn't very long ago that the inhabitants had deserted the town. They had up and left, but it was common speculation that they continued to live their secret life in a community somewhere else. As irrefutable proof, the people telling the story cited the experiences of others who had seen the okura, the true form of the malevolent spirits. All these stories proved to me was how stubbornly superstitious farming people can be. Conscious of it or not, the villagers were forcing their own fears and realities on me. Because their stories interested me for anthropological reasons, however, I listened carefully. Secretive village practices and taboos like those they described can be found throughout Japan. One likely theory is that the people engaging in these practices were the descendants of immigrants from foreign countries with different customs and habits, and even today they continue to worship the clan gods of their ancestors. Another possibility is that the villages were holdovers from the 17th century, when believers in Christianity, persecuted by the Tokugawa government, went into hiding and practiced their religion in secret. There are countless things in this vast universe that humankind does not know. As the Latin poet Horace once noted, the intellect of the mind knows nothing. Instead, people use it to make common sense of the world and have myths that explain things in everyday terms. Still, the secrets of the universe continue to transcend the quotidian. All philosophers must, therefore, doff their hats to the poets when they discover that the path of reason takes them only so far. The universe that lies beyond common sense and logic, the universe that is known intuitively to the poet, belongs to the metaphysical. While indulging in these speculations, I walked through the autumn mountains. The narrow road continued for some time, then disappeared into the depths of the woods. The railroad tracks, the sole thing I relied on to guide me to my destination, were nowhere in sight. I had lost my way. "I'm lost." These lonely words rose in my heart as I came to my senses and left my contemplations behind. Immediately I became uneasy and began to look frantically for the road. I backtracked in an attempt to find it. Instead, I became all the more turned around. I ended up in an inescapable labyrinth of countless paths. The paths led deeper into the mountains and then disappeared into the brambles. I wasted a great deal of time. Not once did I see a single soul, not even a woodcutter. Becoming increasingly upset, I paced about impatiently like a dog trying to scout out its way. At long last I discovered a narrow but clear path marked by feet and hooves. Following it intently, I descended little by little toward the base of the mountain. I figured I could relax once I made it to the base of one of the mountains and found a house. I arrived at the foot of the mountain some hours later. There I discovered a world of human habitation beyond anything that I could have anticipated in my wildest dreams. Instead of poor farmers, I had come upon a beautiful, prosperous town. An acquaintance of mine once told me about a trip he had taken on the Trans-Siberian Railroad. He said the passengers would travel for days and days through desolate, uninhabited plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. As a result, when the train finally stopped, even the tiniest station looked like one of the most animated, prosperous cities in the world. The surprise that I felt was probably similar to what my friend had experienced. There, in the low, flat plain at the base of the mountain, stood rows and rows of buildings. Towers and lofty buildings shone in the sun. The sight was so impressive that I could hardly believe such a marvelous metropolis really existed there in the remote mountains. Feeling as if I was seeing an image projected by a magic lantern onto a screen in front of me, I slowly approached the town. At some point, though, I crossed over into the projection and became part of the mysterious town itself. Starting down a narrow alley, I passed through some dark, confusing, cramped pathways, but then suddenly I walked into the center of a bustling avenue, almost as if I were emerging from a womb into the world. The city that I saw was so special, so unusual. The rows of shops and other buildings were designed with an unusual artistic feel. They acted, as it were, like the building blocks for the communal aesthetic that pervaded the entire town. The whole place was beautiful, but the beauty did not seem to have been consciously created. The artistic feel had evolved naturally as the town gradually weathered and developed an elegant patina that reflected its age. This elegant depth spoke with grace and gentility of the town's old history and the long memories of the townspeople. The town was so tightly knit that the main avenue was only a dozen or a dozen and a half feet across. Other smaller streets were pressed into the space between the eaves of the buildings, so that they became deep, narrow passages that wound about like paths in a labyrinth. Roads descended down flagstone-covered slopes or passed under the shadow of second-story bay windows, creating dark tunnels. As in southern climes, flowering trees grew near the wells located here and there throughout the town. A ubiquitous deep shade filled the whole place, leaving everything as tranquil as the shadow of a laurel tree. What appeared to be the houses of courtesans stood in a row, and from deep inside an enclosed garden came the quiet sound of elegant music. On the main avenue I found many Western-style houses with glass windows instead of the sliding wooden and paper doors found in Japan. A red and white striped pole stuck out from the eaves of a hairdresser's shop, along with a painted sign that read in English, "Barber Shop." There were also traditional Japanese-style inns and shops that did laundry in the neighborhood. Near an intersection stood a photography studio with glass windows that reflected the sunny autumn sky with the lonely stoicism of a weather observatory. In the front of a watch shop sat the store's bespectacled owner, working quietly and intently. The streets were thronged with bustling crowds, yet the people created little noise. A refined, hushed silence reigned over the place, casting a pall that was as profound as a deep sleep. The town was silent, I realized, because there were no noisy horse-drawn carriages charging by, only pedestrians. But that wasn't all. The crowds were also quiet. Everyone, both men and women, had an air about them that was genteel and discreet, elegant and calm. The women were especially lovely and graceful, and even a bit coquettish. The people shopping in the stores and stopping in the street to talk also spoke politely in harmonious, soft voices. As a result, instead of appealing to the sense of hearing, their voices seemed to present meaning in an almost tactile fashion, something soft to the touch. The voices of the women had the especially sweet and rapturous charm of a gentle stroke passing over the surface of one's skin. People and things came and went like shadows. I realized right away that the atmosphere of the town was an artificial creation whose existence relied on the subtle attentions of its inhabitants. It was not just its buildings. The entire system of individual nerves that came together to create its atmosphere was focused on one single central aesthetic plan. In everything from the slightest stirrings in the air, there was strict adherence to the aesthetic laws of contrast, symmetry, harmony, and equilibrium. These aesthetic laws entailed, however, extremely complicated differential equations that, requiring tremendous effort, made all of the nerves of the town quiver and strain. For instance, even uttering a word slightly too high in pitch was forbidden, for it would shatter the harmony of the entire town. When the inhabitants did anything, when they walked down the street, moved their hands, ate, drank, thought, or even chose the pattern of their clothing, they had to give painstaking attention to their actions, to make sure they harmonized with the reigning atmosphere and did not lose the appropriate degrees of contrast and symmetry with their environs. The whole town was a perilously fragile structure of thin crystal. A loss of balance, even for a moment, would have dashed the entire thing to smithereens. A subtle mathematical structure of individual supports was necessary to maintain stability, and a complex of individual connections governed by the laws of contrast and symmetry strained to support the whole. However frightening this might be, such was the truth about the town. One careless mishap would mean the collapse and destruction of the entire place. Trepidation and fear had stretched the nerves of the whole town dangerously thin. The plan of this town, which seemed so aesthetically inclined on the surface, went beyond a mere matter of taste. It hid a more frightening and acute problem. This realization suddenly made me extremely anxious. The air surrounding me was electrically charged, and in it I felt the anguish of the inhabitants' nerves stretched to the breaking point. The peculiar beauty and dreamlike serenity of the town had now become hushed and uncanny. I felt as if I were unraveling a code to discover some frightening secret. A vague premonition, the color of a pale fear, washed over my heart, though I could not quite understand what it was trying to tell me. All of my senses were fully alert. I perceived all of the colors, scents, sounds, tastes, and meanings of the things surrounding me in infinitesimal detail. The stench of corpses filled the air, and the barometric pressure rose with each passing instant. All of the things that manifested themselves around me seemed to portend some evil. Something strange was about to happen. Something had to happen. But the town did not change. The street was full of elegant people going to and fro, walking quietly without making a sound, just as they had moments ago. From somewhere in the distance I heard a continuous, low, mournful note that sounded like the stroking of the strings of a kokyu. Like someone haunted by a strange omen in the moments before a great earthquake, I experienced an anxious premonition. Mere steps away from me a person falls, and the harmony on which the entire town is based collapses, throwing everything into utter chaos. I struggled with this horrifying vision like someone having a nightmare and trying frantically to awaken. With each passing second the sky turned bluer and more transparent. The pressure of the electrically charged air rose higher and higher. The buildings bent precariously, growing long and sickly thin. Here and there they distended into bizarre, turret-like forms. The roofs became strangely bony and deformed, like the long, thin legs of a chicken. "It's happening." The words escaped my lips as my chest thumped with fear. Just then a small black rat, or something like it, dashed into the center of the road. I saw it with extraordinary delineation and clarity. What on earth was going on? I was seized by the strange, sudden notion that it would destroy the harmony of the entire town. Right then, the whole universe stopped dead, and an infinite quiet settled over everything. What next? An unimaginably strange and horrifying sight appeared before me. Great packs of cats materialized everywhere, filling all the roads around me. Cats, 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 and more cats. Everywhere I looked there was nothing but cats. Whiskered cat faces rose in the windows of all the houses, filling the panes like pictures in frames. I shuddered. I held my breath from fright and nearly passed out. This wasn't the human world. Was there nothing in this world but cats? What on earth had happened? Was this world real? Something had to be wrong with me. Either I was seeing an illusion, or I had gone mad. My senses had lost their balance. The universe was collapsing around me. I was terrified. Some final, frightening destruction would surely be closing in on me. I closed my eyes, and fear rushed through the darkness inside me. But suddenly my senses returned. As my heart began to slow its furious beat, I opened my eyes again to examine the world of reality that now surrounded me. The inexplicable vision of all those cats had vanished. There was nothing out of the ordinary about the town. Hollow, deserted windows stretched open their empty mouths. The traffic moved by uneventfully as the white clay of the dull streets roasted in the sun. Nowhere was there even a shadow of a cat. The town had undergone a complete change in feeling. Everywhere there were rows of plain old shops. Walking the dry midday streets were the same tired, dusty people who live in every country. The mysterious, perplexing town of a moment ago had vanished without a trace. An entirely separate world had appeared, almost as if a playing card had been turned over to reveal its other side. It was nothing but an ordinary, commonplace country town. Wasn't it the same old town of you that I knew so well? There at the barber shop, facing the midday traffic outside the shop window, was a row of barber chairs that had no customers. On the left side of the dilapidated town yawned a clock shop that never sold anything, its door shut as always. Everything was just like I remembered it, a never-changing humdrum town in the country. Once my mind cleared, I understood everything. I had foolishly allowed myself to succumb again to my perceptual malady, to my disturbance of the semicircular canals. Getting turned around in the mountains, I had completely lost any sense of direction. Though I thought I was descending the other side of the mountain, I went the wrong way, and ended up here in the town of U. Also, I had wandered into the heart of it from a direction opposite to that I arrived from on the train. All of my assumptions as to my whereabouts were completely backward, and my mistaken impressions were showing me a world with the directions all turned around. I was looking at a separate universe of another dimension, at the back side of the landscape, where up and down, front and back, and the four cardinal directions were all reversed. As popular parlance would have it, I had been bewitched by a fox. 3. My tale ends here, but the end of this story is the point of departure for my strange, unresolved enigma. The Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi once dreamed he was a butterfly. When he woke, he questioned his own identity, wondering if he was the butterfly in the dream or the person he was at that moment. This ancient riddle has remained unsolved across the ages. Is the universe of illusion only visible to those who have been bewitched by foxes? Or is it visible to those with clear intellect and good sense? Where does the metaphysical world exist in relationship to the ordinary landscape? Is it the reverse of what we ordinarily see? Is it in front? Perhaps there is no one who can answer these riddles. That magical town outside the bounds of the human world remains lodged in my memory. I still remember the vision of that bizarre feline town, with the silhouettes of cats appearing so vividly in every window, under all the eaves, and in every gathering on the street. Even today, more than 10 years later, I still relive the terror of that day by just thinking about it. I see it all over again as if it were right there in front of my eyes. People smile coldly at my tale. They say it is the demented delusion of a poet, or a nonsensical hallucination born of absent-minded daydreaming. Still, I continue to insist that I did see a town of nothing but cats. I did see a town where cats took on human form and crowded the streets. Though reasoning and logic tell me otherwise, I am absolutely sure that somewhere in this universe I did encounter such a place. Nothing is more certain to me than this. The entire population of the world can stand before me and snicker, but I will not abandon my faith in that strange settlement described in the legends of the backwoods. Somewhere, in some corner of this universe, a town is inhabited solely by the spirits of cats. Sure enough, it does exist. The Tarn, Hugh Walpole. Hugh Walpole, 1884 to 1941, was a very popular and prolific English writer who published 36 novels, 5 volumes of short stories, 2 plays, and 3 volumes of memoirs. His skill at scene-setting, his vivid plots, and his high profile as a lecturer brought him a large readership in the UK and North America. A best-selling author in the 1920s and 1930s, his works have been neglected since his death. Although best known for his historical novels, Walpole also penned classic tales of the supernatural, including The Clocks, 1913, The Twisted Inn, 1915, Tarnhelm, 1933, and The Silver Mask, 1933. However, The Tarn, 1936, a perceptive, clever, and all-too-true weird tale, remains our personal favorite. As Foster moved unconsciously across the room, bent towards the bookcase and stood leaning forward a little, choosing now one book, now another with his eye, his host, seeing the muscles of the back of his thin, scraggy neck stand out above his low flannel collar, thought of the ease with which he could squeeze that throat, and the pleasure, the triumphant, lustful pleasure, that such an action would give him. The low, white-walled, white-ceilinged room was flooded with the mellow, kindly Lakeland sun. October is a wonderful month in the English lakes, golden, rich, and perfumed, slow suns moving through apricot-tinted skies to ruby evening glories. The shadows lie then thick about that beautiful country, in dark purple patches, in long web-like patterns of silver gauze, in thick splotches of amber and gray. The clouds pass in galleons across the mountains, now veiling, now revealing, now descending with ghost-like armies to the very breast of the plains, suddenly rising to the softest of blue skies, and lying thin in lazy, languorous colour. Fenwick's cottage looked across to low fells. On his right, seen through side windows, sprawled the hills above Ullswater. Fenwick looked at Foster's back and felt suddenly sick, so that he sat down, veiling his eyes for a moment with his hand. Foster had come up there, come all the way from London, to explain, to want to put things right. For how many years had he known Foster? Why, for 20 at least, and during all those years Foster had been forever determined to put things right with everybody. He could not bear to be disliked. He hated that anyone should think ill of him. He wanted everyone to be his friend. That was one reason, perhaps, why Foster had got on so well, had prospered so in his career. One reason, too, why Fenwick had not. For Fenwick was the opposite of Foster in this. He did not want friends. He certainly did not care that people should like him, that is, people for whom, for one reason or another, he had contempt, and he had contempt for quite a number of people. Fenwick looked at that long, thin, bending back and felt his knees tremble. Soon Foster would turn round, and that high, reedy voice would pipe out something about the books. "What jolly books you have, Fenwick!" How many, many times in the long watches of the night, when Fenwick could not sleep, had he heard that pipe sounding close there, yes, in the very shadows of his bed. And how many times had Fenwick replied to it, "I hate you. You are the cause of my failure in life. You have been in my way always, 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 always," patronizing and pretending, and in truth showing others what a poor thing you thought me, how great a failure, how conceited a fool. I know. You can hide nothing from me. I can hear you. For 20 years now Foster had been persistently in Fenwick's way. There had been that affair, so long ago now, when Robbins had wanted a sub-editor for his wonderful review, The Parthenon, and Fenwick had gone to see him, and they had had a splendid talk. How magnificently Fenwick had talked that day! With what enthusiasm he had shown Robbins, who was blinded by his own conceit anyway, the kind of paper The Parthenon might be. How Robbins had caught his own enthusiasm, how he had pushed his fat body about the room, crying, "Yes, yes, Fenwick, that's fine indeed." And then how, after all, Foster had got that job. The paper had only lived for a year or so, it is true, but the connection with it had brought Foster into prominence just as it might have brought Fenwick. Then 5 years later there was Fenwick's novel, The Bitter Aloe, the novel upon which he had spent 3 years of blood and tears endeavor. And then, in the very same week of publication, Foster brings out The Circus, the novel that made his name, although heaven knows the thing was poor sentimental trash. You may say that one novel cannot kill another, but can it not? Had not The Circus appeared, would not that group of London know-alls, that conceited, limited, ignorant, self-satisfied crowd, who nevertheless can do, by their talk, so much to affect a book's good or evil fortunes, have talked about The Bitter Aloe, and so forced it into prominence? As it was, the book was stillborn, and The Circus went on its prancing, triumphant way. After that there had been many occasions, some small, some big, and always in one way or another that thin, scraggy body of Foster's was interfering with Fenwick's happiness. The thing had become, of course, an obsession with Fenwick. Hiding up there in the heart of the lakes, with no friends, almost no company, and very little money, he was given too much to brooding over his failure. He was a failure, and it was not his own fault. How could it be his own fault, with his talents and his brilliance? It was the fault of modern life and its lack of culture, the fault of the stupid material mess that made up the intelligence of human beings, and the fault of Foster. Always Fenwick hoped that Foster would keep away from him. He did not know what he would not do did he see the man. And then one day, to his amazement, he received a telegram. "Passing through this way. May I stop with you Monday and Tuesday? Giles Foster." Fenwick could scarcely believe his eyes, and then, from curiosity, from cynical contempt, from some deeper, more mysterious motive that he dared not analyze, he had telegraphed, "Come." And here the man was, and he had come, would you believe it, to put things right. He had heard from Hamlin Edis that Fenwick was hurt with him, had some kind of a grievance. "I didn't like to feel that, old man, and so I thought I'd just stop by and have it out with you, see what the matter was, and put it right." Last night after supper Foster had tried to put it right, eagerly, his eyes like a good dog's, who is asking for a bone that he knows that he thoroughly deserves, he had held out his hand and asked Fenwick to say what was up. Fenwick simply had said that nothing was up. Hamlin Edis was a damned fool. "Oh, I'm glad to hear that," Foster had cried, springing up out of his chair and putting his hand on Fenwick's shoulder. "I'm glad of that, old man. I couldn't bear for us not to be friends. We've been friends so long." Lord, how Fenwick hated him at that moment. 2. "What a jolly lot of books you have!" Foster turned round and looked at Fenwick with eager, gratified eyes. "Every book here is interesting. I like your arrangement of them, too, and those open bookshelves. It always seems to me a shame to shut up books behind glass." Foster came forward and sat down quite close to his host. He even reached forward and laid his hand on his host's knee. "Look here, I'm mentioning it for the last time, positively, but I do want to make quite certain. There is nothing wrong between us, is there, old man? I know you assured me last night, but I just want—" Fenwick looked at him, and, surveying him, felt suddenly an exquisite pleasure of hatred. He liked the touch of the man's hand on his knee. He himself bent forward a little, and thinking how agreeable it would be to push Foster's eyes in, deep, deep into his head, crunching them, smashing them to purple, leaving the empty, staring, bloody sockets, said, "Why, no, of course not. I told you last night. What could there be?" The hand gripped the knee a little more tightly. "I am so glad. That's splendid, splendid. I hope you won't think me ridiculous, but I've always had an affection for you ever since I can remember. I've always wanted to know you better. I've admired your talents so greatly. That novel of yours, the one about the aloe." "The bitter aloe? Ah, yes, that was it. That was a splendid book. Pessimistic, of course, but still fine. It ought to have done better. I remember thinking so at the time." "Yes, it ought to have done better. Your time will come, though. What I say is that good work always tells in the end." "Yes, my time will come." The thin, piping voice went on. "Now, I've had more success than I deserved. Oh, yes, I have. You can't deny it. I'm not being falsely modest. I mean it. I've got some talent, of course, but not so much as people say. And you, why, you've got so much more than they acknowledge. You have, old man, you have indeed. Only, I do hope you'll forgive my saying this. Perhaps you haven't advanced quite as you might have done, living up here, shut away here, closed in by all these mountains in this wet climate, always raining. Why, you're out of things. You don't see people, don't talk, and discover what's really going on. Why, look at me." Fenwick turned round and looked at him. "Now, I have half the year in London, where one gets the best of everything, best talk, best music, best plays, and then I'm 3 months abroad, Italy or Greece or somewhere, and then 3 months in the country. Now, that's an ideal arrangement. You have everything that way?" Italy or Greece or somewhere. Something turned in Fenwick's breast, grinding, grinding, grinding. How he longed, oh, how passionately, for just 1 week in Greece, 2 days in Sicily. Sometimes he had thought that he might run to it, but when it had come to the actual counting of the pennies, and now this fool, this fathead, this self-satisfied, conceited, patronizing— He got up, looking out at the golden sun. "What do you say to a walk?" he suggested. "The sun will last for a good hour yet." 3. As soon as the words were out of his lips, he felt as though someone else had said them for him. He even turned half round to see whether anyone else were there. Ever since Foster's arrival on the evening before, he had been conscious of this sensation. A walk? Why should he take Foster for a walk, show him his beloved country, point out those curves and lines and hollows, the long silver shield of Ullswater, the cloudy purple hills hunched like blankets about the knees of some recumbent giant? Why? It was as though he had turned round to someone behind him and had said, "You have some further design in this." They started out. The road sank abruptly to the lake, then the path ran between trees at the water's edge. Across the lake tones of bright yellow light, crocus-hued, rode upon the blue. The hills were dark. The very way that Foster walked bespoke the man. He was always a little ahead of you, pushing his long, thin body along with little eager jerks, as though, did he not hurry, he would miss something that would be immensely to his advantage. He talked, throwing words over his shoulder to Fenwick as you throw crumbs of bread to a robin. Of course I was pleased. Who would not be? After all, it's a new prize. They've only been awarding it for a year or two, but it's gratifying, really gratifying, to secure it. When I opened the envelope and found the check there, well, you could have knocked me down with a feather. You could indeed. Of course, £100 isn't much, but it's the honor. Whither were they going? Their destiny was as certain as though they had no free will. Free will? There is no free will. All is fate. Fenwick suddenly laughed aloud. Foster stopped. "Why, what is it?" "What's what?" "You laughed." "Something amused me." Foster slipped his arm through Fenwick's. "It is jolly to be walking alone together like this, arm in arm, friends. I'm a sentimental man, I won't deny it. What I say is that life is short and one must love one's fellow beings, or where is one? You live too much alone, old man." He squeezed Fenwick's arm. "That's the truth of it." It was torture, exquisite, heavenly torture. It was wonderful to feel that thin, bony arm pressing against his. Almost you could hear the beating of that other heart. Wonderful to feel that arm, and the temptation to take it in your two hands and to bend it and twist it, and then to hear the bones crack, crack, crack. Wonderful to feel that temptation rise through one's body like boiling water, and yet not to yield to it. For a moment Fenwick's hand touched Foster's. Then he drew himself apart. "We're at the village. This is the hotel where they all come in the summer. We turn off at the right here. I'll show you my tarn." 4. "Your tarn?" asked Foster. "Forgive my ignorance, but what is a tarn exactly?" "A tarn is a miniature lake, a pool of water lying in the lap of the hill. Very quiet, lovely, silent. Some of them are immensely deep." "I should like to see that." "It is some little distance, up a rough road. Do you mind?" "Not a bit. I have long legs." "Some of them are immensely deep, unfathomable. Nobody touched the bottom, but quiet, like glass, with shadows only. Do you know, Fenwick, but I have always been afraid of water. I've never learnt to swim. I'm afraid to go out of my depth. Isn't that ridiculous? But it is all because at my private school, years ago, when I was a small boy, some big fellows took me and held me with my head under the water and nearly drowned me. They did indeed. They went further than they meant to. I can see their faces." Fenwick considered this. The picture leapt to his mind. He could see the boys, large, strong fellows probably, and this little skinny thing like a frog, their thick hands about his throat, his legs like gray sticks kicking out of the water, their laughter, their sudden sense that something was wrong, the skinny body all flaccid and still. He drew a deep breath. Foster was walking beside him now, not ahead of him, as though he were a little afraid and needed reassurance. Indeed, the scene had changed. Before and behind them stretched the uphill path, loose with shale and stones. On their right, on a ridge at the foot of the hill, were some quarries, almost deserted, but the more melancholy in the fading afternoon because a little work still continued there. Faint sounds came from the gaunt, listening chimneys. A stream of water ran and tumbled angrily into a pool below. Once and again a black silhouette, like a question mark, appeared against the darkening hill. It was a little steep here, and Foster puffed and blew. Fenwick hated him the more for that. So thin and spare, and still he could not keep in condition. They stumbled, keeping below the quarry, on the edge of the running water, now green, now a dirty white-gray, pushing their way along the side of the hill. Their faces were set now towards Helvellyn. It rounded the cup of hills, closing in the base and then sprawling to the right. "There's the tarn," Fenwick exclaimed, and then added, "The sun's not lasting as long as I had expected. It's growing dark already." Foster stumbled and caught Fenwick's arm. "This twilight makes the hills look strange, like living men. I can scarcely see my way." "We're alone here," Fenwick answered. "Don't you feel the stillness? The men will have left the quarry now and gone home. There is no one in all this place but ourselves. If you watch, you will see a strange green light steal down over the hills. It lasts but for a moment, and then it is dark. Ah, here is my tarn. Do you know how I love this place, Foster? It seems to belong especially to me, just as much as all your work and your glory and fame and success seem to belong to you. I have this, and you have that. Perhaps in the end we are even after all. Yes. But I feel as though that piece of water belonged to me and I to it, and as though we should never be separated. Yes. Isn't it black? It is one of the deep ones. No one has ever sounded it. Only Helvellyn knows, and one day I fancy that it will take me, too, into its confidence, will whisper its secrets. Foster sneezed. Very nice, very beautiful, Fenwick. I like your tarn. Charming. And now let's turn back. That is a difficult walk beneath the quarry. It's chilly, too. Do you see that little jetty there? Fenwick led Foster by the arm. Someone built that out into the water. He had a boat there, I suppose. Come and look down. From the end of the little jetty it looks so deep, and the mountains seem to close round. Fenwick took Foster's arm and led him to the end of the jetty. Indeed, the water looked deep here, deep and very black. Foster peered down. Then he looked up at the hills that did indeed seem to have gathered close around him. He sneezed again. I've caught a cold, I am afraid. Let's turn homewards, Fenwick, or we shall never find our way. Home, then, said Fenwick, and his hands closed about the thin, scraggy neck. For the instant the head half turned, and two startled, strangely childish eyes stared. Then, with a push that was ludicrously simple, the body was impelled forward. There was a sharp cry, a splash, a stir of something white against the swiftly gathering dusk. Again, and then far-spreading ripples, then silence. 5. The silence extended. Having enwrapped the tarn, it spread as though with finger on lip to the already quiescent hills. Fenwick shared in the silence. He luxuriated in it. He did not move at all. He stood there, looking upon the inky water of the tarn, his arms folded, a man lost in intensest thought. But he was not thinking. He was only conscious of a warm, luxurious relief, a sensuous feeling that was not thought at all. Foster was gone, that tiresome, prating, conceited, self-satisfied fool. Gone, never to return. The tarn assured him of that. It stared back into Fenwick's face approvingly, as though it said, You have done well, a clean and necessary job. We have done it together, you and I. I am proud of you. He was proud of himself. At last he had done something definite with his life. Thought, eager, active thought, was beginning now to flood his brain. For all these years he had hung around in this place, doing nothing but cherish grievances, weak, backboneless. Now at last there was action. He drew himself up and looked at the hills. He was proud, and he was cold. He was shivering. He turned up the collar of his coat. Yes, there was the faint green light that always lingered in the shadows of the hills for a brief moment before darkness came. It was growing late. He had better return. Shivering now so that his teeth chattered, he started off down the path, and then was aware that he did not wish to leave the tarn. The tarn was friendly, the only friend he had in all the world. As he stumbled along in the dark, the sense of loneliness grew. He was going home to an empty house. There had been a guest in it last night. Who was it? Why, Foster, of course. Foster, with his silly laugh and amiable, mediocre eyes. Well, Foster would not be there now. No, he never would be there again. And suddenly Fenwick started to run. He did not know why, except that now that he had left the tarn he was lonely. He wished that he could have stayed there all night, but because he was cold he could not, and now he was running so that he might be at home with the lights and the familiar furniture and all the things that he knew to reassure him. As he ran, the shale and stones scattered beneath his feet. They made a tit-tattering noise under him, and someone else seemed to be running too. He stopped, and the other runner also stopped. He breathed in the silence. He was hot now. The perspiration was trickling down his cheeks. He could feel a dribble of it down his back inside his shirt. His knees were pounding. His heart was thumping. And all around him the hills were so amazingly silent, now like india-rubber clouds that you could push in or pull out as you do those india-rubber faces, gray against the night sky of a crystal purple upon whose surface, like the twinkling eyes of boats at sea. Stars were now appearing. His knees steadied, his heart beat less fiercely, and he began to run again. Suddenly he had turned the corner and was out at the hotel. Its lamps were kindly and reassuring. He walked then quietly along the lakeside path, and had it not been for the certainty that someone was treading behind him, he would have been comfortable and at his ease. He stopped once or twice and looked back, and once he stopped and called out, "Who's there?" Only the rustling trees answered. He had the strangest fancy, but his brain was throbbing so fiercely that he could not think, that it was the tarn that was following him, the tarn slipping, sliding along the road, being with him so that he should not be lonely. He could almost hear the tarn whisper in his ear, "We did that together. And so I do not wish you to bear all the responsibility yourself. I will stay with you so that you are not lonely." He climbed the road towards home, and there were the lights of his house. He heard the gate click behind him as though it were shutting him in. He went into the sitting-room, lighted and ready. There were the books that Foster had admired. The old woman who looked after him appeared. "Will you be having some tea, sir?" "No, thank you, Annie." "Will the other gentleman be wanting any?" "No, the other gentleman is away for the night." "Then there will be only one for supper?" "Yes, only one for supper." He sat in the corner of the sofa and fell instantly into a deep slumber. 6. He woke when the old woman tapped him on the shoulder and told him that supper was served. The room was dark, save for the jumping light of 2 uncertain candles. Those 2 red candlesticks. How he hated them up there on the mantelpiece. He had always hated them, and now they seemed to him to have something of the quality of Foster's voice, that thin, reedy, piping tone. He was expecting at every moment that Foster would enter, and yet he knew that he would not. He continued to turn his head towards the door, but it was so dark there that you could not see. The whole room was dark, except just there by the fireplace, where the 2 candlesticks went whining with their miserable twinkling plaint. He went into the dining-room and sat down to his meal. But he could not eat anything. It was odd, that place by the table where Foster's chair should be. Odd, naked, and made a man feel lonely. He got up once from the table and went to the window, opened it, and looked out. He listened for something. A trickle as of running water, a stir, through the silence, as though some deep pool were filling to the brim. A rustle in the trees, perhaps. An owl hooted. Sharply, as though someone had spoken to him unexpectedly behind his shoulder, he closed the window and looked back, peering under his dark eyebrows into the room. Later on he went up to bed. 7. Had he been sleeping, or had he been lying lazily as one does, half dozing, half luxuriously, not thinking? He was wide awake now, utterly awake, and his heart was beating with apprehension. It was as though someone had called him by name. He slept always with his window a little open and the blind up. Tonight the moonlight shadowed in sickly fashion the objects in his room. It was not a flood of light, nor yet a sharp splash, silvering a square, a circle, throwing the rest into ebony blackness. The light was dim, a little green, perhaps, like the shadow that comes over the hills just before dark. He stared at the window, and it seemed to him that something moved there. Within, or rather against the gray-green light, something silver-tinted glistened. Fenwick stared. It had the look, exactly, of slipping water. Slipping water. He listened, his head up, and it seemed to him that from beyond the window he caught the stir of water, not running, but rather welling up and up, gurgling with satisfaction as it filled and filled. He sat up higher in bed, and then saw that down the wallpaper beneath the window water was undoubtedly trickling. He could see it lurch to the projecting wood of the sill, pause, and then slither down the incline. The odd thing was that it fell so silently. Beyond the window there was that odd gurgle, but in the room itself absolute silence. Whence could it come? He saw the line of silver rise and fall as the stream on the window-ledge ebbed and flowed. He must get up and close the window. He drew his legs above the sheets and blankets and looked down. He shrieked. The floor was covered with a shining film of water. It was rising. As he looked, it had covered half the short, stumpy legs of the bed. It rose without a wink, a bubble, a break. Over the sill it poured now in a steady flow, but soundless. Fenwick sat back in the bed, the clothes gathered to his chin, his eyes blinking, the Adam's apple throbbing like a throttle in his throat. But he must do something. He must stop this. The water was now level with the seats of the chairs, but still was soundless. Could he but reach the door? He put down his naked foot, then cried again. The water was icy, cold. Suddenly, leaning, staring at its dark, unbroken sheen, something seemed to push him forward. He fell. His head, his face, was under the icy liquid. It seemed adhesive, and in the heart of its ice, hot like melting wax. He struggled to his feet. The water was breast-high. He screamed again and again. He could see the looking-glass, the row of books, the picture of Durer's horse, aloof, impervious. He beat at the water, and flakes of it seemed to cling to him like scales of fish, clammy to his touch. He struggled, ploughing his way towards the door. The water now was at his neck. Then something had caught him by the ankle. Something held him. He struggled, crying, "Let me go! Let me go! I tell you to let me go! I hate you! I hate you! I will not come down to you! I will not—" The water covered his mouth. He felt that someone pushed in his eyeballs with bare knuckles. A cold hand reached up and caught his naked thigh. 8. In the morning the little maid knocked, and, receiving no answer, came in, as was her wont, with his shaving water. What she saw made her scream. She ran for the gardener. They took the body with its staring, protruding eyes, its tongue sticking out between the clenched teeth, and laid it on the bed. The only sign of disorder was an overturned water jug. A small pool of water stained the carpet. It was a lovely morning. A twig of ivy, idly in the little breeze, tapped the pane. Sanatorium under the sign of the hourglass. Bruno Schulz. Translated into English by Selina Wieniewska. Bruno Schulz, 1892 to 1942, was a Polish writer of stories that share some affinity with the work of Alfred Kubin, Franz Kafka, Leonora Carrington, and Michael Sisko, among others. He was shot dead by a Nazi officer when he ventured into an Aryan section of his town during World War II. A great prose stylist, Schulz created a mythical childhood in his fiction that centered on surreal, sometimes grotesque events. English-language translations include The Street of Crocodiles, 1963, and Sanatorium Under the Sign of the Hourglass, 1988. The title story from the latter collection, first published in 1937, is the tale of a strange sojourn by the narrator in which the weird seeps through in quiet but unsettling ways. The journey was long. The train, which ran only once a week on that forgotten branch line, carried no more than a few passengers. Never before had I seen such archaic coaches. Withdrawn from other lines long before, they were spacious as living rooms, dark, and with many recesses. Corridors crossed the empty compartments at various angles. Labyrinthine and cold, they exuded an air of strange and frightening neglect. I moved from coach to coach looking for a comfortable corner. Draughts were everywhere, cold currents of air shooting through the interiors, piercing the whole train from end to end. Here and there a few people sat on the floor, surrounded by their bundles, not daring to occupy the empty seats. Besides, those high, convex, oilcloth-covered seats were cold as ice and sticky with age. At the deserted stations, no passengers boarded the train. Without a whistle, without a groan, the train would slowly start again, as if lost in meditation. For a time I had the company of a man in a ragged railwayman's uniform, silent, engrossed in his thoughts. He pressed a handkerchief to a swollen, aching face. Later even he disappeared, having slipped out unobserved at some stop. He left behind him the mark of his body and the straw that lay on the floor, and a shabby black suitcase he had forgotten. Wading in straw and rubbish, I walked shakily from coach to coach. The open doors of the compartments were swinging in the draughts. There was not a single passenger left on the train. At last I met a conductor in the black uniform of that line. He was wrapping a thick scarf around his neck and collecting his things, a lantern, an official logbook. "We are nearly there, sir," he said, looking at me with washed-out eyes. The train was coming slowly to a halt, without puffing, without rattling, as if, together with the last breath of steam, life were slowly escaping from it. We stopped. Everything was empty and still, with no station buildings in sight. The conductor showed me the direction of the sanatorium. Carrying my suitcase, I started walking along a white, narrow road toward the dark trees of a park. With some curiosity, I looked at the landscape. The road along which I was walking led up to the brow of a gentle hill, from which a wide expanse of country could be seen. The day was uniformly gray, extinguished, without contrasts, and perhaps under the influence of that heavy and colorless aura, the great basin of the valley, in which a vast wooded landscape was arranged like theatrical scenery, seemed very dark. The rows of trees, one behind the other, ever grayer and more distant, descended the gentle slopes to the left and right. The whole landscape, somber and grave, seemed almost imperceptibly to float, to shift slightly like a sky full of billowing, stealthily moving clouds. The fluid strips and bands of forest seemed to rustle and grow with rustling like a tide that swells gradually toward the shore. The rising white road wound itself dramatically through the darkness of that woody terrain. I broke a twig from a roadside tree. The leaves were dark, almost black. It was a strangely charged blackness, deep and benevolent, like restful sleep. All the different shades of gray in the landscape derived from that one color. It was the color of a cloudy summer dusk in our part of the country, when the landscape has become saturated with water after a long period of rain, and exudes a feeling of self-denial, a resigned and ultimate numbness that does not need the consolation of color. It was completely dark among the trees of the parkland. I groped my way blindly on a carpet of soft needles. When the trees thinned, the planks of a footbridge resounded under my feet. Beyond it, against the blackness of the trees, loomed the gray walls of the many-windowed hotel that advertised itself as the sanatorium. The double-glass door of the entrance stood open. The little footbridge, with shaky handrails made of birch branches, led straight to it. In the hallway there was semi-darkness and a solemn silence. I moved on tiptoe from door to door, trying to see the numbers on them. Rounding a corner, I at last met a chambermaid. She had run out of her room as if having torn herself from someone's importuning arms, and was breathless and excited. She could hardly understand what I was saying. I had to repeat it. She was fidgeting helplessly. Had my telegram reached them? She spread her arms. Her eyes moved sideways. She was only awaiting an opportunity to leap back behind the half-opened door, at which she kept squinting. "I have come a long way. I booked a room here by telegram," I said with some impatience. "Whom shall I see about it?" She did not know. "Perhaps you could wait in the restaurant," she babbled. "Everybody is asleep just now. When the doctor gets up, I shall announce you." "They are asleep? But it is daytime, not night." "Here everybody is asleep all the time. Didn't you know?" she said, looking at me with interest now. "Besides, it is never night here," she added coyly. She had obviously given up the idea of escape, for she was now picking fussily at the lace of her apron. I left her there and entered the half-lighted restaurant. There were some tables, and a large buffet ran the length of one wall. I was now feeling a little hungry, and was pleased to see some pastries and a cake on the buffet. I placed my suitcase on one of the tables. They were all unoccupied. I clapped my hands. No response. I looked into the next room, which was larger and brighter. That room had a wide window or loggia overlooking the landscape I already knew, which, framed by the window, seemed like a constant reminder of mourning, suggestive of deep sorrow and resignation. On some of the tables stood the remains of recent meals, uncorked bottles, half-empty glasses. Here and there lay the tips, not yet picked up by the waiters. I returned to the buffet and looked at the pastries and cake. They looked most appetizing. I wondered whether I should help myself. I suddenly felt extremely greedy. There was a particular kind of apple flan that made my mouth water. I was about to lift a piece of it with a silver knife when I felt somebody behind me. The chambermaid had entered the room in her soft slippers and was touching my back lightly. "The doctor will see you now," she said, looking at her fingernails. She stood facing me, and, conscious of the magnetism of her wriggling hips, did not turn away. She provoked me, increasing and decreasing the distance between our bodies as, having left the restaurant, we passed many numbered doors. The passage became ever darker. In almost complete darkness she brushed against me fleetingly. "Here is the doctor's door," she whispered. "Please go in." Dr. Goddard was standing in the middle of the room to receive me. He was a short, broad-shouldered man with a dark beard. "We received your telegram yesterday," he said. "We sent our carriage to the station, but you must have arrived by another train. Unfortunately, the railway connections are not very good. Are you well?" "Is my father alive?" I asked, staring anxiously into his calm face. "Yes, of course," he answered, calmly meeting my questioning eyes. "That is, within the limits imposed by the situation," he added, half closing his eyes. "You know as well as I that from the point of view of your home, from the perspective of your own country, your father is dead. This cannot be entirely remedied. That death throws a certain shadow on his existence here." "But does father himself know it? Does he guess?" I asked him in a whisper. He shook his head with deep conviction. "Don't worry," he said in a low voice. "None of our patients know it or can guess. The whole secret of the operation," he added, ready to demonstrate its mechanism on his fingers, "is that we have put back the clock. Here we are always late by a certain interval of time of which we cannot define the length. The whole thing is a matter of simple relativity. Here your father's death, the death that has already struck him in your country, has not occurred yet." "In that case," I said, "my father must be on his deathbed or about to die." "You don't understand me," he said in a tone of tolerant impatience. "Here we reactivate time past with all its possibilities, therefore also including the possibility of a recovery." He looked at me with a smile, stroking his beard. "But now you probably want to see your father. According to your request, we have reserved for you the other bed in your father's room. I shall take you there." When we were out in the dark passage, Dr. Goddard spoke in a whisper. I noticed that he was wearing felt slippers, like the chambermaid. "We allow our patients to sleep long hours to spare their vitality. Besides, there is nothing better to do." At last we stopped in front of one of the doors, and he put a finger to his lips. "Enter quietly. Your father is asleep. Settle down to sleep, too. This is the best thing for you to do. Goodbye for now." "Goodbye," I whispered, my heart beating fast. I pressed the handle, and the door opened, like unresisting lips that part in sleep. I went in. The room was almost empty, gray and bare. Under a small window my father was lying on an ordinary wooden bed, covered by a pile of bedding, fast asleep. His breathing extracted layers of snoring from the depths of his breast. The whole room seemed to be lined with snores from floor to ceiling, and yet new layers were being added all the time. With deep emotion I looked at father's thin, emaciated face, now completely engrossed in the activity of snoring, a remote, trance-like face, which, having left its earthly aspect, was confessing its existence somewhere on a distant shore by solemnly telling its minutes. There was no second bed in the room. Piercingly cold air blew in through the window. The stove had not been lighted. "They don't seem to care much for patients here," I thought, "to expose such a sick man to such draughts. And no one seems to do any cleaning here either." A thick layer of dust covered the floor and the bedside table, on which stood medicine bottles and a cup of cold coffee. Stacks of pastries in the restaurant, yet they give the patients black coffee instead of anything more nourishing. But perhaps this is a detail compared with the benefits of having the clock put back. I slowly undressed and climbed onto father's bed. He did not wake up, but his snoring, having probably been pitched too high, fell an octave lower, forsaking its high declamatory tone. It became, as it were, more private, for his own use. I tucked father in under his eiderdown to protect him as much as possible from the draughts in the room. Soon I fell asleep by his side. 2. The room was in twilight when I woke up. Father was dressed and sitting at the table drinking tea, dunking sugar-coated biscuits in it. He was wearing a black suit of English cloth which he had had made only the previous summer. His tie was rather loose. Seeing that I was awake, he said with a pleasant smile on his pale face, "I'm extremely pleased that you have come, Joseph. It was a real surprise. I feel so lonely here. But I suppose one should not complain in my situation. I have been through worse things, and if one were to itemize them all— But never mind. Imagine on my very first day here they served an excellent fillet of beef with mushrooms. It was a hell of a piece of meat, Joseph. I must warn you most emphatically. Beware if they should ever serve you fillet of beef. I can still feel the fire in my stomach, and the diarrhea. I could hardly cope with it. But I must tell you a piece of news," he continued. "Don't laugh. I have rented premises for a shop here. Yes, I have, and I congratulate myself for having had that bright idea. I've been bored most terribly, I must say. You cannot imagine the boredom. And so I at least have a pleasant occupation. Don't imagine anything grand, nothing of the kind. A much more modest place than our old store. It is a booth compared with the previous one. Back home I would be ashamed of such a stall, but here, where we have had to give up so many of our pretensions— Don't you agree, Joseph?" He laughed bitterly. "And so one manages somehow to live." The wrong word. I was embarrassed by Father's confusion when he realized that he had used it. "I see you are sleepy," he continued after a while. "Go back to sleep, and then you can visit me in the shop if you want. I'm going there now to see how things are. You cannot imagine how difficult it has been to get credit, how mistrustful they are here of old merchants, of merchants with a reputable past. Do you recall the optician's shop in the market square? Well, our shop is right next door to it. There is still no sign over it, but you will find your way, I'm sure. You can't miss it." "Are you going out without a coat?" I asked anxiously. "They have forgotten to pack it. Imagine. I could not find it in my trunk, but I don't really need it. That mild climate, that sweet air—" "Please, take my coat, Father," I insisted. "You must." But Father was already putting on his hat. He waved to me and slipped out of the room. I did not feel sleepy any more. I felt rested and hungry. With pleasant anticipation I thought of the buffet. I dressed, wondering how many pastries to sample. I decided to start with the apple flan, but did not forget the sponge cake with orange peel, which had caught my eye, too. I stood in front of the mirror to fix my tie, but the surface was like bottled glass. It secreted my reflection somewhere in its depth, and only an opaque blur was visible. I tried in vain to adjust the distance, approaching the mirror, then retreating from it, but no reflection would emerge from the silvery fluid mist. I must ask for another looking-glass, I thought, and left the room. The corridor was completely dark. In one corner a tiny gas lamp flickered with a bluish flame, intensifying the impression of solemn silence. In that labyrinth of rooms, archways, and niches, I had difficulty remembering which door led to the restaurant. "I'll go out," I thought with sudden decision. "I'll eat in the town. There must be a good cafe somewhere." Beyond the gate I plunged into the heavy, damp, sweet air of that peculiar climate. The grayness of the aura had become somewhat deeper. Now it seemed to me that I was seeing daylight through morning crepe. I feasted my eyes on the velvety, succulent blackness of the darkest spots, on passages of dull grays and ashen muted tones, that nocturne of a landscape. Waves of air fluttered softly around my face. They smelled of the sickly sweetness of stale rainwater, and again that perpetual rustle of black forests, dull chords disturbing space beyond the limits of audibility. I was in the backyard of the sanatorium. I turned to look at the rear of the main building, which was shaped like a horseshoe around a courtyard. All the windows were shuttered in black. The sanatorium was in deep sleep. I went out by a gate in an iron fence. Nearby stood a dog kennel of extraordinary size, empty. Again I was engulfed and embraced by the black trees. Then it became somewhat lighter, and I saw outlines of houses between the trees. A few more steps, and I found myself in a large town square. What a strange, misleading resemblance it bore to the central square of our native city. How similar, in fact, are all the market squares in the world, almost identical houses and shops. The sidewalks were nearly empty. The mournful semi-darkness of an undefined time descended from a sky of an interminable grayness. I could easily read all the shop signs and posters, yet it would not have surprised me to learn that it was the middle of the night. Only some of the shops were open. Others, their iron shutters pulled halfway down, were being hurriedly closed. A heady, rich, and inebriating air seemed to obscure some parts of the view, to wash away like a wet sponge some of the houses, a street lamp, a section of signboard. At times it was difficult to keep one's eyes open, overcome as one was by a strange indolence or sleepiness. I began to look for the optician's shop that my father had mentioned. He had spoken of it as of something I knew, and he seemed to assume that I was familiar with local conditions. Didn't he remember that I had just come here for the first time? No doubt his mind was confused. Yet what could one expect of father, who was only half real, who lived a relative and conditional life, circumscribed by so many limitations? I cannot deny that much goodwill was needed to believe in his kind of existence. What he experienced was a pitiful substitute for life, depending on the indulgence of others, on a consensus omnium from which he drew his faint strength. It was clear that only by the solidarity of forbearance, by a communal averting of eyes from the obvious and shocking shortcomings of his condition, could this pitiful semblance of life maintain itself, for however short a moment, within the tissue of reality. The slightest doubt could undermine it, the faintest breeze of skepticism destroy it. Could Dr. Goddard's sanatorium provide for father this hothouse atmosphere of friendly indulgence, and guard him from the cold winds of sober analysis? It was astonishing that in this insecure and questionable state of affairs father was capable of behaving so admirably. I was glad when I saw a shop window full of cakes and pastries. My appetite revived. I opened the glass door with the inscription "Ices" on it, and entered the dark interior. It smelled of coffee and vanilla. From the depths of the shop a girl appeared, her face misted over by dusk, and took my order. At last, after waiting so long, I could eat my fill of excellent doughnuts, which I dipped in my coffee. Surrounded by the dancing arabesques of dusk, I devoured pastries one after another, feeling darkness creep under my eyelids and stealthily fill me with its warm pulsations, its thousand delicate touches. In the end, only the windows shone like a gray rectangle in the otherwise complete darkness. I knocked with my spoon on the tabletop, but in vain. No one appeared to take money for my refreshment. I left a silver coin on the table and walked out into the street. In the bookshop next door the light was still on. The shop assistants were busy sorting books. I asked for my father's shop. "It is next door to ours," one of them explained. A helpful boy even went with me to the door to show me the way. Father's shop had a glass pane in the door. The display window was not ready and was covered with a gray paper. On entering, I was astonished to see that the shop was full of customers. My father was standing behind the counter and adding a long row of figures on an invoice, repeatedly licking his pencil. The man for whom the invoice was being prepared was leaning over the counter and moving his index finger down the column of figures, counting softly. The rest of the customers looked on in silence. My father gave me a look from over his spectacles, and, marking his place on the invoice, said, "There is a letter for you. It is on the desk among all the papers." He went back to his sums. Meanwhile, the shop assistants were taking pieces of cloth bought by the customers, wrapping them in paper and tying them with string. The shelves were only half filled with cloth. Some of them were still empty. "Why don't you sit down, Father?" I asked softly, going behind the counter. "You don't take enough care of yourself, although you are very sick." Father lifted his hand as if wanting to reject my pleas, and did not stop counting. He looked very pale. It was obvious that only the excitement of his feverish activity sustained him and postponed the moment of complete collapse. I went up to the desk and found not a letter, but a parcel. A few days earlier I had written to a bookshop about a pornographic book, and here it was already. They had found my address, or rather father's address, although he had only just opened a new shop here that had neither a name nor a signboard. What amazing efficiency in collecting information! What astounding delivery methods! And what incredible speed! "You may read it in the office at the back," said my father, looking at me with displeasure. "As you can see, there is no room here." The room behind the shop was still empty. Through a glass door some light filtered in from the shop. On the walls the shop assistants' overcoats hung from hooks. I opened the parcel and, by the faint light from the door, read the enclosed letter. The letter informed me that the book I had ordered was unfortunately out of stock. They would look out for it, although the result of the search was uncertain. Meanwhile, they were sending me, without obligation, a certain object which they were sure would interest me. There followed a complicated description of a folding telescope with great refractive power and many other virtues. Interested, I took the instrument out of the wrapping. It was made of black oilcloth or canvas and was folded into the shape of a flattened accordion. I have always had a weakness for telescopes. I began to unfold the pleats of the instrument. Stiffened with thin rods, it rose under my fingers until it almost filled the room. A kind of enormous bellows, a labyrinth of black chambers, a long complex of camera obscuras, one within another. It looked, too, like a long-bodied model automobile made of patent leather, a theatrical prop, its lightweight paper and stiff canvas imitating the bulkiness of reality. I looked into the black funnel of the instrument and saw deep inside the vague outline of the back of the sanatorium. Intrigued, I put my head deeper into the rear chamber of the apparatus. I could now see in my field of vision the maid walking along the darkened corridor of the sanatorium, carrying a tray. She turned round and smiled. "Can she see me?" I asked myself. An overwhelming drowsiness misted my eyes. I was sitting, as it were, in the rear chamber of the telescope, as if in the back seat of a limousine. A light touch on a lever, and the apparatus began to rustle like a paper butterfly. I felt that it was moving and turning toward the door. Like a large black caterpillar, the telescope crept into the lighted shop, an enormous paper arthropod with 2 imitation headlights on the front. The customers clustered together, retreating before this blind paper dragon. The shop assistants flung open the door to the street, and I rode slowly in my paper car amid rows of onlookers, who followed with scandalized eyes my truly outrageous exit. 3. That is how one lives in this town, and how time goes by. The greater part of the day is spent in sleeping, and not only in bed. No one is very particular when it comes to sleep. At any place, at any time, one is ready for a quiet snooze, with one's head propped on a restaurant table, in a horse-drawn cab, even standing up when, out for a walk, one looks into the hall of an apartment house for a moment and succumbs to the irrepressible need for sleep. Waking up, still dazed and shaky, one continues the interrupted conversation or the wearisome walk, carries on complicated discussions without beginning or end. In this way, whole chunks of time are casually lost somewhere. Control over the continuity of the day is loosened until it finally ceases to matter, and the framework of uninterrupted chronology that one has been disciplined to notice every day is given up without regret. The compulsive readiness to account for the passage of time, the scrupulous, penny-wise habit of reporting on the used-up hours, the pride and ambition of our economic system, are forsaken. Those cardinal virtues which in the past one never dared to question have long ago been abandoned. A few examples will illustrate this state of affairs. At a certain time of day or night, a hardly perceptible difference in the color of the sky allows one to tell which it is, I wake up in twilight at the railings of the footbridge leading to the sanatorium. Overpowered by sleep, I must have wandered unconsciously for a long time all over the town before, mortally tired, I dragged myself to the bridge. I cannot say whether Dr. Goddard accompanied me on that walk, but now he stands in front of me, finishing a long tirade and drawing conclusions. Carried away by his own eloquence, he slips his hand under my arm and leads me somewhere. I walk on with him, and even before we have crossed the bridge I am asleep again. Through my closed eyelids I can vaguely see the doctor's expressive gestures, the smile under his black beard, and I try to understand, without success, his ultimate point, which he must have triumphantly revealed, for he now stands with arms outstretched. We have been walking side by side for I don't know how long, engrossed in a conversation at cross purposes, when all of a sudden I wake up completely. Dr. Goddard has gone. It is quite dark, but only because my eyes are shut. When I open them, I find that I am in our room, and don't know how I got there. An even more dramatic example. At lunchtime I enter a restaurant in town, which is full and very noisy. Whom do I meet, in the middle of it, at a table sagging under the weight of dishes? My father. All eyes are on him, while he, animated, almost ecstatic with pleasure, his diamond tie-pin shining, turns in all directions, making fulsome conversation with everybody at once. With false bravado, which I observe with the greatest misgivings, he keeps ordering new dishes, which are then stacked on the table. He gathers them around him with glee, although he has not even finished the first course. Smacking his lips, chewing and speaking at the same time, he mimes his great satisfaction with this feast, and follows with adoring eyes Adam, the waiter, to whom, with an ingratiating smile, he gives more orders. And when the waiter, waving his napkin, rushes to get them, Father turns to the company and calls them to witness the irresistible charm of Adam the Ganymede. "A boy in a million!" Father exclaims with a happy smile, half closing his eyes. "A ministering angel! You must agree, gentlemen, that he is a charmer." I leave in disgust, unnoticed by Father. Had he been put there by the management of the restaurant in order to amuse the guests, he could not behave in a more ostentatious way. My head heavy with drowsiness, I stumble through the streets toward the sanatorium. On a pillar box I rest my head and take a short siesta. At last, groping in darkness, I find the gate and go in. Our room is dark. I press the light switch, but there is no current. A cold draught comes from the window. The bed creaks in the darkness. My father lifts his head from the pillows and says, "Ah, Joseph, Joseph, I've been lying here for 2 days without any attention. The bells are out of order. No one has been to see me, and my own son has left me, a very sick man, to run after girls in the town. Look how my heart is thumping." How do I reconcile all this? Has Father been sitting in the restaurant, driven there by an unhealthy greed, or has he been lying in bed feeling very ill? Are there 2 fathers? Nothing of the kind. The problem is the quick decomposition of time, no longer watched with incessant vigilance. We all know that time, this undisciplined element, holds itself within bounds but precariously, thanks to unceasing cultivation, meticulous care, and a continuous regulation and correction of its excesses. Free of this vigilance, it immediately begins to do tricks, run wild, play irresponsible practical jokes, and indulge in crazy clowning. The incongruity of our private times becomes evident. My father's time and my own no longer coincide. Incidentally, the accusation that my father has made is completely groundless. I have not been chasing after girls. Swaying like a drunkard from one bout of sleep to another, I can hardly pay attention, even in my more wakeful moments, to the local ladies. Moreover, the chronic darkness in the streets does not allow me to see faces clearly. What I have been able to observe, being a young man who still has a certain amount of interest in such things, is the peculiar way in which these girls walk. Heedless of obstacles, obeying only some inner rhythm, each one walks in an inexorably straight line, as if along a thread that she seems to unwind from an invisible skein. This linear trot is full of mincing accuracy and measured grace. Each girl seems to carry inside her an individual rule, wound tight like a spring. Walking thus, straight ahead, with concentration and dignity, they seem to have only one worry, not to break the rule, not to make any mistake, not to stray either to the right or to the left. And then it becomes clear to me that what they so conscientiously carry within themselves is an idée fixe of their own excellence, which the strength of their conviction almost transforms into reality. It is risked anticipation, without any guarantee, an untouchable dogma held high, impervious to doubt. What imperfections and blemishes, what retroussés or flat noses, what freckles or spots are smuggled under the bold flag of that fiction. There is no ugliness or vulgarity that cannot be lifted up to a fictional heaven of perfection by the flight of such a belief. Sanctified by it, bodies become distinctly more beautiful, and feet, already shapely and graceful in their spotless footwear, speak eloquently, their fluid, shiny, pacing monologue explaining the greatness of an idea that the closed faces are too proud to express. The girls keep their hands in the pockets of their short, tight jackets. In the cafes and in the theater, they cross their legs, uncovered to the knee, and hold them in provocative silence. So much for one of the peculiarities of this town. I have already mentioned the black vegetation of the region. A certain kind of black fern deserves special mention. Enormous bunches of it in vases are in the windows of every apartment here, in every public place. The fern is almost the symbol of mourning, the town's funereal crest. 4. Conditions in the sanatorium are becoming daily more insufferable. It has to be admitted that we have fallen into a trap. Since my arrival, when a semblance of hospital care was displayed for the newcomer, the management of the sanatorium has not taken the trouble to give us even the illusion of any kind of professional supervision. We are simply left to our own devices. Nobody caters to our needs. I have noticed, for instance, that the wires of the electric bells have been cut just behind the doors and lead nowhere. There is no service. The corridors are dark and silent by day and by night. I have a strong suspicion that we are the only guests in this sanatorium, and that the mysterious or discreet looks with which the chambermaid closes the doors of the rooms on entering or leaving are simply mystification. I sometimes feel a strong desire to open each door wide and leave it ajar, so that the miserable intrigue in which we have got ourselves involved can be exposed. And yet I am not quite convinced that my suspicions are justified. Sometimes, late at night, I meet Dr. Goddard in a corridor, hurrying somewhere in a white coverall, with an enema bottle in his hand, preceded by the chambermaid. It would be difficult to stop him then and demand an explanation. Were it not for the restaurant and pastry shop in town, one might starve to death. So far I have not succeeded in getting a second bed for our room. There is no question of the sheets being changed. One has to admit that the general neglect of civilized habits has affected both of us, too. To get into bed dressed and with shoes on was once, for me, a civilized person, unthinkable. Yet now, when I return home late, sleep-drunk, the room is in semi-darkness, and the curtains at the window billow in a cold breeze. Half-dazed, I tumble onto the bed and bury myself in the eiderdown. Thus I sleep for irregular stretches of time, for days or weeks, wandering through empty landscapes of sleep, always on the way, always on the steep roads of respiration, sometimes sliding lightly and gracefully from gentle slopes, then climbing laboriously up the cliffs of snoring. At their summit I embrace the horizons of the rocky and empty desert of sleep. At some point, somewhere on the sharp turn of a snore, I wake up half-conscious and feel the body of my father at the foot of the bed. He lies there, curled up, small as a kitten. I fall asleep again with my mouth open, and the vast panorama of mountain landscape glides past me majestically. In the shop, my father displays an energetic activity, transacting business and straining all his capacities to attract customers. His cheeks are flushed with animation, his eyes shine. In the sanatorium he is very sick, as during his last weeks at home. It is obvious that the end must be imminent. In a weak voice he addresses me. "You should look into the store more often, Joseph. The shop assistants are robbing us. You can see that I am no longer equal to the task. I've been lying here sick for weeks, and the shop is being neglected, left to run itself. Was there any mail from home?" I began to regret this whole undertaking. Perhaps we were misled by skillful advertising when we decided to send father here. Time put back. It sounded good, but what does it come to in reality? Does anyone here get time at its full value? A true time, time cut off from a fresh bolt of cloth, smelling of newness and dye. Quite the contrary. It is used-up time, worn out by other people, a shabby time full of holes like a sieve. No wonder. It is time, as it were, regurgitated, if I may be forgiven this expression, second-hand time. God help us all. And then there is the matter of the highly improper manipulation of time, the shameful tricks, the penetration of time's mechanism from behind, the hazardous fingering of its wicked secrets. Sometimes one feels like banging the table and exclaiming, "Enough of this! Keep off time! Time is untouchable! One must not provoke it! Isn't it enough for you to have space? Space is for human beings. You can swing about in space, turn somersaults, fall down, jump from star to star. But for goodness' sake, don't tamper with time." On the other hand, can I be expected to give notice to Dr. Goddard? However miserable father's existence, I am able to see him, to be with him, to talk to him. In fact, I should be infinitely grateful to Dr. Goddard. Several times I've wanted to speak openly to Dr. Goddard, but he is elusive. He has just gone to the restaurant, says the chambermaid. I turn to go there when she runs after me to say that she was wrong, that Dr. Goddard is in the operating theater. Hurrying upstairs, I wonder what kind of operations can be performed here. I enter the anteroom and am told to wait. Dr. Goddard will be with me in a moment. He has just finished the operation. He is washing his hands. I can almost visualize him, short, taking long steps, his coat open, hurrying through a succession of hospital wards. After a while, what am I told? Dr. Goddard had not been there at all. No operation has been performed there for many years. Dr. Goddard is asleep in his room, his black beard sticking up into the air. The room fills with his snores, as if with clouds that lift him in his bed ever higher and higher, a great pathetic ascension on waves of snores and voluminous bedding. Even stranger things happen here, things that I try to conceal from myself and that are quite fantastic in their absurdity. Whenever I leave our room, I have the impression that someone who has been standing behind the door moves quickly away and turns a corner, or somebody seems to be walking in front of me, not looking back. It is not a nurse. I know who it is. "Mother!" I exclaim in a voice trembling with excitement, and my mother turns her face to me and looks at me for a moment with a pleading smile. Where am I? What is happening here? What maze have I become entangled in? 5. I don't know why, it may be the time of year, but the days are growing more severe in color, darker and blacker. It seems as if one were looking at the world through black glasses. The landscape is now like the bottom of an enormous aquarium full of watery ink. Trees, people, and houses merge, swaying like underwater plants against the background of the inky deep. Packs of black dogs are often seen in the vicinity of the sanatorium. Of all shapes and sizes, they run at dusk along the roads and paths, engrossed in their own affairs, silent, tense, and alert. They run in twos and threes with outstretched necks, their ears pricked up, whining softly in plaintive tones that escape from their throats as if against their will, signals of the highest nervousness. Absorbed in running, hurrying, always on their way somewhere, always pursuing some mysterious goal, they hardly notice the passers-by. Occasionally one shoots out a glance while running past, and then the black and intelligent eyes are full of a rage contained only by haste. At times the dogs even rush at one's feet, succumbing to their anger with heads held low and ominous snarls, but soon think better of it and turn away. Nothing is to be done about this plague of dogs, but why does the management of the sanatorium keep an enormous Alsatian on a chain, a terror of a beast, a werewolf of truly demoniacal ferocity? I shiver with fear whenever I pass his kennel, by which he stands immobile on his short chain, a halo of matted hair bristling around his head, bewhiskered and bearded, his powerful jaws displaying the whole apparatus of his long teeth. He does not bark, but his wild face contorts at the sight of a human being. He stiffens with an expression of boundless fury, and slowly, raising his horrible muzzle, breaks into a low, fervent, convulsive howl that comes from the very depths of his hatred, a howl of despair and lament at his temporary impotence. My father walks past the beast with indifference whenever we go out together. As for myself, I am deeply shaken when confronted by the dog's impotent hatred. I am now some 2 heads taller than father, who, small and thin, trots at my side with the mincing gait of a very old man. Approaching the city square one day, we noticed an extraordinary commotion. Crowds of people filled the streets. We heard the incredible news that an enemy army had entered the town. In consternation, people exchanged alarmist and contradictory news that was hard to credit. A war not preceded by diplomatic activity? A war amid blissful peace? A war against whom and for what reason? We were told that the enemy incursion gave heart to a group of discontented townspeople who have come out in the open, armed, to terrorize the peaceful inhabitants. We noticed, in fact, a group of these activists, in black civilian clothing with white straps across their breasts, advancing in silence, their guns at the ready. The crowd fell back onto the pavements as they marched by, flashing from under their hats ironical dark looks, in which there was a touch of superiority, a glimmer of malicious and perverse enjoyment, as if they could hardly stop themselves from bursting into laughter. Some of them were recognized by the crowd, but the exclamations of relief were at once stilled by the sight of rifle barrels. They passed by, not challenging anybody. All the streets filled at once with a frightened, grimly silent crowd. A dull hubbub floated over the city. We seemed to hear a distant rumble of artillery and the rattle of gun carriages. "I must get to the shop," said my father, pale but determined. "You need not come with me," he added. "You will be in my way. Go back to the sanatorium." The pull of cowardice made me obey him. I saw my father trying to squeeze himself through the compact wall of bodies in the crowd, and lost sight of him. I broke into a run along side streets and alleys and hurried toward the upper part of town. I realized that by going uphill I might be able to avoid the center, now packed solid by people. Farther up the crowd thinned and at last completely disappeared. I walked quietly along empty streets to the municipal park. Street lamps were lighted there and burned with a dark bluish flame, the color of asphodels, the flowers of morning. Each light was surrounded by a swarm of dancing June bugs, heavy as bullets, carried on their slanting flight by vibrating wings. The fallen were struggling clumsily in the sand, their backs arched, hunched beneath the hard shields under which they were trying to fold the delicate membranes of their wings. On grassy plots and paths people were walking along, engrossed in carefree conversation. The trees at the far end of the park drooped into the courtyards of houses that were built on lower ground on the other side of the park wall. I strolled along that wall on the park side, where it reached only to my breast. On the other side it fell in escarpments to the level of courtyards. In one place a ramp of firm soil rose from the courtyards to the top of the wall. There I crossed the wall without difficulty and squeezed between houses into a street. As I had expected, I found myself almost facing the sanatorium. Its back was outlined clearly in a black frame of trees. As usual, I opened the gate in the iron fence and saw from a distance the watchdog at his post. As usual, I shivered with aversion and wished to pass by him as quickly as possible, so as not to have to listen to his howl of hatred. But I suddenly noticed that he was unchained, and was circling toward the courtyard, barking hollowly and trying to cut me off. Rigid with fright, I retreated, and, instinctively looking for shelter, crept into a small arbor, sure that all my efforts to evade the beast would be in vain. The shaggy animal was leaping toward me, his muzzle already pushing into the arbor. I was trapped. Horror-struck, I then saw that the dog was on a long chain that he had unwound to its full length, and at the inside of the arbor was beyond the reach of his claws. Sick with fear, I was too weak to feel any relief. Reeling, almost fainting, I raised my eyes. I had never before seen the beast from so near, and only now did I see him clearly. How great is the power of prejudice! How powerful the hold of fear! How blind had I been! It was not a dog. It was a man, a chained man whom, by a simplifying metaphoric wholesale error, I had taken for a dog. I don't want to be misunderstood. He was a dog, certainly, but a dog in human shape. The quality of a dog is an inner quality, and can be manifested as well in human as in animal shape. He who was standing in front of me in the entrance to the arbor, his jaws wide open, his teeth bared in a terrible growl, was a man of middle height, with a black beard. His face was yellow, bony. His eyes were black, evil, and unhappy. Judging by his black suit and the shape of his beard, one might take him for an intellectual or a scholar. He might have been Dr. Goddard's unsuccessful elder brother, but that first impression was false. The large hands stained with glue, the two brutal and cynical furrows running down from his nostrils and disappearing into his beard, the vulgar horizontal wrinkles on the low forehead, quickly dispelled that first impression. He looked more like a bookbinder, a tub-thumper, a vocal party member, a violent man given to dark, sudden passions, and it was this, the passionate depth, the convulsive bristling of all his fibers, the mad fury of his barking when the end of a stick was pointed at him, that made him 100% dog. If I tried to escape through the back of the arbor, I thought, I would completely elude his reach and could walk along a side path to the gate of the sanatorium. I was about to put my leg over the railing when I suddenly stopped. I felt it would be too cruel simply to go away and leave the dog behind, possessed by his helpless and boundless fury. I could imagine his terrible disappointment, his inexpressible pain as I escaped from his trap, free once and for all from his clutches. I decided to stay. I stepped forward and said quietly, "Please calm down. I shall unchain you." His face, distorted by spasms of growling, became whole again, smooth and almost human. I went up to him without fear and unfastened the buckle of his collar. We walked side by side. The bookbinder was wearing a decent black suit, but had bare feet. I tried to talk to him, but a confused babble was all I heard in reply. Only his eyes, black and eloquent, expressed a wild spurt of gratitude, of submission, which filled me with awe. Whenever he stumbled on a stone or a clod of earth, the shock made his face shrivel and contract with fear, and that expression was followed by one of rage. I would then bring him to order with a harsh, comradely rebuke. I even patted him on the back. An astonished, suspicious, unbelieving smile tried to form on his face. How hard to bear was this terrible friendship! How frightening was this uncanny sympathy! How could I get rid of this man striding along with me, his eyes expressing his total submission, following the slightest changes in my face? I could not show impatience. I pulled out my wallet and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "You probably need some money. I will lend you some with pleasure." But at the sight of my wallet his look became so unexpectedly wild that I put it away again as quickly as I could. For quite some time afterward he could not calm himself, and his features continued to be distorted by more spasms of growling. No, I could not stand this any longer. Anything but not this. Matters were already confused and entangled enough. I then noticed the glare of fire over the town. My father was somewhere in the thick of a revolution, or in a burning shop. Dr. Goddard was unavailable, and to cap it all, my mother had appeared incognito on that mysterious errand. These were the elements of some great and obscure intrigue which was hemming me in. I must escape, I thought, escape at any cost, anywhere. I must drop this horrible friendship with a bookbinder who smells of dog and who is watching me all the time. We were now standing in front of the sanatorium. "Come to my room, please," I said, with a polite gesture. Civilized gestures fascinated him, soothed his wildness. I let him enter my room first and gave him a chair. "I'll go to the restaurant and get some brandy," I said. He got up terrified and wanted to follow me. I calmed his fears with gentle firmness. "You will sit here and wait for me," I said in a deep, sonorous voice, which concealed fear. He sat down again with a tentative smile. I went out and walked slowly along the corridor, then downstairs and across the hall leading to the entrance door. I passed the gate, strode across the courtyard, banged the iron gate shut, and only then began to run, breathlessly, my heart thumping, my temples throbbing, along the dark avenue leading to the railway station. Images raced through my head, each more horrible than the next. The impatience of the monster dog, his fear and despair when he realized that I had cheated him, another attack of fury, another bout of rage breaking out with unchecked force. My father's return to the sanatorium, his unsuspecting knock at the door, and his confrontation with the terrible beast. Luckily, in fact, father was no longer alive. He could not really be reached, I thought with relief, and saw in front of me the black row of railway carriages ready to depart. I got into one of them, and the train, as if it had been waiting for me, slowly started to move, without a whistle. Through the window the great valley, filled with dark rustling forests, against which the walls of the sanatorium seemed white, moved and turned slowly once again. Farewell, father. Farewell, town that I shall never see again. Since then I have traveled continuously. I have made my home in that train, and everybody puts up with me as I wander from coach to coach. The compartments, enormous as rooms, are full of rubbish and straw, and cold draughts pierce them on grey, colourless days. My suit became torn and ragged. I have been given the shabby uniform of a railwayman. My face is bandaged with a dirty rag because one of my cheeks is swollen. I sit on the straw, dozing, and when hungry I stand in the corridor outside a second-class compartment and sing. People throw small coins into my hat, a black railwayman's hat, its visor half torn away. Far Below, Robert Barber Johnson. Robert Barber Johnson was an American writer who wrote 6 stories for Weird Tales, of which Far Below, 1939, became one of the most popular ever published in the magazine. Not much is known about Johnson, except that he called himself the Outsider and was listed as one of the younger writers for Weird Tales. Far Below name-checks H.P. Lovecraft and reflects the influence of the story Pickman's Model. Although some aspects of the story haven't dated well, it is still powerful and strange, conveying some of the same sense of awe and horror as The Night Wire by H.F. Arnold. With a roar and a howl, the thing was upon us, out of total darkness. Involuntarily I drew back as its headlights passed, and every object in the little room rattled from the reverberations. Then the power car was by, and there was only the clackety-clack, clackety-clack of wheels and lighted windows flickering past like bits of film on a badly connected projection machine. I caught glimpses of occupants briefly, bleak-eyed men sitting miserably on hard benches, a pair of lovers oblivious to the hour's lateness and all else, an old bearded Jew in a black cap, sound asleep, 2 Harlem Negroes grinning, conductors here and there too, their uniforms black splotches against the blaze of car lights. Then red tail lamps shot by, and the roar died to an earthquake rumble far down the track. "The 3-1 Express," my friend said quietly, from the battery. "On time to the minute, too. It's the last, you know, until nearly dawn." He spoke briefly into a telephone, saying words I could not catch, for the racket of the train was still in my ears. I occupied the interval by staring about me. There was so much to be seen in the little room, such a strange diversity of apparatus, switches and coils and curious mechanisms, charts and graphs, and piles of documents, and dominating all, that great black board on which a luminous worm seemed to crawl, inching along past the dotted lines labeled 49th Street, 52nd Street, 58th Street, 60th. "A new wrinkle, that," my friend said. He had put down his phone and was watching the board with me. "Lord, I don't dare think what it cost to install. It's not just a chart, you know. It actually records. Invisible lights, the sort of things that open speakeasy doors in rich men's garages. Pairs of them, spaced approximately every 25 yards along 5 miles of subway tunnel. Figure that out on paper, and the total you'll get will seem hardly believable. And yet the city passed the appropriation for them without a murmur. It was one of the last things Mayor Walker put up before his resignation. 'Gentlemen,' he said to the finance board, 'it doesn't matter what you think about me, but this measure must go through.' And it did. There wasn't a murmur of protest, though the city was almost broke at the time. 'What's the matter, man? You're looking queer.' 'I'm feeling queer,' I said. 'Do you mean to say the thing goes that far back? To Walker's time?' He laughed. It was a strange laugh that died eerily amid the dying echoes of the train far down the tunnel. 'Good Lord,' he gasped. 'To his time. Man Walker hadn't served his first term as mayor when this thing started. It goes back to World War days, and even before that. The wreck of the train, I recall, passed as a German spy plot to keep us from going in with the Allies. The newspapers howled bloody murder about alleged confessions and evidence they claimed they had. We let 'em howl, of course. Why not? America was as good as in the war anyhow by then. And if we'd told the people of New York City what really wrecked that subway train, well, the horrors of Chateau Thierry and Verdun and all the rest of them put together wouldn't have equaled the shambles that rioting mobs would have made of this place. People just couldn't stand the thought of it, you know. They'd go mad if they knew what was down here, far below." The silence was worse than the roar had been, I thought, the strange echoing, somehow pregnant silence of empty vastness. Only the drip-drip of water from some subterranean leak broke it. That and the faint crackling noise the indicator made as its phosphorescent crawling hinted at 68th Street, 72nd, 78th. "Yes," my friend said slowly, "they'd go mad if they knew. And sometimes I wonder why we don't go mad down here. We who do know and have to face the horror down here night after night and year after year. I think it's only because we don't really face it that we get by, because we never quite define the thing in our own minds, objectively. We just sort of let things hang in the air, you might say. We don't speak of what we're guarding against by name. We just call it them, or one of them, Take them for granted just as we took the enemy overseas, as something that's just down there and has to be fought. I think if we ever really did let our minds get to brooding on what they are, it'd be all over for us. Human flesh and blood couldn't stand it, Couldn't stand it. He brooded, staring out into the tunnel's darkness. The indicator crackled faintly on the wall. 92nd Street, 98th, 101st. Beyond 120th Street, things are pretty safe, I heard my friend's voice as I watched. When the train reaches that point, you'll see a green light flash, all clear, though that doesn't mean absolute safety, you understand. It's just what we've established as the farthest reach of their activities. They may extend them at any time, although so far they haven't done so. There seems to be something circumscribed about their minds, They're creatures of habit. That must be what it is that's kept them in this one little stretch of tunnel, with all the vast interlocking network of New York's subway system to rove in if they chose. I can't think of any other explanation, unless you want to get into the supernatural and say it's because they're bound to this particular locality by some sort of mystic laws. Perhaps because it's lower than the other tunnels, chiseled far down into the basic bedrock of Manhattan, and so near to the East River you can almost hear the water lapping on quiet nights. Or maybe it's just the awful dankness of the tunnel here, the fungoid moisture and miasmic darkness that suits them. At all events, they don't come up anywhere else except along this stretch. And we've got the lights and the patrol cars and three-way stations like this one, with 10 men on constant duty from dark till dawn. Oh, yes, my boy. It's quite a little army I command down here in the night watches. An army of the unburied dead, you might say, or an army of the eternally damned. I've actually had one of my men go mad, 2 others had to be placed in sanitariums for a while, but they got over it and are serving here still. But this fellow, well, we had to machine gun him down like a dog finally, or he'd have got one of us. That was before we got the dark lights placed, you see, and he was able to hide out in the tunnel for days without our being able to find him. We'd hear him howl sometimes as we patrolled and see his eyes shining just as their eyes do in the darkness. So we knew that he was quite gone. So when we finally ran him down, we killed him, just like that. No bones made about it. Put, 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 and that was the end. We buried him down in the tunnel, too, and now the trains run over him as he lies. Oh, there was nothing irregular about the business. We filled out full departmental reports and got the consent of his relatives and so on. Only we just couldn't take the poor fellow above ground and run risks of people seeing him before interment. You see, there were certain alterations. I don't want to dwell on it, but his face, well, the change was just beginning, of course, but it was quite unmistakable, quite dehumanizing, There would have been some excitement up there, I'm afraid, just at sight of that face. And there were other details, things I only found out when I dissected his body. But I think I'd rather not go into them either, old boy, if you don't mind. The whole point is we have to be rather careful down here, all of us, in the special detail. That's why we have such unusual working conditions. We wear police uniforms, of course, but we aren't subject to ordinary police discipline. Lord, what would an above-ground cop make of having every other night off and every day all to himself, and with a salary like that? Well, a corporal down here gets as much as does an inspector up there. But at that, I think we earn our pay. I know I do. Of course, I can't tell you what my salary is. They made me promise never to disclose it when they hired me from the Natural History Museum back in, well, I don't like to think about how long ago that was. I was Professor Gordon Craig in those days, instead of Inspector Craig of NYPD. And I just returned from Carl Akeley's first African expedition after gorillas. That was why they brought the thing to me for examination, you see, after that first big wreck in the subway that had only been opened less than a year. They'd found it penned down in the wreckage, screaming in agony from their lights on its dead white eyeballs. Indeed, it seemed to have died from the lights as much as from anything else. Organically, it was sound enough, save for a broken bone or two. Well, they brought it to me because I was supposed to be the museum's leading authority on apes, and I examined it. Believe me, I examined it, old boy. I went for 6 days and nights without sleep or even rest, analyzing that dead corpse down to its last rag and bone and hank of hair. No scientist on this earth ever had a chance like that before, and I was making the best of it. I found out all there was to be found before I collapsed over my laboratory table and had to be taken to the hospital. Of course, long before that, I had told them the thing wasn't an ape. There was vaguely anthropoid structure, all right, and the blood corpuscles were almost human, quite shockingly so. But the head and the spade-like appendages and the muscular development were quite unlike any beast or man on this earth. Indeed, the thing had never been on this earth. There was no doubt of that. It would have died above ground in half a minute, just like an angleworm in the sun. And I'm afraid my report to the authorities didn't help them much. After all, even a fellow scientist would have found it a bit difficult to reconcile my classification of some sort of giant carrion-feeding subterranean mole with my ravings about canine and simian developments of members and my absurd insistence on startlingly humanoid cranial development and brain convolutions indicating a degree of intelligence that, well, there's no use going into all that now. I firmly expected them to order me up before a sanity commission when I reported my findings. Instead, they offered me a position as head of the special subway detail at a salary that was, to say the least, fantastic. It was more a month than I'd been getting a year from the museum. Because, you see, they deduced much of the stuff for themselves without needing me to tell them. They had facts they deliberately withheld from me, not wanting to influence my report. They knew that train had been deliberately derailed. The mutilated track proved that beyond all doubt. No less than 3 ties had been taken up and laid some distance away down the tunnel, and the condition of the earth about the wrecked cars showed conclusively that extensive mining and sapping had taken place there. It was like a gigantic molehill, only worse. And while I'd been analyzing stomach fluids and body tissue to try to find out what my subject fed upon, they'd been burying, secretly and with most elaborate precautions, the half-desiccated corpses of 6 men and women and children who, well, they hadn't died in the wreck, old boy. They hadn't died in the wreck any more than had that screaming thing that hid its eyes from the lights when they found it penned in the wreckage where it had been caught while trying to drag a dead victim out. God, what a hideous shambles that place must have been before the wrecking crews got there. Mercifully, of course, there was total darkness. The poor devils who were merely injured never knew what charnel horrors were going on in the Stygian depths about them, nor cared, no doubt, in their agony. A few of them gibbered afterward about green eyes and claws that raked their faces. But of course all that was set down to delirium. Even one man who had his arm chewed half off never knew. Surgeons amputated the rest immediately and told him when he regained consciousness that he'd lost it in the wreck. He's still walking the streets today, blissfully ignorant of what almost happened to him that night. Oh, you'd be surprised, old boy, how you can hush a thing up if you've got a whole city administration behind you. And believe me, we did hush matters up. No newspaper reporter was ever allowed to see the wreck. Freedom of the press or no freedom of the press. The government wanted to appoint a commission to investigate. We squelched it. And by the time the crews had cleaned out the smashed train and removed the last victim, the special subway detail had gone into action, and it's been on steady duty ever since, for the last 20-odd years. We had a terrible time at first, of course. All these modern improvements weren't available then. All we had were lanterns and guns and handcars, with which to patrol nearly 5 miles of tunnel. It was Mrs. Partington sweeping back the sea all over again, only worse. A handful of puny mortals against hell itself, in the eternal darkness of these long, gloomy tunnels far below the city. There were no more wrecks after we took over, though, I'll say that much. Oh, an accident or two. How could we prevent them? We did everything we could think of. How we worked in those early years. Once we sank a shaft 50 feet deep in the earth, where we'd seen queer disturbances beside the train tracks, and heard queerer sounds. And once we blocked up both ends of the tunnel for a mile stretch and filled it with poison gas. And once we dynamited— But why go on? It was all useless, utterly useless. We just couldn't get to grips with anything tangible. Oh, we'd hear sounds, sometimes, on our long, dismal patrols in the darkness, our little lanterns mere pinpricks of light in these vast old concrete vaults. We'd catch glimpses of glinting eyes, far off, find fresh earth piled up where only a moment before there'd been hard-packed cinders and gravel. Once in a while we'd fire our guns at something whitish and half-seen, but there'd be only a tittering laugh in answer, a laugh as mirthless and savage as that of a hyena dying away in the earth. 1,000 times I was tempted to chuck the whole thing, to get back above ground to sunshine and sanity, and forget the charnel horrors of this mad Nyarlathotep world far underneath. And then I'd get to thinking of all those helpless men and women and children riding the trains unsuspecting through the haunted dark, with evil out of the primeval dawn burrowing beneath them for their destruction, and, well, I just couldn't go, that's all. I stayed and did my duty, as the rest did, year after year. It's been a strange career for a man of science, and certainly one I never dreamed I'd be following during all the years I prepared myself for museum work. And yet I flatter myself that it's been rather a socially useful career at that, perhaps more so than stuffing animals for dusty museum cases or writing monstrous textbooks that no one ever bothers to read. For I've a science of my own down here, you know, the science of keeping millions of dollars worth of subway tunnels swept clean of horror, and of safeguarding the lives of half the population of the world's largest city. And then, too, I've opportunities for research here, which most of my colleagues above ground would give their right arms for. The opportunity to study an absolutely unknown form of life, a grotesquerie so monstrous that even after all these years of contact with it, I sometimes doubt my own senses even now, although the horror is authentic enough, if you come right down to it. It's been attested in every country in the world, and by every people. Why, even the Bible has references to the ghouls that burrow in the earth, and even today in modern Persia they hunt down with dogs and guns, like beasts, strange, tomb-dwelling creatures, neither quite human nor quite beast. And in Syria and Palestine and parts of Russia— But as for this particular place, well, you'd be surprised how many records we've found, how many actual evidences of the things we've uncovered from Manhattan Island's earliest history, even before the white men settled here. Ask the curator of the Aborigines Museum out on Riverside Drive about the burial customs of island Indians 1,000 years ago, customs perfectly inexplicable, unless you take into consideration what they were guarding against. And ask him to show you that skull, half human and half canine, that came out of an Indian mound as far away as Albany, and those ceremonial robes of aboriginal shamans plainly traced with drawings of whitish, spidery things, burrowing through conventionalized tunnels, and doing other things, too, that show the Indian artists must have known them and their habits. Oh, yes, it's all down there in black and white, once we had the sense to read it. And even after white men came, what about the early writings of the old Dutch settlers? What about Ann VanderMeer and Walter Van Twiller? Even some of Washington Irving's writings have a nasty twist to them, if you once realize it. And there are some mighty queer passages in The History of the City of New York, mention of guard patrols kept for no rational purpose in early streets at night, particularly in the region of cemeteries, of forays and excursions in the lightless dark, and flintlocks popping, and graves hastily dug and filled in before dawn woke the city to life. And then the modern writers, Lord, there's a whole library of them on the subject. One of them, a great student of the subject, had almost as much data on them from his reading as I'd gleaned from my years of study down here. Oh, yes, I learned a lot from Lovecraft, and he got a lot from me, too. That's where what you might call the authenticity came from in some of his yarns that attracted the most attention. Oh, of course he had to soft-pedal the strongest parts of it, just as you're going to have to do if you ever mention this in your own writings. But even with the worst played down, there's still enough horror and nightmare in it to blast a man's soul if he lets himself think on what goes on down there, below the blessed sanity of the earth's mercifully concealing crust, far below. We've figured out, we who've been studying them all this time, that they must have been pretty numerous once. No wonder the Indians sold this place so cheaply. You'd sell your home cheaply, too, if it were fairly overrun with monstrous, noxious vermin that... But with civilizations coming, they were decimated, killed off, pogromed against, blasted with fire and steel by men whose utter ruthlessness sprang from soul-shuddering detestation, who slew and kept silent about their slaying, lest their fellow men think them mad, until finally the blasted remnant of the things went far underground, burrowed down like worms to charnel depths that, well, we daren't conjecture just where, but we think that there's some fault in the basic bedrock of the island, some monstrous cavern whose edge this lowest of all the subway tunnels taps, and which lets them through somehow into the tubes. Oh, it took us a long time to find all that out. At first we thought we had to patrol the whole subway system of the city. We had guards even out under the river, and over in Brooklyn and Queens. We were even afraid they'd get into upper levels of the tunnels, perhaps into the very deserted streets of Manhattan during the pre-dawn hours. We had half the police department down here in those days, even the mounted force. Yes, indeed, though God knows what even a trained police horse would do if it ever came face to face with one of those things. But horses were faster than the handcars we used then, and could cover more territory. But as time went on, we got things pretty well localized. It's only in this one stretch of tunnel that the danger is, and only here in certain hours of the night. Don't ask me why they never come up in daylight, for it's always night down here, you know, hundreds of feet below the surface. Maybe it's the constant passage of the trains. They shuttle by at 2-minute intervals all day long, you know, and until the Broadway theaters close at night. Only for about 4 hours of the night is there a lull when long miles of tunnel are lifeless and deserted and silent, when anything could come and go at will in them and not be seen. And so it's only during these hours that we really worry, you see. It's only now that we're vigilant and ready. Although, of course, it's no longer warfare, you understand. We hunt them now, they don't hunt us any more. We run them down, howling with terror, kill them or capture them as we will. Oh, yes, I said, capture. A half-dozen times we've had a sort of mad Bronx zoo of our own down here. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say a living Madame Tussauds chamber of horrors. I have cages in my laboratory, and there have been times when it seemed judicious for influential people above ground to realize just how important is the work we're doing down here. So when we have a really stubborn skeptic to our program, we'd take him in there, hand him a flashlight, and let him train it himself on what was prisoned there in total darkness. And then we'd stand by to catch him as he fainted. Oh, a lot of city officials and politicians have been down here. Why not? They couldn't possibly speak of the experience afterward. They'd just be locked up as lunatics if they did. And it made them much more liberal about funds. Our menagerie was a great success, only we just couldn't keep it going for very long at a time. We'd get so soul-sick at the very proximity of the creatures that we'd have to kill them finally. There was just no putting up with them for any length of time. Oh, it's not so much the appearance of the things, or even what they eat. We got an unlimited supply of that from the city morgue, and to anyone who spent half his life in dissecting rooms, as I have, it might be a lot worse. But there's a sort of cosmic horror the things exude that, well, it's quite beyond description. You just can't breathe the same air with them, live together in the same sane world. And in the end we'd have to gun them and throw them back underground to their friends and neighbors, who were waiting for them, apparently. At least we've opened the shallow graves a few days later, and there'd be only a gnawed bone or two there. And then, of course, we kept them alive in order to study their habits. I've filled 2 volumes with notes for my successors who'll carry on the fight when I'm gone. Oh, yes, old boy, it'll always have to be carried on, I fear. There's no possibility of ever really wiping them out, you know. All we can do is hold our own. The fight will go on so long as this particular tunnel is occupied. And can't you just see the city fathers consenting to abandon $20 million worth of subway tunnels for nothing? I'm sorry, gentlemen, but you see the place is infested with... God, what a laughingstock anyone would be who even suggested that, above ground. Why, even on our own furloughs, when we walk sunlit streets among our fellow men, with God's own blue sky above and God's own clean air about us, even we wonder whether all this foulness isn't just a bad dream. It's hard up there to realize what can go on down in the crepuscular earth, the mad, gnawing, eternal darkness far below. Hello? The telephone was ringing. Somehow I didn't listen as he spoke briefly into it, perhaps because I was listening to something else, to a faint crackling from that great blackboard on the wall, where one little light, no glowing worm this time, but only one minute spark, kept flicking oddly on and off and on again. 79th Street, it marked over and over. 79th Street. 79th. My friend hung up the phone at length and stood up. "Queer," he said softly. "Very queer indeed. The first in months, and tonight, now, while we were talking. It makes one wonder, you know, about those supernatural telepathic powers that they're said to have." Something went past in the tunnel outside, something that moved so fast that I could scarcely make it out. Just a little low platform on 4 wheels with no visible engine to propel it. Yet it scudded along with the speed of a racing car. Uniformed men rode the bucking thing, crouching with glinting objects in their hands. "Riot car, number 1, my friend said grimly. "Our own version of the squad automobiles above ground. Just one of the little electric handcars used in subway construction, but souped up by our engineers until it'll do nearly 80 miles an hour. It could traverse the entire sector in less than 5 minutes if it had to. But it doesn't, of course. Another one, also with machine gunners aboard, left 105th Street at the same time. They'll meet somewhere along the tunnel's length, with the disturbance in between. Let's listen to them." He crossed the room to the strange apparatus, threw switches and adjusted dials. There was a burring and crackling from what looked like an old-fashioned radio amplifier that stood on one of the cabinets. "Microphones every 100 feet along the tunnel," said my friend. "Another small fortune to install, of course, but another great step forward in our efficiency. A man listens all night long at a switchboard, and you'd be surprised to know what he hears sometimes. We have to change operators pretty often. Ah, there we are. Microphone number 290, approximately 1,000 feet below one of the busiest corners, even at this hour of the night, in all a great metropolis. And, listen, hear that? That was a sound that brought me out of my chair, a strange high tittering, blasphemously off-key, that merged into a growl and a moan. There we are, my friend grated. One of them, certainly, perhaps more than one. Hear that scratching and the rustle of the gravel? All unsuspecting, of course, that they're broadcasting their presence, unaware that we modern human beings have got ourselves a few supernatural powers of our own nowadays, and unaware that from both directions death is sweeping down upon them on truckling wheels. But a little moment more, and hear that shriek? That howling? That means they've sighted one of the cars. They're fleeing madly along the tunnel now. The voices get fainter. And now, yes, now they double back. The other car. They're trapped, caught between them. No time to dig, to burrow down into their saving Mother Earth like the vermin they are. No, no, you devils, we've got you, got you. Hear 'em yell, hear 'em shriek in agony. That's the lights, you know, blazing searchlights trained on dark, accustomed bodies, burning, searing, withering them like actual blazing heat. And now, rrr, rat, tat, tat. That's our machine guns going into action. Silenced guns, with Maxims on them, so that the echoes won't carry to upper levels and make men ask questions, but throwing slugs of lead, for all that, into cringing white bodies and flattened white skulls. Shriek! Shriek, you beasts from hell! Shriek, you monsters from the charnel depths! Shriek on and see what good it does you. You're dead, dead, dead! Well, you blasted fool, what are you staring at? To save my life, I couldn't have answered him. I couldn't look away from his blazing eyes, from his body crouched as if he would spring at me across the room, from his teeth bared in a bestial snarl. For a long moment that tableau held. Then suddenly he dropped into a chair, flung his hands up over his face. I stood regarding him, my mind sickly, ticking off details. God! Why had I not seen them before? That lengthening of jaw, that flattening of forehead and cranium. No human head could be shaped like that. At last he spoke, not looking up. I know, he said softly. I've felt the change coming on me for a long time now. It's coming over all of us bit by bit, but on me the worst, for I've been here the longest. That's why I almost never go above ground any more, even on leave. The lights are dim down here, but I wouldn't dare let even you see my face in sunlight. 25 years, you see. 25 long, dragging years down here in hell itself. It was bound to leave a mark, of course. I was prepared for that. But, oh, great powers above, if I'd for one instant dreamed what it was to be, worse, oh, how much worse than any mark of the beast. And it's spiritual, you know, as well as physical. I get cravings sometimes down here in the night's loneliness, thought and charnel desires that would blast your very soul if I were to whisper them to you. And they'll get worse, I know, and worse until at last I run mad in the tunnel like that poor devil I told you about, and my men shoot me down like a dog, as they already have orders to do if— And yet the thing interests me, I'll admit. It interests me scientifically, even though it horrifies my very soul, even though it damns me forever. For it shows how they may have come about, must have come about, in fact, in the world's dim dawn. Perhaps never quite human, of course, perhaps never Neanderthal, or even Piltdown, something even lower, closer linked to the primeval beast, but that when driven underground into caves and then beneath them by man's coming, retrograded century by uncounted century down to the worm-haunted darkness, just as we poor devils are retrograding down here from very contact with them, until at last none of us will ever be able to walk above in the blessed, sunlit air among our fellow men. With a roar and a howl, the thing was upon us, out of total darkness. Instinctively I drew back as its headlights passed. Every object in the little room rattled from the reverberation. Then the power car was by, and there was only the clackety-clack, clackety-clack of wheels and lighted windows flicking by like bits of film on a badly connected projection machine. "The 4:15 Express," he said heavily, "from the Bronx. Safe and sound, you'll notice. Its occupants all unsuspecting of how they were safeguarded, of how they'll always be safeguarded. But at what a cost! At what an awful cost! The 4:15 Express. That means it's dawn, you know, in the city overhead. Rays of the rising sun are gilding the white skyscrapers of Manhattan. A whole great city begins to wake to morning life. But there's no dawn for us down here, of course. There'll never be a dawn for poor lost souls down here in the eternal dark, far, far below." Smoke Ghost. Fritz Leiber. Fritz Leiber, 1910 to 1992, was an influential, award-winning American writer of fantasy, horror, and science fiction. H.P. Lovecraft, Robert Graves, and Carl Jung all helped inspire his fiction. Although perhaps best known for the Swords and Sorcery, Fafhrd, and the Grey Mouser series, Leiber also wrote several sui generis macabre novels and stories. Our Lady of Darkness, 1977, is among the best known of his horror novels, and, like much of his later fiction, includes autobiography by way of his real-life struggles with depression and alcoholism. Along with such novels, stories like The Girl with the Hungry Eyes, 1949, and the classic reprinted here, Smoke Ghost, 1941, made Leiber a key forerunner of the urban weird of writers like Ramsey Campbell. Miss Millick wondered just what had happened to Mr. Rann. He kept making the strangest remarks when she took dictation. Just this morning he had quickly turned around and asked, "Have you ever seen a ghost, Miss Millick?" And she had tittered nervously and replied, "When I was a girl, there was a thing in white that used to come out of the closet in the attic bedroom when I slept there and moan. Of course it was just my imagination. I was frightened of lots of things." And he had said, "I don't mean that kind of ghost. I mean a ghost from the world today, with the soot of the factories on its face and the pounding of machinery in its soul, the kind that would haunt coal yards and slip around at night through deserted office buildings like this one. A real ghost, not something out of books." And she hadn't known what to say. He'd never been like this before. Of course he might be joking, but it didn't sound that way. Vaguely Miss Millick wondered whether he mightn't be seeking some sort of sympathy from her. Of course Mr. Rann was married and had a little child, but that didn't prevent her from having daydreams. The daydreams were not very exciting, still they helped fill up her mind. But now he was asking her another of those unprecedented questions. "Have you ever thought what a ghost of our times would look like, Miss Millick? Just picture it. A smoky composite face with the hungry anxiety of the unemployed, the neurotic restlessness of the person without purpose, the jerky tension of the high-pressure metropolitan worker, the uneasy resentment of the striker, the callous opportunism of the scab, the aggressive whine of the panhandler, the inhibited terror of the bomb civilian, and 1,000 other twisted emotional patterns, each one overlying and yet blending with the other, like a pile of semi-transparent masks." Miss Millick gave a little self-conscious shiver and said, "That would be terrible. What an awful thing to think of." She peered furtively across the desk. Was he going crazy? She remembered having heard that there had been something impressively abnormal about Mr. Rand's childhood, but she couldn't recall what it was. If only she could do something, laugh at his mood or ask him what was really wrong. She shifted the extra pencils in her left hand and mechanically traced over some of the shorthand curlicues in her notebook. "If that's just what such a ghost or vitalized projection would look like, Miss Millick," he continued, smiling in a tight way, "it would grow out of the real world. It would reflect all the tangled, sorted, vicious things, all the loose ends. And it would be very grimy. I don't think it would seem white or wispy or favor graveyards. It wouldn't moan. But it would mutter unintelligibly and twitch at your sleeve, like a sick, surly ape. What would such a thing want from a person, Miss Millick? Sacrifice, worship, or just fear? What could you do to stop it from troubling you?" Miss Millick giggled nervously. There was an expression beyond her powers of definition in Mr. Rand's ordinary, flat-cheeked 30s face, silhouetted against the dusty window. He turned away and stared out into the gray downtown atmosphere that rolled in from the railroad yards and the mills. When he spoke again, his voice sounded far away. "Of course, being immaterial, it couldn't hurt you physically, at first. You'd have to be peculiarly sensitive even to see it or be aware of it at all. But it would begin to influence your actions, make you do this, stop you from doing that. Although only a projection, it would gradually get its hooks into the world of things as they are, might even get control of suitably vacuous minds. Then it could hurt whomever it wanted." Miss Millick squirmed and read back her shorthand like the books said you should do, and there was a pause. She became aware of the failing light, and wished Mr. Rand would ask her to turn on the overhead. She felt scratchy, as if soot were sifting down onto her skin. "It's a rotten world, Miss Millick," said Mr. Rand, talking at the window, "fit for another morbid growth of superstition. It's time the ghosts, or whatever you call them, took over and began a rule of fear. They'd be no worse than men." "But," Miss Millick's diaphragm jerked, making her titter inanely, "of course there aren't any such things as ghosts." Mr. Rand turned around. "Of course there aren't, Miss Millick," he said in a loud, patronizing voice, as if she had been doing the talking rather than he. "Science and common sense and psychiatry all go to prove it." She hung her head and might even have blushed if she hadn't felt so all at sea. Her leg muscles twitched, making her stand up, although she hadn't intended to. She aimlessly rubbed her hand back and forth along the edge of the desk. "Why, Mr. Rand, look what I got off your desk," she said, showing him a heavy smudge. There was a note of clumsily playful reproof in her voice. "No wonder the copy I bring you always gets so black. Somebody ought to talk to those scrub women. They're skimping on your room." She wished he would make some normal, joking reply, but instead he drew back, and his face hardened. "Well, to get back to that business of the second-class mailing privileges," he rapped out harshly, and began to dictate. When she was gone, he jumped up, dabbed his finger experimentally at the smudged part of the desk, frowned worriedly at the almost inky smears. He jerked open a drawer, snatched out a rag, hastily swabbed off the desk, crumpled the rag into a ball, and tossed it back. There were 3 or 4 other rags in the drawer, each impregnated with soot. Then he strode over to the window and peered out anxiously through the gathering dusk, his eyes searching the panorama of roofs, fixing on each chimney and water tank. "It's a neurosis. Must be compulsions. Hallucinations," he muttered to himself in a tired, distraught voice that would have made Miss Millick gasp. "It's that damned mental abnormality cropping up in a new form. Can't be any other explanation. But it's so damned real. Even the soot. Good thing I'm seeing the psychiatrist. I don't think I could force myself to get on the elevated tonight." His voice trailed off. He rubbed his eyes, and his memory automatically started to grind. It had all begun on the elevated. There was a particular little sea of roofs he had grown into the habit of glancing at just as the packed car carrying him homeward lurched around a turn. A dingy, melancholy little world of tar paper, tarred gravel, and smoky brick. Rusty tin chimneys with odd conical hats suggested abandoned listening posts. There was a washed-out advertisement of some ancient patent medicine on the nearest wall. Superficially, it was like 10,000 other drab city roofs. But he always saw it around dusk, either in the smoky half-light or tinged with red by the flat rays of a dirty sunset, or covered by ghostly, wind-blown white sheets of rain splash, or patched with blackish snow. And it seemed unusually bleak and suggestive, almost beautifully ugly, though in no sense picturesque, dreary but meaningful. Unconsciously it came to symbolize for Catesby Rann certain disagreeable aspects of the frustrated, frightened century in which he lived, the jangled century of hate and heavy industry and total wars. The quick, daily glance into the half-darkness became an integral part of his life. Oddly, he never saw it in the morning, for it was then his habit to sit on the other side of the car, his head buried in the paper. One evening toward winter he noticed what seemed to be a shapeless black sack lying on the third roof from the tracks. He did not think about it. It merely registered as an addition to the well-known scene, and his memory stored away the impression for further reference. Next evening, however, he decided he had been mistaken in one detail. The object was a roof nearer than he had thought. Its color and texture, and the grimy stains around it, suggested that it was filled with coal dust, which was hardly reasonable. Then, too, the following evening it seemed to have been blown against a rusty ventilator by the wind, which could hardly have happened if it were at all heavy. Perhaps it was filled with leaves. Catesby was surprised to find himself anticipating his next daily glance with a minor note of apprehension. There was something unwholesome in the posture of the thing that stuck in his mind, a bulge in the sacking that suggested a misshapen head peering around the ventilator. And his apprehension was justified, for that evening the thing was on the nearest roof, though on the farther side, looking as if it had just flopped down over the low brick parapet. Next evening the sack was gone. Catesby was annoyed at the momentary feeling of relief that went through him, because the whole matter seemed too unimportant to warrant feelings of any sort. What difference did it make if his imagination had played tricks on him, and he'd fancied that the object was crawling and hitching itself slowly closer across the roofs? That was the way any normal imagination worked. He deliberately chose to disregard the fact that there were reasons for thinking his imagination was by no means a normal one. As he walked home from the elevated, however, he found himself wondering whether the sack was really gone. He seemed to recall a vague, smudgy trail leading across the gravel to the nearer side of the roof, which was marked by a parapet. For an instant an unpleasant picture formed in his mind, that of an inky, humped creature crouched behind the parapet, waiting. Then he dismissed the whole subject. The next time he felt the familiar grating lurch of the car, he caught himself trying not to look out. That angered him. He turned his head quickly. When he turned it back, his compact face was definitely pale. There had only been time for a fleeting rearward glance at the escaping roof. Had he actually seen in silhouette the upper part of a head of some sort, peering over the parapet? Nonsense, he told himself. And even if he had seen something, there were 1,000 explanations which did not involve the supernatural or even true hallucination. Tomorrow he would take a good look and clear up the whole matter. If necessary, he would visit the roof personally, though he hardly knew where to find it, and disliked in any case the idea of pampering a silly fear. He did not relish the walk home from the elevated that evening. and visions of the thing disturbed his dreams and were in and out of his mind all next day at the office. It was then that he first began to relieve his nerves by making jokingly serious remarks about the supernatural to Miss Millick, who seemed properly mystified. It was on the same day, too, that he became aware of a growing antipathy to grime and soot. Everything he touched seemed gritty, and he found himself mopping and wiping at his desk like an old lady with a morbid fear of germs. He reasoned that there was no real change in his office, and that he'd just now become sensitive to the dirt that had always been there. But there was no denying an increasing nervousness. Long before the car reached the curve, he was straining his eyes through the murky twilight, determined to take in every detail. Afterward he realized that he must have given a muffled cry of some sort, for the man beside him looked at him curiously, and the woman ahead gave him an unfavorable stare. Conscious of his own pallor and uncontrollable trembling, he stared back at them hungrily, trying to regain the feeling of security he had completely lost. They were the usual reassuringly wooden-faced people everyone rides home with on the elevated. But suppose he had pointed out to one of them what he had seen, that sodden, distorted face of sacking and coal dust, that boneless paw which waved back and forth unmistakably in his direction, as if reminding him of a future appointment. He involuntarily shut his eyes tight. His thoughts were racing ahead to tomorrow evening. He pictured this same windowed oblong of light and packed humanity surging around the curve, then an opaque monstrous form leaping out from the roof in a parabolic swoop, an unmentionable face pressed close against the window, smearing it with wet coal dust, huge paws fumbling sloppily at the glass. Somehow he managed to turn off his wife's anxious inquiries. Next morning he reached a decision and made an appointment for that evening with a psychiatrist a friend had told him about. It cost him a considerable effort, for Catesby had a well-grounded distaste for anything dealing with psychological abnormality. Visiting a psychiatrist meant raking up an episode in his past which he had never fully described even to his wife. Once he had made the decision, however, he felt considerably relieved. A psychiatrist, he told himself, would clear everything up. He could almost fancy him saying, "Merely a bad case of nerves. However, you must consult the oculist, whose name I'm writing down for you, and you must take 2 of these pills in water every 4 hours, and so on." It was almost comforting, and made the coming revelation he would have to make seem less painful. But as the smoky dust rolled in, his nervousness returned, and he let his joking mystification of Miss Millick run away with him until he realized that he wasn't frightening anyone but himself. He would have to keep his imagination under better control, he told himself, as he continued to peer out restlessly at the massive, murky shapes of the downtown office buildings. Why, he had spent the whole afternoon building up a kind of neo-medieval cosmology of superstition. It wouldn't do. He realized then that he'd been standing at the window much longer than he'd thought, for the glass panel in the door was dark, and there was no noise coming from the outer office. Miss Millick and the rest must have gone home. It was then he made the discovery that there would have been no special reason for dreading the swing around the curve that night. It was, as it happened, a horrible discovery, for on the shadowed roof across the street and 4 stories below, he saw the thing huddle and roll across the gravel, and after one upward look of recognition, merge into the blackness beneath the water tank. As he hurriedly collected his things and made for the elevator, fighting the panicky impulse to run, he began to think of hallucination and mild psychosis as very desirable conditions. For better or for worse, he pinned all his hopes on the psychiatrist. "So you find yourself growing nervous and, jumpy, as you put it," said Dr. Trevthick, smiling with dignified geniality. "Do you notice any more definite physical symptoms? Pain? Headache? Indigestion?" Catesby shook his head and wet his lips. "I am especially nervous while riding in the elevated," he murmured swiftly. "I see. We'll discuss that more fully. But I'd like you first to tell me something you mentioned earlier. You said there was something about your childhood that might predispose you to nervous ailments. As you know, the early years are critical ones in the development of an individual's behavior pattern." Catesby studied the yellow reflections of frosted globes on the dark surface of the desk. The palm of his left hand aimlessly rubbed the thick nap of the armchair. After a while he raised his head and looked straight into the doctor's small brown eyes. "From perhaps my 3rd to my 9th year," he began choosing the words with care, "I was what you might call a sensory prodigy." The doctor's expression did not change. "Yes?" he inquired politely. "What I mean is that I was supposed to be able to see through walls, read letters through envelopes and books through their covers, fence and play ping-pong blindfolded, find things that were buried, read thoughts." The words tumbled out. "And could you?" The doctor's expression was toneless. "I don't know. I don't suppose so," answered Catesby, long-lost emotions flooding back into his voice. "It's all confused now. I thought I could, but then they were always encouraging me. My mother was, well, interested in psychic phenomena. I was exhibited. I seem to remember seeing things other people couldn't, as if most opaque objects were transparent. But I was very young. I didn't have any scientific criteria for judgment." He was reliving it now. The darkened rooms, the earnest assemblages of gawking, prying adults, himself sitting alone on a little platform, lost in a straight-backed wooden chair, the black silk handkerchief over his eyes, his mother's coaxing, insistent questions, the whispers, the gasps, his own hate of the whole business, mixed with hunger for the adulation of adults. Then the scientists from the university, the experiments, the big test. The reality of those memories engulfed him and momentarily made him forget the reason why he was disclosing them to a stranger. "Do I understand that your mother tried to make use of you as a medium for communicating with the, other world?" Catesby nodded eagerly. "She tried to, but she couldn't. When it came to getting in touch with the dead, I was a complete failure. All I could do, or thought I could do, was see real, existing three-dimensional objects beyond the vision of normal people, objects anyone could have seen except for distance, obstruction, or darkness. It was always a disappointment to Mother." He could hear her sweetish, patient voice saying, "Try again, dear, just this once. Katie was your aunt. She loved you. Try to hear what she's saying." And he had answered, "I can see a woman in a blue dress standing on the other side of Dick's house." And she replied, "Yes, I know, dear, but that's not Katie. Katie's a spirit. Try again, just this once, dear." The doctor's voice gently jarred him back into the softly gleaming office. "You mentioned scientific criteria for judgment, Mr. Rann. As far as you know, did anyone ever try to apply them to you?" Catesby's nod was emphatic. "They did. When I was 8, 2 young psychologists from the university got interested in me. I guess they did it for a joke at first, and I remember being very determined to show them I amounted to something. Even now I seem to recall how the note of polite superiority and amused sarcasm drained out of their voices. I suppose they decided at first that it was very clever trickery, but somehow they persuaded Mother to let them try me out under controlled conditions. There were lots of tests that seemed very businesslike after Mother's slipshod little exhibitions. They found I was clairvoyant, or so they thought. I got worked up and on edge. They were going to demonstrate my super-normal sensory powers to the university psychology faculty. For the first time I began to worry about whether I'd come through. Perhaps they kept me going at too hard a pace, I don't know. At any rate, when the test came, I couldn't do a thing. Everything became opaque. I got desperate and made things up out of my imagination. I lied. In the end, I failed utterly, and I believe the 2 young psychologists got into a lot of hot water as a result." He could hear the brusque, bearded man saying, "You've been taken in by a child, Flaxman, a mere child. I'm greatly disturbed. You put yourself on the same plane as common charlatans. Gentlemen, I ask you to banish from your minds this whole sorry episode. It must never be referred to." He winced at the recollection of his feeling of guilt, but at the same time he was beginning to feel exhilarated and almost light-hearted. Unburdening his long-repressed memories had altered his whole viewpoint. The episodes on the elevated began to take on what seemed their proper proportions as merely the bizarre workings of overwrought nerves and an overly suggestible mind. The doctor, he anticipated confidently, would disentangle the obscure subconscious causes, whatever they might be, and the whole business would be finished off quickly, just as his childhood experience, which was beginning to seem a little ridiculous now, had been finished off. From that day on, he continued, I never exhibited a trace of my supposed powers. My mother was frantic and tried to sue the university. I had something like a nervous breakdown. Then the divorce was granted, and my father got custody of me. He did his best to make me forget it. We went on long outdoor vacations and did a lot of athletics, associated with normal, matter-of-fact people. I went to business college eventually. I'm in advertising now. But, Catesby paused, now that I'm having nervous symptoms, I've wondered if there mightn't be a connection. It's not a question of whether I really was clairvoyant or not. Very likely my mother taught me a lot of unconscious deceptions, good enough to fool even young psychology instructors. But don't you think it might have some important bearing on my present condition? For several moments the doctor regarded him with a slightly embarrassing professional frown. Then he said quietly, And is there some more specific connection between your experiences then and now? Do you by any chance find that you are once again beginning to see things? Catesby swallowed. He had felt an increasing eagerness to unburden himself of his fears, but it was not easy to make a beginning, and the doctor's shrewd question rattled him. He forced himself to concentrate. The thing he thought he had seen on the roof loomed up before his inner eye with unexpected vividness, yet it did not frighten him. He groped for words. Then he saw that the doctor was not looking at him, but over his shoulder. Color was draining out of the doctor's face, and his eyes did not seem so small. Then the doctor sprang to his feet, walked past Catesby, threw open the window, and peered into the darkness. As Catesby rose, the doctor slammed down the window and said, in a voice whose smoothness was marred by a slight, persistent gasping, I hope I haven't alarmed you. I must have frightened him, for he seems to have gotten out of sight in a hurry. Don't give it another thought. Doctors are frequently bothered by voyeurs, peeping toms. A Negro? Asked Catesby, moistening his lips. The doctor laughed nervously. I imagine so, though my first odd impression was that it was a white man in blackface. You see, the color didn't seem to have any brown in it. It was dead black. Catesby moved toward the window. There were smudges on the glass. It's quite all right, Mr. Wren. The doctor's voice had acquired a sharp note of impatience, as if he were trying hard to reassume his professional authority. Let's continue our conversation. I was asking you if you were— He made a face. Seeing things. Catesby's whirling thoughts slowed down and locked into place. No, I'm not seeing anything that other people don't see, too, and I think I'd better go now. I've been keeping you too long. He disregarded the doctor's half-hearted gesture of denial. I'll phone you about the physical examination. In a way, you've already taken a big load off my mind. He smiled woodenly. Good night, Dr. Trevthick. Catesby Rand's mental state was a peculiar one. His eyes searched every angular shadow. He glanced sideways down each chasm-like alley and barren basement passageway, and kept stealing looks at the irregular line of the roofs. Yet he was hardly conscious of where he was going. He pushed away the thoughts that came into his mind and kept moving. He became aware of a slight sense of security as he turned into a lighted street where there were people and high buildings and blinking signs. After a while he found himself in the dim lobby of the structure that housed his office. Then he realized why he couldn't go home, because he might cause his wife and baby to see it just as the doctor had seen it. "Hello, Mr. Wren," said the night elevator man, a burly figure in blue overalls, sliding open the grill-work door to the old-fashioned cage. "I didn't know you were working nights now." Catesby stepped in automatically. "Sudden rush of orders," he murmured inanely. "Some stuff that has to be gotten out." The cage creaked to a stop at the top floor. "Be working very late, Mr. Wren?" He nodded vaguely, watched the car slide out of sight, found his keys, swiftly crossed the outer office, and entered his own. His hand went out to the light switch, but then the thought occurred to him that the two lighted windows, standing out against the dark bulk of the buildings, would indicate his whereabouts, and serve as a goal toward which something could crawl and climb. He moved his chair so that the back was against the wall, and sat down in the semi-darkness. He did not remove his overcoat. For a long time he sat there, motionless, listening to his own breathing and the far-away sounds from the streets below, the thin metallic surge of the crosstown streetcar, the farther one of the elevated, faint, lonely cries and honkings, indistinct rumblings. Words he had spoken to Miss Millick in nervous jest came back to him with the bitter taste of truth. He found himself unable to reason critically or connectedly, but by their own volition thoughts rose up into his mind and gyrated slowly and rearranged themselves with the inevitable movement of planets. Gradually his mental picture of the world was transformed. No longer a world of material atoms in empty space, but a world in which the bodiless existed and moved according to its own obscure laws or unpredictable impulses. The new picture illumined with dreadful clarity certain general facts which had always bewildered and troubled him, and from which he had tried to hide. The inevitability of hate and war, the diabolically timed machines which wrecked the best of human intentions, the walls of willful misunderstanding that divided one man from another, the eternal vitality of cruelty and ignorance and greed. They seemed appropriate now, necessary parts of the picture, and superstition only a kind of wisdom. Then his thoughts returned to himself, and the question he had asked Miss Millick came back. What would such a thing want from a person? Sacrifices, worship, or just fear? What could you do to stop it from troubling you? It had become a practical question. With an explosive jangle, the phone began to ring. "Kate, I've been trying everywhere to get you," said his wife. "I never thought you'd be at the office. What are you doing? I've been worried." He said something about work. "You'll be home right away?" came the faint, anxious question. "I'm a little frightened. Ronnie just had a scare. It woke him up. He kept pointing to the window, saying, 'Black man, black man.' Of course it's something he dreamed, but I'm frightened. You will be home? What's that, dear? Can't you hear me?" "I will, right away," he said. Then he was out of the office, buzzing the night bell and peering down the shaft. He saw it peering up the shaft at him from the deep shadows 3 floors below, the sacking face pressed against the iron grille-work. It started up the stair at a shockingly swift, shambling gait, vanishing temporarily from sight as it swung into the second corridor below. Catesby clawed at the door to the office, realized he had not locked it, pushed it in, slammed and locked it behind him, retreated to the other side of the room, cowered between the filing cases and the wall. His teeth were clicking. He heard the groan of the rising cage. A silhouette darkened the frosted glass of the door, blotting out part of the grotesque reverse of the company name. After a little, the door opened. The big globed overhead light flared on, and standing just inside the door, her hand on the switch, he saw Miss Millick. "Why, Mr. Rand," she stammered vacuously. "I didn't know you were here. I just come in to do some extra typing after the movie. I didn't... But the lights weren't on. What were you—" He stared at her. He wanted to shout in relief, grab hold of her, talk rapidly. He realized he was grinning hysterically. "Why, Mr. Rand, what's happened to you?" she asked embarrassedly, ending with a stupid titter. "Are you feeling sick? Isn't there something I can do for you?" He shook his head jerkily and managed to say, "No, I'm just leaving. I was doing some extra work myself." "But you look sick," she insisted, and walked over toward him. He inconsequentially realized she must have stepped in mud, for her high-heeled shoes left neat black prints. "Yes, I'm sure you must be sick. You're so terribly pale." She sounded like an enthusiastic, incompetent nurse. Her face brightened with a sudden inspiration. "I've got something in my bag that'll fix you up right away," she said. "It's for indigestion." She fumbled at her stuffed oblong purse. He noticed that she was absent-mindedly holding it shut with one hand while she tried to open it with the other. Then under his very eyes he saw her bend back the thick prongs of metal locking the purse as if they were tinfoil, or as if her fingers had become a pair of steel pliers. Instantly his memory recited the words he had spoken to Miss Millick that afternoon. "It couldn't hurt you physically, at first. Gradually get its hooks into the world. Might even get control of suitably vacuous minds. Then it could hurt whomever it wanted. A sickish, cold feeling came to a focus inside him. He began to edge toward the door, but Miss Millick hurried ahead of him. "You don't have to wait, Fred," she called. Mr. Rance decided to stay a while longer. The door to the cage shut with a mechanical rattle. The cage creaked. Then she turned around in the door. "Why, Mr. Rand," she gurgled reproachfully, "I just couldn't think of letting you go home now. I'm sure you're terribly unwell. Why, you might collapse in the street. You've just got to stay here until you feel different." The creaking died away. He stood in the center of the office, motionless. His eyes traced the course of Miss Millick's footprints to where she stood blocking the door. A sound that was almost a scream was wrenched out of him. "Why, Mr. Rand," she said, "you're acting as if you were crazy. You must lie down for a little while. Here, I'll help you off with your coat." The nauseously idiotic and rasping note was the same, only it had been intensified. As she came toward him, he turned and ran through the storeroom, clattered a key desperately at the lock of the second door to the corridor. "Why, Mr. Rand," he heard her call, "are you having some kind of fit? You must let me help you." The door came open, and he plunged out into the corridor and up the stairs immediately ahead. It was only when he reached the top that he realized the heavy steel door in front of him led to the roof. He jerked up the catch. "Why, Mr. Rand, you mustn't run away. I'm coming after you." Then he was out on the gritty gravel of the roof. The night sky was clouded and murky, with a faint pinkish glow from the neon signs. From the distant mills rose a ghostly spurt of flame. He ran to the edge. The streetlights glared dizzily upward. Two men walking along were round blobs of hat and shoulders. He swung around. The thing was in the doorway. The voice was no longer solicitous, but moronically playful, each sentence ending in a titter. "Why, Mr. Rand, why have you come up here? We're all alone. Just think, I might push you off." The thing came slowly toward him. He moved backward until his heels touched the low parapet. Without knowing why or what he was going to do, he dropped to his knees. The face he dared not look at came nearer, a focus for the worst in the world, a gathering point for poisons from everywhere. Then the lucidity of terror took possession of his mind, and words formed on his lips. "I will obey you. You are my God," he said. "You have supreme power over man and his animals and his machines. You rule this city and all others. I recognize that." Again the titter, closer. "Why, Mr. Rand, you never talked like this before. Do you mean it?" "The world is yours to do with as you will, save or tear to pieces," he answered fawningly as the words automatically fitted themselves together into vaguely liturgical patterns. "I recognize that. I will praise, I will sacrifice. In smoke and soot and flame, I will worship you forever." The voice did not answer. He looked up. There was only Miss Millick, deathly pale and swaying drunkenly. Her eyes were closed. He caught her as she wobbled toward him. His knees gave way under the added weight, and they sank down together on the edge of the roof. After a while she began to twitch. Small noises came from her throat, and her eyelids edged open. "Come on, we'll go downstairs," he murmured jerkily, trying to draw her up. "You're feeling bad." "I'm terribly dizzy," she whispered. "I must have fainted. I didn't eat enough. And then I'm so nervous lately, about the war and everything, I guess. Why, we're on the roof. Did you bring me up here to get some air? Or did I come up without knowing it? I'm awfully foolish. I used to walk in my sleep, my mother said." As he helped her down the stairs, she turned and looked at him. "Why, Mr. Rand," she said faintly, "you've got a big black smudge on your forehead. Here, let me get it off for you." Weakly she rubbed at it with her handkerchief. She started to sway again, and he steadied her. "No, I'll be all right," she said. "Only I feel cold. What happened, Mr. Rand? Did I have some sort of fainting spell?" He told her it was something like that. Later, riding home in an empty elevated car, he wondered how long he would be safe from the thing. It was a purely practical problem. He had no way of knowing, but instinct told him he had satisfied the brute for some time. Would it want more when it came again? Time enough to answer that question when it arose. It might be hard, he realized, to keep out of an insane asylum. With Helen and Ronnie to protect as well as himself, he would have to be careful and tight-lipped. He began to speculate as to how many other men and women had seen the thing or things like it. The elevator slowed and lurched in a familiar fashion. He looked at the roofs again, near the curve. They seemed very ordinary, as if what made them impressive had gone away for a while. White Rabbits. Leonora Carrington. Leonora Carrington, 1917 to 2011, was a famous English-born surrealist painter and writer who lived in Mexico for most of her life. From a very young age, Leonora Carrington has said, I used to have very strange experiences with all sorts of ghosts and visions. Although her art has overshadowed her fiction, Carrington's odd stories have been important to many writers, including Angela Carter. Collections include The Seventh Horse and The Oval Lady. Her stories and the novel The Hearing Trumpet provide a tantalizing glimpse of ways that surrealism might have had more influence on the weird tale. A strong synergy exists between her work and stories herein by Mervyn Peake, William Sansom, and Mercé Rodoreda, among others. The time has come that I must tell the events which began in 40 Pest Street. The houses, which were reddish-black, looked as if they had issued mysteriously from the fire of London. The house in front of my window, covered with an occasional wisp of creeper, was as black and empty-looking as any plague-ridden residence subsequently licked by flames and smoke. This is not the way that I had imagined New York. It was so hot that I got palpitations when I ventured out into the streets, so I sat and considered the house opposite, and occasionally bathed my sweating face. The light was never very strong in Pest Street. There was always a reminiscence of smoke, which made visibility troubled and hazy. Still, it was possible to study the house opposite carefully, even precisely. Besides, my eyes have always been excellent. I spent several days watching for some sort of movement opposite, but there was none, and I finally took to undressing quite freely before my open window and doing my breathing exercises optimistically in the thick Pest Street air. This must have made my lungs as black as the houses. One afternoon I washed my hair and sat out on the diminutive stone crescent which served as a balcony to dry it. I hung my head between my knees and watched a bluebottle suck the dry corpse of a spider between my feet. I looked up through my long hair and saw something black in the sky, ominously quiet for an aeroplane. Parting my hair, I was in time to see a large raven alight on the balcony of the house opposite. It sat on the balustrade and seemed to peer into the empty window. Then it poked its head under its wing, apparently searching for lice. A few minutes later I was not unduly surprised to see the double windows open and admit a woman onto the balcony. She carried a large dish full of bones, which she emptied onto the floor. With a short, appreciative squeak, the raven hopped down and poked about amongst its unpleasant repast. The woman, who had very long black hair, used her hair to wipe out the dish. Then she looked straight at me and smiled in a friendly fashion. I smiled back and waved a towel. This served to encourage her, for she tossed her head coquettishly and gave me a very elegant salute after the fashion of a queen. "Do you happen to have any bad meat over there that you don't need?" she called. "Any what?" I called back, wondering if my ears had deceived me. "Any stinking meat? Decomposed flesh meat?" "Not at the moment," I replied, wondering if she was trying to be funny. "Won't you have any towards the end of the week? If so, I would be very grateful if you would bring it over." Then she stepped back into the empty window and disappeared. The raven flew away. My curiosity about the house and its occupant prompted me to buy a large lump of meat the following day. I set it on the balcony on a bit of newspaper and awaited developments. In a comparatively short time the smell was so strong that I was obliged to pursue my daily activities with a strong paper clip on the end of my nose. Occasionally I descended into the street to breathe. Towards Thursday evening I noticed that the meat was turning color, so waving aside a flight of rancorous bluebottles, I scooped it into my sponge bag and set out for the house opposite. I noticed, descending the stairs, that the landlady seemed to avoid me. It took me some time to find the front door of the house opposite. It turned out to be hidden under a cascade of something, giving the impression that nobody had been either in or out of this house in years. The bell was of the old-fashioned kind that you pull, and when I pulled it rather harder than I intended, it came right off in my hand. I gave the door an angry push, and it caved inwards, emitting a ghastly smell of putrid meat. The hall, which was almost dark, seemed to be of carved woodwork. The woman herself came rustling down the stairs, carrying a torch. "How do you do? How do you do?" she murmured ceremoniously, and I was surprised to notice that she wore an ancient, beautiful dress of green silk. But as she approached me, I saw that her skin was dead white, and glittered as if speckled with thousands of minute stars. "Isn't that kind of you?" she went on, taking my arm with her sparkling hand. "Won't my poor little rabbits be pleased?" We mounted the stairs, and my companion walked so carefully that I thought she was frightened. The top flight of the stairs opened into a boudoir, decorated with dark Baroque furniture and red plush. The floor was littered with gnawed bones and animals' skulls. "It is so seldom that we get a visit," the woman smiled. "So they all scatter off into their little corners." She uttered a low, sweet whistle, and, transfixed, I saw about 100 snow-white rabbits emerge cautiously from every nook, their large pink eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the woman. "Come, pretty ones, come, pretty ones," she cooed, diving her hand into my sponge bag and pulling out a handful of rotting meat. With a sensation of deep disgust, I backed into a corner and saw her throw the carrion amongst the rabbits, who fought like wolves for the meat. "One becomes very fond of them," the woman went on. "They each have their own little ways. You would be surprised how very individual rabbits are." The rabbits in question were tearing at the meat with their sharp buck teeth. "We eat them, of course, occasionally. My husband makes a very tasty stew every Saturday night." Then a movement in the corner caught my attention, and I realized that there was a third person in the room. As the woman's torchlight touched his face, I saw he had identical glittering skin, like tinsel on a Christmas tree. He was dressed in a red gown and sat very rigidly with his profile turned towards us. He seemed to be unconscious of our presence, or of that of a large white buck rabbit, which sat and masticated on a chunk of meat on his knee. The woman followed my gaze and chuckled. "That is my husband. The boys used to call him Lazarus." At the sound of this familiar name, he turned his face towards us, and I saw that he wore a bandage over his eyes. "Ethel?" he inquired in a rather thin voice. "I won't have any visitors here. You know quite well that I have strictly forbidden it." "Now, Laz, don't start carrying on." Her voice was plaintive. "You can't grudge me a little bit of company. It's 20-odd years since I've seen a new face. Besides, she's brought meat for the rabbits." She turned and beckoned me to her side. "You want to stay with us, do you not, my dear?" I was suddenly clutched by fear, and I wanted to get out and away from these terrible silver people and the white carnivorous rabbits. "I think I must be going. It's supper time." The man on the chair gave a shrill peal of laughter, terrifying the rabbit on his knee, which sprang to the floor and disappeared. The woman thrust her face so near to mine that her sickly breath seemed to anesthetize me. "Do you not want to stay and become like us? In 7 years your skin will be like stars. In 7 years you will have the holy disease of the Bible, leprosy." I stumbled and ran, choking with horror. Some unholy curiosity made me look over my shoulder as I reached the front door, and I saw her waving her hand over the banister, and as she waved it, her fingers fell off and dropped to the ground like shooting stars. Mimic, Donald A. Wollheim. Donald Wollheim, 1914 to 1990, was an American science fiction writer, as well as an influential editor and publisher. Eventually inducted into the Science Fiction Hall of Fame, Wollheim edited the first science fiction reprint anthology, The Pocketbook of Science Fiction, 1943, and the first collection of science fiction novels, The Portable Novels of Science, 1945. A longtime influence on U.S. science fiction fandom, Wollheim also founded the first major publishing house devoted to science fiction and fantasy, Daw Books, which is now run by his daughter. The weird tale Mimic has been widely reprinted and was made into a feature film in 1997. It evokes other stories in this volume by Stephen Utley and William Gibson and John Shirley. It is less than 500 years since an entire half of the world was discovered. It is less than 200 years since the discovery of the last continent. The sciences of chemistry and physics go back scarcely 1 century. The science of aviation goes back 40 years. The science of atomics is being born. And yet, we think we know a lot. We know little or nothing. Some of the most startling things are unknown to us. When they are discovered, they may shock us to the bone. We search for secrets in the far islands of the Pacific and among the ice fields of the frozen north, while under our very noses, rubbing shoulders with us every day, there may walk the undiscovered. It is a curious fact of nature that that which is in plain view is oft best hidden. I have always known of the man in the black cloak. Since I was a child, he has always lived on my street, and his eccentricities are so familiar that they go unmentioned except among the casual visitor. Here, in the heart of the largest city in the world, in swarming New York, the eccentric and the odd may flourish unhindered. As children, we had hilarious fun jeering at the man in black when he displayed his fear of women. We watched in our evil, childish way for those moments. We tried to get him to show anger, but he ignored us completely, and soon we paid him no further heed, even as our parents did. We saw him only twice a day, once in the early morning, when we would see his 6-foot figure come out of the grimy, dark hallway of the tenement at the end of the street and stride down toward the elevated to work. Again, when he came back at night. He was always dressed in a long black cloak that came to his ankles, and he wore a wide-brimmed black hat down far over his face. He was a sight from some weird story out of the old lands, but he harmed nobody and paid attention to nobody. Nobody, except perhaps women. When a woman crossed his path, he would stop in his stride and come to a dead halt. We could see that he closed his eyes until she had passed. Then he would snap those wide, watery blue eyes open and march on as if nothing had happened. He was never known to speak to a woman. He would buy some groceries maybe once a week at Antonio's, but only when there were no other patrons there. Antonio said once that he never talked. He just pointed at things he wanted and paid for them in bills that he pulled out of a pocket somewhere under his cloak. Antonio did not like him, but he never had any trouble from him either. Now that I think of it, nobody ever did have any trouble with him. We got used to him. We grew up on the street. We saw him occasionally when he came home and went back into the dark hallway of the house he lived in. He never had visitors. He never spoke to anyone. And he had once built something in his room out of metal. He had once, years ago, hauled up some long, flat metal sheets of tin or iron, and they had heard a lot of hammering and banging in his room for several days. But that had stopped, and that was all there was to that story. Where he worked, I don't know, and never found out. He had money, for he was reputed to pay his rent regularly when the janitor asked for it. Well, people like that inhabit big cities, and nobody knows the story of their lives until they're all over, or until something strange happens. I grew up, I went to college, I studied. Finally, I got a job assisting a museum curator. I spent my days mounting beetles and classifying exhibits of stuffed animals and preserved plants, and hundreds of insects from all over. Nature is a strange thing, I learned. You learn that very clearly when you work in a museum. You realize how nature uses the art of camouflage. There are twig insects that look exactly like a leaf or a branch of a tree. Exactly. Nature is strange and perfect that way. There is a moth in Central America that looks like a wasp. It even has a fake stinger made of hair, which it twists and curls just like a wasp's stinger. It has the same colorings, and even though its body is soft and not armored like a wasp's, it is colored to appear shiny and armored. It even flies in the daytime when wasps do, and not at night like all other moths. It moves like a wasp. It knows somehow that it is helpless, and that it can survive only by pretending to be as deadly to other insects as wasps are. I learned about army ants and their strange imitators. Army ants travel in huge columns of thousands and hundreds of thousands. They move along in a flowing stream several yards across, and they eat everything in their path. Everything in the jungle is afraid of them. Wasps, bees, snakes, other ants, birds, lizards, beetles. Even men run away or get eaten. But in the midst of the army ants, there also travel many other creatures that aren't ants at all, and that the army ants would kill if they knew of them. But they don't know of them because these other creatures are disguised. Some of them are beetles that look like ants. They have false markings, like ant thoraxes, and they run along in imitation of ant speed. There is even one that is so long it is marked like 3 ants in single file. It moves so fast that the real ants never give it a second glance. There are weak caterpillars that look like big armored beetles. There are all sorts of things that look like dangerous animals. Animals that are the killers and superior fighters of their groups have no enemies. The army ants and the wasps, the sharks, the hawk, and the felines. So there are a host of weak things that try to hide among them, to mimic them. And man is the greatest killer, the greatest hunter of them all. The whole world of nature knows man for the irresistible master. The roar of his gun, the cunning of his trap, the strength and agility of his arm place all else beneath him. Should man then be treated by nature differently from the other dominants, the army ants and the wasps? It was, as often happens to be the case, sheer luck that I happened to be on the street at the dawning hour when the janitor came running out of the tenement on my street shouting for help. I had been working all night mounting new exhibits. The policeman on the beat and I were the only people besides the janitor to see the thing that we found in the 2 dingy rooms occupied by the stranger of the black cloak. The janitor explained, as the officer and I dashed up the narrow, rickety stairs, that he had been awakened by the sound of heavy thuds and shrill screams in the stranger's rooms. He had gone out in the hallway to listen. When we got there, the place was silent. A faint light shone from under the doorway. The policeman knocked. There was no answer. He put his ear to the door, and so did I. We heard a faint rustling, a continuous, slow rustling, as of a breeze blowing paper. The cop knocked again, but there was still no response. Then together we threw our weight at the door. 2 hard blows, and the rotten old lock gave way. We burst in. The room was filthy, the floor covered with scraps of torn paper, bits of detritus and garbage. The room was unfurnished, which I thought was odd. In the corner there stood a metal box about 4 feet square, a tight box held together with screws and ropes. It had a lid opening at the top, which was down and fastened with a sort of wax seal. The stranger of the black cloak lay in the middle of the floor, dead. He was still wearing the cloak. The big slouch hat was lying on the floor some distance away. From the inside of the box the faint rustling was coming. We turned over the stranger, took the cloak off. For several instants we saw nothing amiss, and then gradually, horribly, we became aware of some things that were wrong. His hair was short and curly brown. It stood straight up in its inch-long length. His eyes were open and staring. I noticed first that he had no eyebrows, only a curious dark line in the flesh over each eye. It was then I realized he had no nose, but no one had ever noticed that before. His skin was oddly mottled. Where the nose should have been, there were dark shadowings that made the appearance of a nose, if you only just glanced at him, like the work of a skillful artist in a painting. His mouth was as it should be and slightly open, but he had no teeth. His head perched upon a thin neck. The suit was not a suit. It was part of him. It was his body. What we thought was a coat was a huge black wing sheath, like a beetle has. He had a thorax like an insect, only the wing sheath covered it, and you couldn't notice it when he wore the cloak. The body bulged out below, tapering off into the 2 long, thin hind legs. His arms came out from under the top of the coat. He had a tiny secondary pair of arms folded tightly across his chest. There was a sharp, round hole nearly pierced in his chest, just above the arms, still oozing a watery liquid. The janitor fled, gibbering. The officer was pale, but standing by his duty. I heard him muttering under his breath an endless stream of Hail Marys over and over again. The lower thorax, the abdomen, was very long and insect-like. It was crumpled up now like the wreckage of an airplane fuselage. I recalled the appearance of a female wasp that had just laid eggs. Her thorax had had that empty appearance. The sight was a shock such as leaves one in full control. The mind rejects it, and it is only an afterthought that one can feel the dim shudder of horror. The rustling was still coming from the box. I motioned to the white-faced cop, and we went over and stood before it. He took the nightstick and knocked away the waxen seal. Then we heaved and pulled the lid open. A wave of noxious vapor assailed us. We staggered back as suddenly a stream of flying things shot out of the huge iron container. The window was open, and straight out into the first glow of dawn they flew. There must have been dozens of them. They were about 2 or 3 inches long, and they flew on wide, gauzy beetle wings. They looked like little men, strangely terrifying as they flew, clad in their black suits, with their expressionless faces and their dots of watery blue eyes. And they flew out on transparent wings that came from under their black beetle coats. I ran to the window, fascinated, almost hypnotized. The horror of it had not reached my mind at once. Afterward I have had spasms of numbing terror as my mind tries to put the things together. The whole business was so utterly unexpected. We knew of army ants and their imitators, yet it never occurred to us that we, too, were army ants of a sort. We knew of stick insects, and it never occurred to us that there might be others that disguise themselves to fool, not other animals, but the supreme animal himself, man. We found some bones in the bottom of that iron case afterwards, but we couldn't identify them. Perhaps we did not try very hard. They might have been human. I suppose the stranger of the black cloak did not fear women so much as it distrusted them. Women notice men, perhaps, more closely than other men do. Women might become suspicious sooner of the inhumanity, the deception, and then there might perhaps have been some touch of instinctive feminine jealousy. The stranger was disguised as a man, but its sex was surely female. The things in the box were its young. But it is the other thing I saw when I ran to the window that has shaken me the most. The policeman did not see it. Nobody else saw it but me, and I only for an instant. Nature practices deceptions in every angle. Evolution will create a being for any niche that can be found, no matter how unlikely. When I went to the window, I saw the small cloud of flying things rising up into the sky and sailing away into the purple distance. The dawn was breaking, and the first rays of the sun were just striking over the housetops. Shaken, I looked away from that fourth-floor tenement room over the roofs of lower buildings. Chimneys and walls and empty clotheslines made the scenery over which the tiny mass of horror passed. And then I saw a chimney not 30 feet away on the next roof. It was squat and of red brick and had 2 black pipe ends flush with its top. I saw it suddenly vibrate oddly, and I saw its red brick surface seem to peel away and the black pipe openings turn suddenly white. I saw 2 big eyes staring into the sky. A great bat-winged thing detached itself silently from the surface of the real chimney and darted after the cloud of flying things. I watched until all had lost themselves in the sky. The Crowd, Ray Bradbury. Ray Bradbury, 1920, is an American fantasy, horror, science fiction, and mystery writer, best known for his novel Fahrenheit 451, 1953, and for the science fiction stories published as The Martian Chronicles, 1950, and The Illustrated Man, 1951. Bradbury has become one of the most celebrated writers of speculative fiction, with more than 20 films based on his work. Although readers may think of Bradbury as writing short stories mostly in a fantastical or even whimsical vein, the core of his work is dark and disturbing, as exemplified by The Crowd, 1943. The story's stripped-down approach and sense of modern anxiety encapsulates one of the ways in which Bradbury updated the weird tale. Mr. Spallner put his hands over his face. There was the feeling of movement in space, the beautifully tortured scream, the impact and tumbling of the car with wall, through wall, over and down like a toy, and him hurled out of it. Then silence. The crowd came running. Faintly where he lay, he heard them running. He could tell their ages and their sizes by the sound of their numerous feet over the summer grass and on the lined pavement and over the asphalt street, and picking through the cluttered bricks to where his car hung half into the night sky, still spinning its wheels with senseless centrifuge. Where the crowd came from he didn't know. He struggled to remain aware, and then the crowd faces hemmed in upon him, hung over him like the large growing leaves of down-bent trees. They were a ring of shifting, compressing, changing faces over him, looking down, reading the time of his life or death by his face, making his face into a moon dial, where the moon cast a shadow from his nose out upon his cheek to tell the time of breathing or not breathing any more after. How swiftly a crowd comes, he thought, like the iris of an eye compressing in out of nowhere. A siren, a police voice, movement. Blood trickled from his lips, and he was being moved into an ambulance. Someone said, "Is he dead?" And someone else said, "No, he's not dead." And a third person said, "He won't die. He's not going to die." And he saw the faces of the crowd beyond him in the night, and he knew by their expressions that he wouldn't die. And that was strange. He saw a man's face, thin, bright, pale. The man swallowed and bit his lips, very sick. There was a small woman, too, with red hair and too much red on her cheeks and lips, and a little boy with a freckled face. Others' faces, an old man with a wrinkled upper lip, an old woman with a mole upon her chin. They'd all come from where? Houses, cars, alleys, from the immediate and the accident-shocked world. Out of alleys and out of hotels and out of streetcars, and seemingly out of nothing they came. The crowd looked at him, and he looked back at them, and did not like them at all. There was a vast wrongness to them. He couldn't put his finger on it. They were far worse than this machine-made thing that happened to him now. The ambulance doors slammed. Through the windows he saw the crowd looking in. That crowd that always came so fast, so strangely fast, to form a circle, to peer down, to probe, to gawk, to question, to point, to disturb, to spoil the privacy of a man's agony by their frank curiosity. The ambulance drove off. He sank back, and their faces still stared into his face, even with his eyes shut. The car wheels spun in his mind for days. One wheel, four wheels, spinning, and whirring around and around. He knew it was wrong, something wrong with the wheels and the whole accident and the running of feet and the curiosity. The crowd faces mixed and spun into the wild rotation of the wheels. He awoke. Sunlight, a hospital room, a hand taking his pulse. "How do you feel?" asked the doctor. The wheels faded away. Mr. Spallner looked around. "Fine, I guess." He tried to find words about the accident. "Doctor?" "Yes?" "That crowd. Was it last night?" 2 days ago. You've been here since Thursday. You're all right, though. You're doing fine. Don't try and get up." "That crowd. Something about wheels, too. Do accidents make people, well, a little off?" "Temporarily, sometimes." He lay staring up at the doctor. "Does it hurt your time sense?" "Panic sometimes does." "Makes a minute seem like an hour, or maybe an hour seem like a minute?" "Yes." "Let me tell you, then." He felt the bed under him, the sunlight on his face. "You'll think I'm crazy. I was driving too fast, I know. I'm sorry now. I jumped the curb and hit that wall. I was hurt and numb, I know, but I still remember things. Mostly the crowd." He waited a moment, and then decided to go on, for he suddenly knew what it was that bothered him. "The crowd got there too quickly. 30 seconds after the smash, they were all standing over me and staring at me. It's not right they should run that fast, so late at night." "You only think it was 30 seconds, said the doctor. "It was probably 3 or 4 minutes. Your senses—" "Yeah, I know. my senses, the accident, but I was conscious. I remember one thing that puts it all together and makes it funny. God, so damned funny. The wheels of my car, upside down. The wheels were still spinning when the crowd got there. The doctor smiled. The man in the bed went on. I'm positive. The wheels were spinning and spinning fast, the front wheels. Wheels don't spin very long. Friction cuts them down. And these were really spinning. You're confused, said the doctor. I'm not confused. That street was empty, not a soul in sight. And then the accident, and the wheels still spinning, and all those faces over me, quick, in no time. And the way they looked down at me, I knew I wouldn't die. Simple shock, said the doctor, walking away into the sunlight. They released him from the hospital 2 weeks later. He rode home in a taxi. People had come to visit him during his 2 weeks on his back, and to all of them he had told his story, the accident, the spinning wheels, the crowd. They'd all laughed with him concerning it, and passed it off. He leaned forward and tapped on the taxi window. What's wrong? The cabbie looked back. Sorry, boss. This is one hell of a town to drive in. Got an accident up ahead. Want me to detour? Yes. No, wait. Go ahead. Let's take a look. The cab moved forward, honking. Funny damn thing, said the cabbie. Hey, you! Get that flea trap out of the way. Quieter. Funny thing. More damn people. Nosy people. Mr. Spolner looked down and watched his fingers tremble on his knee. You noticed that, too? Sure, said the cabbie, all the time. There's always a crowd. You'd think it was their own mother got killed. They come running awfully fast, said the man in the back of the cab. Same way with a fire or an explosion. Nobody around? Boom. Lots of people around. I don't know. Ever seen an accident at night? The cabbie nodded. Sure. Don't make no difference. There's always a crowd. The wreck came into view. A body lay on the pavement. You knew there was a body even if you couldn't see it, because of the crowd. The crowd with its back toward him as he sat in the rear of the cab, with its back toward him. He opened the window and almost started to yell, but he didn't have the nerve. If he yelled, they might turn around, and he was afraid to see their faces. I seem to have a penchant for accidents, he said in his office. It was late afternoon. His friend sat across the desk from him, listening. I got out of the hospital this morning, and first thing on the way home we detoured around a wreck. Things run in cycles, said Morgan. Let me tell you about my accident. I've heard it all. But it was funny, you must admit. I must admit. Now, how about a drink? They talked on for half an hour or more. All the while they talked, at the back of Spolner's brain a small watch ticked, a watch that never needed winding. It was the memory of a few little things, wheels and faces. At about 5:30 there was a hard metal noise in the street. Morgan nodded and looked out and down. What'd I tell you? Cycles. A truck and a cream-colored Cadillac. Yes. Spolner walked to the window. He was very cold, and as he stood there he looked at his watch, at the small minute hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. People running. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. From all over, people came running. 15, 16, 17, 18 seconds. More people, more cars, more horns blowing. Curiously distant, Spolner looked upon the scene as an explosion in reverse, the fragments of the detonation sucked back to the point of impulsion. 19, 20, 21 seconds, and the crowd was there. Spolner made a gesture down at them, wordless. The crowd had gathered so fast. He saw a woman's body a moment before the crowd swallowed it up. Morgan said, You look lousy. Here, finish your drink. I'm all right. Let me alone. I'm all right. Can't you see those people? Can you see any of them? I wish we could see them closer. Morgan cried out, Where the hell are you going? Spolner was out the door, Morgan after him, and down the stairs as rapidly as possible. Come along and hurry. Take it easy. You're not a well man. They walked out onto the street. Spolner pushed his way forward. He thought he saw a red-haired woman with too much red color on her cheeks and lips. There! He turned wildly to Morgan. Did you see her? See who? Damn it, she's gone. The crowd closed in. The crowd was all around, breathing and looking and shuffling and mixing and mumbling and getting in the way when he tried to shove through. Evidently the red-haired woman had seen him coming and run off. He saw another familiar face, a little freckled boy. But there are many freckled boys in the world, and anyway it was no use. Before Spallner reached him, this little boy ran away and vanished among the people. "Is she dead?" a voice asked. "Is she dead?" "She's dying," someone else replied. "She'll be dead before the ambulance arrives. They shouldn't have moved her. They shouldn't have moved her." All the crowd faces, familiar yet unfamiliar, bending over, looking down, looking down. "Hey, mister, stop pushing. Who you shoving, buddy?" Spallner came back out, and Morgan caught hold of him before he fell. "You damned fool! You're still sick. Why in hell did you have to come down here?" Morgan demanded. "I don't know. I really don't. They moved her, Morgan. Someone moved her. You should never move a traffic victim. It kills them. It kills them." "Yeah, that's the way with people, the idiots." Spallner arranged the newspaper clippings carefully. Morgan looked at them. "What's the idea? Ever since your accident, you think every traffic scramble is part of you. What are these?" "Clippings of motor car crack-ups and photos. Look at them." "Not at the cars," said Spallner, "but at the crowds around the cars." He pointed. "Here, compare this photo of a wreck in the Wilshire district with one in Westwood. No resemblance. But now take this Westwood picture and align it with one taken in the Westwood district 10 years ago. Again he motioned. "This woman is in both pictures." "Coincidence. The woman happened to be there once in 1936, again in 1946. A coincidence once, maybe, but 12 times over a period of 10 years, when the accidents occurred as much as 3 miles from one another, no. Here." He dealt out a dozen photographs. "She's in all of these." "Maybe she's perverted." "She's more than that. How does she happen to be there so quickly after each accident? And why does she wear the same clothes in pictures taken over a period of a decade?" "I'll be damned. So she does. And last of all, why was she standing over me the night of my accident 2 weeks ago?" They had a drink. Morgan went over the files. "What'd you do, hire a clipping service while you were in the hospital to go back through the newspapers for you?" Spallner nodded. Morgan sipped his drink. It was getting late. The street lights were coming on in the streets below the office. "What does this all add up to?" "I don't know," said Spallner, "except that there's a universal law about accidents. Crowds gather. They always gather. And like you and me, people have wondered year after year why they gathered so quickly and how. I know the answer. Here it is." He flung the clippings down. "It frightens me." "These people, mightn't they be thrill hunters, perverted sensationalists with a carnal lust for blood and morbidity?" Spallner shrugged. "Does that explain their being at all the accidents? Notice, they stick to certain territories. A Brentwood accident will bring out one group, a Huntington Park another. But there's a norm for faces. A certain percentage appear at each wreck." Morgan said. "They're not all the same faces, are they?" "Naturally not. Accidents draw normal people, too, in the course of time. But these, I find, are always the first ones there." "Who are they? What do they want? You keep hinting and never telling. Good Lord, you must have some idea. You've scared yourself, and now you've got me jumping." "I've tried getting to them, but someone always trips me up. I'm always too late. They slip into the crowd and vanish. The crowd seems to offer protection to some of its members. They see me coming." "Sounds like some sort of clique." "They have one thing in common. They always show up together, at a fire or an explosion or on the sidelines of a war, at any public demonstration of this thing called death. Vultures, hyenas, or saints. I don't know which they are. I just don't know. But I'm going to the police with it this evening. It's gone on long enough. One of them shifted that woman's body today. They shouldn't have touched her. It killed her." He placed the clippings in a briefcase. Morgan got up and slipped into his coat. Spallner clicked the briefcase shut. "Or I just happened to think—" "What?" "Maybe they wanted her dead." "Why?" "Who knows? Come along?" "Sorry, it's late. See you tomorrow. Luck." They went out together. "Give my regards to the cops. Think they'll believe you?" "Oh, they'll believe me all right. Good night." Spallner took it slow driving downtown. "I want to get there," he told himself, "alive." He was rather shocked but not surprised, somehow, when the truck came rolling out of an alley straight at him. He was just congratulating himself on his keen sense of observation and talking out what he would say to the police in his mind when the truck smashed into his car. It wasn't really his car, that was the disheartening thing about it. In a preoccupied way he was tossed first this way and then that way, while he thought, "What a shame. Morgan has gone and lent me his extra car for a few days until my other car is fixed, and now here I go again." The windshield hammered back into his face. He was forced back and forth in several lightning jerks. Then all motion stopped, and all noise stopped, and only pain filled him up. He heard their feet running and running and running. He fumbled with the car door. He fell out upon the pavement drunkenly and lay, ear to the asphalt, listening to them coming. It was like a great rainstorm with many drops, heavy and light and medium, touching the earth. He waited a few seconds and listened to their coming and their arrival. Then weakly, expectantly, he rolled his head up and looked. The crowd was there. He could smell their breath, the mingled odors of many people sucking and sucking on the air a man needs to live by. They crowded and jostled and sucked all the air up from around his gasping face, until he tried to tell them to move back. They were making him live in a vacuum. His head was bleeding very badly. He tried to move, and he realized something was wrong with his spine. He hadn't felt much from the impact, but his spine was hurt. He didn't dare move. He couldn't speak. Opening his mouth, nothing came out but a gagging. Someone said, "Give me a hand. We'll roll him over and lift him into a more comfortable position." Spallner's brain burst apart. "No, don't move me." "We'll move him," said the voice casually. "You idiot, you'll kill me, don't!" But he could not say any of this out loud. He could only think it. Hands took hold of him. They started to lift him. He cried out, and nausea choked him up. They straightened him out into a ramrod of agony. 2 men did it. One of them was thin, bright, pale, alert, a young man. The other man was very old and had a wrinkled upper lip. He had seen their faces before. A familiar voice said, Is he dead?" Another voice, a memorable voice, responded, "No, not yet, but he will be dead before the ambulance arrives." It was all a very silly, mad plot, like every accident. He squealed hysterically at the solid wall of faces. They were all around him, these judges and jurors with the faces he had seen before. Through his pain he counted their faces. The freckled boy, the old man with the wrinkled upper lip, the red-haired, red-cheeked woman, an old woman with a mole on her chin. "I know what you're here for," he thought. "You're here, just as you're at all accidents, to make certain the right ones live and the right ones die. That's why you lifted me. You knew it would kill. You knew I'd live if you left me alone." And that's the way it's been since time began, when crowds gather. You murder much easier this way. Your alibi is very simple. You didn't know it was dangerous to move a hurt man. You didn't mean to hurt him. He looked at them, above him, and he was curious as a man under deep water looking up at people on a bridge. "Who are you? Where do you come from, and how do you get here so soon? You're the crowd that's always in the way, using up good air that a dying man's lungs are in need of, using up space he should be using to lie in, alone. Tramping on people to make sure they die. That's you. I know all of you." It was like a polite monologue. They said nothing. Faces. The old man, the red-haired woman. Someone picked up his briefcase. "Whose is this?" they asked. "It's mine. It's evidence against all of you." Eyes inverted over him. Shiny eyes under tousled hair or under hats. Faces. Somewhere, a siren. The ambulance was coming. But looking at the faces, the construction, the cast, the form of the faces, Spallner saw it was too late. He read it in their faces. They knew. He tried to speak. A little bit got out. "It looks like I'll be joining up with you. Guess I'll be a member of your group now." He closed his eyes then and waited for the coroner. The Long Sheet, William Sansom. William Sansom, 1912 to 1976, was an idiosyncratic English writer known for applying a surrealist's sensibilities to the weird tale. Obscure today, Sansom enjoyed a brief period of acclaim in the 1940s and 1950s, when the fresh originality of his stories earned him a place in leading British literary magazines. A firefighter in London during the Blitz of World War II, Sansom managed to transform his experiences in a way that garnered him comparisons to Franz Kafka. Sophisticated yet passionate, his stories reward repeated readings. The Long Sheet, 1944, was published before